Divine Desolation, Dao Domain. Southern Wasteland. Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty. Qingyan City. Father, you died so miserably. The moment you left, what am I supposed to do? Wolves in front, tigers behind. Everything you fought your whole life to build the entire Qingyan auction house turned out to be full of ingrates. Heaven, why don't you just send me back? I don't want to stay in this damn Xuanhuan world for even a single extra day. Inside a luxurious mansion, a richly dressed youth wore a bitter expression on his face. When he had first crossed over, seeing this lavish residence, the extravagant decor, and all kinds of rare treasures neatly arranged, any one of which, if taken to an auction on Blue Star, would be enough to ensure a lifetime of comfort. His heart had surged with excitement. At the beginning, the youth had been truly exhilarated. This was clearly the household of a great clan who, as long as he did not act like some brainless villain, he could live in ease all his life. Marry a few noble ladies, revel every night, and from time to time visit the pleasure quarters to listen to songs. Would that not be delightful? However, after waiting for quite some time, the youth did not see a single maid, not even another person. In that instant, he suddenly sensed that something was very wrong. A bad premonition rose in his heart. Sure enough, an overwhelming tide of memories surged into his mind, like a slideshow being projected, replaying the life of this body's original owner. If he had not looked, it would have been fine, but once he saw, the youth almost wanted to smash his head against the wall and die just to cross back to his original world. The original owner was called Yang, and his father Yang Dingtian, and the world he was now in bore the name Divine Desolation, Dao Domain. It was said that within this vast heaven and earth there existed countless Dao Domains, collectively known as the 3,000 Dao Domains. As for how large each Dao Domain truly was, he had no idea. He only knew that the region he currently resided in was called the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty, and a single Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty was roughly the size of several original Blue Stars put together. Yet even the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty was nothing more than a tiny, insignificant spray of foam upon the ocean that was the Divine Desolation, Dao Domain. The true rulers of a Dao Domain were those Holy Lands, imperial dynasties, and immortal lineages that overlooked the long river of time, undying through 10,000 ages. In this world, the cultivation realms of practitioners were divided into body tempering, chi condensation, spirit origin, foundation, establishment, divine ability, profound passage, life, and death, and so on. As for why it was, and so on, that was because even the original owner did not know what realms lay beyond. The reigning emperor of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty was merely at the profound passage realm, and that already made him the strongest expert in all of Great Zhou. The original owner's father, founder of the Qingyan auction house, possessed only the cultivation of the spirit. Even so, that was enough for him to establish a tremendous enterprise within Qingyan City. Were it not for that single spirit fetus, Yang and would likely have been quite satisfied with his identity. Even if he only dominated Qingyan City, that alone would have guaranteed a life free from worry over food, and after all, while the original owner's talent was decent, it was only just that, decent. At 18 years of age, he had reached the 9th level of body tempering, which could not be called outstanding, but was far from poor. Within Qingyan City, he would still be considered a genius. With effort in the future, there was still a strong hope of him reaching the spirit origin realm. Yet for some unknown reason, his father Yang Dingtian had acquired a spirit fetus from who knew where. Perhaps he knew he lacked the strength to protect such a heaven and earth treasure, and so planned to auction it off, exchanging it for cultivation resources, while also raising the reputation of the Qingyan auction house. A spirit fetus was a supreme foundation establishment, spiritual object nurtured by the Tao rhythms of heaven and earth. Using a spirit fetus to establish one's foundation could enhance one's innate bones and comprehension, and even carried a minute chance of transforming the acquired into the innate, forging a spiritual physique, and truly leaping over the dragon gate, granting boundless prospects. A heaven-blessed genius with a spiritual physique would receive olive branches, even from holy lands, with the potential to become an inner disciple of such sacred sects. In truth, Yang's father had not miscalculated. If the spirit fetus had been successfully auctioned off, everything would have been perfect. Wealth and fame both gained. After all, most experts who attended auctions still cared about saving face. Even if there were shameless cultivators wanting to make a move that would merely become a chance for righteous sects to burnish their reputations. In short, for a spirit fetus to appear in an auction carried no inherent risk. No one could know who had consigned it for sale. Once auctioned, it would be even simpler. Just claim it had been entrusted by some powerful expert. What would that have to do with the auction house? Yet of all the calculations, they failed to account for one thing. Somehow news that Qingyan auction house possessed a spirit fetus was leaked. In the cultivation world, an ordinary man is not guilty, but bearing a rare treasure is his crime, let alone a heaven and earth supreme treasure like a spirit fetus. Thus Yang Dingtian's tragedy began. Perhaps that expert did not wish to stir up too great a commotion. With a single palm, he slapped Yang Dingtian to death, took the spirit fetus, and left immediately, without even the intention to eradicate the roots. On that very day, the original owner had been in the pleasure quarters listening to songs, and thus barely managed to keep his life. When the news reached him, his vision went black, and he collapsed on the spot. That was how the scene before him had come to be. Most likely the maids and servants had all fled, fearing that the powerful intruder might return to eradicate them as well. Fortunately, those maids and servants had at least a shred of conscience. They had not conceived thoughts of murder for wealth, nor had they taken anything from the residents. This left Yang somewhat relieved. Thankfully, both he and his father had treated these maids and servants well, otherwise he might have been killed in confusion and ignorance. Never overestimate human nature. As for their departure, Yang bore them no resentment. After all, fear of death is only human. The fact that they had not simply killed their young master and then stripped the residents bare already left him more than sad. Yang could not help but sigh. The matter of the spirit fetus had clearly been leaked from within, and the person who betrayed them must have held no low position in the Qingyan auction house. Otherwise, no expert could have arrived so precisely to kill and seize the treasure without even needing to question anyone. To say there was no traitor within Qingyan auction house, Yang would never believe it, even if beaten to death. He understood these people's schemes all too well, nothing more than a fight over the profit dividends of Qingyan auction house. One had to know that the auction house's annual income in spirit stones reached tens of thousands. Though they were lower-grade spirit stones, that was already terrifying. Most spirit origin realm experts might not accumulate even 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones in their entire lives. Put simply, it was like receiving several million in annual dividends on Blue Star, while most people would have to toil themselves half to death for who knew how long just to earn a single million. As fate would have it, Qingyan auction house, founded single-handedly by Yang An's now deceased father, had 51% of its dividends in his own hands, granting him absolute decision-making power. Moreover, Yang Dingtian was a latest-stage spirit origin realm expert. Within Qingyan City, only the city lord's cultivation could be compared to his. So long as Yang Dingtian lived, no one could truly harbor designs on Qingyan auction house. For such a not-too-large, not-too-small foundation, a latest-stage spirit origin cultivator was more than enough to guard it well. With the resources of Qingyan auction house, Yang Dingtian might even have gone a step further, breaking through to foundation establishment and becoming the sole voice of authority in Qingyan City. But, father, how muddle-headed you were. With Yang Dingtian dead, how could a Yang possibly have a way out? Those experts coveting Qingyan auction house would never let him go. Just as darkness swam before Yang eyes, and he was about to hurriedly pack his things and run away directly. Ding! Detecting that the host's true soul has awakened. As the most esteemed transmigrator, a system is now being matched for you. An emotionless electronic voice rang out in Yang mind. Yet to Yang, this voice was more melodious than any sound under heaven, more gentle and lingering than any mortal tune. Even the so-called music of immortals could be no better than this. System Daddy, I knew you would stay by my side. Yang eyes grew hot with unshed tears. In this world, who could truly understand this feeling? He had just transmigrated into a Xuanhuan world only to discover that his parents were dead rather than mighty pillars of power. His greatest backing was gone. Though he clearly possessed a vast inheritance, he did not dare to claim it, and instead had to worry constantly about his own survival. There was hardly anything in this world more wretched than such a fate. Fortunately, I don't need anything else. Give me a system that makes me invincible upon death, or one that lets every strike deal 9,999 damage. If that's impossible, a system granting me billions of lives will also do. I'm really not picky. Yang thought to himself, unable to suppress his excitement. He felt that such systems suited him perfectly. There was nothing wrong with that. Detecting that the host has an auction house about to be inherited. The Supreme Auction House system is now at your service. He felt instantly chilled, as though all his expectations had been doused in ice water. The flame that had just flared up in Yang heart was extinguished in an instant. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. In his current situation, they were giving him an auction house system. Was this not simply hastening his death? As a seasoned web novel addict, he naturally knew the routine of such systems. It was nothing more than auctions with profits returned by billions of times. Yet with the way things stood now, the moment he showed the slightest intention toward Qingyan auction house, his corpse might very well end up in some beast's belly by the next day, with not even his bones left to find. A man stranded in a Xuanhuan world with a seemingly explosive start, now struggling online for ways to keep his little life intact, seeking guidance by any means. Ding! Detecting that the host's current situation is precarious. The Supreme Auction House grants the host one intermediate guard lottery opportunity. We hope the host will muster his courage anew and make the name of the Supreme Auction House resound throughout this vast world. Hearing the system's voice in his mind, the melancholy on Yang's delicate face vanished, at once replaced by wild joy. I knew it. System, you definitely have a way. You really do need to be pushed a little. The words of the seniors were true. After all, as systems always come with newbie gift packs. Yang forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart. What had the system just said? One intermediate guard. Sure enough, his system was unlike any other. An auction house that even came with a summoning function. Why did it not say so earlier? If only it had, its honorable host would not have been so anxious. Ding. Host, you did not ask. Yang An chose to selectively ignore the system's reminder and instead asked silently in his heart-respected Supreme Auction House system, please tell me your functions. As for dignity and moral integrity, what were those? Could they be eaten? Clinging tightly to System Daddy's thigh was the only proper path. This system has two main modules, exchange and lottery. Exchange means the host can use spirit stones to redeem any items needed for auction within the system. Prices are favorable and quantities generous. No matter what item it is, it can be obtained within this system. The lottery is divided into primary, intermediate, advanced, Saint Emperor, and supreme levels. The lottery consumes spirit points. Spirit points are obtained by auctioning items through auction houses under the host's name. For every 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones and final sale price, 1 spirit point is awarded. 10 spirit points can be used for 1 primary draw, 1,000 for 1 intermediate draw, and 1 million for 1 advanced draw. Qualifications for draws above advanced can currently only be obtained through missions. Once the host meets the required conditions, the system will naturally unlock them. Lottery prizes are divided into guards and talents. Guard lotteries are further divided into 6 call. It turned out not to be the auction with billion-fold rebate type he had imagined, but rather resembled a slow, farming GAN development system. In truth, that suited him perfectly. If the system handed him items with billion-fold returns right now, he would not even dare to put them up for auction. Did it really take those mighty experts for fools? In some obscure Berto as no Tevan bother top up backwater, if one supremely precious treasure after another appeared at auction, even an idiot would know something was wrong. Not to mention those ancient monsters who had lived for who knew how many years. Yang An's guiding principle at this moment was simple: develop in the shadows. I don't act rashly. Only auction items that match your current level of strength. All things must take the summoning of guards as the first priority. Of the countless paths ahead, survival comes first. In an instant, Yang An determined his future path of development. Build high walls, hoard abundant grain, and declare kingship slowly. System, initiate the intermediate lottery draw for me. Immediately, a massive wheel appeared before Yang An. Behind the wheel, countless resplendent stars shimmered. As the pointer slid rapidly over the surface, a middle-aged man's phantom slowly emerged at the center of the wheel. A brilliant radiance flashed, and the wheel vanished without a trace. At the same time, the system's notification echoed within Yang An's mind. Congratulations to the host for summoning a guard at the 9th layer of the Divine Ability Realm. You may check his information. The guard has already arrived at the host's side, and is currently in hiding. He will appear the moment the host calls. A guard at the 9th layer of the Divine Ability Realm. Yang An's heart surged with uncontrollable excitement as he heard the prompt. One had to know that a 9th layer Divine Ability expert could be counted among the top powerhouses even in the Imperial capital. Those of comparable strength were extremely few. Even the Protector General of the realm was only at the 9th layer of the Divine Ability Realm. Only the Sovereign of Great Zhou had stepped into the Tongxian realm. And in this tiny Qingyan city, who could still threaten him now? Oh right. It seemed that summon characters also came with potential evaluations. View information. As Yang An's thought arose, a string of prompts unfolded before his eyes. Namely, Sun. Age 48. Realm 9th layer of the Divine Ability Realm. Potential green. Background: born in a small isolated world, he began training in martial arts from childhood. At 3, he tempered his body. At 5, he condensed chi. At 10, he formed spiritual essence. At 18, he stepped in a foundation establishment. At 32, he achieved the Divine Ability Realm and became one of the apex powerhouses of that world. At 48, he reached the peak of the Divine Ability Realm, sweeping across the land with no opponent able to stand before him. What the hell, what the hell, what the hell? Yang An couldn't help but curse endlessly after reading the introduction. What did he see? At 3 years old, he had refined his body. At 5, he had condensed his chi. At 10, he had reached the spiritual essence stage. At 18, he entered foundation establishment. And by 32, he had mastered divine abilities. Such talent was likely far beyond even the Emperor of the Great Zhou. It is known that the Emperor of the Great Zhou took a century to reach the realm of divine abilities, and even so, he was the most extraordinary genius in the Great Zhou dynasty since ancient times. Li Sun achieved such heights in less than a third of that time, and what's more, the world he resided in was just a small realm. What is a small realm? The laws of heaven are imperfect, the spiritual energy is thin, the great Tao is not evident, resources are scarce, and the world's potential is extremely limited. Yet despite this, Li Sun still managed to cultivate at such a terrifying speed, defying the odds. If not for the limitations of the world, he might have already entered the boundary of profound understanding. A character like this would undoubtedly be a trendsetter even in the godless Dao Domain. How could he only be rated as blue in the system's potential assessment? But at least my life is safe for now, Yang An sighed in relief. Uncle Li, are you there? Yang An cautiously called out. Here, a warm voice smooth as jade suddenly echoed in Yang An's ears, and a middle-aged man's figure appeared before him. The middle-aged man had sword-like brows and dark hair tied up in an ebony crown. He had a dignified appearance, but his eyes carried a hint of weariness, clad in a blue robe, exuding an indescribable ethereal quality. A master is supermaster. Yang felt this instantly. What are your orders, my lord? Seeing Yang in a daze, the middle-aged man couldn't help but speak up. Uncle Lee, there's no need for excessive formalities between us. Yang hurriedly replied, this was a master at the realm of divine abilities and his only trump card at present. The system had mentioned that summoned characters had their own personalities. How could he, a supreme master of the divine abilities realm and an invincible being of a world, call him my lord? He truly felt reluctant to accept. Who knows what his personality might be? Even though the system had indicated that the initial loyalty was absolute, that was only the beginning. Yang grasped the key words clearly. After Yang finished speaking, the middle-aged man looked at him, smiled gently, and understood Yang's concern. Li Sun's gaze towards Yang held a touch of approval, and he spoke again. Then I shall call you young master. There's no need for you to decline. This title suits you well. Hearing this, Yang's heart surged with joy, knowing that this peak master of the divine abilities realm was now effectively under his control. Yang had to be cautious. He had just crossed over, and his greatest support was lost, putting him in a perilous situation, filled with anxiety. Finally, his system summoned a powerful ally. If he were to act arrogantly and meet his demise, it would be his own. Then I'll rely on Uncle Lee in the future. I hope you can protect me well. Yang respectfully bowed to Li Sun. Of course, I will always be by your side, young master. If anyone dares to harm you, they must first step over. Li Sun promptly helped Yang up, then continued speaking. His tone was still somewhat calm, but it was enough to move Yang immensely. Thank you, Uncle Lee. Seeing Yang's expression, Li Sun chose not to say anything further. Then I shall take my leave. If you have any commands, just whisper, and I will certainly appear. Then I bid you farewell, Uncle Lee. Yang replied, not attempting to retain him, as he had more important matters to it. Now that he had grasped Li Sun's stance, there would be no obstacles in the matters to come. Anyone who dared to defy him would be killed. This young master is no ordinary person, he thought. In such a great world, he will surely have his place. The middle-aged man leaving the room gazed into the distance with a sense of nostalgia. He understood the principles of reason, knew when to advance and retreat, was cunning and shrewd, and understood choice and sacrifice. Such a person is a true talent in any realm. He did not dislike such individuals, instead he admired them greatly. It was precisely for this reason that he was willing to serve Yang, and even deigning to call him young master. Then let me do a little something for this young master. Li Sun murmured, then vanished from sight. After watching him leave, Yang's smile gradually faded, and his expression returned to calm. Sigh, this broken system. Yang couldn't help but feel a bit relieved. His guess was indeed correct. These people had surely struck an unspeakable deal with his broken system. From the moment the system mentioned that the loyalty of these characters was not fixed, Yang had his suspicions. In that earlier conversation, he was constantly observing Li Sun's changes. With the resources of Qingyan auction house, Yang Dingtian might even have gone a step further, breaking through to foundation establishment and becoming the sole voice of a Yang clearly observed these changes. If he had truly treated him like a conceited dragon, it would have been a path to his own demise. A supreme being of a realm who doesn't have a bit of pride. Although the system might have means to prevent him from acting against his master, it also had constraints on his actions for certain periods. But what would happen when those means fail? Just thinking about it made Yang shudder. A foundation establishment powerhouse was already enough to leave him at a loss. How much worse would it be with a peak master of divine abilities? Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. System, tell me about your exchange function. Yang hadn't forgotten that his trash system had an exchange feature allowing him to trade spirit stones for any items, which sounded quite worthwhile. After all, why are rare treasures called rare? It's because they are scarce. Thousands of years, tens of thousands, or even millions of years are hard to come by. What on earth is the divine source? Yang expressed that he had never heard of it at all. Although those items were very tempting, they were completely out of reach for a poor wretch like him. System, exchange for something I can afford. Yang shouted in his heart. He didn't want to feel like a poor wretch even for low-level sword technique, long-wind sword technique, 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Low-level technique, divine flame technique, 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Ling Yuan pill, 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Xian Yuan pill, 2,500 low-grade spirit stones. Seeing this, Yang's expression changed dramatically. Not because the prices were too high, but because. System, I love you. Yang shouted frantically in his heart. These prices are simply more outrageous than a cabbage price. What is the normal selling price of a low-level sword technique? The Qingyan auction house has never auctioned such items. He only learned from his cheap old man that the neighboring Qingshan city had auctioned such a technique once, selling for an astronomical price of 1,500 low-grade spirit stones. Yet in the system, it only required 1,000 low-grade spirit stones for exchange. If the sword technique is so, how much more for a technique that a force relies on for inheritance? It is not a problem to think of doubling it. There is a saying that talent determines the limit, but a good technique can an ordinary person practicing a yellow-grade technique compare with an ordinary person practicing a Xian-grade technique? It is not difficult for someone practicing a Xian grade technique to kill someone practicing a yellow grade technique. Moreover, Xian grade techniques have a faster cultivation speed, and the condensed spiritual power is stronger. Over time, it would be difficult for a force not to rise. In the entire Qingyan city, probably only the city lord could practice a Xian grade technique. If a Xian grade technique were to be auctioned off, families in Qingyan city would likely go bankrupt without hesitation. Thinking of this, Yang felt a bit excited. What? You say that if one has money, they need not worry about buying techniques. If other forces dare to sell, you must dare to accept as well. This is a fantasy world where who does not regard inheritance as more important than life? Stealing the inheritance of other forces is indeed a matter of life and death. One must either rely on talent to join another force, take a chance, and see if they can stumble upon the remains left by a powerful being, or they can only honestly buy at the auction house. The auction house always investigates the techniques they auction off, so there is no need to worry. There is a certain guarantee of safety and quality. It is just a bit expensive, but these are not issues. For the prosperity of the family, as long as one's mind is not faulty, they will basically choose to compete with all their might. At worst, after growing up for a few decades, they could take down other forces. Resources would surely return. It's just being poor for a few decades anyway. Cultivators generally have long lifespans, so they can afford to wait. As for the Lingyuan pill, Yang had also heard of it. This is a type of pill that can help peak practitioners in the Qi condensation stage break through to the Lingyuan realm. Although it does not guarantee a breakthrough, it can increase the probability by 50%. And what does 50% mean? With an added 50% chance, if you still cannot break through, then you might as well not play out. Cultivation is not suitable for you, and living is just a waste of resources. In the cultivation world, there are very few cases of failure in breaking through using the Lingyuan pill. However, even if there are, it would not be heard of because one cannot afford to lose face. Therefore, in the eyes of the masses, a Lingyuan pill represents a Lingyuan realm cultivator. How many Lingyuan realm cultivators are there in Qingyan City? Including his already deceased cheap old man, there are only 10 known as the top 10 powerhouses of Qingyan City. However, with his father gone, there are now only 9 Lingyuan realm cultivators. With one more Lingyuan realm cultivator, there will be one more decision maker. Which family does not wish for their voice to carry more weight? Though one Lingyuan pill is not enough to bankrupt these families, it can certainly make them cough up blood. After all, a beginner in the Lingyuan realm is not enough to change the overall situation. Yang saw a series of small red dots under these exchange items, and then clicked on them. Long Wind Sword Technique, created by a strong practitioner at the Foundation Establishment stage, the Long Wind Swordsman. With a swing of the sword, it moves like wind, killing people and sealing their throats in an instant. Yang understood upon looking at the description that appeared before him. Finally, the system has been thoughtful. If there were no description, just the name, Yang wouldn't recognize many items, let alone auction them off. It would be funny to take out precious treasures without recognizing them. For example, he did not recognize the Xian Yuan pill, an essential pill for cultivating the high-level technique, Xian Yuan Gong, which can help the user comprehend the Xian Yuan technique. Oh, it's a bundled purchase. Yang instantly realized. This is not uncommon in the cultivation world. Many sects require certain items to cultivate their main techniques. Even if others obtain the technique, lacking the accompanying items would require them to expend a vast amount of resources to enter the basics. However, Yang liked this very much. Only in this way can he earn more spirit stones. He even had a bigger plan slowly unfolding in his mind. No one stipulates that auction houses can only auction items purely right. Yang then again looked into the system to better understand the items within it. Until he saw a familiar name. Foundation Establishment Item Spirit Fetus 800 Mid-Grade Spirit Stones. Yang sighed lightly in his heart. His cheap old man did not die in vain. No matter how much he imagined, he never expected that a Foundation Establishment spiritual item would be so precious. 800 Mid-Grade Spirit Stones. 1 mid-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones. This was the exchange price given by the system. It can only be said. He missed a small target. Father, don't worry, your child will soon take revenge for you. A strange glint flickered in Yang An's eyes. Such a precious item, that unknown strong person surprisingly did not immediately eliminate him. There must be. Now perhaps he is waiting somewhere for Yang. Previously he might have thought about just waiting to die. But now, Yang truly hoped that the unknown strong person would develop a greedy heart. His spirit fetus is still stored with that person. If he runs away, Yang would be left weeping without tears. However, at that moment the system's prompt sound echoed in Yang An's mind again. Ding. Detected that the host has become familiar with this system, a new task is issued. Within 1 month, the maximum transaction amount for auctioning a single item is 100 low-grade spirit stones, rewarding the host with 3 chances for a primary lottery. If the total auction amount reaches 1 million low-grade spirit stones within a month, the host will be rewarded with 1 chance for a medium-level lottery. If it is not completed within a month, the task will disappear without punishment. This quest is rather considerate after all, Yang mused inwardly. However, achieving 1 million low-grade spirit stones in auction revenue within a month requires meticulous planning. 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Deceptively simple, yet deceptively treacherous. Acquiring items cheaply from the system and reselling them at auction would easily yield millions of spirit stones. Yet therein lies the crux. Auctioneering is itself an art. Why not simply grant me invincibility within the auction house? Yang finally understood why so many predecessors insisted on embedding an invincibility within a fixed radius trait. Conducting auctions discreetly, without alerting major sects or raising suspicion, was no trivial feat. A few rare artifacts. You might plausibly claim inheritance from a reclusive cultivator. No one would question it. But unveiling 17 or 18 priceless treasures at once. That could only mean you'd unearth the legacy of a revered elder from some great sect. Though Li Sun served as his bodyguard, he himself was woefully weak. If detained for even a moment, all would be lost. Without 100 or so elite guards, discretion and slow, cautious cultivation remained the only viable path. In Qingyan City, the city lord's mansion holds supreme authority. The four great powers maintain a delicate equilibrium. Now only 3 remain. Father has passed on. What is most urgently needed now is an artifact capable of shattering that balance. After brief contemplation, Yang arrived at his answer. Father, I'm afraid I must borrow your name once more. Outside the Yang residence, why has this youth not yet? Could he have sensed my intent? Let us wait a little longer. He is but a spoiled scion. Were I not wary of causing too great a stir, why would I linger here so long? Should others trace this back and uncover even the faintest clue, even the Tsungyan sect may not be able to safeguard this treasure. I suppose I owe gratitude to that fool Yang Ming. A gaunt, grim-faced elder murmured softly from a shadowed alley near the Yang residence. This youth truly possessed extraordinary fortune. He had originally intended only to seize the spirit embryo and depart, but the master of that auction house had discovered him, leaving him no choice but to strike him down with a single palm. After leaving, he learned the man still had a son. Surely such an auction house must hold some valuable relics. With that thought, the elder returned to the Yang residence. Though the residence housed only ordinary mortals and a handful of feeble cultivators, the elder chose not to storm it outright. Killing a few individuals could pass as private vendetta, no one would pursue it. But slaughtering an entire household, that marked one as a remnant of the demonic path. Should the great Zhou imperial court intervene, the entire Tsungyan sect might well be obliterated. At this thought, the elder resolved to wait a while longer. If necessary, he would let Yang Ming act first, and then erase every trace himself. Yet why do I feel as though someone is watching me? Is it mere illusion? A strange, inexplicable chill crept up his spine. He was a Foundation establishment cultivator of the fourth heaven, a peerless expert even within the Tsungyan sect. How could anyone in this insignificant place observe him without detection? It is no illusion. A deep, resonant voice drifted softly into his ear. The elder's heart leapt in alarm. Instantly, he surged his spiritual energy to flee, only to realize with mounting terror that not a shred of chi would respond to his will. At this moment, he was no different from an ordinary mortal. I beg this venerable senior not to toy with this junior, he rasped, forcing composure despite inner panic. To render him utterly powerless, this being must be at least a divine ability realm grandmaster, perhaps even far beyond. Such utter despair he had felt before, but only in the presence of a select few. Rest assured, the one who shall deal with you is not I. A middle-aged man in serene azure robes materialized before him. Amid the elder's bewildered gaze, he continued calmly. It is my young master who shall judge you. Having spoken, he said no more, and under the elder's dazed stare led him directly toward the Yang residence. Truly impoverished, Yang gazed upon the 7,000 spirit stones he'd scraped together after digging deep into every corner of the estate, his sigh heavy with irony. He'd always assumed his family was wealthy, yet when spirit stones were truly needed, he discovered just how destitute they truly were. Though the Qingyan auction house provided steady support, Father required resources for cultivation, he himself needed them, and the auction house demanded operational capital. An annual income of 10,000 spirit stones, once accounted for expenses, left almost nothing saved. And before his true spirit awakening, his spending had been recklessly lavish. Each month, he spent over 100 spirit stones at the neighboring Fengming Pavilion, adding up over the year to more than 2,000 in miscellaneous expenditures. That his father hadn't simply struck him dead, but instead kept drawing from their dwindling reserves. This wasn't indulgence. It was devotion bordering on the absurd. Were he himself burdened with such an unfilial son, he'd have delivered a single palm strike, then returned to the furnace for rebirth, launching a fresh cultivation account. After all immortals lived long lives, a time was plentiful. Yet these were merely passing thoughts. What the pre-awakening self had done bore no connection to who he was now. Having deposited all 7,000 spirit stones into the system, Yang prepared to leave, to seek out his elder sister, the chief auctioneer of the Qingyan auction house. Though called elder sister, she was adopted, not blood-related, and 13 years his senior. She stood as father's most trusted lieutenant. The Qingyan auction house's current scale owed much to her tireless efforts. To secure premium auction prices, her assistance was indispensable. Yet, just as Yang turned to depart, he froze, utterly bewildered, to see Li Sun leading an elderly man straight into his presence. "Uncle Li, who is this?" His gaze darkened as he glanced at the elder, yet he still addressed the middle-aged man respectfully. "Young master," Li Sun replied, casting a dismissive glance at the stunned elder. "Just now I sensed a malicious divine sense probing toward you. I tracked it and found this man lurking near the residence, clearly plotting ill against you." "Impossible. How can this be? A cultivator of such terrifying power dares call this youth young." Gazing upon the youth, and recognizing a striking resemblance to the auction house master he'd casually slain, the elder could no longer suppress his terror. Sweat poured down his face, his entire frame trembled uncontrollably. He had provoked a being beyond comprehension. No, perhaps even the entire Tsangyan sect would perish, though he still could not fathom why such a terrifying existence would address this youth as young master. He knew, beyond doubt, that today escape was impossible. "Who exactly are you?" the old man asked unwillingly. How could such a terrifying powerhouse be summoned in such a... However, Yang did not answer him. Instead, he turned to Li Sun beside him and instructed, "Uncle Li, please use your spiritual energy to isolate the surrounding space." His expression remained calm. "All right, I shall take my leave first," Li Sun replied, then turned and left. After Li Sun departed, Yang gazed deeply at the old man. "Old man, you can rest now." Several hours later, Yang finally walked out of the room. At this moment, Yang was drenched in blood, as if he had emerged from hell. He looked at Li Sun, who was guarding the entrance of the room, and smiled. "Thank you, Uncle Li. I hope you can help clean up the aftermath," Yang said, looking at the scene in the room. Li Sun nodded to him. It was merely a matter of convenience. "Tsangyan sect," Yang murmured softly, but anyone could hear the chilling coldness in his tone. "Miss Su, perhaps you should reconsider. You must know that the Qingyan auction house can't last much longer. If Miss Su joins our Tiandu auction house, I can assure you that you will have full control over all transactions in Qingyan City." A pale, elegantly dressed young man stood up, seeming incredulous, then spoke unwillingly. Behind the young man stood two burly figures in black robes resembling bodyguards. "Thank you, young Master Li, but Elder Yang has treated me like his own daughter. I still want to accompany the Qingyan auction house through this final journey." Opposite the elegantly dressed young man was a seductive woman. The woman wore a form-fitting red qipao made from exquisite and luxurious fabric, impeccably crafted to perfectly outline her alluring curves. Beneath the qipao, a pair of long snow-white legs were irresistibly enticing, every movement igniting desire within the hearts of onlookers. Her face was stunningly beautiful, with skin as pure as snow, eyes like autumn waters, and hair cascading like a waterfall. With every glance and smile, she exuded an indescribable charm, rendering all else insignificant. This was the chief auctioneer of the Qingyan auction house, Yang An's half-sister. Although she was already over 30, time had not left a trace on her, but rather added a touch of maturity and allure. Hearing the woman's melodious and crisp voice, though she was refusing, the young man still found it enchanting. He then calmed himself and spoke gently. "Since Feier has made her decision, I will not press you. The position of chief auctioneer at Tiandu auction house will always be reserved for you," the young man declared affectionately, and the woman did not refuse, but rather smiled alluringly. "Then thank you, young Master Li." The young man looked at the beautiful woman, whose smile concealed boundless fervor. "What a temptress. When you arrive at my Tiandu auction house, I will surely enjoy teaching you a thing or two." He then turned with his two bodyguards and left. Qingyan auction house. Humph. With the loss of Yang Ding Tian, the last pillar, all that remains are a bunch of clueless fools oblivious to the covetous eyes of other powerful families. If I push a little further, Qingyan auction house will soon vanish from Qingyan City. By then, Su Fei would probably be kneeling before me begging for shelter, or else her situation would be worse than death. The mere thought of such a stunning beauty kneeling before him made the pale, young man's face flush with color. After washing off the bloodstains and changing into a clean white robe, Yang set off with Li Sun towards Su Fei's location. After all, the success of the auction house depended entirely on his half-sister. Moi. Seeing the young man in elegant clothing approaching, flanked by two strong men, Yang frowned. The third son of Tiandu auction house, what is he doing here? In Yang An's memory, this one was no good bird. One could even say he was a pervert. Many had died directly or indirectly at his hands, but due to the existence of Tiandu auction house, these matters had been suppressed. It is well known that Tiandu auction house comes from Tiandu prefecture and is said to have a cultivator at the divine realm presiding over it. For the previous Yang, and this was indeed a true behemoth. However, now he was afraid that causing too much noise while dealing with Tiandu auction house would attract unwanted. The elegant young man seemed to sense Yang An's gaze. When he looked over and recognized Yang, and his eyes were filled with disdain, as if he were looking at an ant about to perish. Tiandu auction house. Yang An's gaze deepened, lost in thought as he continued towards his half-sister. Not long after the elegant young man turned to leave, the charming smile on Su Fei's face instantly faded and her expression turned somewhat sorrowful, her gaze complicated. Father, now Fei truly doesn't know what to do. I can only hope that Ndi will be safe. It was Yang Dingtian who took her and nurtured her and treated her as his own daughter. Upon learning about Yang Dingtian's unexpected death, Su Fei felt as if the sky had fallen. Now she could only hope that Ndi could escape from trouble. Otherwise, the vast Qingyan auction house would likely dissipate. Su Fei was well aware of the young man's intentions. If she were to join Tiandu auction house, it would truly mean losing her freedom, becoming a mere plaything with her life and death in someone else's hands. No, one could say that as long as Qingyan auction house collapsed, Su Fei would surely find herself in danger. Her cultivation at the mid-stage of qi condensation was not enough to protect herself. Beauty can sometimes be a curse. Sister Fei, just as Su Fei was lost in confusion, a familiar voice came from outside the door. Ndi, you are really alive. As if sensing something was amiss, Su Fei quickly changed her tone. Ndi, I didn't expect you to be all right. Yang An looked at Su Fei, who was full of concern for him, and felt warmth in his heart. Sister Su Fei, am fine. Yang An did not finish his sentence, but Su Fei vaguely guessed the answer, and the two fell into silence. After a moment, a melodious voice broke the silence. Who is this? Su Fei asked, looking at the young man in a green shirt standing behind Yang An. This is a powerful person I accidentally met before, Yang An said. Uncle Li is a peak spiritual origin realm expert, no less powerful than my father. He is now willing to stay by my side to protect me. Yang An didn't elaborate further, simply making a few casual remarks without mentioning a master or a sect affiliation. Everyone is well aware of my talent. Such fabrications would be courting death, thinking that everyone else is a fool. To weave such tales using my root bone would be like blatantly telling others that I have a tremendous secret and encouraging them to come after me. Upon hearing Yang An's reply, Su Fei understood he had no intention of divulging further details. As for how a peerless expert at the pinnacle of the spirit source realm had come to know her frivolous younger brother, she chose not to pursue the matter further. Su Fei knew full well that reclaiming authority over the Qingyan auction house now depended entirely upon this man. Even if her brother were destined to live henceforth as a mere puppet, it remained preferable to allowing the Yang family line to perish utterly. Thereafter, Su Fei parted her vermilion lips and asked gently, Brother, and what are your plans moving forward? Yang An sensed the crux of the conversation had arrived, to a faint trace of melancholy lingered upon his refined features as he spoke. Father has departed to enjoy his well-earned repose, leaving only you and I to rely upon one another. With Uncle Li's support, retaking the Qingyan auction house poses no insurmountable challenge. After all, it was the life's work of our father. I humbly beseech your aid, elder sister. Moreover, Uncle Li stands but a single step away from foundation establishment. Once he ascends to that realm, the Qingyan auction house shall become the sole authoritative voice within Qingyan City. Such an outcome would honor father's lifelong devotion. Hearing Yang An's words, Su Fei's delicate countenance shifted subtly, and a quiet sigh stirred within her heart. So this is truly the ultimate aim of that spirit source realm sovereign. Yet for the moment, there remains no alternative. With Yang Dingtian deceased, his former confidants harbored hidden agendas, and Su Fei, merely at the mid-stage qi condensation realm, stood utterly powerless against the auction house's entrenched factions. A transparent transactional arrangement reassured her, supplying cultivation resources to enable Uncle Li's breakthrough into foundation establishment was a modest demand, easily fulfilled once the auction house was restored. What truly unsettled her was the prospect of selfless devotion. Such motives defied prediction and interpretation. Observing her elder sister's sudden epiphany, Yang An offered a faint apologetic smile. Elder sister Fei, forgive me. I must divert everyone's attention toward Uncle Li so that all events unfold with plausible coherence. You'll need to bear this uncertainty for a little while longer. Yang An knew full well that should a master of such caliber appear openly at his side, suspicion would inevitably mount, and inquiries would soon follow. What he needed most urgently was a shield, a decoy, and Li Sun was perfectly suited for the role. He doubted even the sovereign of the great Zhou imperial dynasty could eliminate Li Sun without direct intervention. Time, above all else, was his most scarce resource. Li Sun gazed upon Yang An with eyes deep and inscrutable. My young master proves remarkably cautious. Though heir to a prestigious clan and a prodigy whose talent towered over his generation, he was no stranger to the treacherous currents of intrigue and deception. For a fleeting moment, Li Sun found himself genuinely intrigued, wondering just how vast a storm his master might yet unleash upon this world. Brother, and tell me plainly, how may elder sister assist you? Whatever lies within my power, I shall accomplish it, even at the cost of my life. Having now grasped the intentions of that spirit source realm sovereign, Su Fei smiled faintly, her crimson lips parting slightly as her voice shimmered with subtle allure. She lifted the hem of her brocaded robe with effortless grace, revealing legs of flawless jade-like smoothness, arresting and mesmerizing. A bewitching enchantress. No wonder scions of noble families and heroic cultivators from Qingyan City and its surrounding towns fell madly in love with her, prostrating themselves before her charm like devoted hounds. What mortal could possibly resist such transcendent allure? An item worth 100 spirit stones in her hands could easily fetch several times that sum. Countless young elites from clans and sects vied extravagantly to win her favor, their lavish spending merely sealing their status as infatuated devotees long before they'd even realized defeat. Yang merely reflected upon this with mild admiration. His heart stirred, yet no improper thoughts arose. Amidst grave internal strife and external peril, his system's reward still unclaimed, his very life hanging in the balance. Entertaining carnal distractions would be tantamount to hastening his own demise. A mere enchantress cannot sway this Taoist's mind. Thereupon Yang straightened his bearing and spoke with solemn resolve. Elder sister, Uncle Li stands on the cusp of foundation establishment. Here is a spirit source pill. Only your reputation can secure its highest possible auction price. I ask you to disseminate this information widely, and there is no need to conceal Uncle Li's identity. This was the true reason he had sought her counsel. Her intelligence network far surpassed anything he could ever command. Though the original Yang and had indulged in debauchery, he had occasionally been dragged by his father to ideological instruction sessions, granting him foundational knowledge of auction house operations. An auction does not succeed merely because something is placed upon the block. It requires awareness, credibility, and trust. Only then will bidders gather in earnest. Otherwise it becomes nothing more than a spectacle. Yang knew full well that if he alone promoted the pill, few would believe a notorious playboy could possess such a rare artifact, let alone authenticate it. Even if displayed, skepticism, not faith, would dominate. You claim it's a spirit source pill, so it simply is a. Which of those venerable clan elders wasn't a But if Su Fei herself announced it, her decade-long prestige would compel even the doubtful to attend, at least to verify the possibility. After all, what if it were genuine? Yang resolved to achieve 1,000,000 spirit stone valuation across precisely 3 auctioned items, and under no circumstances would he add a 4th. His strategy was deliberate, methodical growth, waiting until he possessed the strength to subdue the entire Great Zhou imperial dynasty before even considering expansion into the prefectural capital. Brethren, what did you just say? A spirit source pill. Su Fei shot upright, her slender fingers flying to cover her lips, her chest rising and falling rapidly in disbelief. Yang couldn't help but glance twice at the arresting sight. She knew the pill's extraordinary value, yet someone intended to auction it. Her gaze flickered briefly toward Li Sun. Ah, spirit source realm sovereign. Well then all is clear. Su Fei realized the pill must have originated from him. Who else would offer such a priceless treasure for public sale? Wouldn't retaining it for one's own breakthrough be far more sensible? Despite having presided over the Qingyan auction house for over a decade, Su Fei had encountered only 1 or 2 artifacts rivaling the spirit source pill in rarity. After a pause, a spark of sharp insight ignited in her eyes. Such an invaluable item being put up for auction surely meant his foundation establishment was imminent. Moments later, Su Fei placed a reassuring hand over her heart and vowed, "Since this senior expert entrusts me with this task, I guarantee the final bid shall meet his expectations." On this point, she held unwavering confidence. Casting a sidelong glance at the flawless silhouette outlined beneath Su Fei's Qipao Yang and inward, "Elder sister Fei, you are certainly no mere maiden. Even having grown up on the water-blue planet of Shuelon Star immersed in the age of big data saturation, Yang and could not suppress his awe. Then we entrust this matter to Miss Su." Li Sun spoke at last. He knew it was time to make his presence known lest suspicion deepen. "It is my solemn duty." Upon hearing Li Sun's voice, Su Fei instinctively tensed with reverence before bowing respectfully. "Tisk tsk. How will elder sister Fei react when she learns the truth?" Yang pondered inwardly. By then his wings would surely be fully grown. Qingyan City. Qingyan auction house. "Yang Ming, what are you trying to do? Are you planning a revolt? Didn't Brother Ding Tian treat you well? Now that something has happened to Brother Ding Tian, do you really want to take action against the auction house?" A white-eyed wolf. "Brother Ding Tian was blind to have picked you up from the garbage heap. He nurtured you well, otherwise you might still be begging somewhere. Is this how you repay Brother Ding Tian? Truly a beastly behavior. If you know what's good for you, get lost, you heartless creature." In the conference hall of the Qingyan auction house, over a dozen elders were glaring and scolding a middle-aged man angrily. These were all former elders of the Qingyan auction house. "Hey, a bunch of old geezers. What qualifications do you have to criticize me? Don't tell me your presence here today is just a coincidence." The middle-aged man scoffed disdainfully at the elders. He understood what these old geezers were plotting. They merely wanted to further divide the auction house's profits, especially now that Yang Ding Tian was dead, making them the highest-ranking members of the auction house. The annual income of tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones was enough for these old fellows to abandon everything, disregarding their past friendship with Yang Dingtian. When a person dies, it's as if a light goes out and no one cares about the past, only what benefits they can gain. Yang Ming stopped slandering. Now that Brother Dingtian has unexpectedly passed away without any last words, we are here to discuss countermeasures to ensure his lifelong efforts do not go to waste. Brother Dingtian treated us as family. How could we betray him? Ah, yes. It's you, Yang Ming, who has long been seen as having ulterior motives. Do you now wish to take over the Qingyan auction house? You are just someone picked from a garbage heap. Ooh, what qualifications do you have to stand here? Hearing Yang Ming's words, many elders were furious, their faces flushed as they glared at him with hatred. One elder even had spiritual energy surging within him, the terrifying aura causing the surrounding air to crackle with explosions. Why are we even talking to him? Let's act together. Yang Ming clearly has malicious intentions, wanting to usurp Brother Dingtian's lifelong efforts. One person said fiercely, their eyes filled with murderous intent as they looked at Yang Ming. This statement acted as a rallying cry, and in an instant over a dozen terrifying spiritual energies erupted, causing chairs and precious porcelain placed nearby to shatter. This was the condensation stage. Though it was only the second minor realm of cultivation, they had already cultivated spiritual energy possessing incredible power that would make them stand out in the mundane world. In Qingyan City, this was a significant force. Except for the three major families, in the city lord's mansion no other family could muster such strength. And with over a dozen of them being at least in the mid-stage of the condensation realm, even the peak experts of the condensation realm would have to avoid their sharpness. If this were before, I might not have been able to deal with you all. But now, I have already broken through to the spirit origin realm. Facing the combined might of over a dozen experts in the condensation realm, Yang Ming laughed wildly, an incredibly terrifying spiritual energy surging from his body before vanishing like a ghost. A piercing scream rang out as Yang Ming suddenly appeared next to the first attacker, delivering a punch that unleashed a terrifying burst of spiritual energy. The elder was sent crashing into the wall of the hall like a ball. Boom! With the collapse of the wall, that figure was left bloodied and mangled, clearly lifeless. You actually broke through to the spirit origin realm. How could this be? Yang Ming, you were hiding so deep. Seeing Yang Ming kill one of their own with a single punch, the shadow was the strongest among them, being at the late stage of the condensation realm. In an instant, the previously arrogant elders fell silent, realizing that a spirit origin realm expert could wipe them out entirely. Ha ha ha. From today on, I am the master of the Qingyan auction house. Do any of you have objections? Yang Ming looked at the formerly arrogant crowd, now behaving submissively, and couldn't help but laugh wildly. How much did he sacrifice to break through to the spirit origin realm? Fortunately, he finally found his opportunity. He fought for Yang Dingtian through thick and thin, and he had a part in every matter, large and small, within the Qingyan auction house. Why should Yang Dingtian only want to leave the auction house to a useless son? Why was it that he wanted to marry Su Fei, yet that old man would not allow it? Wouldn't it be better to marry Su Fei? Old man, your most cherished useless son should be accompanying you now, right? Don't worry, I will take good care of your adopted daughter. Once I'm done playing with her, I'll send her to the Zhangyan sect. Such a beauty will surely attract many elders' favor, allowing me to exchange for ample cultivation resources to further my cultivation. The Qingyan auction house can only advance further under my control. As he thought of this, a sinister smile appeared on Yang Ming's face. Seeing Yang Ming's crazed expression, the many elders did not dare to move at all, fearing that if Yang Ming looked at them unfavorably, he might slaughter them. After all, Yang Ming was not Yang Dingtian. The latter, even if they pulled some small tricks, would only turn a blind eye as long as it wasn't too excessive due to their past camaraderie. The former, glancing at the comrade who had died nearby, a chill rose in the hearts of everyone. I am willing to submit. Yang Ming, as the adopted son of Brother Dingtian, is the most suitable to take over the Qingyan auction house after Brother Dingtian's unexpected death. Yes, moreover, Yang Ming is a prodigy, having broken through to the spirit origin realm at such a young age, surpassing Brother Dingtian. The Qingyan auction house under Yang Ming's leadership will surely advance further. In my opinion, Su Fei should also be married to the master. Only such a beauty is worthy of him. Ah, yes. We are all elders of Su Fei. Now that Brother Dingtian has passed, we can take charge of Su Fei's marriage. In no time, the elders began to flatter Yang Ming. Now that Yang Ming had broken through to the spirit origin realm, there was likely no one in the Qingyan auction house who could stop him. At this time, failing to flatter him would surely lead to retribution after today. Having relied on the Qingyan auction house for many years, they had amassed a considerable amount of spirit stones. If they were expelled from the Qingyan auction house, their days would surely come to an end. However, just at that moment, you are truly exemplary brothers to my father, and most admirable elders to me. Yang Ming, father treated you with utmost generosity. Why then did you betray him? At the sound, everyone turned incredulously toward the hall's entrance. There standing before them was a figure long presumed dead. Yang'an, you are still alive. A senior elder exclaimed in disbelief. After all, if Yang Dingtian himself had perished, how could Yang'an possibly survive? Young Master Yang, the Qingyan auction house, is now under Master Yang Ming's stewardship. It would be best for you to return home, said an elder, his tone tinged with reluctant compassion. Had Yang'an truly died, it would have been an end. But now that he lived, some elders moved by lingering gratitude toward Yang Dingtian offered quiet warnings. Strange, why did this man survive? Could it be that the Zhangyan sect's elder encountered unforeseen complications, allowing this wretched youth to slip through death's grasp? Yang Ming's pupils contracted sharply upon seeing Yang'an. In his mind, Yang'an should have been nothing more than a corpse. Yet here stood the man who should have been irrevocably dead, alive unharmed, and confronting him directly. As for the Zhangyan sect elder suffering mishap, such a notion never crossed his mind. He knew full well the sect's terrifying might. Moreover, the elder dispatched was a Foundation establishment cultivator, a being whose power could single-handedly obliterate the entire Qingyan city. Even the royal court of the Great Zhou dynasty would receive such a cultivator with solemn deference. How then could such a peerless master meet misfortune in this insignificant place? Most likely the Zhangyan sect elder refrained from direct intervention, leaving this brat a sliver of chance to cling to life. Still, if I myself sever his head and present it as tribute, the reward from the elder shall surely be immense. In but a moment Yang Ming arrived at what he deemed the only plausible explanation. Esteemed elders, will you truly conspire with this ungrateful wretch? Did my father treat you so poorly in days past? Yang'an gazed upon those who once regarded him with warmth and familiarity, and sighed softly. Hearing his words, some flushed crimson with shame, yet far more remained impassive, silently taking their places behind Yang Ming. In the end, every elder aligned themselves beside Yang Ming. Not a single one chose to stand with Yang'an. Yang'an, do you see? I am the rightful master of the Qingyan auction house. Heaven's path lies open, but you refuse to walk it. Hell has no gate, yet you rushed straight inside. Was living not enough for you? Yang Ming tilted his chin upward, gazing down upon Yang, and with undisguised contempt, the former young master whom he once dared not even look upon directly. What exquisite, intoxicating mastery this felt. Father, just what kind of fools did you raise, eh? Yang'an marveled inwardly. His father alone had built this colossal auction house into a pillar of influence. Oh, though admittedly his stepsister had lent considerable support. Still, so much the better. Yang'an's eyes locked onto Yang Ming, radiant, arrogant, self-assured, and then swept across the elders flanking him. Within his gaze burned glacial, merciless cold. He had even pondered how once he assumed control he might methodically purge these aging schemers, only to find they'd spared him the trouble, choosing death over loyalty, delivering themselves willingly into his hands. Uncle Li, I entrust this to you. Yang'an murmured quietly. Understood, Lord. At that instant a voice resonated through the hall. Yang'an, cease your charlatanry. Your last pillar of support has crumbled. How dare you oppose me? I shall send you straight to join that decrepit old ghost Yang Dingtian. Yang Ming's spiritual energy erupted violently, lightning swift, as he launched himself toward. Watching Yang Ming surge forward like a venomous serpent, eyes burning with murderous intent, Yang and did not so much as lift his eyelids, his expression utterly devoid of emotion. Render him powerless. I shall deal with him myself. The moment the words left his lips, a refined, ageless figure clad in azure robes materialized behind Yang Ming, a man of unmistakable masterful bearing. With effortless grace, he raised his right hand and pressed downward. Instantly, a sharp, crystalline snap echoed through the hall. Then came a searing, soul-rending agony. Yang Ming's torrential spiritual energy vanished without trace, and he collapsed like a broken puppet, sprawled face down at Yang'an's very feet. The remaining elders stared eyes wide with stupefaction at this impossible spectacle. Nephew Yang'an, I watched you grow up. Nephew Yang'an, I was your father's sworn brother. No, you cannot kill us. Without us, this vast auction house will grind to a halt. Yes, we are your elders. With our guidance, the Qingyan auction house shall flourish beyond measure. Seeing Yang Ming, already a nascent soul cultivator, fall in a single exchange, the elders abandoned all pretense and pleaded without hesitation. They had no idea how Yang'an had secured such a terrifyingly formidable ally, but that mystery paled beside the urgency of survival. Yang'an had already granted them mercy, and they had spurned it without hesitation. Would he spare them now? Their only recourse was to proclaim their indispensable value. Perhaps in doing so they might yet cling to life. Esteemed uncles, I have already extended opportunity. You simply failed to seize it. Yang'an's voice remained calm, utterly unwavering. Yet beneath that serenity ran a current of lethal, bone-deep resolve. His father had treated these comrades, fellow founders of the auction house, with profound generosity. Yet barely had his father drawn his final breath when they hastened to carve up his legacy like vultures. It was profoundly chilling. He had even entertained the hope that some had been coerced by Yang Ming, and thus offered them one final chance. But the result? Is this truly the cultivation world? Though eliminating them all might incur complications and severely impair the auction house's operations, Yang would rather invest time in slow, deliberate restoration. These ungrateful wretches, if left alive, would assuredly breed greater calamity in the future. So long as spirit stones flowed, the auction house would rise again. Young Master Yang, we respectfully take our leave. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to command us. One elder, unable to bear the pressure, blurted out, and instantly channeled his full spiritual energy, bolting toward the hall's entrance. Oh, then let the elders proceed to their deaths. As the words fell, Li Sun vanished from sight, and shrieks of unspeakable agony pierced the air. Yang'an, you shall die cursed. How heartless you are. We were your father's sworn brothers. Spare me. I'll surrender every spirit stone I've hoarded these years. Help! A demonic cultivator is slaughtering us. Swiftly the cries, the pleas, the wails, all faded into silence. Yang'an looked down upon the crumpled forms at his feet, and spoke, voice low and hollow. Do you know why father never entrusted you with the auction house's core affairs? Because you are a fool, colluding with the Tsangyan sect, that you dared commit such treason, and I must clean up your mess. Damn it. After Yang Ming took his last breath, a figure dressed in luxurious attire, handsome and seemingly like an otherworldly young master, stepped out from the hall. The two guards stationed at the door were now sweating nervously as they respectfully spoke. We pay our respects to the young master. Yang looked at the two, his gaze deep and seemingly pointed. Yang Ming allied with the demonic path and lurked for many years, slaughtering numerous elders today. Fortunately, the young master had a powerful ally to assist him, thus eliminating Yang Ming, this remnant of the demonic path. One of them immediately shouted loudly, Yes, yes, yes. The young master is mighty, and so is the senior. The other quickly reacted, kneeling on the ground and shouting, What is your name? Yang looked at the guard who spoke first, feeling a bit of interest. This kid is talented. Young Master Ding, I am called Lei Hu. The burly guard suppressed his inner excitement and respectfully replied upon hearing Yang N's question. You are quite good. Yang nodded in satisfaction. From today onwards, you will be the captain of this guard team. Do you know what to do next? Yang nodded in satisfaction, noting that Lei Hu was at the 4th layer of body refinement, which was acceptable. A joy that was hard to express surfaced on Lei Hu's face. One must know that ordinary guards earn at most 1 spirit stone a month, while the captain of the guard team earns 10 spirit stones monthly. This was an unimaginable high salary for him. After all, for a casual cultivator like him, with such low cultivation, obtaining a spirit stone was already very satisfying. In Xingyan City, there were very few forces that would take out spirit stones as salaries. I understand, my subordinate. What about the former captain? The former captain would naturally be sent off. In Yang An's memory, that guard team captain seemed to be a grandson of an elder, a waste at the 3rd layer of body refinement. How could someone with such cultivation become the captain of a guard team? Old man, you really left behind a mess. Yang couldn't help but feel a headache. The Qingyan auction house had been established for a short time, and his father had not invested too much. This led to the guards of the auction house being too weak, which was quite embarrassing. Those at the Qi condensation stage were all elders, and those willing to join the guard team were just some destitute casual cultivators. Given that they were already struggling enough, how could their cultivation be high? That Lei Hu reaching the 4th layer of body refinement was already surprising to Yang. This made Yang increasingly eager for the rewards from the system. The day he managed to hire an emperor-level cultivator as a guard would count as qualified without losing face for the predecessors among the transmigrators. However, after looking at Lei Hu, he thought, well, let's set a small goal first to recruit 100 or 80 cultivators at the spirit element stage as guards. After giving the instructions, Yang took his leave, needing to consider how to quickly develop the auction house. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Have you heard? Heard what, brother? Recently, a remnant of the demonic path appeared in the Qingyan auction house, attempting to seize control of the entire auction house and plotting to kill all the elders within. What a terrifying thing. The lowest elders in the Qingyan auction house are all powerful cultivators at the Qi condensation stage. Who could say otherwise? But that remnant of the demonic path is actually a powerful cultivator at the spirit element stage. And then, what happened? I heard from my cousin who does odd jobs at the Qingyan auction house that it was the young master of the auction house who spent a great deal to invite external help, a peak-level Buddha of the spirit element stage who finally eliminated that remnant of the demonic path. So terrifying. A peak-level cultivator at the spirit element stage is probably not even inferior to the city lord. Not only that, but it is said that this person is just 1 step away from foundation establishment, and to gather cultivation resources they offered a spirit element pill for auction at the Qingyan auction house. Really? That's a spirit element pill. It is said that 1 pill is enough to create a powerful cultivator at the spirit element stage. Is someone actually putting it up for auction? In the tavern, a startled voice rang out, causing everyone to turn their heads. What did you just say about a pill? Spirit element pill. A rough-looking, burly man suddenly stood from his bench, even throwing the wine he held to the ground. This is the vice-captain of the Lionheart Mercenary Corps, Lord Lionheart, a powerful cultivator at the late stage of chi condensation. I was wondering who was so mighty. It turns out to be Lord Lionheart. What did Lord Lionheart just say? Are you deaf? Lord Lionheart just said something about a spirit element pill. Spirit element pill. Some people immediately shifted their gaze. The spirit element pill represents a powerful cultivator at the spirit element stage. One must know that all the people here come from various forces in Qingyan City. Since ancient times, taverns and brothels have been places where fish and dragons mix. Lord Lionheart, this is the news I accidentally obtained. I heard that there will be a spirit element pill auctioned at the Qingyan auction house in 7 days. Upon seeing the visitor, the few who were originally drinking and bragging instantly became terrified. Is the news true? Lord Lionheart's rugged face showed joy. One must know that their elder brother, the Mad Lion, had been stuck at the peak of the chi condensation stage for 10 years. Although their Mad Lion Mercenary Corps is the largest mercenary group in Qingyan City, they still lack a powerful cultivator at the spirit element stage. And without a powerful cultivator at the spirit element stage, it means they cannot stand tall in front of those big families. If the elder brother successfully breaks through to the spirit element stage, perhaps our Mad Lion Mercenary Corps can unite all mercenary groups in Qingyan City and establish the 4th major family in Qingyan City. Just thinking about it, Lord Lionheart couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. If he could stabilize himself as a local tyrant who would want to be a wandering guest living a life on the edge. However, breaking through to the spirit element stage is too difficult, and spirit element pills are even rarer, only occasionally auctioned in those big cities. But would such an auction be something they could participate in? One misstep could mean everyone would be finished. In the big city, there are many tricks. It is not something their humble rural mercenary corps can handle. Lord Lionheart, this is just what I heard from my cousin. One person said with a mournful face, originally just wanting to boast, but unexpectedly this time it turned out to be true. My. Lord Lionheart shook a 1-meter-high cleaver beside him. The cleaver shone with a silvery white color, producing a crisp sound. A cold light suddenly appeared, and the fierce blade aura rushed towards the people around, causing them to retreat in fear. This was because the blade was called the Lionheart blade. It was a high-quality, ordinary weapon. Lord Lionheart, there is absolutely no mistake. There will definitely be a spirit element pill auctioned at the Qingyan auction house in 7 days. I guarantee it with my cousin's life. Seeing this scene, the person who was previously mournful immediately changed his words, swearing vigorously. Cousin, I hope what you said is true. A figure in the tavern murmured as they watched the rough man leave in a state of... The reputation of the Mad Lion mercenary group is not very good. With their departure, the tavern was soon empty. After all, items like the spiritual origin pill are rare, even in small places, hardly seen for hundreds of years. One spiritual origin pill is enough to forge a powerful practitioner in the spiritual origin realm. A practitioner in the spiritual origin realm represents a family's prosperity for 100 years. Such news with just a little publicity could cause a tremendous uproar, and one can imagine the level of competition it would ignite. Qingyan City. The Shao family, as one of the 3 great families in Qingyan City, is considered to have the shallowest roots, having only established themselves in Qingyan City for just over 100 years. Could it be that the Qingyan auction house really has spiritual origin pills for auction? How dare they create such a spectacle? In the grand hall of the Shao family, a middle-aged man, dressed extravagantly, and with a serious expression, gazed at the exquisite invitation card made of gold foil that was placed beside him, murmuring. As the middle-aged man picked up the invitation card from the table, his gaze turned grave. Regardless of whether it was true or not, that spiritual origin pill absolutely must not fall into the hands of the other 2 families. Perhaps I really should go and take a look. It's better to believe it exists than not. This is a matter of life and death. The Liu family, being the oldest family in Qingyan City, is also the most powerful, with a depth of heritage so profound that even the city lord's mansion must show them respect. Liu Daidu toyed with the golden invitation card in his hand, his expression somewhat solemn. As the head of the Liu family, a peak mid-stage practitioner in the spiritual origin realm, he certainly could not be as simple as his name suggests. I never expected that Yang Dingtian fellow would be dead and the Qingyan auction house could actually rise from the ashes. What a pity. However, we Liu family must strive for that spiritual origin pill. If the Liu family produces another practitioner in the spiritual origin realm, it would be enough to swiftly annihilate a family's power. At that time, my Liu family will be the sole voice in Qingyan City. A glint of fervor flashed in Liu Sandeo's eyes as he envisioned the glorious scene of unifying Qingyan City. The Chen family, one of the few great clans in Qingyan City, lacks a strong practitioner in the spiritual origin realm to hold the fort. At this moment, in the back mountains of the Chen family, the family head, Chen Feng, faced the mountain, gathering spiritual energy and shouting loudly. Father, something big has happened. After a moment, an old voice grumbled from within. Hearing the response, Chen Feng said weakly, "But father, this time the Qingyan auction house actually has spiritual origin pills." As soon as he said this, the entire mountain peak fell silent. However, not long after, an old figure appeared before Chen Feng, ecstatic. "What did you say? Ha ha ha. There really are spiritual origin pills up for auction. Heaven, you have Finger, quickly sell off all the assets of the clan and gather all the funds. No matter what, my Chen family must compete for that spiritual origin pill." Upon hearing his father's words, Chen Feng solemnly nodded. As long as his father successfully breaks through to the spiritual origin realm, then all problems will cease to exist. The spiritual origin realm grants 200 years of lifespan, enough for the Qin family to recoup all their investments and profits. Meanwhile, both in Qingyan City and the surrounding forces received the news that the Qingyan auction house would soon auction off spiritual origin pills. In an instant, the winds surged and clouds rolled. Countless people sold their possessions overnight and headed to Qingyan City. Some held a determination to obtain the spiritual origin pill, while others simply wanted to join the excitement and witness the grand event of the Qingyan auction house, which was rare in 100 years. At this moment, Yang An stood atop a tall building surveying the entire Qingyan City, and a surge of heroism rose within him. As long as he overcomes this tribulation, he will have his own territory in this world. Time passed, and 7 days quickly went by. During these 7 days, all the inns in Qingyan City were packed to capacity, filled with people coming to attend the Qingyan auction house. But today, everyone silently headed towards the Qingyan auction house. "Look, Grandpa, there are so many people over there." A girl with horned braids licked a candied hawthorn, while curiously asking the elderly man beside her, "Does Xiaoling want to go see?" The old man with nearly all white hair, dressed in ordinary clothes, tall in stature, appeared quite lively, yet there was no fluctuation of aura around him, giving off a very peaceful vibe, especially his eyes, which carried an indescribable weariness. However, when the old man looked at the girl, his gaze was filled with affection. "MHM. The girl quickly nodded. "All right, Grandpa will take you to see the auction house." With that, the old man lifted the girl and walked into the crowd. The Qingyan auction house is truly bustling today. Lu Dedu looked at the scene like a sea of people and couldn't help but exclaim. It had been years since he had seen such a lively scene in Qingyan City. Just with a glance, he noticed several practitioners in the spiritual origin realm, their faces very unfamiliar. Without a doubt, they were probably the clan heads from other towns. One can imagine that after today, the Qingyan auction house will definitely become a hot topic for 1,000 miles. Not only the head of the Lu family, but also the notable figures that followed all brought their invitation cards and entered the auction house. Yang An rested his head on the lovely legs of a pretty maid, swallowing a grape she handed to him. "After 10 days of hard work, I can finally enjoy myself. The connections of my dear sister are truly terrifying." Listening to Lei Hu reporting the situation nearby, Yang An couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Everything was going according to plan. "It's just a pity that my initial venue was too poor. After this auction ends, I must make improvements. Next time I will have to charge." Yang An sighed inwardly, finally understanding why those big auction houses had to charge. There were simply too many people. If I don't screen out the crowd, too many are just there to join the fun. Unfortunately, the current conditions are too poor. Relying solely on a group of mid-stage body refining guards makes it a bit difficult to impose fees. And as for Li Sun, a master at the divine power level, Yang An certainly could not let him handle such trifles. Fortunately, he had sent out enough invitations this time. As long as those clan heads came, the goal would be achieved. This time, in addition to the spiritual origin pill, he had also prepared other items, so it would surely not be a problem to make these families pay a price. "Welcome everyone to the Qingyan auction house. Sophie extends her warmest regards to all of you." A charming and alluring voice rang out, making listeners feel a delightful shiver down their spines. Soon after, a stunningly beautiful woman clad in a red qipao with skin as delicate as jade and a face resembling a peach blossom gracefully stepped onto the auction stage. Every movement of hers exuded countless charms, and the perfectly tailored qipao accentuated Sophie's flawless figure. Many young and handsome talents gazed at the mature and alluring silhouette on stage, their eyes filled with fascination. It was precisely because of Sophie's appearance that the once boisterous auction house suddenly fell silent. Little Sophie, let the auction begin. Yes, we can hardly wait. You know why we're here. Don't keep us in suspense any longer. In a moment, several voices rang out, and the crowd turned to see a few family heads. The young talents, initially somewhat annoyed, instantly calmed down. They were not to be trifled with. The speakers were all powerful beings of the spirit origin realm. This made the young talents who had wanted to showcase themselves before the beauty feel as if they had been doused with cold water. Please wait a moment, everyone. The auction will officially start shortly. In the face of the urging from numerous spirit origin realm experts, Sophie remained unflustered, exuding an innate elegance and composure. No wonder the Qingyan auction house has achieved such scale in such a short time. Some family heads who had rushed over from other towns couldn't help but murmur to themselves. The rapid establishment of the Qingyan auction house in Qingyan City was surely due in no small part to that breathtaking woman. Young and positioned backstage couldn't help but smile slightly at this sight. Uncle Lee, it's your turn to make an appearance. To prevent these old foxes from continuously probing the auction house's strength and bothering him like flies, Yang and decided to let Li Sun make his debut, easing the concerns of others. This was to inform these old foxes that the auction house was now under Li Sun's leadership, not his, and seeking him would be futile. They shouldn't waste their time. Yes, young master. Watching Li Sun disappear from sight, Yang and couldn't help but sigh. There are still too few strong ones by my side. I hope that after this auction I can recruit some capable allies. Without guards around, it was simply difficult to move. As soon as Li Sun left, he felt a nagging suspicion that some unscrupulous individuals were plotting against the auction house owner. Thank you all for coming to the Qingyan auction house. I'm sure the items up for auction this time will not disappoint you. A warm voice echoed, and everyone then saw Li Sun dressed in a blue robe slowly walk onto the stage. Feeling the terrifying aura radiating from Li Sun, everyone's hearts tightened. The rumors were indeed true. The Qingyan auction house actually has such a strong individual. It seems that this person is now in control of the Qingyan auction house, while the new head is likely just a puppet. Peak of the spirit origin realm, just one step away from foundation establishment. No wonder he chose to wade into these waters. Upon seeing Li Sun's entrance, the crowd's doubts began to dissipate. As for a powerhouse like Li Sun taking orders from Yang, and no one ever considered that. In the Xianwang world, would a strong person take orders from a weaker one? Sometimes, but in the eyes of these forces, Yang and did not possess that qualification. Without further ado, let the auction officially begin. Li Sun scanned the crowd with a slight shift in his gaze before speaking aloud. He then turned and walked away towards Yang An's location. Alright, since Lord Li has declared the auction has begun, I won't say much more. The auction is officially underway. Everyone please bid rationally. Once an auction is concluded, there can be no regrets. Sophie, watching Li Sun depart, delicately bit her red lips and spoke alluringly like a spirit of fire. As Sophie finished speaking, a maid slowly walked up with a jade box in hand. Sophie opened the jade box, gently releasing a rich medicinal fragrance that filled the air. Some martial artists, upon seeing the smooth and lustrous pill within the jade box, couldn't help but get excited. Could this be a chi-gathering pill? Hearing the question, Sophie smiled and nodded. This is indeed a chi-gathering pill capable of helping peak body, refining martial artists comprehend chi whirlpools, thus entering the condensed chi realm. Upon hearing Sophie's acknowledgement, the audience erupted in an uproar. This is truly a chi-gathering pill. A chi-gathering pill is a second-grade pill considered top tier among second-grade pills. Haha, my family's Qilin Z has already reached the peak of body refinement. If he has this chi-gathering pill, he can break through to the condensed chi realm within a month, and then participate in the academy assessment. I must have this chi-gathering pill. A chi-gathering pill is something that is rarely seen in these towns, and having one is enough to create a significant gap among the younger generation. The gap among the younger generation represents the future. Moreover, the Dojo Academy is about to start enrolling students, presenting a rare opportunity for various families. The Dojo Academy enrolls students once every 10 years, and only accepts geniuses under 18 who have reached the condensed chi realm. To achieve condensed chi by 18 is considered an extraordinary talent, one that appears only once in a century in these small towns. Now, with the chi-gathering pill and the Dojo Academy's enrollment coinciding, it is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In an instant, many families preparing to compete for the Spirit Origin pill change their strategies. After all, the competition for the Spirit Origin pill is still an unknown, but for the chi-gathering pill, they have enough qualifications to take a chance. Once the younger generation enters the Dojo Academy and achieves success, it is no less valuable than the Spirit Origin pill. Some old foxes who still had doubts about the auction house finally dispelled their concerns. With the chi-gathering pill now revealed, what more could they say? As far as they knew, Yang and was at the 9th level of body refinement. Seeing the crowd's emotions stirring, Sophie continued to speak. Since everyone recognizes this pill, then it will be easy. The chi-gathering pill can help peak body refinement martial artists comprehend chi whirlpools. As I've heard, in a month the Dojo Academy will be enrolling students. For forces with peak body refinement young talents, do not miss this opportunity. You must know that the Dojo Academy has produced several extraordinary cultivators. Watching Sophie introduce the pill on stage, many forces silently cursed in their hearts. They originally planned to fish in troubled waters, but now the attention of most forces was focused on the Spirit Origin pill. However, after Sophie's words, some forces that had not planned to auction the chi-gathering pill might choose to participate. The price of this chi-gathering pill would likely skyrocket. Thinking of this, everyone could only sigh inwardly. Surely, everyone understands the value of this pill. And then the first auction item is officially open, and this grade 2 pill starts at 1,000 low-rank spirit stones. Bidding increments must be no less than 100 low-rank spirit stones. And with the atmosphere suitably charged, Su Fei smiled faintly and spoke directly. As Su Fei's words faded, a voice instantly rose from the crowd in 2,000 low-rank spirit stones. Yet before the echo had fully settled, another voice cut in, daring to bid only 2,000. I offer 5,000. And that declaration acted like a spark. Hesitant spectators suddenly surged forward with their own bids. 6,000 low-rank spirit stones, in 6,500, in 6,600, in 10,000 low-rank spirit stones. In mere moments, the price of the chi aggregation pill had skyrocketed from its opening bid of 1,000 to 10,000 low-rank spirit stones. Yet all knew this was far from the ceiling. Indeed, the auction had only just begun. 30,000 low-rank spirit stones. Not deep, resonant voice emanated from the VIP section, and the bustling hall fell into absolute silence. Had the bidding risen incrementally, hope might still have flickered, but leaping 20,000 stones at once, and this was no longer within their reach. That's someone from Qingshan City, such audacity to raise by 20,000 at once. And, indeed, the last recorded sale for a chi aggregation pill stood at only 25,000. And 30,000 is likely not the final limit. And what Qingyan Auction House is truly selling isn't merely this pill. It's an admission slot to the Zhou Imperial Academy. How profound the strategy. Qingyan Auction House's new master is no ordinary player. And all present understood precisely what this single pill now represented. At any other time, this chi aggregation pill would fetch no more than 20 to 30,000 low-rank spirit stones. And after all, it could cultivate only one chi condensation realm cultivator, and even then a relatively young one. But that held little weight. Families wealthy enough to afford such a pill were seldom lacking in chi condensation realm. Yet now the Zhou Imperial Academy was set to launch its large-scale enrollment across the Zhou Imperial dynasty in just 1 month, and it was presided over by Lu Shan Wang, a peerless expert of the Zhou Imperial court. He was a sovereign realm grandmaster at the peak of his power. And the resources, cultivation manuals, and martial techniques housed within the Zhou Imperial Academy dwarfed anything Qingyan City could offer. Rumors claimed a cultivator from a neighboring town had entered the Zhou Imperial Academy and attained foundation establishment in just 50 years, and he now served there as a senior instructor. A foundation establishment realm master guaranteed a clan's prosperity for 1 to 2 centuries. In 50,000 low-rank spirit stones, I ask you all to grant the Wang family this courtesy. An aged voice rang out, sending a ripple of tension through the hall. The Wang family. Could this be the Qingshan City branch? And they traced their lineage to imperial capital nobles, and once produced a foundation establishment realm master. In recognition dawned swiftly among the onlookers, disbelief coloring their voices. No one had anticipated that such a colossal force, the Wang family, would deign to attend this auction. And instantly, several dignitaries who had coveted the chi aggregation pill felt a chill of foreboding settle upon their hearts. Hear this: your Wang family's influence may hold sway in Qingshan City, but here in Qingyan City, it means nothing. I bid 80,000 low-rank spirit stones. Na cold snort echoed, and a middle-aged man in sumptuous gray robes stepped forward. It's Pan Hong, the lord of Qingyan City. We never expected the city lord himself to attend. Pan Hong's gaze burned with fervent intensity upon the chi aggregation pill cradled in Su Fei's hands, his silent thoughts whispering inwardly. My son Wu is but 1 step away from chi condensation realm. If he consumes this pill, breakthrough is certain. Once he succeeds, he'll be a chi condensation realm expert at only 15. Even within the Zhou Imperial Academy, he'd be hailed as a prodigy, and perhaps in my lifetime he'll take root in the imperial capital and leave behind this remote backward land forever. At that thought, the middle-aged man swore inwardly, this chi aggregation pill belongs to me. And upon hearing Pan Hong's bid, many powerful factions immediately withdrew from contention. 80,000 low-rank spirit stones. And was it worth it? And would their descendants truly break through to the spirit origin realm after entering the Zhou Imperial Academy? That figure instantly deterred countless bidders. And still a few remained, faces clouded with reluctant hesitation. And seeing no further bids, Su Fei broke the silence first. Lord Pan Hong of Qingyan City bids 80,000 low-rank spirit stones. Does anyone else wish to bid? If not, after 3 counts, this chi aggregation pill shall belong to Lord Pan Hong. Then Su Fei extends her congratulations in advance to young Master Pan on his entry into the Zhou Imperial Academy and his swift rise to prominence. Su Fei smiled, a siren smile radiant and perilous. 85,000 low-rank spirit stones. Na voice rang out. Lu De Dao, patriarch of the Lu clan. Ni's tone carried a quiet sorrow. Should he secure the chi aggregation pill, the spirit origin pill would surely slip beyond the Lu clan's grasp. Yet, and if his son gained entry to the Zhou Imperial Academy, even if he became his clan's pariah, he would accept it without regret. 90,000 low-rank spirit stones. Pan Hong, lord of Qingyan City, spoke again, his voice heavier now, betraying the immense strain of such a sudden outlay. 100,000 low-rank spirit stones. And the Wang family's direction hesitated. then declared once more. I curse myself. Why did I not bring more spirit stones? The Wang family's senior elder wore an expression of profound mortification. And how could he fail to grasp the Zhou Imperial Academy's significance? He had come merely to observe, to see if anything worthy caught his eye, and thus brought only 100,000 low-rank spirit stones from the clan treasury. After all, since the auction featured spirit origin pills, accompanying items would naturally be of comparable caliber, and 100,000 stones would suffice for most acquisitions. He had never imagined a chi aggregation pill would appear, and had he known, he would have liquidated the entire clan estate to secure it. Others might underestimate the Zhou Imperial Academy's depth, but as a descendant of imperial capital nobles, the Wang family's senior elder knew precisely what kind of institution it was. Merely attaining chi condensation realm by age 18 granted eligibility, an imperial grace bestowed upon these remote, impoverished lands. And the senior elder swiftly tallied every asset under his control. Total 13,000 low-rank spirit stones. 13,000 should be enough. And meanwhile, Lord Pan Hong likewise conducted a swift, exhaustive audit of his personal reserves. These were the very stones he had earmarked for the spirit origin pill. Hearing the bid of 100,000 spirit stones, Yang and forgot the grapes handed to him by the charming maid beside him, sinking into a state of confusion. System, open the item panel. Let me see how many spirit stones a gathering chi pill costs. Yang murmured inwardly. Gathering chi pill, 500 low-grade spirit stones. After rubbing his face against the bosom of the charming maid next to him, Yang looked back at the panel. So this is what they call monopoly, huh? This is just too outrageous. Yang knew that the Dao Academy would start enrolling students in a month, which was why he put a gathering chi pill up for auction. He initially thought he could sell it for 50 or 60,000 spirit stones at most. He never expected it to directly double his expectations. This was beyond mere profit. This was clearly faster than robbery. System, I misjudged you. This really is a rebate system, and 100-fold at that. Yang sighed, then swallowed the grapes handed to him by the blushing maid. System, will the settlement occur after auctioning a single item, or after all items are auctioned? After exchanging goods and payment, the system will automatically settle. Got it. After hearing the system's explanation, Yang felt a weight lift off his heart. 110,000 low-grade spirit stones going once. 110,000 low-grade spirit stones going twice. 110,000. Before Su Fei could finish, a low growl echoed. 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. At that moment, the Lord of Qingyan City clenched his fists, his palms seemingly about to bleed, his face filled with tension as he fixed his gaze on the gathering chi pill in Su Fei's hand. He knew that bidding 150,000 low-grade spirit stones for a gathering chi pill might be deemed madness, but he didn't care. A gathering chi pill was something he could only acquire in an auction. After all, although a gathering chi pill was merely a second-grade pill, it belonged to the realm-breaking category of pills. The scarcity of its materials and the difficulty of refining it far exceeded that of most third- or fourth-grade pills. With spirit stones, it's impossible to buy, especially at this time. The 150,000 low-grade spirit stones were originally meant for bidding on Lingyuan pills, but he never expected to spend them in the first auction. Upon hearing this, everyone was incredulous. Are you crazy? 150,000 spirit stones for a gathering chi pill. Is the quota for the Dao Academy really that expensive? Absurd, utterly absurd. The crowd exclaimed, shocked by the high price of 150,000 spirit stones. To them, spending that much on a gathering chi pill was an act of foolishness. Even if one really entered the Dao Academy, what then? Not every student who entered the academy would achieve. Hearing the discussions from outside, the elder of the Wang family revealed a hint of disdain on his dim face. How could these people understand what it meant to enter the Dao Academy? Even if it was just an opportunity, it represented hope. Unfortunately, not everyone was foolish. Unexpectedly, the Lord of Qingyan City intervened. The elder of the Wang family sighed deeply, still unwilling to give up as he spoke. Congratulations, City Lord, I humbly bow to your prowess. If the City Lord wishes to sell this gathering chi pill, you can come to Qingshan City to find me. The price we Wang family can offer will surely satisfy you. As soon as the elder of the Wang family uttered this, every representative from the various powers attending the Qingyan auction felt a knot in their hearts. Could it be that the Dao Academy has secrets we are unaware of? In an instant, some old foxes recalled different thoughts, wanting to abandon the Lingyuan pill and take a gamble on the gathering chi pill, but it was already too late. 150,000 spirit stones going 3 times. Congratulations to the Lord of Qingyan City for successfully bidding on the gathering chi pill. Su Fei said, her face flushed with excitement as she tried to suppress her inner thrill and made the final call. 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. This was her first time auctioning at such a price. I never expected someone in this small city would have such boldness. In the crowd, an old man holding a girl with pigtails murmured, if these people knew the true value of the Dao Academy, I wonder if they would regret their decision today. Remembering the earlier discussions about the Dao Academy, the old man wore a faint smile. He understood the grand vision of the current emperor. Giving people outside the great families an opportunity to enter the Dao Academy could be considered a tremendous fortune far beyond what tens of thousands of spirit stones could measure. Otherwise, it wouldn't only open every 10 years. After Su Fei had the gathering chi pill taken away, her enticing red lips parted slightly, letting out a soft and charming voice. The first auction has concluded. We will now proceed to the second auction. Looking at the exceptionally charming Su Fei, everyone felt a tingling sensation in their bodies. What a fairy! The crowd cursed inwardly, but their gazes were involuntarily drawn to Su Fei. The second item is something that warriors love. Su Fei covered her mouth and giggled softly, teasing the crowd, which instantly stirred. Miss Su Fei, hurry up and tell us, don't tease us anymore. Yes, Miss Su Fei, don't keep us in suspense. We didn't qualify to bid on the gathering chi pill, but we must participate in this item. Facing the crowds urging, Su Fei clapped her hands and several people carried a 1-meter-long sharp blade onto the stage. What is this? Such a sharp blade. A good blade indeed. Miss Su Fei truly understands us warriors. Haha, I just broke through to the late stage of gathering chi and was worried about not having a suitable weapon. I never expected Miss Su Fei to bring one so soon. Hurry, Miss Su Fei, don't delay. I feel a connection with this big blade already. Hearing the crowd shouts, Su Fei's eyes turned resentful. Indeed, warriors are all such stinky men. That's right, the second item up for auction is a high-grade, ordinary. Those who are interested may participate. The starting price is 500 low-grade spirit stones, and each increment cannot be less than 50 low-grade spirit stones. As Su Fei waved her jade-like arm, the crowd began to bid. 600 low-grade spirit stones. 700 low-grade spirit stones. I bid 1,000 to I am from the Qinglang mercenary group. Please give me some face. Face? What face does your Qinglang auction have? My father is Zhang De, and I, Zhang Mengming, offer 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. So it's young Master Zhang. My apologies, my apologies. If young Master Zhang likes it, the Qinglang mercenary group will naturally withdraw. There was no choice. The Zhang family was a great family with 2 strong spirit realm experts, one of whom happened to be Zhang Mengming's father, Zhang De. However, once Zhang Mengming spoke, no one else dared to bid. It wasn't worth offending young Master Zhang for an ordinary high-grade weapon. 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Third and final call. The auction is concluded. Congratulations to young Master Zhang on acquiring this superior, mundane weapon. It shall surely enhance your prowess like a tiger gaining wings. Seeing no further bids after a prolonged silence, Su Fei sighed inwardly with quiet resignation. Na's superior mundane weapon would normally fetch no less than 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Blades, especially swords, command even higher premiums, often adding another 1,000 or more spirit stones to the final price. In selling one for merely 2,000, that would certainly invite complications. The Zhang family. Zhang De, Zhang Mengming. I have noted you well. And upon hearing the final bid amount was only 2,000 yang and rose abruptly, fury blazing in his eyes. To sever another's path to wealth is an unforgivable offense, akin to sharing neither sky nor earth. And to be outbid by a staggering 4,000 or 5,000 spirit stones. And though admittedly the system values such a weapon at a mere 100 low-grade spirit stones, to sever another's path to wealth is an unforgivable offense, akin to sharing neither sky nor earth. And to be outbid by a staggering 4,000 or 5,000 spirit stones. And though even the maidservant attending him at that very moment, the former top-ranking courtesan, had cost only 500 low-grade spirit stones. And the realization that he could not offer every maiden a home filled him with profound shame. Zhang Mengming of the Zhang family owes Qingyan auction house 60,000 low-grade spirit stones. I have recorded it. And within his heart Yang and swore once his influence grew, he would reclaim every last spirit stone. To let such a debt go uncollected would mean forfeiting 60,000 spirit stones. And the auction proceeded uninterrupted. And after Zhang Mengming's unexpected acquisition of the superior mundane weapon, the next 4 lots passed without incident. After all, the Zhang family feared neither Qingyan auction house's peak spirit origin realm expert, nor did they need to. They possessed the authority to back such audacity. Others did not. The next item up for bidding is the spirit origin pill. And, I wonder, does anticipation stir among you all? Su Fei covered her cherry lips with delicate fingers, speaking with intoxicating charm, then shifted tone seamlessly. Yet before we unveil the spirit origin pill, there remains another artifact. One unseen in Qingyan City for over 30 years. Nas, she spoke, even Su Fei herself struggled to comprehend, could a mere spirit origin realm cultivator truly possess such extraordinary wealth? Why had her former foster father been so impoverished? And she had no time to dwell. Unseen for decades. Could it be a supreme mundane weapon? I suspect it's a second-rank elixir. Hurry, Miss Su Fei. Pray spare us this torment. Don't tease the patience of seasoned gentlemen. Faced with their mounting impatience, Su Fei remained perfectly composed. And having presided over auctions for a full decade, she knew precisely how to orchestrate desire and control the pulse of the crowd. Only thus could the ensuing contest reach feverish intensity. A subtle gleam of anticipation flickered across her beguiling features. She too had been utterly stunned upon first beholding this artifact. Within moments, guards carried forth an exquisitely crafted scabbard adorned with intricate engraved motifs. Su Fei stepped forward gracefully, took the scabbard into her hands, and drew forth the long sword within. Ladies and gentlemen, behold. With those words she channeled a thread of spiritual energy into the blade. And then, something astonishing unfolded. A cascade of shimmering white light bloomed along the blade's length, light pulsing with terrifying power. Merely gazing upon it might draw blood, even from a spirit origin realm master. Of course, only if one could land a strike. And could this possibly be a legendary magical artifact? And it channels spiritual energy directly into the weapon. Undoubtedly a magical artifact. Qingyan Auction House has truly spared no expense this time to bring forth a magical artifact for public. Clearly its owner is desperate for resources. Not a dozen pairs of burning gazes locked onto the frost-laced blade cradled in Su Fei's hands. Even the great clans who had originally intended to bid on the Spirit Origin Pill now swiftly altered their. A single Spirit Origin Pill could elevate one cultivator to the Spirit Origin realm, but for clans already anchored by such masters the marginal gain was negligible. One more Spirit Origin realm expert could not shift the balance of power. Yet an additional magical artifact would elevate the combat prowess of their existing Spirit Origin realm experts to unprecedented heights. Spirit Origin realm cultivator wielding a magical artifact against one armed only with a mundane weapon would dominate, utterly, irrevocably. Moreover, a magical artifact endures. It may be inherited, passed down through generations. Truly the Spirit Origin Pill was sought by those clans whose strongest cultivators stood only at the peak of chi condensation, eager to ascend, or by those whose Spirit Origin realm elders were nearing the twilight of life, with no successor yet emerged. Su Fei lingered over the sword, reluctant to part with its elegance, yet gently slid it back into its scabbard. And this is indeed an inferior tier magical artifact. No more delays. The 7th lot commences now. Starting bid 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Minimum increment 100 spirit stones per bid. At Su Fei's melodious proclamation, a voice rang out instantly. I am Zhang Mengmeng, son of Zhang Dai. I bid 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. Kindly grant me this courtesy. Zhang Mengmeng gazed upon Su Fei holding the sword, her figure radiant as a bewitching immortal maiden, and his heart stirred deeply. Were I to present this blade to Miss Su Fei, surely she would be moved beyond words. At the imagined vision of her tender gratitude, Zhang Mengmeng felt every sacrifice worthwhile. Courtesy to your mother? Who are you, a fool? Qinghe City bids 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, and your father Zhang Dai would cower even to attend this auction. What business have you a junior barging in? The Wang family bids 130,000 low-grade spirit stones, and without hesitation the Wang clan's senior elder declared, then silently prayed his boldness might deter rivals otherwise. Today might haunt him for the rest of his days. And twice already had opportunities capable of lifting the Wang family to greatness slipped through his fingers. What agony was that? Amidst the crowd, grandfather, that sword is so beautiful. Not delicate little girl tugged playfully at the elder's beard, her eyes wide with longing. Of course, my dear Linger, whatever your heart desires, grandfather shall procure it for you. And the elder smiled warmly upon her, his face suffused with tender affection. The senior elder of the Wang family envisioned triumph, but reality proved merciless. And within the private viewing chambers sat nothing but seasoned foxes. Within moments one discerned the Wang family's ploy, and countered decisively. 150,000 low-grade spirit stones, 160,000 in. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the price soared to 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. And by then few dared to raise their voices. For why did I not bring more spirit stones? Representatives of various factions beat their chests in despair. 200,000. That was their entire fortune. Other clans, better prepared with deeper reserves, breathed sighs of quiet relief. And another cup of tea passed. This time increments came slowly, painstakingly. 230,000 low-grade spirit stones. With the opening bid of 230,000 spirit stones, no one dared to place a bid. Clearly this price was the limit of what they could afford. No, rather it was the limit of the spirit stones he currently possessed. Yang pondered. After this lesson the families will surely come prepared with more spirit stones next time. All top quality wool. Yang glanced at the system panel showing low-grade magic weapon Qing, Shui, sword 1500 low-grade spirit stones, and he couldn't help but marvel at the brilliance of the system. Just as Sophie thought that 230,000 low-grade spirit stones were the limit, an old robust voice echoed through the room. Little girl, I bid 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. The middle-aged man who had initially bid 230,000 and felt secure in his victory suddenly froze his smile. Following the voice, they saw a serene-looking white-haired elder cradling a young girl as he spoke slowly. The middle-aged man seemed skeptical and scrutinized the elder again, only to find that he still possessed no aura of cultivation. His face turned furious as his aura from the late stage of the spiritual essence realm erupted, causing a series of crackling sounds in the room. Old man, do you even know what 300,000 low-grade spirit stones mean? He couldn't help but be furious. This magic weapon was already within his grasp, and now someone had barged in unexpectedly. If that elder was just randomly bidding, he would have struck him down without hesitation. That's Jian Kuang Yuan Feng. I didn't expect it to be him. No wonder, no wonder. I didn't realize he has already broken through to the late stage of the spiritual essence realm. If he obtains this magic weapon, he might become the strongest within 1,000 miles. In an instant, everyone recognized the middle-aged man. Is this the mysterious powerhouse of the divine ability realm? Yang An felt a bit heavy-hearted. To have a powerhouse of the divine ability realm appear in this remote, desolate place was a very unstable factor. Although he heard from Uncle Lee that this man only had the cultivation of the 6th layer of the divine ability realm and could be killed with just one strike, Yang An didn't believe he was merely a loose cultivator. Suddenly, Yang An felt a sense of crisis. So quickly, a great expert of the divine ability realm appeared in this small town. Who knows when a higher-level cultivator might show up? Relying solely on Uncle Lee was far from enough. Yang An immediately adjusted his plans in his mind, then instructed a maid beside him to leave. Even Sophie looked at the elder with a hint of suspicion. Just as Sophie was hesitating, a maid rushed over and whispered to her, 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone else willing to bid? If not, then this low-grade magic weapon belongs to this old gentleman. As Sophie spoke, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Even Yuan Feng, who had been angry, looked at the elder with some. Could it be that this old man can really produce 300,000 low-grade spirit stones? If this is true, Yuan Feng found it hard to imagine. The more one fears something, the more it will come to pass. After Sophie announced the end, the elder casually glanced at the room where Yuan Feng was speaking calmly. Little brat, remember not to be so arrogant next time. Otherwise, one day there will be unexpected events. This was the first time he was called an old man. Even the emperor of the Great Zhou would treat him with respect. However, the elder knew that this person was unaware of his identity, so he did not directly act, only letting out a cold. Yuan Feng felt as if the spiritual energy within him had come to a halt, his entire being suffocating under immense fear. After a moment, this sense of powerlessness finally vanished. Thank you for your guidance, senior. I assure you I will not make the same mistake next time. Yuan Feng, disregarding his current embarrassment, hurriedly bowed respectfully. In that fleeting moment, he truly felt the crisis of death. Foundation Establishment Realm. No, it was probably more than just that. After traveling for so many years, Yuan Feng had encountered Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators, but none could make him feel utterly helpless. With Yuan Feng's acknowledgement of his mistake, everyone looked at the elder with respect. This was at least a powerhouse of the Foundation Establishment Realm. I really don't put my Qingyan auction house in my eyes at all. Yang An watched the actions of the two with a somewhat displeased expression. Whether it was Yuan Feng unleashing his aura to threaten the elder, or the elder using spiritual power to teach Yuan Feng a lesson, neither showed any concern for the Qingyan auction house. It was as if they were rubbing the face of the Qingyan auction house into the ground. Uncle Lee, do you have a way to leave a mark on both of them without being detected? Yes, came Li Sun's sudden voice. Then it'll trouble you, Uncle Lee. It's a trivial matter. There's no need for the young master to be courteous. How many spirit stones would it take to restore the auction house's reputation? 100,000 spirit stones shouldn't be too much, right? If not, then there's nothing to be done. He wanted to create a colossal entity that could control everything, not a soft persimmon to be squeezed. While he wanted to develop cautiously, it did not mean he was timid to the point where a group of ants could trample over him. If there was a shadow of a presence above the transcendence realm behind them, he would choose to take his time and jot down notes. If not, At this moment, they had reached the final segment of the auction. Ladies and gentlemen, the next is the final item of this auction. This is also the item you all have been eagerly anticipating. Spirit Essence Pill. I don't need to tell you how precious the Spirit Essence Pill is, do I? One Spirit Essence Pill is enough to ensure a large family thrives for 100 years. The starting bid is 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, and each subsequent bid must not be less than 1,000. Sophie opened the jade bottle on the stage, and a rich medicinal fragrance quickly spread throughout the auction. It's real, absolutely real. Ha ha ha, the Spirit Essence Pill is mine. Those who want to fish in troubled waters should stay out. I bid 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. 110,000. 115,000. The calls for bids were incessant. This Spirit Essence Pill is of high quality. The elder expressed some doubt, After all, the spirit essence pills from those major powers were often inferior products. Spirit essence pills are also graded. Inferior products have a 30% chance of failure, meaning there is still a possibility of failure. However, high-quality ones have a 100% breakthrough probability. There are no side effects. Such pills rarely circulate unless the force is on the brink of bankruptcy or they are found in some ruins. However, this is also a good thing. A hint of relief appeared on the old man's face. The auction continued. The price quickly soared to 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. Father, we can make our move now. This spirit yuan pill is a must-have for us. Chen Feng looked at the old man in front of him, respectfully, excitement evident on his face. He had sold off half of his family's assets and along with all his savings managed to gather 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. He couldn't believe that any other force would have such boldness. Our Mad Lion Mercenary Corps bids 230,000 low-grade spirit stones. A rugged voice rang out as a burly man with sharp eyes spoke. It's Lord Mad Lion. He truly couldn't hold back. I heard that Lord Mad Lion is just one step away from the Spirit Yuan realm. If Lord Mad Lion enters the Spirit Yuan realm, our Qingyan city might just be one of the 4 great families. Many recognized the individual. As the largest mercenary group in Qingyan city, there were few who did not know them. The Qin family bid 240,000 low-grade spirit stones. Chen Feng spoke decisively. He knew that this price was already at the limit, and there were very few people willing to follow up now. As expected, after Chen Feng's bid, the auction hall fell into a brief silence. 250,000 low-grade spirit stones. Just when Chen Feng thought there would be no surprises and felt a thrill of joy, Lu Dedeo slowly spoke. As the largest family in Qingyan city, he did not want the other 2 families to win this spirit yuan pill, but he also did not wish for any other family in Qingyan city to obtain it so easily. Only by significantly weakening the newly established families could he manipulate them more easily. 250,000, 1,000. When the leader of the Mad Lion Mercenary Corps uttered these words, his lips trembled slightly. It was hard to imagine that such a sum of spirit stones could be produced by a mercenary group. After all, mercenary groups rarely saved spirit stones as they were often on the verge of life and death. Any unexpected incident could lead to their spirit stones being easily taken by others. At this moment, the leader of the Mad Lion Mercenary Corps felt a tinge of regret. Why had he squandered his years on indulgence instead of saving a little spirit stone? He could only hope that no one would continue to raise the bid. 280,000. This is already the limit for my Qin family. If anyone can offer a higher price, my Qin family is willing to withdraw. The current head of the Chen family, Chen Feng, spoke with slightly reddened eyes, seemingly risking everything. Upon hearing Chen Feng, no one else continued to bid. Even Lu Dedeo refrained from causing trouble, as a newly promoted Spirit Yuan realm expert held little significance for the Lu family. Their main goal was to make others bleed financially, not to engage in a conflict with the Lu family. Other families either did not have sufficient spirit stones or simply preferred that it not fall into the hands of the Lu family. As for who obtained the Spirit Yuan pill, they did not care. Or perhaps they had other thoughts. The Chun family is merely a clan with the strongest being at the Qi condensation realm. Someone looked at the Chun family with predatory eyes exuding a glint of ferocity. 280,000 low-grade spirit stones. If no one continues to bid, then this Spirit Yuan pill belongs to the Chun family. 280,000 once. 280,000 twice. 280,000 3 times. Congratulations to the Chun family for successfully acquiring the Spirit Yuan pill. With Sophie's graceful call, the final auction was declared over. Fenger, take the remaining 20,000 low-grade spirit stones to hand over to the owner of the Qingyan auction house. The old man from the Qin family instructed Chen Feng in a low voice. As an old fox, he naturally understood the psychology of that group of people, which is why he let Chen Feng bid 280,000. As for the remaining 20,000 spirit stones, Yang An looked at the 20,000 low-grade spirit stones delivered to him, faintly smiling. This old fox. However, Yang An tacitly accepted his intentions. After all, it was his first auction, and if such a significant client were to be snatched away immediately, it would be a considerable loss for the auction house's reputation. Moreover, it would show others that the products sold by his auction house were of guaranteed quality. After all, seeing is believing. People only trust what they see with their own eyes. Only in this way could he ensure that these powerful forces would willingly spend money at the upcoming auction. Yang An did not believe that a family like the Lu family could only produce a few 100,000 spirit stones. Having been established in Qingyan City for hundreds of years, they should at least have a reserve of 1 to 2 million spirit stones for Yang and to believe them. What he needed to do was to find ways to squeeze all the savings from these forces. No, this is a mutually agreeable matter. I did not force anyone, this is all voluntary. He mused that those forces might even have to thank him. Yang An thought to himself, Miss Sophie, when will the next auction be held at the Qingyan auction house? The next Qingyan auction will be held in 10 days. Just as everyone was about to leave, someone called out loudly. I assure you that the items will not disappoint everyone. Let me give you a hint. This is an item that could change the foundation of a force. Sophie swayed her alluring body, her delicate hand lightly covering her red lips, speaking charmingly. Ha, I promise to prepare sufficient spirit stones for the next auction. Indeed, indeed. Since Miss Sophie has said so, the next items will definitely not be inferior. Regardless, even if it's just to meet Miss Sophie, I Zhang Mengming will come to support. Unlike the raucous crowd, there was a glimmer of brilliance in the eyes of the representatives sent by some major forces. They were not fools. Even if they were, they would still weigh the pros and cons. What could change the foundation of a force besides cultivation methods? In an instant, a blazing fire ignited in the hearts of many forces and greed surfaced in their eyes. Even if we have to empty our clan's assets, we must participate in the bidding. This was the only thought in everyone's mind. At their level 1 or 2, Spirit Yuan realm experts could only maintain the status quo. It was absolutely impossible to advance further, unless there were 10 or 8 Spirit Yuan realm experts. Watching the anxious crowd leave, Sophie felt a tinge of surprise. What occurred today felt almost like a dream to her. A total of 750,000 low-grade spirit stones were auctioned. What a tremendous sum. In previous years, a large auction would earn 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, and that would already be considered a success. And this price would surely ensure that both she and Indy would be safe, and they might even receive protection. Congratulations, host. The auction was successfully held. A total of 755,000 low-grade spirit stones were auctioned. You have obtained 75 spirit points. Task completed. A single item in a month reached a final sale of 100 low-grade spirit stones. I'll reward 3 novice lottery draws. Hearing the system's announcements, Yang and wore a face full of delight. All that toil for this moment. 750,000 low-grade spirit stones. Today, Yang and would be the richest man in Qingyan City. System spin 1 lottery chance for a talent draw. Yang and murmured. He had been coveting the system's talent draw for many days. After all, the original Boda's talent had only been middling at best. Having witnessed Li Sun's gift, Yang and felt his own talent amounted to nothing but excrement. So there was no time to waste in improving talent. Ding! Congratulations, host has drawn the talent strength like an ox. Merge. Yang An's smile froze. He fell into a daze. He tapped his forehead, half convinced he was hallucinating. By all logic, the system should hand him some sacred physique, divine body, primordial chaos form, or supreme bone. Something grander. Strength like an ox. What nonsense was that? At his 9th heaven, body tempering cultivation, was his strength not greater than an ox? He could punch an ox clear away with a single blow. Was this a nerf? Well, presuming it meant an ordinary ox and not the Ox Demon King. Faced with Yang An's bewilderment, the system obligingly offered a hint. The system kept repeating tersely, "This is a novice draw." The insistence drove Yang An nearly mad. Merge. He snapped. He wanted to see what scheme the system was foisting upon him. As the thought rose, a warm current flowed through his body. In a moment, his vigorous blood and chi swelled upward by a small notch. It seemed to increase by about 10%. That's it. Yang An refused to accept it. He had felt so buoyant a moment before, and then, nothing. Welcome, host, to your next experience. Damn. Yang An nearly wanted to drag the system out and beat it. Did it not understand how insulting that was? System, do a guard draw. Yang An decided to summon some guards to bolster his appearance, otherwise at such a grand auction hall his current escorts, mere low-tier body tempering cultivators, looked utterly unimpressive. Congratulations, host has summoned a mid-stage condensing chi guard. You may view his information. He will pledge loyalty to you shortly. Hearing the system, Yang An frowned in some puzzlement. Why didn't this guard appear beside me directly? Every character summoned by the system bears a world imprint. On hearing the system's explanation, Yang An finally understood. This little corner of reality contained mighty powers. For a true power to deduce a heavenly secret was not excessive. If summoned figures lacked any world imprint and were anonymous, perhaps 1 or 2 would pass unnoticed. But if all were anonymous, they might be treated as extraworldly demons and cleansed. Yang An found himself touched by the system's consideration. With a system like this, how could his grand undertaking fail? View information. Name Ada. Age 45. Realm mid-condensing chi. Potential white. Introduction: an unremarkable little man, a guard from a minor family, in a middling world. Not bad, suitable as a guard. System, continue drawing. Yang An felt a flicker of disappointment when he saw the character's potential marked only white. Congratulations, host has summoned a latest-stage Lingyuan realm guard. You may view his information. He will arrive at your side shortly. A latest-stage Lingyuan realm. That swept away Yang An's earlier disappointment. This was truly a golden legend of the novice draw. View information. Name Wang Dan. Age 30. Realm latest-stage Lingyuan. Potential blue. Introduction: born into an alchemical family in a middling world, displayed exceptional alchemical talent from childhood. At 15, became a first-grade alchemist. At 23, a second-grade alchemist. Or at 30, he is a second-grade pinnacle alchemist. A golden legend in a novice draw, deservedly so. Yang An licked his lips reflexively. A second-grade alchemist, and a pinnacle at that. He recalled how the mere presence of a first-grade alchemist elder at the Qingyan auction had already caused his father to treat matters with gravity. The auction's rapid rise owed much to such alchemical talent. Although the pills Yang and exchanged through the system were cheap, their provenance still needed plausibility. Yang had intended to search for the alchemist his father once left behind, but that person had vanished as if into thin air, leaving no trace. Some said the alchemist had headed toward the Qingyan auction on the day of his disappearance, though Yang himself had not seen it. Wang Dan's arrival neatly solved his urgent problem. Moreover, Wang Dan was a formidable late-stage Lingyuan expert. Continue. Yang's heart flamed. He hurriedly resumed his lottery binge. After a short, while staring at the remaining five spirit points in his account, Yang and felt like crying. 70 spirit points in total. He had summoned 3 guards. Very well, 1 body tempering 7th, 1 body tempering 9th, and 1 early condensing chi, each with white potential. He had drawn 4 talents. 3 strength like an ox. Just as Yang was about to conclude that the novice draw only yielded strength like an ox, a different phrase chimed. Face like a crown jade. Yang suddenly felt his skin had improved ever so slightly. Seeing the effect made him nearly see stars. This was worse than strength like an ox. At least strength increased chi and blood. Face like a crown jade merely made him more handsome, of little practical use. The original body had already been a handsome, genteel, noble rake. Even in brothels the girls would offer themselves freely, willingly drawn like moths to a flame. Well, then consider that among 10 consecutive draws I got 1 golden legend and 2 purples. Hardly a loss, Yang told himself, trying to soothe his disappointment. He then turned his gaze to the system shop. Last time he had only 7,000 spirit stones. He was poor. Having multiplied his wealth 100-fold, he could surely buy something fine. Earth rank, top grade cultivation, method Changhong Gong, 0 low grade spirit stones. Enlightenment fruit, 0 low grade spirit stones. System, show me things I can actually afford. Yang stared at the shop and shed the tears of poverty. He seriously suspected the system was deliberately rubbing salt in his wounds. Earth rank, lower grade cultivation method, Xianyang Ju, 0 low grade spirit stones. Earth rank, weapon Xianyang sword, 0 low grade spirit stones. Marrow washing pill, 0 low grade spirit stones. Dog system, you tricked me. Yang looked at the Xianyang Ju jade slip in his hand and opened it. To practice this technique, one must first prepare the Xianyang Dan. Xianyang Dan, 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Isn't this just blatant bundling? But this is not the most critical part. The most critical part is, what is this nonsense? Clearly he could understand it when he looked at it character by character, but why couldn't he comprehend it when it was all together? This is beyond his understanding. In simple terms, it means that his talent is insufficient. My 5,000 spirit stones. All the spirit stones I worked hard for over 10 days are gone like this. Yang looked at the jade slip in his hand, feeling heartbroken. Earth level technique, quick training scroll, 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Seeing the sudden prompt from the system interface, Yang's face darkened further. Isn't this just a blatant scam for spirit stones? Without hesitation, system exchange. He accepted this loss. Who told him his aptitude was trash? He couldn't even understand an earth level technique. He didn't want to practice blindly and end up resembling Mei Chaofeng. Hey, selling an earth level technique for a few 100,000 spirit stones is an excessive, right? A pill sold for 100,000 spirit stones is an excessive, right? Who told me to be kind-hearted? Yang decided that he absolutely could not bear this loss himself. Haha, I Chunba have finally broken through to the Lingyuan realm. A cry of exultation echoed, and the terrifying surge of spiritual power reduced the surrounding tables and chairs to powder, turning the original auction house into a complete mess. At this moment, the head of the Chun family, Chun Feng's father Chun Jun, laughed up to the sky. His once gray hair had turned black, and his somewhat aged face looked rejuvenated with all the wrinkles vanished. Father, you have broken through. Chun Feng exclaimed in surprise as he looked at the middle-aged man standing in front of him, who bore a 3-point resemblance to himself. However, before they could catch up, a voice drifted in. Gentlemen, I Qingyan auction house permit you to break through here, but that does not mean you can freely destroy the items of my Qingyan auction house. A young man dressed in luxurious brocade leisurely stepped forward as Chun Jun and Chun Feng exchanged glances. The eyes of Chun Jun and Chun Feng were instantly attracted to the brocade-clad man's chest. It was not that they were interested in him, but rather, are you a second-grade alchemist? Chun Jun looked at the emblem resembling a Dan furnace hanging on the man's chest, which clearly bore 2 gold stars. This was the mark of a second-grade alchemist. Chun Jun immediately lowered his posture, looking extremely flattering. A second-grade alchemist. Even in those large cities, they are esteemed guests of major forces. The status of an alchemist is extremely high, and every alchemist is exceedingly rare. The requirements to become an alchemist are exceedingly harsh. It is said that even among 100,000 people there might not be one with the aptitude to become an alchemist. It requires not only high demands on spiritual perception, but also strict requirements for cultivation talent, cultivation techniques, alchemical aptitude, and affinity attributes. You broke many precious items in my auction house. How will this be calculated? Wang Dan glanced at him, then frowned, and spoke. You? Chen Feng seemed to want to say something, but was directly interrupted by Chen Zhen. Whatever you say, my lord, we will do it. At this moment Chen Zhen was very humble. He knew the weight of a second-grade alchemist. If this man wanted their lives, some old guys outside would probably rush in without hesitation. Moreover, feeling the unfathomable aura emanating from Wang Dan, Chen Zhen's eyes revealed a trace of horror. This indicated that the alchemist before him had at least reached the Lingyuan realm, and he might even be much stronger. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Alright, I'll have someone bring them right away. Upon hearing Wang Dan's words, Chun Jin agreed, without hesitation. Having already spent 300,000 spirit stones, he naturally wouldn't mind this 10,000 spirit stones, as long as he didn't offend this second-grade alchemist, that was enough. After getting the answer, he wanted Wang Dan left satisfied. In fact, the items that had shattered here were only worth a few low-grade spirit stones. But Yang felt that it was still necessary to teach a lesson. Having broken through, one should just restrain their aura. Why intentionally unleash spiritual power and cause massive destruction? If he didn't set an example and establish rules, perhaps at the next auction his auction house would be torn apart. Is that the old ghost of the Qin family? Could it be that he broke through to the Lingyuan realm so quickly? How long has it been? I remember it was said that even breaking through with a Lingyuan Dan takes 2 or 3 days, right? Damn, that cunning old ghost actually chose to break through in the auction house. Withdraw, since that old ghost has already broken through, then the Lingyuan Dan must be gone. So we can only go back and prepare well. I wonder what items will be available at the next auction of Qingyan Auction House. The major forces lurking around Qingyan Auction House chose to retreat upon seeing Chunjun emerge, emanating the overwhelming aura of the Lingyuan realm. Since the Lingyuan Dan has already been consumed, there is no need to continue offending a large family. Today the Chun family has risen. Finger, this is what I want to teach you. No matter what, your own strength is the most important. Without strength you can Chunjun sensed the probing auras around him dissipate, then sighed to his son. If he had chosen to return to the family for seclusion after auctioning off the Lingyuan Dan, he would probably end up being someone else's pawn right after leaving the auction house. And how did I perform today? Sophie approached Yang and with a charming smile on her face, swaying her long snow-white legs, and then leaned down slightly, parting her red lips to exhale a fragrant breath. Faced with such a scene, Yang felt a tingling sensation all over. What a seductress! He muttered under his breath, rolling his eyes. Very good, just to my liking. He raised his head, looking at the snowy sight before him, and nodded in satisfaction. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't defeat this enchantress right now, he would have let her know why the flowers are so red today. Yang murmured inwardly. According to his previous memories, this non-blood-related sister was not the first to tempt him like this. But every time he wanted to reach out with his righteous hand, she would always evade. Sometimes if his father saw it, he might get hung up and beaten. So the original him had a love-hate relationship with this. Let's set a small goal first: defeat the great demoness Sophie. After determining his goal, Yang closed his eyes and began to cultivate the Chunyang Ju. Ding. Sensing the host's burning resolve to enhance his strength, the system has issued a temporary quest. He had cultivated the pure Yang art for an entire day. Yet not only had his cultivation made no breakthrough, he hadn't even sensed a wisp of spiritual energy. No wonder the Qi condensation realm was so notoriously difficult to transcend. Had he known the system held solutions, why bother cultivating at all? He now saw the truth clearly. With his abysmal aptitude, pills were his only path forward. Friendly reminder: the host's innate talent is exceptionally poor. His body's pill-to energy conversion rate is extremely low. Excessive pill consumption will erode his foundational base, and oversupplementation may trigger dangerous energy surges with unpredictable consequences. Yang felt deeply slighted by the system. After all, his talent was considered prodigious even among Qingyan City's elite. System state the quest details and rewards. Yet recalling Li Sun's astonishing cultivation speed, a quiet melancholy settled upon him. It was likely he would need a full decade of cultivation to match what Li Sun achieved in mere months. Quest auction: a single item for 1 million low-grade spirit stones, and the final sale price must be exactly 1,000 times the spirit stone value assigned to that item by the system. Reward: 1 advanced talent-based lottery draw. Time limit 30 days. Yang An's smile froze as the system's voice echoed in his mind. 1,000 times. System, where on earth am I supposed to find such astronomical profit? He considered himself a shrewd merchant. 100 soft times markup already stretched moral boundaries. Yet the system's greed dwarfed even his own, demanding not robbery, but a transaction so lopsided that the buyer might actually thank him for it. Ding. The host must devise his own solution. The quest is now active. Failure incurs no penalty. Is that even comparable? An advanced lottery draw. Psychological torment cuts far deeper than physical punishment. Surely you understand that system. Yang lifted his gaze toward the distant star-churning heavens, his eyes profound and unyielding. Regardless of cost, he would claim that reward. All items and spirit stones involved in the quest must be acquired through legitimate auction procedures. Any detection of irregular methods invalidates settlement. Damn, Qingshan City Wang Family Manor. Elder Patriarch, do you speak truly? Has the Qingyan auction house truly offered spirit-gathering pills and arcane artifacts? Wang Wei, Patriarch of the Wang family, wore an expression of utter shock. His voice trembled faintly. His inner world already roiled like a storm-tossed sea. Neither spirit-gathering pills nor arcane artifacts were obtainable, even with abundant spirit stones. Yet both had appeared in this very Qingyan auction, a gathering they had once dismissed as trivial. Indeed, the Wang family held no interest in spirit yuan pills. With 4 spirit yuan realm experts anchoring their power, they stood as Qingshan City's undisputed paramount clan, dominant over every rival house, and even the city governor's office. Every word I speak is absolute truth. I witnessed with my own eyes an arcane artifact sold for 300,000 low-grade spirit stones to a cultivator accompanied by a young girl. The spirit-gathering pill was claimed by Qingyan City's governor for 150,000 spirit stones. In the end, we fell just short. Patriarch. The elder patriarch nearly tore out his own white beard, anguish blazing in his eyes. He had been only 20,000 spirit stones shy, just one step away from the spirit-gathering pill. An admission to the Dazhou Academy meant everything. No one understood its significance more deeply than they did. Their ancestors themselves had studied there. The academy represented the next tier of ascension. Within its walls, rare pills and profound cultivation arts, unobtainable even with spirit stones in the outside world, could be freely exchanged for contribution points. Each year, great cultivators of the Dazhou imperial dynasty, masters who had transcended the divine ability realm, delivered lectures to resolve students' doubts. Outstanding disciples were even granted the honor of becoming personal disciples to those masters, guaranteeing boundless prospects. Graduates entered imperial service, directly ascending without limit through the ranks, privileges no mere accumulation of spirit stones could ever purchase. However, Patriarch, rumor has it the Qingyan auction house will hold another auction soon featuring items no less extraordinary than those of the last. Seeing his patriarch's face darken with grief and regret, the elder patriarch finally spoke. Wang Wei suspected the elder was deliberately tormenting him, but had no proof. For over 2 centuries, the Wang family had lived in exile in Qingshan City, ceaselessly dreaming of returning to the imperial capital. Now seeing that hope shattered, Wang Wei longed to kneel before his ancestors and beg forgiveness. Elder Patriarch, what precisely do you mean? His brow furrowed in confusion. Could the Qingyan auction house possibly produce another spirit-gathering pill, or another arcane artifact? Such treasures appeared only once a century in a minor city. How could they surface consecutively? Miss Su Fei declared at the auction's close that the next event would feature an item capable of transforming an entire clan's foundational destiny. If my intuition serves me well, it concerns a cultivation art, no lower than supreme rank yellow tier, and I strongly suspect. Xian tier. The elder patriarch and patriarch exchanged a glance and spoke in unison. Wang Wei's eyes widened. He forcibly stilled the shock surging within his chest. The emergence of a Xian tier cultivation art was unquestionably an epical event, one capable of reshaping a family's very foundation. The last clan to acquire such an art had since relocated en masse to a major metropolis. The Wang family had once possessed a Xian tier art, but lost it during their forced exodus from the imperial capital. Without that loss, perhaps they never would have left. Should our Wang family reclaim a Xian tier art, geniuses will bloom across generations, masters rise in succession, and returning to the imperial capital within decades will no longer be a dream. Perhaps within mere years, even our elder ancestor may shatter his barrier and ascend. Few knew that the Wang family's elder ancestor had long stood at the pinnacle of the spirit yuan realm, yet remained utterly unable to break through to foundation establishment. With a Xian tier art, such ascension might truly become possible. Hurry, summon all clan enterprises immediately. Audit every spirit stone. This is the moment upon which our entire lineage's fate hinges. Any who hesitate or resist shall be executed as traitors, and their estates seized. In calmer times, I turned a blind eye to minor transgressions out of old loyalty. But today, when our entire clan's destiny hangs in the balance, ignorance of reality merits only death. Wang Wei's voice rang sharp and merciless, his eyes alight with cold resolve. Corruption festered within the clan, and as patriarch he had long known it. In peacetime, he tolerated minor offenses for the sake of kinship, so long as they remained within bounds. But now, by the patriarch's decree. Meanwhile, identical scenes unfolded across countless noble families. Faced with the chance to elevate their clans through a Xian tier art, none would relinquish hope. Did you attend the Qingyan auction this time? In the largest tavern of Qingyan City, Zhang Sen looked excitedly at Li Si beside him. No, I just got to the entrance when the venue was already full. Did you manage to get in, my friend? Li Si's eyes flashed with a hint of resentment as he spoke in a low voice. Of course, do you not know who I am? I am known in the Jianghu as the timely rain faster than the swiftest runner. Zhang San lifted his head and patted his chest. Upon hearing Zhang San's words, the crowd turned their attention toward him. Why don't you share some details about the Qingyan auction? Yes, I heard there were many prominent figures at the last Qingyan auction. The crowd chimed in, and a flamboyantly dressed young man waved his hand. I bought that one. Oh, quickly tell us what happened at this Qingyan auction. Hearing this, Zhang San's face lit up. He had ordered quite a few dishes and drinks just to boast to his friends. Unexpectedly, there was a big spender treating them, and he quickly tried to be flattering. Alright, since this young master is so generous, Zhang San won't beat around the bush. The items that appeared at this auction are all incredibly precious. The crowd eagerly pressed him, asking what kind of items were showcased. I even saw that forces from other cities all came to Qingyan City. Cut the chatter, just get to the point. No one noticed a handsome young man in the corner of the tavern slowly setting down his tea, his ears twitching, a hint of interest appearing on his face. The boy looked only about 16 or 17, but his eyes held a depth of experience. Zhang San, hearing the crowd's urging, dared not hesitate any longer and quickly spoke up. At this auction, the once rare high-grade common weapons turned out to be the least valuable items. You must know that in previous years the appearance of a high-grade common weapon was enough to cause quite a stir. As soon as he said this, the entire room erupted in surprise. Even the young man's expression reflected it is known that even he does not possess a high-grade common weapon. The crafting of such a weapon is extremely complicated. Only a few elders within the sect are qualified to forge one. Moreover, the success rate is very low, and this was actually the least valuable item at the auction. Then do tell what precious items were there at the auction. The young master seemed to be in disbelief. The first item at this auction was actually a gathering chi pill. Have you ever seen an auction featuring gathering chi pills? Zhang San smiled crookedly in response to the crowd's skepticism. What? A gathering chi pill? The one that can help peak body refining practitioners comprehend the chi. This is a top-grade pill among second-tier pills. Now that the Dojo Academy is about to start enrolling students, if a genius from those big clans obtains this pill, they might qualify to enter the Dojo Academy. No one from Qingyan City has ever produced a genius who could enter the Dojo Academy. This single pill could probably auction for 50 to 60,000 spirit stones. Hearing the crowd's discussions, Zhang San felt a bit disdainful. A bunch of country bumpkins. If you knew the prices of the other items, you'd probably be scared to death. Then with a look of contempt, he casually revealed the gathering chi pill was purchased by the city lord for a high price of 150,000 spirit stones. The surroundings fell into a brief silence, everyone's gaze turning blank. 150,000 low-grade spirit stones, how much is that? Even the mysterious young man who had been listening nearby showed signs of change in his expression. A gathering chi pill actually sold for such a price. Too bad I still can't obtain the materials for the gathering chi pill. Perhaps I should take out something to auction off. Previously, he was worried that the items he took out were too precious. If someone investigated, it would probably mean certain death. But now it seems it wouldn't be that severe. The potential profit is already enough for the impoverished him to take the risk. However, he still planned to wait a bit longer. What if the gathering chi pill was an exception? Zhang San looked at the crowd's naive expressions and couldn't help but puff out his chest, continuing to elaborate. This is only ranked third in the auction prices of Qingyan Auction House, and there are two other extremely precious items that far exceed the gathering chi pill in value. Someone inquired, could it be the spirit source pill? Yesterday, it seemed that the Chun family's ancestors' breakthrough to the spirit source realm was related to the Qingyan Auction House. Zhang San noticed the crowd's focus shifting and felt a hint of displeasure. One of those items is indeed the spirit source pill. The Chun family's ancestor broke through because of it. However, a small incident occurred in between. The background of Qingyan Auction House is terrifying. The head of the Qin family merely broke some items during his breakthrough and actually offered 10,000 spirit stones as compensation, perhaps fearing that the big shots of Qingyan Auction House would pursue the matter. Zhang San dropped another bombshell, leaving everyone's heads buzzing. No way. The head of the Qin family has already broken through to the spirit source realm. How could he still yield? Could it be that there are other experts stationed at Qingyan Auction House? Everyone found it hard to believe. It is known that the spirit source realm is already the pinnacle in Qingyan City, and the one they see as the pinnacle would actually yield to another force. This is what I witnessed with my own eyes, you can believe it or not. Zhang San did not elaborate further as he had heard about this matter secondhand. However, the spirit source pill was auctioned for 280,000 low-grade spirit stones, and that can only be considered second. The first was a magical tool auctioned off at the high price of 300,000 low-grade spirit stones by an old man accompanied by a young girl. It is said that this time the Qingyan Auction House auctioned a total of 700,000 spirit stones. The crowd was truly stunned. 700,000 spirit stones. Even the shock on the young man's face could not be concealed. The sect he belonged to had Foundation Establishment realm experts, but even so the sect's annual revenue was only about 20,000 low-grade spirit stones, and that did not include the salaries of the elders and disciples, as well as other expenses. As for why he knew these things, the young man could proudly tell you that his father is the sect leader. Originally, the young man just wanted to travel around, but he never expected to encounter so many unimaginable precious items in such a small city. He was very clear about the value of the Gathering Chi pill, the Spirit Source pill, and magical tools. The Gathering Chi pill and the Spirit Source pill are not easy for even his father to obtain. As for magical tools, only the elders of Foundation Establishment are qualified to possess them. A magical tool. It seems his sect leader father said he spent 500,000 low-grade spirit stones to acquire it. He remembered that at the time his father thought he had gotten a bargain. Is there another auction coming soon? Recalling Zhang San's words, a sharp glint flickered across the mysterious youth's eyes. He then paid for his tea and departed without delay. The young aristocrat left alongside him. We of the Featherflight sect must not miss the next auction. How could a pack of provincial bumpkins possibly compare to us? This is a genuine bargain, no a monumental windfall. At the thought, the young aristocrat's eyes blazed with fervor. Had Yang known, he would surely have been moved. Such exceptionally compliant green onions, truly enlightened indeed. Young master, shall we auction this vigor-enhancing pill? Yang rubbed his forehead as he glanced at the attendant beside him, sighing in exasperation. No auction. An auction house, by definition, thrives on consigned items and commissions. Qingyan Auction House levies a 10% commission on every item sold, a key reason for its extraordinary. Ever since the last auction, Qingyan Auction House had surged into prominence. Day after day, crowds streamed in eager to consign items for sale. Though Yang possessed a system, he had no intention of altering this fundamental rule. After all, over time the provenance of goods demanded plausible justification. What Yang hadn't anticipated was the nature of the items brought in for consignment. Low-grade pills, so mundane they could be purchased at any common apothecary. He even suspected rival houses were sending these deliberately to sow chaos. Now even a vigor-enhancing pill had surfaced. System exchange for a 10-ingredient supreme tonic. Yang massaged his lower back. Perhaps a tonic truly was in order. Still so short on talent. Across this vast auction house, only himself and Wang Dan were fit to manage affairs. The rest remained unready for responsibility. After the next auction concludes, I must expand outward, acquire more branch auction houses. Relying on a single outlet yielded too meager a harvest. Multiple branches were essential. One day Qingyan Auction House must span the entire 3,000 Dao realms. Only then would it meet true standards. After all, the system imposed no restriction limiting it to a single auction house. Right system. Master may proceed as desired. Satisfied with the reply, Yang's lips curled into a quiet, contented smile. While Yang pondered the future, another figure entered his field of vision. So, vigor-enhancing pill again. Or perhaps a trauma liniment this time. He asked, resigned. Young Master Senior, Wang Dan requests your presence. He says a client outside requires your personal attention. Ada spoke respectfully. HM. Yang's brow furrowed in mild surprise. That an item should elude Wang Dan's judgment astonished him. Wang Dan was a third-rank alchemist. Recently, Yang had spent 20,000 spirit stones acquiring a third-rank alchemist's manual for him, propelling the already near mastery, Wang Dan, across the final threshold. In such a modest locale, Wang Dan was nothing short of a prodigy. Even in major cities, third-rank alchemists ranked among the elite. Please wait a moment, sir. Wang Dan addressed the figure cloaked head Toto in black, whose features remained entire. A dry-aged voice emerged from beneath the cowl. Beneath the hood lay a youthful, refined face, yet its gaze brimmed with shock. How is this possible? How can a place this remote harbor a third-rank alchemist? Was it not said that even first-rank alchemists were exceedingly rare here? To encounter a third-rank alchemist wearing a second-rank alchemist's insignia in a region where first-rank alchemists themselves were scarce, the black-robed figure felt reality itself had unraveled. Had cultivation standards escalated to such absurd extremes? What era had he awakened into? Truly, what infernal age was this? Yang stared at the mysterious figure seated beside Wang Dan, fully shrouded in black robes, and felt a jolt of alarm. Instantly his mind raced through memory. Good. Within a 1,000-li radius, no plotline yet exists wherein a genius's cultivation inexplicably vanishes, reducing him to a crippled wreck. After carefully scanning his mental archives and confirming no such trope appeared, Yang and exhaled in relief. Yet scarcely a moment passed before something clicked, and his smile froze solid. No genius Sterndrek template. But there is one uniquely rare trope, the millennium-born Fulturndrek. A certain Shao family harbored a peerless fool, 16 years old, still utterly addled. Crucially, this fool bore a congenital constitution utterly impervious to spiritual energy, a true waste body. Yet rumor held he'd recently been struck by lightning and his intellect had seemingly returned to normal. Damn. This was unmistakably the protagonist archetype, either transmigration reincarnation, soul-seizing by an ancient entity, or at the very least an awakened senior mentor. Whatever his golden finger, whatever his identity, he was the protagonist. If one were to name the most perilous profession across all realms, Yang would answer without hesitation. The protagonist's parents, and the random passerby standing beside him. One of those roles he'd already experienced firsthand. As for the other, studying the enigmatic black-robed figure before him, Yang and concluded it was high time he relocated. Otherwise, some mighty cultivator might one day strike against the fortune-blessed one, and though the protagonist might emerge and scathe Yang, the mere background extra could easily be erased with a careless flick of a finger. To dwell beneath the same roof as the fortune-blessed one was simply too dangerous. Though inwardly desperate to dispatch this fortune-blessed one immediately, Yang retained enough composure to force a thin, strained smile and ask, "What item does your eminence wish to consign?" The mysterious black-robed figure withdrew an exquisitely carved jade vial from beneath his cloak, and the aged voice resonated once more from within the shadows. "This is a body-refining elixir I personally refined. A single vial contains sufficient energy to elevate a body-refining realm 8th-stage cultivator to the 9th stage. Might this be suitable for auction at your esteemed establishment?" Yang observed the hand holding the jade vial, its back weathered and coarse, yet its palm unervingly smooth and tender. It truly is the Shao family's great fool. If his attire alone granted him 99 certainty, this detail confirmed it beyond doubt. Yes, Yang nodded. Of course he agreed. Wasn't this the perfect shield? Would it not seem perfectly reasonable for such a mysterious alchemical master to possess a profound rank cultivation art? Granted, this particular profound rank art was rather unusual, but alchemists, especially those of at least second rank, were notoriously unpredictable in their resources and acquisitions. Who could fathom the wealth concealed behind such mastery? Upon receiving Yang's assent, the mysterious black-robed figure rose without further word and strode from the hall. Yang watched the receding silhouette in silence, his expression placid, his eyes distant, lost in quiet contemplation. Tiandu City. Inside Tiandu Auction House. What? Qingyan Auction House has actually revived? They've even put up spirit condensing pills, magical artifacts, and spirit primal pills for auction. Damn it. All these should have been mine. Within a magnificent opulent hall, a pale-faced nobleman in brocade robes roared with twisted fury. Beside him, several exquisite maidens, barely clad, veiled in ethereal mist, knelt trembling on the floor, their bodies quaking uncontrollably from sheer terror. As if the brocaded nobleman before them were a primordial beast, ravenous and merciless. Intriguing. I'd like to see precisely which faction dares defy Tiandu Auction House. Master Wang, please break both legs of Qingyan Auction House's master, and the one who backs him, and bring them before me. Yes, young master. As the nobleman glanced at the shivering maidens beside him, wrath flared in his eyes. Wretched sluts. Wretched Qingyan Auction House. Instantly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the hall, while outside guards stood unmoved as though such horrors were utterly commonplace. Sungyan sect. One of the supreme powers within the great Zhou imperial dynasty, guarded by a venerable elder who had attained the divine ability realm. This generation's sect master Song Qiudao was a prodigy among mortals. 10 years ago, he had already reached the peak of foundation establishment standing, but a single step away from the exalted divine ability realm. Inside Sungyan Hall, a middle-aged man gazed pensively into the distance. Elder Dai has not returned to the sect for several days. Could he have met with misfortune? Who then is the force behind this attack? That Elder Dai might have fled with the artifacts. This notion never crossed the man's mind. A foundation establishment 4th rank elder simply lacked the audacity. Song Yi, go to Qingyan City and ascertain what truly transpired. An elder at foundation establishment 4th rank has vanished without a trace. This suggests, at minimum, an assailant of high-rank foundation establishment cultivation. Feeling a familiar aura vanish nearby, Song Qiudao's brow furrowed slightly as he sank into deep contemplation. Originally, he had intended to seize the spirit fetus covertly, hence dispatching only a mid-rank foundation establishment elder. Should a high-rank foundation establishment or divine ability realm cultivator intervene, the act would instantly draw scrutiny from rival sects, and even the great Zhou imperial court, making retrieval of the spirit fetus nearly impossible. After all, the gap between Sungyan's sect and the apex powers remained vast. He never imagined that a mid-rank foundation establishment elder would fall so utterly, on a backwater land where even the strongest cultivator barely reached late spirit primal realm, leaving no ripple, no trace. Useless fool. At that thought, Song Qiudao snarled in fury. Such an opportunity had been squandered by incompetence, and Song Yi's departure would surely trigger investigations by rival factions within 2 days. The waters had grown dangerously murky. Now all he could do was pray Song Yi retrieve the spirit fetus before other forces uncovered the truth, otherwise all hope would be lost. For several days straight Yang and immersed himself entirely in cultivation, finally yielding a modest "At last, I've sensed a whisper of spiritual energy." Feeling the faintest trickle of qi, so infinitesimal it verged on imperceptibility, flow into his body, Yang and's heart quickened with exhilaration. This triumph belonged solely to his own relentless effort. At this pace, breaking through to the spirit condensation realm within 3 months seemed assured. Wait, damn, 3 months. By then, even winter melons would have turned to dust. Perhaps a brief respite. Balance work with rest. To celebrate his first tangible grasp of qi, Yang and decided a little relaxation was wholly justified. Just as he prepared to explore the local customs and scenery, a voice whispered directly into his ear, causing his expression to shift, his gaze flickering with quiet amusement. First, let's watch a fine spectacle. A vast expanse within Qingyan City. So, it's you, Tiandu Auction House. Hand over the items. They belong to Sangyan's sect. Your old patriarch must be nearing his end, isn't he? Defied Sangyan's sect, and today we shall grant your auction house a swift final journey. A man brandishing a magical sword shouted in fury, his terrifying aura sent shockwaves rippling through the air, his murderous intent sharp enough to freeze the soul. This was Tsang Yi of Sangyan's sect, a master at Foundation Establishment 7th rank. Originally dispatched by Sect Master Tsang Qiudao to investigate matters in Qingyan City, Tsang Yi instead encountered representatives of Tiandu Auction House, none other than Wang Yu, famed as the Netherhand. As a trusted confidant of Sect Master Tsang Qiudao, he knew not the nature of the artifact sought, but whatever warranted such caution from his master was undoubtedly extraordinary. That elder Dai, a mid-rank Foundation Establishment cultivator, had vanished without even stirring a ripple, his death clearly orchestrated by at least a high-rank Foundation Establishment master. Wang Yu, a loyal retainer raised by Tiandu Auction House's elder patriarch, matched him in cultivation, also at Foundation Establishment 7th rank, and wielded the profound-level supreme martial art, Netherhand, with peerless mastery, capable of holding his own even against 8th rank opponents. Tiandu Auction House's Divine Ability Realm patriarch, it was rumored, had ventured abroad seeking a breakthrough, only to clash with the scion of a great sect and suffer his divine ability seed shattered by a single palm strike. He escaped death only through secret techniques, and now lay gravely wounded, clinging to life. Without rare life-sustaining treasures, his demise would come within mere years. Though publicly declared to be in seclusion, only the current auction master knew the truth. Yet was this truly a secret to major sects? Once an event occurs, it ceases to be a secret. Only the fools at Tiandu Auction House genuinely believe their patriarch meditated in seclusion. Were it not for the lingering threat of the patriarch's desperate final strike, the auction house would have been dismantled long ago. In Tsang Yi's eyes, the full truth now lay bare. Elder Dai's attempt must have left traces, discovered by Tiandu Auction House, who then murdered him and seized the treasure. Otherwise, why would a 7th rank Foundation Establishment master appear in this insignificant city? What do you mean, sir? Wang Yu stared blankly at the man before him. What treasure? Hand over what? Most crucially, when had his master fallen gravely wounded and near death? He recognized this man, Sect Master Tsang Qiudao's personal confidant. Though obscure in name, his strength rivaled Wang Yu's own. Could it be Sangyan sect that struck against Qingyan Auction House? Still pretending? Do you dare to seize what my Sangyan sect has set its sights on? Old fool, I advise you to hand over the item quickly, or the Tiandu Auction House will soon face a great calamity. Tsang Yi said disdainfully. Everyone here is an old fox still feigning innocence. Does he really think he is a fool? If there were no ulterior motives, who would a Foundation Establishment 7th layer expert have to idle around in this small place called Qingyan City? If the ancestor of the Tiandu Auction House had not encountered such a crisis, he might have endured today's incident and returned to the sect to plan slowly. However, now a force that cannot even reveal its face dares to snatch food from the jaws of my Sangyan sect. Wang Yu glanced at Tsang Yi, who exuded a sharp killing intent. His previously irritated expression suddenly calmed, as if he was contemplating something. Recently, it is said that the former owner of the Qingyan Auction House obtained some treasure and was killed by a powerful expert to seize it. Given Sangyan sect's attitude, the attacker must be one of their own. The fact that Sangyan sect is being so cautious, even going so far as to spend a lot of time avoiding investigations from other forces just to keep this under wraps, means that this item is definitely extraordinary. Now that Tsang Yi appears here, it seems that the one who attempted to seize it did not succeed in bringing it back, which means that the item might still be in Qingyan City. It may even be within the Qingyan Auction House. Upon thinking of this, a greedy expression surfaced on Wang Yu's aged face. How could an item that the Sangyan sect expended such great effort to obtain be simple? If he could obtain it, wouldn't that mean he could advance further, and perhaps even step into the realm of divine powers, becoming one of the notable figures in the Great Zhou dynasty? I must not let Tsang Yi bring news back to the Sangyan sect. After taking the treasure, I'll leave the Great Zhou dynasty and let the Tiandu Auction House and Sangyan sect fight each other. A glint of shock crossed Wang Yu's eyes. If what Song Yi said is true, then the ancestor of the Tiandu auction house is indeed facing a life-and-death crisis and may not have long to live. A year ago, the ancestor of the divine powers returned from his travels and announced his seclusion, which was rather abrupt. Moreover, over the past year, the Tiandu auction house has not been as arrogant as before. He had never considered accompanying the Tiandu auction house to its grave. Though he was a Foundation Establishment 7th layer expert, he could not enter the core of the Tiandu auction house. As long as he obtained that item, whether or not he could use it, wouldn't it be better than receiving a meager salary from the Tiandu auction house? If he could use it, then it would be a great fortune helping him advance further. If he couldn't use it, he could even sell it at an auction outside the Great Zhou dynasty and exchange it for countless cultivation resources. Upon thinking of this, his gaze towards Song Yi was filled with killing intent. A terrifying spiritual power swept out as a giant hand formed from surging spiritual energy, emanating a rich aura of death, struck directly towards Song Yi's location. This decisive move of the Netherworld hand struck like lightning, and before Song Yi could react, he was sent flying 50 meters away. Cough, cough. Damn it, I knew this was your Tiandu auction house's doing. Although Wang Yu had attacked Song Yi by surprise, Song Yi had already been on guard, not expecting this old man to be so decisive and go all out right from the start. Ha ha ha. Yes, it was indeed my Tiandu auction house. What can you do about it? As long as I keep you here today, who will know that this was done by my Tiandu auction house? This time Wang Yu showed no hesitation and admitted it decisively. What did the actions of the Tiandu auction house have to do with him, Wang Yu? As long as Song Yi is dead, the world will only believe it was the work of the Tiandu auction house. Even if he goes missing, others would believe that the Tiandu auction house had killed him to silence him. Seeing Wang Yu admit it so decisively, Song Yi felt a knot in his heart. Today it seems that only one of them will leave alive. Then, with a fierce expression, overwhelming spiritual power surged forth, directly charging at Wang Yu. In an instant, rocks flew and dust rose like cannon fire, ravaging the ground with every flash of sword light and palm print, creating a massive pit. Tisk. The terror of a Foundation Establishment expert is truly formidable. Yang, and wearing sunglasses exchanged from the system, reclined on a massage chair obtained from the system, holding a vividly red precious spirit fruit that resembled a watermelon and was rich in spiritual energy. Looking at the distant battle between Wang Yu and Song Yi, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. This was the first time he had witnessed a formal confrontation between two powerful experts in this world. If these two fought in Qingyan City after the battle, the entire Qingyan City would likely be reduced to ruins. Uncle Li, who do you think will win between these two? Yang asked the calm-faced middle-aged man standing beside him. Isn't the answer already in your heart, young master? Li Sun said indifferently without changing his expression. Those who know me know Uncle Li as well. Hearing this, Yang set down the spirit fruit in his hand, sighing. He secretly resolved that after this auction, he would find a way to earn some spirit stones to exchange a Tongxian pill for Li Sun. A Tongxian pill is not cheap, costing a full 1 million spirit stones, and that's for a medium grade one. This is the price in the system's shop. Spirit stones are ultimately still far from enough. Meanwhile, the battle between Song Yi and Wang Yu had already entered a heated stage, with various terrifying battle techniques emerging one after another. Caught off guard after once again taking a blow from the Netherworld hand, Song Yi felt his blood surging with intense pain radiating from his organs, causing him to curse inwardly. Damn it! This old ghost is unexpectedly strong. Now Song Yi no longer had any thoughts of continuing to entangle. He only wanted to escape quickly and return to the Tsangyan sect to convey this information. Ha ha ha. I've heard that all the guards by the Tsangyan sect's master are Foundation Establishment experts, and the top-ranked one is a standout among the late Foundation Establishment. Song Wei, truly impressive. Wang Yu, sensing Song Yi's hesitant thoughts, was not going to give him any opportunities. Having come this far, Wang Yu would not let Song Yi go. If Song Yi returned alive, neither the Tsangyan sect nor the Tiandu auction house would spare him. After a while, Song Yi's body felt as though it was about to collapse, large amounts of blood staining the ground. Every time he had thoughts of leaving, Wang Yu seemed to be fueled with renewed energy, launching increasingly fierce attacks, making it hard for him to resist. Damn Tiandu auction house. My Tsangyan sect will not let you go. Song Yi roared to the sky, then gathered all the remaining spiritual power in his body, fiercely glaring at Wang Yu, ready to make one last desperate gamble. You wish to fight me to the death? Do you even know if you are worthy? Do you really think I have made no progress in these 10 years? Looking at the corpse before him, which was only half remaining and bore an expression of disbelief, Wang Yu's aged face revealed disdain as an even more overwhelming aura emerged. At this moment, Wang Yu's aura was astonishingly at the 8th level of Foundation Establishment. This old fellow had been concealing his true cultivation all along. Pa, if it weren't for the fact that I still need you to bury the evidence at the Tiandu auction house, do you think you would be worthy of holding on for this long in my hands? Thinking of this, a trace of pride unconsciously crossed Wang Yu's eyes. No one knew that he had reached the 8th level of Foundation Establishment a year ago. In the cultivation world, one must always hide a bit of their cultivation. After all, they are still the younger generation. Wonderful, simply wonderful. Truly spectacular. The schemes of the esteemed elder are intricately interconnected. I am deeply impressed. Just as Wang Yu prepared to leave and enjoy the fruits of victory in Qingyan City, a leisurely voice teased. Then a handsome young man with a somewhat cynical smile appeared before him. 9th level of body refinement. Wang Yu's eyes narrowed as he looked at the newcomer, a hint of confusion in his expression. How could a weakling at the 9th level of body refinement escape his perception? He was a powerhouse at Foundation establishment. Even without deliberately probing, he could clearly sense every movement within 100 miles. But when he intended to investigate the young man, an elusive barrier always seemed to obstruct his probing. A chilling sensation suddenly surged in Wang Yu's heart as he unexpectedly spotted another figure behind. The figure in the green robe surprisingly did not exist within his divine sense perception. He understood what this meant. The strength that could give him such a feeling was undoubtedly far beyond his own. The middle-aged man in the green robe was actually a great cultivator at the level of divine ability. At that moment, Wang Yu decisively bent his body and spoke respectfully. May I ask which faction's genius you are, for I, the Tiandu auction house, have failed to recognize your greatness. Seeing this scene, Yang An's eyes showed a hint of amusement as he spoke. Are you planning to go to the Qingyan auction house next? Hearing this, Wang Yu's body stiffened, and he looked confused as he replied, What do you mean, sir? Yang An observed Wang Yu's eyes, which seemed filled with bewilderment, and secretly thought to himself, Keep pretending, this old fellow's schemes are quite intricate. Indeed, one must not underestimate anyone in this fantastical world. Yet Yang An still said leisurely, Elder, don't you already have the answer in your heart? Why ask more? Upon hearing this, Wang Yu's pupils constricted, and his face was filled with incredulity. Surprised, aren't you? Unexpected, right? I have personally delivered myself to your door. As he finished speaking, Yang An felt somewhat strange. Shouldn't he accompany it with a sinister laugh to match the occasion? Ha ha ha, I never expected that such a remote place like Qingyan City would conceal a true dragon like you. I have not lost unjustly. Wang Yu immediately reacted, a bitter expression appearing on his aged face. No wonder that fellow from the Zhangyan sect died without regret. Who would have thought that such a desolate place would hide a great cultivator at the level of divine ability? But a trace of determination flashed in Wang Yu's eyes as he gathered all his spiritual energy, arriving before Yang, and in a single breath. Looking at the young man just within reach, a proud smile appeared on his face. After all, he is still young and lacks composure. Since he can have a great cultivator at the level of divine ability protecting him closely, his status must not be low. Only by capturing him can I leave safely. He knew that with his own cultivation, trying to escape under the watchful eyes of a great cultivator at the level of divine ability would be akin to dreaming. Only by capturing that young man could there be a glimmer of hope. Unfortunately today, he has not only failed to catch the chicken, but has also drawn a lot of trouble. My. Just as Wang Yu felt he was about to succeed, the surrounding space seemed to fall into a brief stagnation, and a figure in green robes lightly pressed down. Wang Yu felt his spiritual energy suddenly disappear completely, and he stood frozen in place, unable to move. Yang An looked at Wang Yu, who was maintaining a single posture, and couldn't help but rub his forehead. Did he really seem so easy to bully? Innerly, he muttered to himself, then turned to ask Li Sun beside him. Uncle Li, can you refine spiritual puppets? Spiritual puppets, as the name suggests, are humans refined into puppets, but these puppets retain the intelligence they had in life and maintain absolute loyalty to the refiner, a secret technique of the puppet arts. I can't, Li Sun nodded in response. If he couldn't, he would just find a system to exchange for another skill. What? You cannot. Yang An looked at Li Sun, whose expression was calm, dressed in green robes, exuding the demeanor of a master from head to toe, all clearly indicating that Uncle Li was a righteous master. The secret technique of spiritual puppets could be considered a forbidden method. In the martial world, it's beneficial to have many skills, especially one should master a bit of the secret techniques from all walks of life. There are no good or bad techniques in this world, only how the possessor uses them. The true definition of good and evil lies in the heart of man, Li Sun explained to Yang, and without feeling that his knowledge of spiritual puppets was inappropriate. And this is his Dao. Upon hearing Li Sun's words, both Yang An and Wang Yu, who was unable to move due to his sealed cultivation, were struck with shock. What a grand perspective. In this world, there are no right or wrong techniques, and the true definition of good and evil lies in the human heart. Wang Yu had never heard anyone say such a thing before. Perhaps those great sect successors are no different. Uncle Li, I have learned much from your words. Yang An naturally understood the reasoning, but he also detected something different in Li Sun's words that made him feel at peace, allowing his understanding of his own cultivation method to elevate slightly. Instinctively, Yang An sensed that there were immense opportunities within Li Sun's words, but his own talent and comprehension might be too low, so he could only grasp the most inconsequential bit. For a moment, Yang An became increasingly eager for a high-level talent lottery. Then I will trouble Uncle Li to take action. I will refine Wang Yu into a spiritual puppet and then disappear from Tiandu City, diverting all attention to Tiandu City. This is Yang An's plan. He didn't want to be watched by so many forces all day long. He had never thought of keeping all forces in the dark. However, as long as he waited for the second auction to finish, even if those forces reacted, it would be too late. There's one more thing. May the luck of the European Emperor bless me, at least bring one more great cultivator at the level of divine ability. Yang An murmured to himself. If a foundation establishment cultivator comes, he would have to find another place to continue from his heart for a while. Thinking this, Yang, and then let Li Sun make Wang Yu, who had already been refined into a spiritual puppet, disappear from Qingyan City. Uncle Li, let's go back. Someone will probably come to investigate soon. Several days ago, a powerful cultivator from the Zhangyan sect unexpectedly fell near Qingyan City, and by the time someone discovered it, the corpse had already decayed beyond recognition. This incident enraged the Zhangyan sect, which vowed to find the murderer. They offered a substantial reward. Within a day, all clues pointed towards the Tiandu auction house. Meanwhile, the young master of the Tiandu auction house mysteriously went missing, along with the notorious figure known as Wang Yu, the ghostly hand. This incident instantly caused a huge uproar, and the Zhangyan sect believed that they were guilty and had eliminated the witnesses. In an instant, the winds of change stirred. Qingyan City bustled with people, lively and noisy. Today marked the second auction of the Qingyan auction house. Countless luxurious carriages lined up at the entrance of the auction. Mayor Pan, you are here again. Haha, of course. Such a once-in-a-lifetime auction, how could I not come to have a look? Is this your son? Truly a handsome talent, having already broken through to the Qi condensation stage. He is likely to secure a spot at the Zhou Academy. I cannot accept such praise from you, Master Lu. I merely obtained a Qi gathering pill by chance at the last auction. Master Lu, Mayor Pan, I never expected you both to arrive so early this time. Of course, the Qingyan auction house is no longer what it used to be, but it won't be long before all the surrounding auction houses merge into it. Indeed. Everyone couldn't help but marvel at the auction house, which was bringing forth a plethora of rare items, each auction fetching exorbitant prices, with the Qingyan auction house's reputation now fully established in the area. If anyone mentioned auction houses, the first impression that would come to mind was likely the Qingyan auction house. Reputation signifies many things. In the future, whether people wanted to consign items or purchase desired goods, their first choice would be the Qingyan auction house. Over time, how could the survival conditions of other auction houses improve? There would only be the path of being acquired by the Qingyan auction house left. What? To attend an auction, one actually needs a spirit stone for entry. This is robbery. Just as various factions were chatting, a voice of disbelief rang out. A man with shifty eyes and a somewhat lecherous appearance stood at the entrance of the Qingyan auction house, wearing an expression of disbelief. This is the new rule of the auction house. We hope for your understanding. A towering figure at the entrance spoke gruffly. When did the auction house implement such a rule? I refuse to pay. Oh, I don't believe there are any fools here. The man said disdainfully. The Qingyan auction house was truly digging its own grave, implementing a citywide fee scheme. A low-grade spirit stone was worth less than a month's salary for him. If today's incident were to spread, the reputation of the Qingyan auction house would surely plummet. Thinking this, the man immediately decided to sell the news to other auction houses, sure it would fetch a handsome price. Now this is what an auction should be. A bunch of country bumpkins. A well-groomed young master said disdainfully. These auctions are not charitable events. Only the small-town auction houses do not charge entry fees. With the reputation of the Qingyan auction house, hosting an auction without charging spirit stones would be problematic. A spirit stone is truly not expensive. The young master then directly pulled out 3 spirit stones, entering with a stern-looking middle-aged man and an elder. Seeing someone willing to pay, countless others began to waver and obediently pulled out their spirit stones. Just as the young master thought, a spirit stone really was not costly. To witness the grandest auction in Qingyan City in centuries, a spirit stone was indeed worth it. Young sir, would you like to reserve a private box at our Qingyan auction house? Our box services range from basic, intermediate, to premium levels. The basic box requires only 100 low-grade spirit stones and effectively guarantees client privacy. The intermediate box costs 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, and besides ensuring privacy, also includes generous spirit fruit as a gift. The premium box requires 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, and in addition to spirit fruits, offers spirit liquids and wines, providing the best service. If you have an invitation from our auction house, you can enjoy a 20% discount. A beautiful woman in a cheongsam was gently introducing the options to the well-groomed young master. Interesting, the middle-aged man beside him chuckled. Then I'll take a premium box. I want to see what kind of items are worth 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. The middle-aged man suddenly became interested in this small place where someone dared to make such a bold choice. The elder beside him opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately sighed helplessly. Ladies and gentlemen, please come inside. The beautiful attendant, seeing the middle-aged man confidently reserve the highest level box, brightened up, and a sincere and radiant smile appeared on her face. For the premium box based on commission, she would be able to earn 100 low-grade spirit stones. What does that mean? In just a moment, she earned more spirit stones than she could in a lifetime. Hope for cultivation. This scene was not only happening to the young master. What? There are private boxes. This is robbery. Oh, I didn't expect the Qingyan auction house to have such changes. It'll take a basic box. They'll take an intermediate box. Hey, I want to see what kind of spirit fruit is worth 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. The Qingyan auction house truly has great ambition. They'll take a premium box as I want to see what scheme the Qingyan auction house is playing. I have an invitation, I can even get a 20% discount. So, let's go with a premium box. Of life is all about enjoyment. Faced with the changes at the Qingyan auction house, some were indifferent, some delighted, and some dissatisfied. However, regardless of others' opinions, Yang and was very satisfied. Young master, someone has reserved an intermediate box. Young master, several more have reserved intermediate boxes. Young master, someone has reserved a premium box. In these 10 days, he had spent thousands of spirit stones just to build these boxes. As for the spirit fruits, he simply exchanged them from the system. After all, they weren't expensive. 100 low-grade spirit stones could easily buy a pile. With the expansion of the auction house, he couldn't possibly send invitations one by one. These noble families were indeed very wealthy. It is known that wherever there are people, there is competition, which is an unchanging truth. This point Yang and from the Water Blue Star in his past life could not possibly misunderstand. Young master, all the boxes have been reserved. Damn it. He had prepared 500 basic boxes, 50 intermediate boxes, and 10 premium boxes. How could they all be? Before the auction even began, Yang and had already earned nearly 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. This made him marvel at how, regardless of the location, the wealth of the affluent was indeed the easiest to acquire. System, do these spirit stones count towards my spirit points? Yang asked curiously, as they were also obtained from the auction. While the auction venue should indeed count as part of the auction right. Not counted. The system delivered a heavy blow to Yang, and without any hesitation. If it's not counted, then so be it. It's just 20 spirit points. Yang and does not care. Then Yang turned his gaze towards the auction. The auction was about to begin. This spirit fruit is quite good. The energy contained within is beneficial for those in the Qi condensation realm. The spirit stones spent on this are worth it. I didn't expect the Qingyan auction house to possess such means. The force behind it must be formidable. Those ordering mid to high-grade private rooms gazed at the spirit fruit, emitting rich spiritual energy, marveling at it, while the high-grade rooms even offered spirit liquids and spirit wines, all containing abundant spiritual power. Most importantly, the energy of these spirit fruits, spirit liquids, and spirit wines was exceptionally gentle. If sold individually, they would surely fetch a high price. This made everyone feel the grandeur of the Qingyan auction house. Likewise, it led to deeper thoughts. The unexpected demise of Yang Dingtian, followed by the sudden emergence of a peak spirit origin realm cultivator in the previously declining Qingyan auction house. Could this truly be a coincidence? Perhaps the Qingyan auction house had already connected with another powerful force. With this thought, everyone felt a chill in their hearts, determined not to offend the Qingyan auction house. A force that could casually dispatch a peak spirit origin realm cultivator was certainly not one they could afford to offend. Just as the crowd at the auction was engaged in lively discussions, a series of candlelights lit up, illuminating the entire auction hall, as if it were daytime. At that moment, as if it were a signal, the crowd in the auction hall instantly fell silent. Then on the most eye-catching white jade platform in the auction hall, dazzling spirit lights sparkled. At this moment, the white jade platform was the center of the entire auction. The auction is finally about to begin. Before coming here, I sold off half of my family's assets. This time, I must acquire an item. I must have the Xian-level cultivation method. I hope there will be magical artifacts this time. Everyone knew that the auction was about to officially start. Welcome to the Qingyan auction house. The second auction is about to begin, a charming voice echoed. Then Sophie appeared on the white jade platform, wearing a fiery palace dress, her skin as pure as snow, her graceful figure mesmerizing, and a faint blush graced her stunning face, instantly capturing everyone's attention. At that moment, Sophie resembled a celestial being skilled in the art of seduction. Every move was filled with charm and innocence, igniting a desire for conquest in the hearts of the onlookers. Even the heads of some great clans looked at Sophie with fiery gazes. Observing the crowd's reactions, Sophie displayed no signs of discomfort. Instead, she appeared even more composed. Then with a clap of her hands, a beautiful maid stepped forward gracefully, carrying a jade plate. What is this? Could it be a pill? It doesn't seem like a pill. The transparent jade bottle contains a liquid. Miss Sophie, please tell us what this item is. Seeing the transparent porcelain bottle filled with emerald-colored liquid on the jade plate, the crowd expressed their confusion, as it did not appear to be a pill. Miss Sophie, could this liquid be body refinement liquid? A deep voice called from the high-grade box with a hint of, this is indeed body refinement liquid crafted by a second-grade alchemist. Sophie acknowledged with a nod upon hearing someone recognize it. However, most people in the audience looked bewildered. Oh, what exactly was body refinement liquid? It seemed related to the body refinement realm. But would such an item fit into this auction? Miss Sophie, what exactly is the function of this body refinement liquid? Yet someone caught onto the key term. This was the work of at least a second-grade alchemist. What could such a creation be but extraordinary? Hearing the confusion, Sophie lightly parted her lips and began to introduce it. Body refinement liquid, as the name implies, is a spiritual liquid that helps accelerate the pace of body refinement cultivation. It is said that the reason why those progeny in the imperial city reached the chi condensation realm swiftly is largely due to the effects of body refinement liquid. This bottle of body refinement liquid has been assessed by our auction house's master Wang Dan and contains energy comparable to a second-grade pill, and the energy is exceptionally gentle, sufficient for a cultivator at the 7th level of body refinement to swiftly advance to the 9th level. You must know time is priceless. If you wish for your progeny to become renowned young geniuses, don't let this opportunity slip by. By the way, our master Wang Dan at Qingyan Auction House is a certified second-grade alchemist. Upon hearing this, the crowd below erupted in astonishment, never expecting such an unassuming liquid to possess such great efficacy. After all, which family does not have a few prodigal sons, or even a tiger parent with a dog son? And the terrifying energy contained in this small bottle of liquid was enough to allow someone at the late stage of body refinement to make a breakthrough. Those major sects require their disciples to reach the 9th level of body refinement, and the younger the bone age, the better. In other words, this bottle of body refinement liquid is capable of creating a genius disciple. However, those in the private rooms were more concerned about this. The Qingyan Auction House actually has a second-grade The Qingyan Auction House must not be offended, we can only befriend them. It seems the force behind the Qingyan Auction House is far more terrifying than I imagined. The connections of a second-grade alchemist are indeed terrifying. It can be said that if a second-grade alchemist is willing, they can easily summon 10 or 8 experts of the spirit origin realm. The status of an alchemist is extremely esteemed everywhere. Damn it, a second-grade alchemist. At this moment, a mysterious figure cloaked in black in the junior box felt a bit speechless. A third-grade alchemist disguising as a second-grade alchemist, yet hiding in such a small place, isn't that? Most importantly, that alchemist appeared to be only around 30 years old. Such alchemical talent, I fear, could hardly be found throughout the entire Great Zhou dynasty. However, how others fared had nothing to do with him. He was more concerned about what price this bottle of body refinement liquid could fetch. After all, the materials for this bottle of body refinement liquid had exhausted all his savings. Originally, there were still 101 low-grade spirit stones left, but now he truly was penniless. I never expected myself to experience such desolation. The cloaked man sighed complexly. How long has it been since he had to worry over such a trivial amount of spirit stones? Since everyone is already aware of this item, the bidding begins. The starting price is 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, and each subsequent bid must not be less than 1,000. Seeing the fervent glimmers in the eyes of the crowd below, Sophie slowly spoke. 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. From the high-class box, someone immediately made a bid without hesitation. Insane. At this moment, the crowd in the hall appeared somewhat dazed. Though comparable to a second-grade pill, it was merely for use in the body refinement stage. Clearly, 1,000 spirit stones would suffice for each increase, yet they began with a doubled price. How could they possibly feel involved in this? In the high-class box, a young man with oiled hair and powdered face looked curiously at his father. He knew that while his father was the leader of a sect, he was extremely frugal, to the point where he wished to stretch each spirit stone as far as it could go. With a loud slap, the middle-aged man struck his son on the back of the head, looking at the tearful young man with disappointment. This is body refinement liquid. The requirements for alchemical pills are extremely high. A moment's carelessness could ruin them. And failed pills contain various impurities and toxins, rendering them unconsumable. The focus of alchemy lies with the alchemist. However, the body refinement liquid is different. If this liquid is refined, while it cannot be fully restored, it can still retain 1 or 2 parts of its efficacy. And that is sufficient. One must understand that items like body refinement liquid are kept under strict secrecy by major factions, and they certainly wouldn't leak out. No matter where the body refinement liquid from the Qingyan Auction House was obtained, the Feiyu sect must have it. Indeed, the sect leader has far-reaching vision. The elder beside him immediately reacted, respectfully flattering the middle-aged man. 25,000. 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. 40,000. It wasn't just the Feiyu sect's leader who reacted. Representatives from other factions quickly followed suit, bidding rapidly. Listening to the prices of spirit stones soaring outside, he thought, system, do the spirit stones earned from bidding on the items of others count as spirit points? They do. Hearing the system's response, Yang An's lips curled slightly upward. Another batch of spirit points. In no time, the price had skyrocketed to 130,000. The crowd in the hall hadn't yet come to their senses, feeling a chill in their hearts. Since when did spirit stones become so cheap? In the past, auction items valued at 10,000 spirit stones were extremely rare. But now 10,000 spirit stones were merely the most basic price. This left them utterly shocked, and they gradually accepted the reality. Such a level of competition was no longer something they could partake in. 14,000 low-grade spirit stones. 14,500. 16,000. At this moment the price continued to rise with no one willing to easily give up. However, when the price reached 16,000, a voice from the high-class box silenced everyone. 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. This was 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. A sense of absurdity arose in everyone's hearts. Insane is this not just a ploy by the auction house? 200,000 low-grade spirit stones for a body refinement liquid. With the bid of 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, no one chose to continue. Exchanging 200,000 low-grade spirit stones for an unknown item didn't seem worth it. What if the materials used for the body refinement liquid were too rare and the purity they could achieve was not high? Then 200,000 spirit stones would be equivalent to throwing them away. 200,000 spirit stones once. 200,000 spirit stones twice. 200,000 spirit stones 3 times. Congratulations to the esteemed guest of Box 8 for acquiring the body refinement liquid. Sophie was equally astonished at this price, then put away the jade bottle, announcing the conclusion of the first. Not bad, I managed to acquire it for 200,000 spirit stones. The middle-aged man finally felt relieved after Sophie announced the result. 200,000 spirit stones for a chance to obtain a body refinement liquid formula was still worthwhile for the Zhong sect. If the complete formula was auctioned off, it would certainly fetch a price at least several dozen times higher. Only in such a small town could they have the chance to pick up a bargain. To think it sold for 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. At this moment, a figure shrouded in a black robe in the junior box was somewhat delighted. Initially, he thought that in such an auction house there might be knowledgeable buyers, but he would be satisfied if it sold for 5,000 or 6,000 low-grade spirit stones. He never expected it to actually sell for 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. With these 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, his cultivation would surely skyrocket. Foundation Establishment Stage 1. It seems the reputation of the Qingyan auction house has spread beyond the surrounding 1,000 miles. Yang was somewhat surprised upon hearing Li Sun's hint. One must know that those in the foundation establishment stage seldom appeared in such a small town without reason. However, all who come are guests. If there are no other intentions, then it is merely goodwill should other thoughts arise. Yang also has backing. From the end of today's auction, Yang will be the mysterious spokesperson of an unknown organization. Now for the second item, everyone should have seen it before. Sophie looked at the crowd below, speaking softly with. Then she opened the jade bottle in her hand, and a rich medicinal fragrance instantly wafted out. Could this be the chi-gathering pill? Someone quickly trembled and exclaimed. The last chi-gathering pill sold for 15,000 spirit stones. However, after returning from the last auction and learning about the Great Zhou Academy, those who had not participated in the bidding were nearly regretting it to the point of turning their insides green. Acquiring a spot at the Great Zhou Academy for 15,000 spirit stones could be considered a bargain. This item is indeed the chi-gathering pill. I need not elaborate on what it represents. The auction for the second item officially begins. The starting price is 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent increase not less than 1,000. Sophie, holding the jade bottle, smiled brightly. 15,000 low-grade spirit stones. 20,000. 23,000. 15,000. As the crowd cheered and prepared to continue bidding, a voice emerged from the high-class box. The entire auction house fell into silence in an instant. Truly insane. Everyone below was utterly. Just moments ago, many below were excitedly wanting to take part to experience the thrill of bidding. Although they knew that the chi-gathering pill represented something significant, and they would surely not win it, they thought they could at least enjoy the moment and boast about it later. Little did they expect that the moment the people in the high-class box spoke, their thoughts were dashed. After all, the last chi-gathering pill had only sold for 15,000 low-grade spirit stones. 16,000, 17,000. Yet the price of the gathering chi pill did not stop there. Son, fortunately your father bid early. This is what foresight looks like. At this moment, in a mid-level private box, the city lord of Qingyan City proudly spoke to the young man beside. Seeing that the external bid had reached 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, the city lord of Qingyan City once again marveled at his foresight. If he hadn't acted decisively last time, he might have suffered a significant loss this time. It should be noted that the annual revenue of the city lord's mansion, along with various tributes and fees, barely amounted to 70 or 80,000 spirit stones. Of these 70 or 80,000 spirit stones, he had to pay a portion to the Dao dynasty and another part to his superiors, plus the cultivation resources for his family. In reality, he could save at most 20 to 30,000 spirit stones in a year. 25,000 low-grade spirit stones. Unbeknownst to them, the bidding had surprisingly reached 25,000. Incredible, this is simply terrifying. Is it worth it? Over 20,000 spirit stones to purchase an opportunity to enter the Dao Academy. The crowd in the hall felt this world was somewhat surreal. A bottle of refining liquid used for the body refinement realm was auctioned for 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. and a gathering chi pill's price had surprisingly risen to 25,000 low-grade spirit stones. Were these wealthy individuals foolish, or was there something within that they could not comprehend? Unfortunately, no one could clarify for them. Different circles meant different exposures. Ignorance was bliss. 25,005, 26,000, 26,001, 26,002, 30,000. Seeing the bidding slow down, a loud voice from the high-level box rang out without hesitation. However, this time the crowd fell silent. If they continued to bid in increments of 1 or 2,000, they might have dared to try again. Now, with this person bidding 30,000 low-grade spirit stones in one go, it was clear they were determined to acquire this gathering chi pill. The crowd began to calm down, considering the benefits of acquiring this gathering chi pill. After all, the Dao Academy carried significant risks. What if there are more gathering chi pills? 30,000 spirit stones had already exceeded their psychological expectations. If better items appeared next, they would likely be unable to compete further. Moreover, this auction might also unveil profound level techniques. 30,000 low-grade spirit stones once, 30,000 low-grade spirit stones twice, 30,000 low-grade spirit stones thrice. Congratulations to Box 3 for winning the Gathering Chi Pill, Sophie said excitedly. It should be noted that in the last auction, the highest price reached was only 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. And now this was only the second item. Master, we finally secured it. In Box 3, the elder of the Wang family spoke excitedly. If I hadn't been careless last time and didn't let you bring enough spirit stones, we wouldn't have to pay such a high price. However, 30,000 is within an acceptable range, sighed the head of the Wang family. Although they spent 15,000 more spirit stones, it was still bearable. As long as Tengayer could be sent to the Dao Academy, this expenditure would surely be repaid many times over. Few knew that the Wang family had another prodigy. My son Wang Tung reached the peak of the body refinement realm at the age of 13 and possesses extraordinary talent. Thinking of this, the head of the Wang family showed a relieved smile. Father, why didn't we bid for this gathering chi pill? In Box 1, the young master looked at his father with a hint of grievance, weakly asking. If he had this gathering chi pill, he could break through to the chi condensation realm and then enter the Dao Academy. My. At this moment, the middle-aged man looked at the young master, unable to help but doubt if he was truly his son. Their sect going to the Dao Academy. Wasn't this like biting the hand that feeds them? Without hesitation, another round of screams erupted. Still 20,000 spirit stones short. Yang leaned against the beautiful servants, Jade, Ni, feeling somewhat helpless. However, selling a gathering chi pill for 30,000 was still quite satisfying for Yang. Auctioning is indeed an art, he remarked. Timing, location, and harmony all contribute to price fluctuations. This made Yang determined that once he had suitable talents, he must establish a dedicated information gathering department to auction the highest price at the lowest cost. It seems I need to look for another city. Qingyan City is ultimately too small, though after a few more auctions these family spirit stones will likely be drained. Yang felt somewhat helpless. On the white jade platform, the candlelight flickered. This is the third item of this auction, a third-grade pill. Sophie gently picked up the jade bottle, then uncorked it before quickly sealing it again. Yet just that brief moment released a rich medicinal fragrance that spread throughout the auction hall. That fragrance contained an unbelievable vitality, and those who had been somewhat listless suddenly perked up upon smelling it. My wound is actually healing rapidly, someone exclaimed in disbelief. Me too, the wound from a few days ago inflicted by a rival is actually healing. What kind of pill is this that possesses such medicinal properties? This is too outrageous, too miraculous. Many people gasped and looked at their own wounds. In this cultivation world, martial arts thrived, and a martial spirit was prevalent. Thus bearing some scars, not everyone comes from sects or noble families with stable cultivation resources. However, encountering a pill that could heal the body merely from its fragrance was a first for everyone. Then everyone looked at the porcelain bottle in Sophie's palm, their eyes filled with fervor. Father, do you recognize this item? In Box 1, the young master rubbed his backside, somewhat puzzled. Just sniffing the medicinal fragrance had surprisingly alleviated the pain from his originally swollen rear. However, the middle-aged man did not respond, his expression serious as he gazed at the white jade platform. Sectmaster. Is that pill? An elder beside him asked, his voice trembling. If all goes well, it should be. The middle-aged man nodded, his tone grave. As he watched the two people shrouded in mystery, the young master could only look on in confusion, not daring to speak further. This time he had learned his lesson. As long as he spoke up, he would definitely be reprimanded, so he wisely chose to remain silent. Fortunately, his father hadn't heard him just now. The young master decisively shrank to the side like an ostrich. And the reactions of the crowd were precisely what... Once the chaos in the hall quieted down slightly, Sophie finally smiled charmingly, slightly parted her red lips, and spoke. This item is the everlasting life pill. As long as one retains a breath of life below the foundation establishment stage, consuming this pill can bring them back to life. Of course, this is not merely a healing pill. The rich vitality contained within it can help cultivators below the foundation establishment stage extend their lives by 10 years and even assist those on the verge of old age to extend their lives by a year. It can even help those with severed meridians below the foundation establishment stage to recover their meridians and embark on their cultivation journey once more. At these words, the crowd fell into a dead silence. Is this a divine pill? Heaven's a divine pill is actually being auctioned. It can extend the lives of cultivators below the divine realm, and also has healing properties. It's no wonder it's called a divine pill. After a brief moment of silence, a wave of astonished exclamations surged forth like a tidal wave. Such an item they had only heard of in tales. To seize the transformation of the heavens and earth to reverse yin and yang, such a pill actually exists. In box number 1, Father, this. Does this mean my elder brother has hope? At this moment, the young noble was filled with excitement after hearing Sophie's introduction. Yes, the everlasting life pill. I searched for it for a full 10 years and never expected it to appear in this small auction. Jenair has hope to recover his meridians. The middle-aged man fixed his gaze on the exquisite jade bottle in Sophie's hand with tears welling up in his tiger-like eyes. 10 years ago, his eldest son Lin Zhan, the most outstanding genius in the history of the Feiyu sect, had reached the peak of qi condensation at just 18, only a step away from reaching the spiritual origin realm. However, during a meeting of the realms 10 years ago, he was crippled by the extraordinary genius Ji Hao of the Great Zhou dynasty, and since then had never recovered. For the past decade, he had searched tirelessly for the everlasting life pill, but to no avail. The formula for this pill did not exist in the Great Zhou dynasty, only the major factions possessed it. Those ancient-level forces were far beyond what his small Feiyu sect could afford. This pill even has the effect of extending life. Extending life, this is truly a battle against fate. No matter what, this pill must be auctioned off. Various factions were stirred up. To extend the life of a spiritual origin realm expert by 10 years could change the fate of an entire clan at a crucial moment. I never expected it to actually be the everlasting life pill. This place is quite extraordinary. In the junior box, a mysterious figure draped in a black robe sighed. It must be known that although the everlasting life pill is a third-grade pill, the medicinal materials are exceedingly rare. One could say that apart from those great families, it has virtually disappeared from the outside world. However, it has appeared at this small auction. To say that this auction house does not have the support of a major power would be hard to believe. What the behind-the-scenes forces are scheming is still unknown. Why would they expend so much time and effort to support such an auction house? Forget it, this matter does not concern me. The black-robed man shook his head and did not pursue it further. Having lived again, he had come to deeply understand the truth that the more one knows, the quicker one meets death. Everyone has already understood the value of this item, right? This is a divine pill that has never appeared before. The value of this divine pill is even sufficient to be used as a trump card for a family's rise or fall. Everyone, the bidding begins. The starting price for this auction is still 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, and each bid must not be lower than 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Sophie smiled and announced while looking at the eager crowd below. 11,000. As soon as Sophie finished speaking, someone eagerly called out. Seeing their chance to speak, the person had barely time to be excited before several voices began to chime in. 15,000. 20,000. 21,000. 30,000. The crowd began to compete to raise the bid, but unexpectedly very few people from the intermediate and advanced boxes spoke up this time. They were all waiting. Soon the price reached 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. A group of old foxes. Someone cursed under their breath. These old foxes really know how to be patient. Everyone wanted this pill, but no one wanted to be the first to speak up. 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. Finally, someone from the advanced box could not hold back any longer. What? A chorus of gasps erupted in the hall. This. A bid increase of 200,000 spirit stones at once. Is this a cabbage? Even some of the old foxes who originally planned to observe had their gazes slightly frozen. A bid increase of 200,000. This was clearly a strong intent to win. 350,000 low-grade spirit stones. Immediately another voice came from the advanced box. Father, we must secure this pill. At this moment, the young noble's gaze was filled with anxiety. This was the only way for his elder brother Lin Zhan to recover his talent. Seeing that his father had not yet spoken, he could not help but feel a sense of urgency. Glancing at his foolish son, the middle-aged man felt a sense of comfort. Though his son might not be very bright, he placed great importance on family ties. And that was enough. 370,000 low-grade spirit stones. 380,000 low-grade spirit stones. 400,000 low-grade spirit stones. The price quickly reached 400,000 low-grade spirit stones. This made numerous factions tremble with fear. 400,000 low-grade spirit stones. Apart from those major families, it was unlikely for other families to gather such wealth. At this moment, they deeply understood just how profound the foundations of these major families were. 600,000 low-grade spirit stones. Finally, a voice emerged from box number 1. Upon hearing this number, not only were the guests in the hall stunned, but many factions in the box were also taken aback. 600,000 low-grade spirit stones. What a terrifying figure. Although they had come with plans to watch the battle and deliver a decisive blow, they had not anticipated this. To increase the bid by 200,000 low-grade spirit stones on top of the 400,000. Do they not consider spirit stones as money? What kind of power is so wealthy? At this moment, many factions became interested in the mysterious box number 1. It must be noted that not long ago the person in box number 1 had spent a full 20,000 spirit stones on refining liquid. Now they still had the capacity to spend 60,000 low-grade spirit stones to bid for the everlasting life pill. No one was a fool. Such a force was unlikely to be from their small region. It was clear that the person in box number 1 urgently needed the everlasting life pill, and continuing to raise the price would only offend others. In an instant, the entire auction house fell into silence. 600,000 spirit stones, 3 times. Congratulations to the esteemed guest in box 1 for successfully winning the auction. At this moment, Yang and felt a surge of excitement upon hearing the final bid. System, does this mean the task is complete? Yang asked eagerly. This everlasting pill was precisely what he had exchanged for the formula and materials, allowing Wang Dan to practice day and night before ultimately obtaining it. To be precise, the cost of this pill was merely 100 low-grade spirit stones. Rather than placing all his hopes on the final item, Yang preferred to carve his own path and find loopholes within the system. After all, the system never said he couldn't refine it himself. Yes, once the payment is made and the goods are delivered, the rewards will naturally be distributed. The system's voice remained that of a bland electronic tone, yet it could not dampen Yang's inner joy. This sudden inspiration was actually feasible. What did this signify? He could directly cultivate a legion of alchemists. With a cost of 100 spirit stones, he could sell it for 600,000 spirit stones. A profit of 6,000 times. 3-grade pills were not cheap to exchange in the system, costing 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones each. However, by refining it himself, he could produce 3 pills from 100 spirit stones worth of materials even after several failures. This made Yang marvel that alchemists truly were the most profitable profession. The auction continued. The 4th item up for bid was a magical artifact which was ultimately won by box 1 for 600,000 spirit stones. The 5th item was also a magical artifact, though this one was defensive in nature, and it was finally bid for 70,000 spirit stones by box 1. What the hell, who is this big shot? Could it be that they are here to stock up? So far they've spent a total of 210,000 low-grade spirit stones. This is definitely not a force from our Qingyan city. How terrifying. The crowd was astonished to see box 1 spend 210,000 spirit stones on 4 items. It was indeed a bit absurd. They also understood that such a force was not something they could provoke. Master, is this too ostentatious? At this moment, an elder hesitated as he looked at his sect leader in box 1. To take out 210,000 spirit stones in one go would likely leave the Feiyu sect severely strained. No worries, said the middle-aged man calmly. He was well aware of the vast difference between having a magical artifact and not having one at the foundation establishment stage. The auction of magical artifacts was exceedingly rare in the Great Zhou dynasty. Now, having auctioned off 2 magical artifacts for 130,000 spirit stones, one could even say they made a small profit. For a faction that had foundation establishment experts guarding it for generations and had profound level techniques available for their outstanding disciples, to cultivate accumulating magical artifacts was a way to enhance the sect's strength. The elder observed this scene and chose not to say more. However, the spirit stones they had brought were nearly depleted, and they might no longer be able to participate in the bidding. Next, we come to the final item of this auction. Sophie waved her jade hand, and the candle flames on the white jade platform turned fiery red, painting the entire platform in a blazing hue. Then a beautiful maid brought up an exquisite blue and white porcelain plate. On the plate lay a jade slip exuding a sense of antiquity. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to the jade slip. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Sophie slowly opened the jade slip. Inside the jade slip was a glowing jade slip that radiated a faint glow, giving the impression that it was extraordinary. A low-grade profound technique, the Yuanling art. As soon as this was announced, everyone looked at the white jade platform with fervent eyes. Sophie could even vaguely sense several auras stirring restlessly, seemingly eager to seize it. Yet in the end, rationality triumphed over greed, preventing a major disaster. Previously, everyone had merely speculated that a profound technique might appear at this auction, but now that it had truly appeared, how many could maintain their composure? One must understand that while pills are precious, they are only useful for a moment. Magical artifacts, though powerful, are merely an embellishment. Without formidable strength, a magical artifact cannot realize its true value. However, a technique can be utilized for a lifetime and even passed down to future generations. This is a true legacy. It is an essential factor for a force to rise and prosper. As long as there is a technique, even without pills or spirit stones, diligent cultivation will eventually lead to rise, granting the qualification to reach higher realms. But without a technique, no matter how talented or wealthy one is, they cannot break free from their shackles. Their cultivation will be trapped at the peak of the spiritual energy realm, never to witness greater vistas. Perhaps some can break their shackles, but why should one assume that person will be you? How many among countless beings can? Thus a profound technique is worth any faction here paying any price for it. Head of the family, there really is a profound technique. Quick. Convert all assets in the clan into liquid assets and have everyone rush to bring spirit stones. The profound technique must be ours. Quickly ask if the Qingyan auction house can accept clan assets as collateral. Even if it means losing everything, as long as we acquire the profound technique, it will be worth it. The moment for my Lu family to rise has arrived. In an instant, everyone in all the small boxes with a profound technique, one has the qualifications to advance further. For this, even swapping hundreds of years of the clan's foundation is worth it. As long as there is strength in a profound technique, this will eventually return 1,000-fold. Miss Sophie, is the source of this technique reliable? However, someone cautiously spoke up. What if they spent a great deal to acquire the technique only to find it was a legacy of another faction? In that case, it would not be a chance, but a fatal disaster. Upon hearing this, Sophie, with a charming smile on her stunning face, spoke slowly. This item was consigned by a customer, and I guarantee by the reputation of our Qingyan auction house that its source is absolutely reliable and will not cause any trouble. Everyone can bid freely. The crowd finally eased their anxious hearts. Miss Sophie, please start the bidding. I can't wait any longer. Yes, Miss Sophie, please begin. The crowd urged impatiently. Sophie looked down at the crowd, and an unusual feeling crossed her heart. One must know that in previous auctions, regardless of what was being sold, she was always the center of attention. However, ever since Yang and took over the Qingyan auction house, every item presented was a rare treasure. Everyone's attention had completely shifted to the items being auctioned. However, this is a good thing. Sophie was no fool. How could such rare items be continuously presented by a mere expert at the Lingyuan realm? After a brief moment of contemplation, Sophie regained her composure, and her stunning face was once again adorned with a charming smile. Speaking of which, it is the first time for me to auction a mysterious level technique. I can't help but feel a bit dazed. Since everyone is eager, I hereby announce that the final auction is officially commencing. The first item is a low-grade mysterious level technique, the Yuanling Ju, starting at a price of 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, with a minimum bid increase of no less than 10,000. With Sophie's words, someone immediately raised their bid. 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. 400,000 low-grade spirit stones. In just 3 rounds, the price soared to 400,000. This scene shocked everyone present. Some even questioned whether they had misheard. The rule was that each bid increase could not be less than 10,000, yet why were these people increasing their bids by tens of thousands? Not only were the attendees in the auction hall stunned, but Yang and was equally astonished. Tisk, that guy who auctioned the mysterious level sword technique for 150,000 spirit stones is quite the talent, he muttered with a strange expression. In truth, Yang and was unaware that the mysterious level sword technique auctioned in the neighboring Qingshan city was actually a technique with a survival rate of less than 10%. In terms of applicability, it was even inferior to a high-grade yellow technique. However, to promote the auction house's reputation, they had removed the incomplete sections, flaunting it as a 60,000 low-grade spirit stones, 70,000, 80,000 low-grade spirit stones. Despite the rule stating that each bid increase could not be less than 10,000 spirit stones, it seemed trivial before these frenzied families. Patriarch, compete fiercely. Even if we spend all our spirit stones today, we must fight for it. Mysterious level techniques, as long as our Lu family can obtain them, we are the true rulers here. I refuse to believe that my Wang family, coming from the imperial city though fallen, cannot compete with these local bumpkins who have only been around for a few hundred years. Increase the bids. Even if my Li family has to rely on mercenaries in the future, it will be worth it. All the aristocrats gazed at the jade plate in Sophie's hand, their eyes gleaming with a blood-red hue, like sharks smelling blood, eager to seize the jade plate. 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Someone in the middle-level box shouted hoarsely, filled with indignation and resentment. Everyone knew that starting from 1 million low-grade spirit stones, various major forces had begun to withdraw. It was not that they did not want to continue raising their bids, but they simply could not afford to do so. Even if they exhausted their family's 100-year, or even several 100-year accumulation, it was still just this much spirit stones. However, despite some families withdrawing one after another, the competitive bidding did not diminish in the slightest. In fact, it became even more intense. 110,000 low-grade spirit stones. 130,000 low-grade spirit stones. 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. Soon the price of spirit stones had reached an unattainable figure. These families are truly wealthy. The city lord of Qingshan City remarked with some envy. He had just managed to secure an item at the previous auction. But at this auction, he could only be a bystander watching everyone continuously raise their bids. Father, I will definitely enter the Dao Academy and become a great practitioner in the realm of divine powers. At this moment, the young man beside the city lord of Qingshan City was confident and spirited, proclaiming proudly. To become a Qi condensation realm practitioner at 15 was an unparalleled talent that had not appeared in Qingshan City for 100 years. He was worthy of pride. Good, this is my pride of the Qilin. My son Pan Jia has the talent of divine. The city lord of Qingshan City laughed heartily, believing his Qilin son was surely no less than those prodigies from the imperial city. Once his Qilin son became a great practitioner in the realm of divine powers, what would a few million low-grade spirit stones matter? He had heard that auctions in larger cities were measured with medium-grade spirit stones. 160,000 low-grade spirit stones. 170,000. 190,000. 2 million. Before long, the bidding for spirit stones had reached 2 million, and this frenzied scene made the atmosphere of the entire auction hall come to a standstill. What happened today was destined to spread across thousands of miles in a very short time. 2,500,000. 2,100,000. 2,115,000. 2,200,000. Once the bidding exceeded 2 million spirit stones, even those families with hundreds of years of heritage began to struggle. The competition began to gradually cool down. Patriarch, are we really going to give up? I am unwilling. The Qingshan auction house surely has more than just one mysterious level technique. If we cannot win the bid, don't blame me. At this moment, some forces that could not withstand the pressure began to give up, their eyes bloodshot, speaking hoarsely. The temptation of the mysterious level technique had already caused them to lose their basic sense of reason. If they could not compete, then it was every family for themselves. 250,000 low-grade spirit stones. 3 million low-grade spirit stones. Finally, with this number announced, the scene fell into a dead silence. No one had expected that even at this stage someone could raise the bid by 50,000 low-grade spirit stones in one breath. 3 million seemed just a number, but it extinguished all competing thoughts. In box number 3, the head of the Wang family had a fierce fire flashing in his eyes, as hot as the sun. The mysterious level technique must belong to my Wang family. As long as my Wang family obtains this mysterious level technique, we can surely return to the imperial city, thriving for generations. 3 million once. 3 million twice. 3 million 3 times. Congratulations to the esteemed guest in box number 3 for successfully auctioning the mysterious level technique, Yuan Ling Ju. Sophie's beautiful face showed excitement. 3 million spirit stones. What kind of number was that? According to the past earnings of the Qingshan auction house, the total auction amount over 10 years was probably only this much. Most importantly, this auction had actually brought in an astonishing total of 5,400,000 spirit stones. This amount was enough to make anyone's heart race. In box number 1, Sect Master, do you think this auction can protect this sum of spirit stones? An elder beside the leader of the Feiyu sect noticed a shift in the atmosphere, his expression changing slightly. In the cultivation world, strength reigned supreme. If the Qingshan auction house only had a peak practitioner at the Lingyuan realm, even if they had other forces backing them, their reputation might not suffice. After the auction ends, those willing to take risks will definitely not be few. The sect leader of Feiyu sect, Lin Wu, said in a deep voice, "This has nothing to do with us," then glanced at the old man beside him. "As long as the money is paid and the goods are received, everything else is none of our concern. Do not entertain any other thoughts. Otherwise, do not blame me for being rude. The items in this auction, whether submitted by others or offered by oneself, are certainly not trivial. These millions of spirit stones and a mysterious level skill were not enough to make Feiyu sect take risks." Hearing his sect leader say this, the old man could only awkwardly suppress his other thoughts. The leader of Feiyu sect thought this way, but it did not represent everyone. In a middle-level private room, a terrifying surge of spiritual power erupted, followed by a figure rushing towards the white jade platform, where Sophie stood like lightning. It's Bloodhand Killer. This is a peak warrior of the Lingyuan realm, said to have once massacred a major clan protected by 2 Lingyuan realm experts. He is currently being hunted by the Dao Empire. Who would have thought he would appear here? I wonder if he can uncover some secrets of the Qingyan auction house. Thinking of this, those who were eager to take action also restrained themselves. Master, should we take action? In the third private room, the elder of the Wang family looked somewhat worried. After all, that mysterious level skill belongs to our Wang family. Let's wait a bit longer. The head of the Wang family squinted slightly, fixating his gaze on the white jade platform. He also wanted to see if the Qingyan auction house had any other means. After all, killing a wanted cultivator of the Dao Empire would certainly make one a person of merit, a model of the righteous path. If one were to forcibly seize something within the auction house, that would be a demonic act, and they would definitely be placed on the wanted list of the Dao Empire. Sensing the commotion in the auction, Yang and said casually, "Kill him." With over 500,000 inferior spirit stones at stake, it's time to make an example out of someone. For a peak warrior of the Lingyuan realm, that was akin to a fat chicken. As Yang An's words fell, the entire auction hall seemed to freeze. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, a figure in a blue robe slowly emerged. Li Sun looked at the fear flashing in the eyes of the bloodhand killer who was about to struggle in vain, and a trace of pity and disdain flashed in his own eyes. He then reached out and lightly pointed. The bloodhand killer had no chance to resist, as he immediately exploded into a mist of blood on the spot. Gilon. Everyone stared in disbelief at this scene, their eyes filled with dread. A peak warrior of the Lingyuan realm. The bloodhand killer was indeed a peak powerhouse of the Lingyuan realm. The once untouchable peak warriors of the Lingyuan realm were unexpectedly slaughtered like ants. What realm is this person at? Foundation Establishment realm. He has definitely crossed into the Foundation Establishment realm. The Qingyan auction house actually has a Foundation Establishment cultivator station here. The force behind them must be considerable. That was close. Thankfully we didn't act earlier, or our lives could have been in danger. This person probably isn't a weakling even among Foundation Establishment cultivators. Ordinary Foundation Establishment cultivators are definitely not this strong. Everyone was deeply shocked by the terrifying scene. However, Li Sun did not pay attention to the thoughts of these people. After casually surveying his surroundings, he vanished from the spot. Crushing a peak warrior of the Lingyuan realm is no harder than crushing an ant. As a figure of blue potential even in this vast realm of 3,000, he is not inferior to those from the sacred places. Where did he find such a terrifying powerhouse? Sophie's stunning face also showed a trace of shock. To casually crush a peak warrior of the Lingyuan realm, he actually desires such a small auction house. Even these items, if placed in a major city, would not sell for a low price. No one knew that in a middle-level private room someone exclaimed, "How is this possible? How can a cultivator who has comprehended the Tao appear here?" Even among those sacred teachings, the number of prodigies who have comprehended the Tao is extremely limited. The mysterious young man in a black robe found it hard to believe as he felt the aura emanating from the fleeting figure in blue. To comprehend the Tao among the billions of cultivators, there might not even be one. In his past life, he had wandered through the divine wasteland and witnessed countless prodigies. He knew very well what comprehending the Tao represented. Such individuals have absolute qualifications to contend with the true inheritors of those immortal sects. The Qingyan auction house must not be offended. At this moment, the young man in the black robe murmured softly. In a place like the Dazhou Empire, the forces behind the Qingyan auction house must be among the very top. No, just based on that blue-robed man, they are already considered among the very top. After Li Sun revealed his cultivation and made his move, no more strong individuals dared to cause a scene and scattered away. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward 1 high-level lottery chance. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward 1 high-level talent lottery chance. Congratulations to the host for successfully hosting the auction. A total of 4 million inferior spirit stones were auctioned. Congratulations to the host for earning 540 spirit points, plus the remaining, there are 545. 5 spirit points. Hearing the system's prompt, Yang An felt completely relaxed and refreshed. System, do you have a detailed panel? Yang An asked, puzzled. Host Yang An, age 18, talent potential, white summon characters, Li Sun Wang, Dan A. Da. Spirit stones 5. 8,200 for box name quota 200 left after Bloodhand Killer's death spirit points, 545. 5 character evaluation cannon fodder in the cultivation world, the bottom of peers. Yang An looked at his character evaluation and felt somewhat speechless. He was considered a genius in Qingyan City. How did he end up at the bottom among his peers? Let's start with a beginner character lottery to whet the appetite. Yang An felt that he needed to play with some metaphysics. It was quite important. Congratulations to the host for summoning a guard at the initial stage of Qi condensation. You can check their information. The guard will pledge loyalty to the host shortly. Initial stage of Qi condensation, just average. Check information. Name, AR, age 45, character potential, white character evaluation, a guard from a small family in a mid-level world, unremarkable. Goodness, did he summon a colleague of Ada? Continue 3 consecutive draws. Congratulations to the host for summoning a guard at the 9th level of body refinement. You can check their information. The guard will pledge loyalty to the host shortly. Congratulations to the host for summoning a guard at the 3rd level of body refinement. You can check their information. The guard will pledge loyalty to the host shortly. Congratulations to the host for summoning a guard at the perfected 10th level of body refinement. You can check their information. The guard will pledge loyalty to the host shortly. Yang An felt somewhat speechless. Was this a body refinement gift pack? The completion of the 10th layer of body refinement system, don't joke with me. Yang An rubbed his eyes and looked again at the character prompt from the system. The 9th layer of body refinement is not the limit. The 10th layer is the true limit. Any cultivator who reaches the 10th layer of body refinement is undoubtedly exceptional, possessing unmatched potential in their rank. With the system's explanation, Yang finally understood that there existed realms beyond his reach. View character information. Name Du Gujian. Age 14. Realm completion of the 10th layer of body refinement. Character potential purple. Character evaluation from a world of celestial heroes. He showed an early love for swords, practicing diligently. By the age of 3, he wielded a sword. At 10, he observed the falling leaves of the phoenix tree and comprehended the essence of sword intent. At 14, he unexpectedly acquired a rare treasure, forging the celestial sword body, breaking through the limits of body refinement with an immeasurable future ahead. Purple potential. This was Yang An's first reaction. He struck gold. This was Yang An's second reaction. Is this the favor of the heavens? This was Yang An's third reaction. I never expected that a basic draw could actually yield a character of purple potential, especially one with such great fortune. Yang An thought with his toes. He knew that a character with purple talent, even in the 3,000 realms, would undeniably be a peerless genius with boundless prospects. As long as he does not fall, he would certainly sweep across the 8 desolations, dominating the universe as an unparalleled prodigy. Ding detected a wielder of purple fortune has emerged. Does the host wish to conceal their fortune? Yang An felt a bit confused. Oh, what does this mean? Purple characters themselves possess immense fortune. If their fortune is not concealed, it will be sensed by great powers. If you choose to hide it, then it will not be detected. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Yang An fell silent for a moment, pondering internally. What happens if a great power detects it? This was something he was genuinely concerned about. After all, this was the first purple character he had summoned. A great power will take them as a disciple and then enroll them in a major sect. Enrolled in a major sect. Upon thinking of this, Yang An's heart, which had been suspended, gradually settled down. Do not conceal. In an instant he made his decision. This world is vast, so vast that he knows nothing beyond the Great Zhou dynasty. Yang An understood that he could not remain in the Great Zhou dynasty forever. There would inevitably come a day when he would step outside of it. Thus he needed an eye to help him see the world beyond the Great Zhou dynasty. Having an informant was far superior to groping around blindly like a headless fly. System high-level talent draw. Yang An decisively pressed forward. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the Holy Moon body, which can be fused at any time. Holy body. Hearing the system's prompt, an expression of disbelief appeared on Yang An's face, followed by overwhelming joy. With the system's virtue, it was actually able to draw a holy level talent from a high-level draw. Could it be that today was his lucky day? Today I, Yang An, am favored by destiny. Intermediate character summoning activate. Countless stars shone brightly, tracing through numerous figures, and finally the pointer of the roulette stopped on an old man who looked somewhat withered. What is this? Yang An's face showed confusion. The old man was clad in simple clothes, his face somewhat aged with eyes filled with the weight of years, yet Yang An sensed a deeper indifference. It was a kind of indifference that held no regard for all things in the world, as if he were a deity high above, ruling over all beings. Definitely a remarkable figure. View information. Name Linsong. Age 1024. Realm peak of the 9th layer of profound understanding. Character potential purple. Character evaluation from a small world. His birth was marked by celestial phenomena, with cranes singing and all things reviving, astonishing the world. He practiced martial arts at 3, broke through the limits of body refinement at 4, then entered the chi condensation stage. After spending a year, he reached the peak of the chi condensation stage. When attacked by a peak strongman of an evil cult, he entered the spirit origin stage in a life-and-death crisis, turning the tables on his enemy, shocking the world, and was called a reincarnated saint. He then spent 2 more years entering the foundation establishment stage at 7, joining various major sects, studying the classics of 100 schools. At 13, he observed the vast ocean and comprehended the Tao, entering the stage of divine powers, becoming the strongest in that realm. He infiltrated. In pursuit of further opportunities, he spent 1,000 years spreading the Tao across the world, once revered as a selfless saint admired by thousands. He served as the imperial teacher of various dynasties, observing the fortune of the world, unleashing boundless slaughter, attempting to test a conjecture in his heart with the lives of countless people. He also harvested the wisdom of many, seeking to transcend the world. He was the most mysterious and unpredictable existence in the world, with only a few perceiving his presence and revering him as a deity. After 500 years, he broke through the limits of the world, becoming the first and only profound understanding cultivator in that realm throughout history. He then gathered the world's fortune, devising a brand new path, and after 500 years reached the peak of the 9th layer of profound understanding. The shock within Yang An's heart had reached an unparalleled level. Is this purple? Such character potential is purple. A person broke through the world's limits, creating the only path in that realm throughout the ages, forcefully walking out of the profound understanding realm in a world where it was deemed impossible, and he even reached the end of that path. Even giving him a golden legend, Yang An felt it was not excessive. System, what kind of character can be deemed a golden At this moment Yang and was extremely curious. Even such a formidable person was merely of purple potential. What kind of greatness could a golden legend possess? In a small world catalyzing the elevation of the world, in a medium world breaking through ancient extremes creating a brand new road, in a large world sweeping across an era destined to achieve the Tao. Yang felt that his understanding was still far too shallow at this moment. What about characters with red potential? Purple gold, each one more extraordinary than the last. Oh, what kind of presence would a character with red potential embody? However, the system only provided an 8-character response. 3,000 paths destined to become immortals. Immortals, what a majestic existence that is. Transcending the world, undying and indestructible, difficult to be collected by heaven, hard to be buried by earth. Even if one dies across endless years, as long as traces remain they will eventually revive. For millions of years how many emperors pursued the immortal path, yet failed, regrettably passing away? Or how many emperors self-inflicted wounds, betraying their hearts merely to await that illusory golden age, vying for a sliver of immortal chance? 3,000 paths destined to become immortals. What a despairing talent that is. Yang suddenly felt that his system was somewhat impressive. At the same time the desire for higher level draws grew stronger. In the divine wilderness Dao Domain, the sacred land of the heavenly sword is adorned with majestic floating divine mountains. Endless Dao rhythms intertwine and spread with rich spiritual energy, forming a mist that takes on substance. Countless immortal beasts resonate in unison, each exuding an overwhelming aura akin to a boundless abyss. The sacred land of the heavenly sword stands as one of the foremost powers within the divine wilderness Dao Domain, having birthed several emperors with unfathomable depths. In the depths of the sacred land of the heavenly sword, within a grand hall enveloped by endless chaotic energy, a figure clad in white slowly opened his eyes, murmuring to himself, the divine sword's 9 resonances heralds the arrival of a supreme genius. His eyes seemed to shimmer like stars, with 3,000 Daos flowing around him and an endless chaotic divine light intertwining. His aura reached unprecedented heights, resembling a world-shattering deity. After a moment, these extraordinary phenomena and auras gradually settled. Elder Chingu, a supreme genius with a celestial sword body, has emerged within the great Zhou dynasty under the jurisdiction of the Sun and Moon sect. This genius possesses great fortune and is destined to be our sacred son at the heavenly sword sacred land. You should go and bring him back to join our sacred land, the figure in white stated calmly. Yes, I will obey the command of the Holy Master. A terrifying figure outside the hall replied respectfully. After sensing the tranquility restored within the hall, Elder Chingu finally made his exit. It seems today's luck has been fully spent. After summoning Lin Songyang and drew 5 more characters, but unfortunately the results were somewhat unsatisfactory. 1 at the pinnacle of the spiritual origin realm, 1 in the mid-spiritual origin realm, 1 at the pinnacle of the chi condensation realm, and 2 in the body refinement realm, all with white potential. However, spending 100 spirit points to summon a supreme genius with purple potential is still quite remarkable. 1 purple along with 9 whites. System, let Dugu Jian stay away from me for the time being. Understood. Yang chose not to have Dugu Jian rendezvous with him directly. He did not wish to expose himself too early to the gaze of those powerful beings. Elder Lin Yang whispered, "Here, young master." An aged voice echoed from the void, followed by the appearance of a somewhat emaciated old man in front of Yang. At the moment the old man appeared, a figure in a green robe also materialized in the hall. This person is terrifying. Li Sun warily observed the suddenly appeared elder, his face filled with seriousness. Just now he had completely failed to detect how this person had appeared. This indicated that if this person intended to plot against the young master, he would have no means to resist. Uncle Li, there's no need to be nervous. This is Elder Lin, a member of my Qingyan auction house, Yang said, smiling at the seemingly on guard Li Sun. Upon hearing Yang An's explanation, Li Sun realized he had made a misunderstanding and promptly responded. Li Sun pays respects to the elder. As a genius who had carved out his own path, he understood just how extraordinary the elder before him was. The path he had taken seemed like a staggering infant learning to walk in front of the elder. This was a suppression of stat. No need for formalities. We are both subordinates of the young master and should regard each other as colleagues. The elder chuckled, not taking the matter to heart. However, he did give Li Sun a few more glances. Such geniuses were seldom seen in their world. He never expected one to align with the young master so soon. It seems his young master is quite remarkable. How much longer until Elder Lin can break through? Yang asked. The system indicated that Elder Lin had reached the pinnacle of the profound realm, likely just 1 step away from the life and death realm. That step had previously been hindered by world restrictions, preventing Elder Lin from breaking through. Now within the divine wilderness Dao Domain there are no world restrictions, so he should be able to break through soon. Thinking of this, Yang felt somewhat regretful. If such a person had been born directly in this vast world, why would he have to spend millennia in cultivation, merely achieving the profound realm? He would have undoubtedly become an unparalleled powerhouse long ago. Fortunately, Elder Lin was born in a small world, otherwise summoning such a figure through a medium-level lottery would be akin to chasing dreams. Young master, I can break through at any moment, the elder stated confidently. It's just that the commotion from my breakthrough might be rather overwhelming, and I feared it would disturb your plans, so I did not break through directly. After arriving in this world and no longer being bound by the roads of suppression, he sensed a presence locking up. He also understood why he could not break through in his original world. Hearing this, Yang and felt elated. Indeed, he was worthy of being a character of purple potential. The decision to break through entirely depended on his own will. The strongest in the Great Zhou dynasty is merely at the profound realm. Even if they conceal their strength, they will not reach the life and death realm. This meant that once Elder Lin successfully breaks through, the Great Zhou dynasty could be dealt with without restraint. This was a major gain. He then learned that breaking through to the life and death realm required transcending tribulations, also known as the life and death tribulation. The lightning tribulation faced by a life and death realm powerhouse during their breakthrough could devastate an area of several thousand miles. Yang waved his hand, without hesitation, spending 3 million spirit stones to exchange for a concealment talisman that shields against heavenly secrets. With a smile, he watched Elder Lin depart, eager to fuse the holy body of the bright moon. The fusion of the holy body of the bright moon is aided by the system to shield heavenly secrets, making it impossible for powerhouses to calculate. In Qing Mountain City, the Wang family patriarch, the other major families have united with the city lord's mansion and are showing signs of attacking our Wang family. They probably deduced that our Wang family is behind the box now. 3. In the hall of the Wang family, the elders expressed their concerns. The flow of over 3 million spirit stones cannot escape the notice of other families. However, they did not expect these people to react so quickly, uniting in just one day. Although the Wang family is strong, they cannot withstand the combined might of so many forces. Great Elder, you lead our geniuses to retreat through the secret passage. The others will hold the ancestral grounds of the Wang family. The ancestor is comprehending that profound level technique. As long as we hold on, victory will belong to our Wang family. The patriarch of the Wang family had no intention of retreating in the slightest. Even if the other forces in Qing Mountain City united, what could they do? As long as they cannot annihilate the Wang family for the time being, once the ancestor comprehends the profound level technique and breaks through, everything lost by the Wang family will be returned. Did their ancestors not face a crisis when retreating from the royal city? Yet even in such circumstances, the Wang family persevered. The patriarch speaks well. Even if the other families and the city lord's mansion unite, what does it matter? Our Wang family fears no one. Fight. Let them witness the depth of our Wang family. If they wish to covet the assets of the Wang family, they must first see if their strength is enough. Master of the family. Something terrible has happened. The Gu family, Lin family, Su family, and the city lord's mansion have united to confront us. Outside the Wang family hall, a guard hurriedly reported, his tone filled with trepidation. Has this moment finally arrived? The head of the Wang family sighed deeply and then strode forward, his eyes filled with determination. Brother Su, is it true that the Wang family acquired the Xian level technique? Alas, Brother Gu, do you still doubt my word? The Xian level technique, how could the Wang family keep it to themselves? It is better to share joy with others. Indeed, indeed. At this moment in the Wang family's reception hall, notable figures rarely seen in Qingshan City had gathered, engaging in casual conversation. As a colossal entity that has been rooted in Qingshan City for hundreds of years, the Wang family would generally not dare to joke about themselves, even if given 10 times the courage. However, for some unknown reason, the head of the Su family possessed evidence that the Wang family was the mysterious figure who acquired the Xian level technique at the Qingshan auction house. The Xian level technique, if successfully obtained, would make foundation establishment no longer an unattainable luxury. Thus, under the lead of the Su family, everyone agreed without a second thought to unite with the Su family to force the Wang family to hand over the Xian level technique. The Wang family's own power had already compelled the major forces in Qingshan City to band together for warmth, struggling to hold on. If they were to acquire the Xian level technique, wouldn't Qingshan City become a one-man show for the Wang family? Once someone from the Wang family breaks through to foundation establishment, would the Wang family let them off? Clearly, it was impossible. How could a sleeping tiger tolerate others? At that time, if they did not leave Qingshan City, their century-old foundation might end up being a wedding dress for the Wang family. If they left Qingshan City, how would they start over? Everyone coming to my Wang family truly shows great power. The head of the Wang family stepped forward, speaking. Is it not said that the head of the Wang family acquired a Xian level technique at the Qingshan auction house? In all my years in Qingshan City, I have never seen a Xian level technique. May I ask if the head of the Wang family can show it to us? We are willing to each contribute 200,000 spirit stones as a viewing fee. The city lord of Qingshan City spoke up, smiling. Yes, head of the Wang family, why not display the Xian level technique for us? We certainly want resort to forceful snatching. We four families will each contribute 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, a total of 800,000 low-grade spirit stones, as a viewing fee. Head of the Wong family, you must think this through. I've heard that the Wong family has roots in a great city. Surely the head of the Wong family possesses the demeanor of your ancestors. The heads of the other three families chimed in, their words filled with concern, yet their eyes could not hide their greed. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Wong family members darkened, their faces filled with anger, eyes brimming with murderous intent. Even the head of the Wong family looked as if his face could drip water. One must know the Wong family spent 3 million low-grade spirit stones to acquire the Xian level technique. To think that they would only offer 80,000 low-grade spirit stones for a viewing is an insult to the Wong family. If this matter were to leak out, how could the Wong family hold their head high? Not to mention, could the Wong family's heritage techniques be shared with others? This is simply too much. Do you all wish to go to war with my Wong family? The head of the Wong family said sternly, the terrifying aura of his mid-stage spiritual realm instantly enveloping the hall, causing it to hum. So it seems we cannot reach an agreement. The head of the Su family slowly rose his own mid-stage spiritual realm, showing its full might, the thick aura colliding violently with that of the head of the Wong family, causing the air around them to explode. Then 5 figures emerged behind the head of the Su family. Damn, 6 mid-stage spiritual realm practitioners. At this moment, the expression of the head of the Wong family was somewhat bitter. 6 mid-stage spiritual realm practitioners, 1 at the peak, 1 in the late stage, 3 in the mid-stage, and 1 in the early stage. Such a formation could easily annihilate the entire Wong family. Head of the Wong family, you must think this through. If a single decision from you leads the entire Wong family into a life-and-death crisis, how will you face your ancestors? The city lord of Qingshan City spoke solemnly. If they could obtain the Wong family's Xian-level technique without bloodshed, it would be the best outcome for them. After all, if the 4 spiritual realm experts from the Wong family fought desperately, they could likely take 1 or 2 of them down. Head of the Wong family, if you can't make a decision, perhaps you can let that old fellow Wong Wei come out to decide. At this moment, an old figure emerged from behind the Su family, his peak spiritual realm aura pressing down on the Wong family members, nearly suffocating them. Faced with such humiliation, the Wong family members showed hatred, preparing to fight to the death, when a deep voice rang out from outside the hall. Everyone, please give the Qingshan auction house some face. The Wong family is a collaborator of ours. Wang Dan figure slowly stepped into the hall, followed by 2 figures, both exuding a powerful aura. Seeing Wang Dan, who wore a smile and bore the certification of a second-grade alchemist, the expressions of the Su family, Gu family, Lin family, and the city lord's mansion darkened. On the contrary, the Wong family members showed joy. Why does the Qingshan auction house wish to assist the Wong family? The head of the Su family asked unwillingly. Why would the Qingshan auction house insert themselves into a situation that was already in their favor? Though reluctant, the head of the Su family did not dare to be overly reckless. One must know that the Qingshan auction house had a foundation establishment expert in charge. They had also participated in the Qingshan auction, and the horrifying scene of effortlessly crushing a peak spiritual realm expert, like squashing an ant, would not be forgotten. Nothing else, but the Wong family is our first collaborator at the Qingshan auction house. Facing the unwillingness of the Su family, Wang Dan did not explain much. Head of the Wong family, you've hidden your talents well. At this moment, the Su family members looked at the Wong family with resentment. Who would have thought the Wong family had actually reached a collaboration with the Qingshan auction house? Although everyone did not know how the Wong family managed to establish a cooperative relationship with the Qingshan auction house. Fortunately, I did not reject the good intentions of manager Yang at that time. The head of the Wong family thought to himself. Since the auction concluded, Yang and had invited the Wong family to help the Qingshan auction house establish a foundation in Qingshan City, wanting to take the opportunity to expand the Qingshan auction house into Qingshan City. At first, he was quite unwilling. After all, once his ancestor successfully breaks through to foundation establishment, wouldn't Qingshan City be the stronghold of the Wong family, a one-man show? However, in the end, he did not refuse. Yesterday, noticing the movements of the Su family, Gu family, Lin family, and the city lord's mansion, he directly sent someone to agree to the conditions of the Qingshan auction house. Initially, he held little hope for the Qingshan auction house, but unexpectedly their people arrived so quickly, and it was led personally by Master Wang Dan. Thank you, Master Wang Dan. The head of the Wang family expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Master Wang Dan. At this moment, all the members of the Wang family echoed their gratitude. You should be thanking Master Yang. Wang Dan shook his head, as his visit today was entirely at the behest of the young master. Upon hearing Wang Dan's words, a sense of desolation and disbelief swept over everyone in the hall. Although Yang and was the master of the Qingyan auction house, most people regarded him as a puppet. However, it seemed that was not the case. The boy they had always viewed as a puppet had indeed hidden himself very well. And this was something Yang was pleased. Yang currently possessed the holy body of the bright moon. While he may not possess the qualifications of an emperor as a descendant of a powerful force, he was certainly qualified. With such talent, it was naturally impossible to remain a puppet. What price did the Wang family pay to enlist the aid of the esteemed members of the Qingyan auction house? My Su family is willing to offer double the price, the head of the Su family said, still somewhat unconvinced. He truly did not believe that the Wang family had any substantial foundation to afford the Qingyan auction house's assistance with the sum of 330,000 spirit stones. Whatever price the Wang family could afford, his Su family could match. If they failed to eliminate the Wang family today, it would be their turn to be destroyed in the future. Master Wang Dan, my Wang family is willing to offer all our properties in Qingyan City to the Qingyan auction house for free. We ask for your assistance, Master Wang Dan. The head of the Wang family hurriedly spoke, fearing that Master Wang Dan might be swayed by the proposal from the Su family. If the Qingyan auction house chose to aid the Su family, then even if the Wang family's ancestor successfully broke through to the foundation establishment stage, it would be of no use. Rest assured, Master Wang. The Qingyan auction house stands by its word and will follow through on our agreement. Everything will proceed according to the contract, Wang Dan said in a calm tone. The properties in Qingshan City were not of great significance to the Qingyan auction house. As long as the Qingyan auction house successfully settled in Qingshan City, all properties would eventually belong to them. Oh no. According to the young master's words, it is the Qingyan Chamber of Commerce. They only need to select an agent in Qingshan City. It does not matter which force the agent belongs to. Do you really think you can extend your reach into Qingshan City Qingyan auction house? At this moment, the city lord of Qingshan City looked extremely grim as he shouted angrily. Although he was not the strongest in Qingshan City, he was still nominally in charge of the entire city. Yet there were other forces trying to interfere on his territory. You Wang family are truly treacherous. As one of my own in Qingshan City, you actually collude with outsiders. Though the city lord of Qingshan City did not know what agreement the Wang family had reached with the Qingyan auction house that led them to offer assistance. However, it was obvious this was an act of inviting wolves into the house. Otherwise, why would the Qingyan auction house expend such effort to support a faction? The entire cake of Qingshan City was only so big, and there was already not enough to share. The Wang family occupied most of it, and if the Qingyan auction house intervened, it would be akin to carving flesh from them. This was something that all factions could not tolerate. In response, the head of the Wang family could only respond with a sneer. With their family on the brink of destruction, who would care about such insignificant gains? He naturally understood this principle. If the Qingyan auction house took control of Qingshan City, it would undoubtedly have a tremendous impact on the Wang family. Otherwise, he would not have declined Yang An's offer at the Qingyan auction house. He just never expected the news would leak so quickly. Faster than the Wang family could prepare, the Su family had already allied with 2 other families and the city lord's office. Everyone, the Wang family has allied with the Qingyan auction house to attempt to eliminate us all. Why don't we strike first and eradicate the Wang family? With the profound grade techniques, where can't we go in this vast world? The head of the Su family spoke with fierce determination. Charge! The Gu family, Lin family, and the city lord of Qingshan City directly chose to act. If the Wang family escaped this ordeal today, they would not let them off. Since there was no way back, it was better to fight with all their might. As long as they obtained the profound grade techniques, even if they had to leave Qingshan City, it would still be a gain. Stubborn resistance. Wang Dan looked at the crowd and sneered. Then 3 powerful auras erupted. The 2 guards behind Master Wang Dan are actually in the spiritual origin realm. What a terrifying Qingyan auction house, sending out 3 spiritual origin realm experts at will. Quick, help Master Wang Dan. Today we will eradicate all future enemies. Upon sensing the auras of Wang Dan and the others, the members of the Wang family seemed to have been injected with adrenaline. One was mid-stage spiritual origin realm, one was latest stage, and one was peak stage. With the assistance of the Qingyan auction house, the Wang family was about to rise today. Damn it. The people from the Su family turned pale with fear. First, capture the alchemist from the Qingyan auction house. The energy sent by the Qingyan auction house caught everyone off guard, but they quickly reacted. It is well known that alchemists are the weakest existences among their peers. Normally, alchemists are treasures of major factions and are protected by powerful guardians, which is why they rarely take action. This also led to alchemists being among the weakest combatants in the same realm. The ancestor of the Su family directly intervened and blocked 1 peak stage guard of the Qingyan auction house. The city lord of Qingshan City decisively charged toward Wang Dan. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 spiritual origin realm experts intercepted the Wang family and another guard of the Qingyan auction house. Wang Dan looked at the city lord of Qingshan City, rushing towards him. A hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. The combat power of ordinary alchemists was indeed at the bottom among their peers, because they lacked soul secret techniques and did not know how to utilize their power. However, he hailed from an alchemist. Wang Dan opened his eyes, his pupils shimmering with a faint golden hue, and a terrifying mental force erupted like a vast wave surging directly towards the city lord of Qingshan City. Up! The city lord of Qingshan City felt as if his mind was pierced by thousands of blades and excruciating pain overwhelmed him, causing his body to lose balance and crash heavily to the ground, losing all vitality in an instant. Wang Dan looked at the city lord of Qingshan City who had fallen in front of him, his expression unchanged, as if he were merely performing an inconsequential task. Damn it, what is going on? Useless, truly useless. I am not willing to accept this. My Su family is willing to submit to the Qingyan auction house. I hope the esteemed one will show mercy. At this moment, those engaged in battle saw the city lord of Qingshan City inexplicably kneel down, and the terror in their eyes could no longer be concealed. Their resolve to fight back instantly dissipated. Kill them all, Wang Dan said coldly. The outcome was already determined once he brought the Qingyan auction house. The shrill cries echoed throughout the Wang family estate, blood staining the ground red, leading to the complete annihilation of the Su family, Lin family, Gu family, and the city lord's office in Qingshan City. Name Yang'an. Age 18. Cultivation complete in the 10th layer of body refinement. Talent potential green. Talent bright moon, sacred body strength like an ox. Summon characters Lin Song, Li Sun, Dugu Jian, Wang Dan. Spirit stones 8. 8 million low-grade spirit stones, 6 million low-grade spirit stones obtained from exterminating the local powers of Qingshan City. Spirit points 455. 5. Character evaluation. You already possess the qualification to stir up storms in this world. With the bright moon sacred body, you are qualified to be a top true disciple, even in a major sect. Deep within the Yang family residence, a bright moon illuminated the void. Amidst the celestial light condensed by the bright moon, a slender figure stood tall, with flowing black hair, and a profound gaze where countless stars shone, exuding a captivating luster, making him appear as if he were an otherworldly immortal. At this moment, Yang could clearly sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy around him, even feeling the residual Dao rhythm of heaven and earth. He even had a feeling that as long as he wished, he could draw qi into his body at any time and break through to the qi gathering stage. Is this the trouble of a genius? He didn't even need to consciously cultivate, his body automatically absorbed spiritual power. The overwhelming power within him felt as if it was inexhaustible, and with one punch it seemed capable of shattering space. However, Yang also understood that this was merely an illusion of his skyrocketing power. No wonder Uncle Li and Old Man Lin were so extraordinary. After personally experiencing the blessing of the sacred body, Yang expressed heartfelt admiration. Then came joy. Now with the blessing of the sacred body, he had completely reversed his fate, possessing talents that rivaled those of top true disciples from major sects. From this point onward, the path of cultivation was wide and smooth. However, upon seeing the system's prompt indicating that his spirit stones had increased by 6 million Yang and couldn't help but marvel at the wealth of those noble families. If it weren't for the fact that spirit points could only be obtained through auctions, he would have wanted to go on a rampage. Indeed, the spirit stones from exterminating families came quickly. After painstakingly earning over 500,000 low-grade spirit stones from holding an auction, Wang Dan led a team to annihilate 4 forces and earn 6 million low-grade spirit stones. However, the issue with Qingshan City has been resolved, and the next plan can be set in motion. We still lack manpower. System 10 consecutive draws. Yang murmured in his heart. Congratulations, host, you have summoned a guard in the late Qi gathering stage. You can view the information, and they will pledge allegiance to you shortly. Congratulations, host, you have summoned a guard in the early spirit origin stage. You can view the information, and they will pledge allegiance to you shortly. Congratulations, host, you have summoned a guard in the 3rd layer of body refinement. You can view the information, and they will pledge allegiance to you shortly. Congratulations, host, you have summoned a guard at the peak of the spirit origin stage. You can view the information, and they will pledge allegiance to you shortly. 10 consecutive draws yielded 3 in the spirit origin realm, 2 in the Qi gathering realm, and 5 in the body refinement realm. Not bad, not too much of a loss. To Yang An's surprise, among the 3 summoned in the spirit origin realm, 2 actually had blue potential. Name Zhang Long. Age 28. Realm late spirit origin realm. Character potential blue. Character background from an Empire's Merchant Association in the Middle Thousand World, took over the declining association at 15, spent 3 years strategizing to turn the tide, and brought the association back from the brink of destruction, then spent another 10 years developing it into the 3rd largest merchant association in the Empire. Seeing this introduction, a glimmer of surprise appeared in Yang An's eyes. A commercial talent. This is simply a timely assistance. Name Zhao Hu. Age 26. Realm peak spirit origin realm. Character potential blue. Character background from a sect in the Middle Thousand World, displayed remarkable talent since childhood and was regarded as the pride of the sect, a leader of rejuvenation. A peak spirit origin realm cultivator with great talent. With a bit of training, he would become a foundation establishment realm expert. After the 10 consecutive summons, Yang decided not to summon anymore. 6 spirit origin realm experts were sufficient for now. He could save up the remaining spirit points for the next intermediate summon. System, are there any other tasks? Regarding the tasks issued by the system, Yang and felt they were truly appealing. Ding detected that the host has the determination to face the vast sea of stars. Task issued. Merchant Association Plan. Establish a merchant association, settle in 10 cities, and ensure that the revenue of each city reaches 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Reward 1 intermediate draw. Fame in the Great Zhou. As the host of the Supreme Auction House, how can one remain holed up in the small Qingshan city? Establish a base in any major city and hold an auction with the total auction items reaching 1 million medium-grade spirit stones to receive 1 high-level draw. There is no time limit for either task. Yang glanced at the 2 newly issued tasks from the system, and he could hardly contain his excitement. System, you're amazing. The minimum is an intermediate draw. Not to mention the chance of a high-level draw. As long as he completes the system's tasks, this wave will directly take off. Songyin Sect. Songyin Sect's master Song Qiudao looked at the secret letter placed before him. Boom. A vast surge of spiritual power instantly swept through the entire hall, turning the precious chairs and decorations alongside the secret letter into powder. We have all been played by the Qingshan auction house. What a clever trick to switch the goods, what a malicious frame-up. Song Qiudao instantly understood the cause and effect, and his face darkened, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption. They had all been toyed with by the forces behind the Qingshan auction house. This was the first time he had suffered such humiliation. If he did not bloodily wash the Qingshan auction house, how could the reputation of his Songyin sect not be rubbed into the ground? It was time to let these people witness the true strength of the Songyin sect. However, before that, let's first destroy the Tiandu auction house. The Tiandu auction house's centuries of accumulation was something his Songyin sect coveted immensely. Now using this excuse was enough to swallow the Tiandu auction house. Thinking of this, Song Qiudao's face broke into a smile, his eyes flickering with greed. Great Zhou Dynasty. In the palace of the Great Zhou Dynasty, a tall figure sat cross-legged in the void, his divine light flickering, illuminating the space around him, with the Dao rhythm flowing like a river of stars transforming into a torrent. A terrifying aura spread, exuding an unparalleled dominance. This was the ruler of the Great Zhou Dynasty, the most outstanding prodigy in the history of the Great Zhou, the Zhou Emperor. In the hall, the Zhou Emperor suddenly opened his eyes, gazing at the terrifying figure tearing through the sky and rending the void from afar, his expression filled with indifference, as if he were a god overlooking the myriad beings. He then slowly walked to the entrance of the hall and looked into the distance. Noble family's sex. He murmured softly, then stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression emotionless. No one knew what this Zhou Emperor was thinking at this moment. Only a chilling aura lingered, refusing to dissipate. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Though brief, those 5 days witnessed several unimaginable upheavals. The Tiandu auction house had been utterly obliterated. The assault was widely suspected to be the work of the Songyin sect. Meanwhile, the young master of the Feiyu sect had miraculously restored his meridians, prompting the Feiyu sect to host celebratory banquets for 3 full days. The Wang family of Qingshan City forged an alliance with the Qingyan auction house, jointly eliminating all rival forces within the city, leaving the Wang family as the sole dominant power in Qingshan. The Qingyan auction house established the Tiandi Commerce Association and opened treasure pavilions in both Qingyan City and Qingshan City. Brother, and you're awake. Su Fei murmured, her voice soft and alluring as she gazed upon the newly awakened Yang'an. Her figure sculpted to perfection by the elegant lines of her Chong Sam, and her long, flawless legs held his gaze captive, irresistibly enchanting. Yang'an instinctively touched his lower abdomen. Just yesterday he had broken through to the Qi condensation realm, and yet this bewitching vixen dared tempt him again. Was that truly bearable? At this moment, he was a man fortified by the sacred body. Without hesitation, he reversed their roles. Vixen, he murmured under his breath. Little did he expect that even with the sacred body's blessing, he had nearly perished alongside her in mutual ruin. No wonder Sister Su Fei could so effortlessly manipulate the region's most promising young elites, and even command auction prices rivaling his own time and again. A single glance, a subtle gesture. Each movement stoked the embers of desire deep within a man's heart. She was without question a beauty capable of toppling kingdoms and devastating nations. With delicate fingers lightly covering her crimson lips, Su Fei let out a soft, lilting laugh, captivating and radiant. Yet her expression as she looked upon Yang and grew subtly complex. She had long understood the intentions of her adoptive father. Back then, however, Yang and had still been too green, merely a brash, unrefined younger brother in her eyes. She had neither objected nor endorsed it. But now that same brash younger brother had matured into a force capable of standing on his own, his intricate machinations even eluding her discerning gaze. His cultivation had surged forward at astonishing speed. Just yesterday, he had reduced her to self-immolation. Yang shot her a sharp glance, forcibly suppressing the rising heat within his chest. Today marked the grand opening of the treasure pavilion he needed to attend. Thus he reluctantly set aside what might have been a decadent day. Qingyan City's central trading district, the city's most prosperous quarter, where major clans operated apothecaries' armories and cultivation manual shops alike. Every common artifact found across the cultivation world was available here. Yet at the district's very heart rose a towering edifice. Majestic and imposing, its facade bore the bold characters "Treasure Pavilion," shimmering with divine radiance beneath the sun's golden light. Crowds of martial cultivators gathered around it, their faces alight with eager anticipation. Why? Because today, every item within the pavilion was offered at a 20% discount, causing previously bustling shops to stand empty, while throngs of cultivators flocked instead to the Treasure Pavilion's entrance, waiting patiently. Do you suppose the Treasure Pavilion founded by the Qingyan Auction House will offer something truly different? Prices have skyrocketed over the past few decades. I can barely afford even the most basic cultivation resources anymore. I wonder whether the Treasure Pavilion's wares will prove more affordable. Treasure Pavilion, what audacious naming. In recent decades, the Qingyan Auction House's reputation had spread far and wide, its fame now unmistakable across 1,000 li. With renown came heightened attention. Now, having established the Tiandi Commerce Association and inaugurated the Treasure Pavilion, with an opening day discount of 20%, it instantly drew countless seekers from near and far. Yet not all were admirers. Many rival clans dispatched spies harboring deep resentment toward the Qingyan Auction House. After all, profit margins in Qingyan City were already razor-thin, and now this new player sought to carve out its share. Though sabotage was unthinkable, none dared challenge the memory of that godlike figure who with a single palm strike had annihilated a peak spirit source realm expert before their very eyes. Still within Qingyan City's narrow domain, these old families retained influence accumulated over generations. Welcome, esteemed guests, to our Treasure Pavilion. I am Zhang Long, manager of the Qingyan City branch. At that moment, Zhang Long emerged from the pavilion flanked by Zhao Hu and a retinue of elite guards. How is this possible? Sensing the terrifying aura radiating from Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, the crowd stiffened in unison. Two more spirit source realm experts. The Qingyan Auction House, or rather the Tiandi Commerce Association, was backed by a truly formidable power. Master Zhang, might we inquire what treasures your pavilion offers? Someone asked, curiosity evident in his tone. The Treasure Pavilion is divided into 4 distinct sections: the Manual Hall, the Divine Weapon Hall, the Pill Hall, and the Miscellaneous Hall. The Manual Hall sells cultivation manuals and martial techniques. Here, even top-tier yellow rank manuals may be purchased outright with spirit stones. The Divine Weapon Hall specializes in divine weapons, stocking everything from low-grade mortal class to high-grade mortal class arms. The Pill Hall offers refined pills and medicinal compounds, each crafted personally by master alchemists, guaranteeing peerless quality. The Miscellaneous Hall carries rare herbs and refined iron, affordable yet exceptional in value. Furthermore, today marks our inaugural opening. All items are discounted by 20%. Zhang Long spoke with a warm, knowing smile, then paused as if recalling something vital. Moreover, those who become official members or strategic partners of the Tiandi Commerce Association shall gain access to elevated privileges. Hearing of higher-tier privileges, a listener eagerly interjected, Master Zhang, pray tell, what precisely do these elevated privileges entail? Zhang Long merely offered a faint, enigmatic smile. For instance, the right to purchase gathering chi pills and spirit source pills. Membership grants eligibility to acquire rare high-demand artifacts. Currently, only Black Iron tier membership is available. Black Iron members may select one item annually from the exclusive member catalog. What is the most fearsome reality in the cultivation world? Undoubtedly, resource monopolization. One might possess abundant spirit stones, yet remain utterly unable to procure essential cultivation materials. Now, mere membership in the Treasure Pavilion unlocks direct acquisition rights to such coveted resources. Previously, obtaining such rarities demanded endless patience, waiting year after year for auctions where suitable items might appear only once in decades, or even centuries. Master Zhang, how might one qualify for membership in the Tiandi Commerce Association? A clan representative asked, eyes gleaming with fervent interest. There are currently 2 pathways to membership. First, become an official partner of the Tiandi Commerce Association, upon which a permanent Black Iron tier membership will be granted. Second, accumulate 1 million low-grade spirit stones and purchases across any of our affiliated enterprises, thereby earning 1 Black Iron tier selection right. Zhang Long explained calmly. 1 million low-grade spirit stones in a year. Someone exclaimed. Although the Qingyan Auction House made 5 million low-grade spirit stones from a single auction, that was only due to the appearance of a mystic grade technique. A large clan with several Lingyuan realm masters might only earn around 100,000 low-grade spirit stones in a year. This amount also includes the cultivation expenses of the clan's royal family. During the auction of mystic grade techniques at the Qingyan auction, many bidders offered over 1 million. But those were all the savings accumulated over a century. Rest assured, the items for members are definitely worth their value, Zhang Long said with a smile. He wasn't worried that these people would hesitate to spend money. After all, many items cannot be bought, even with spirit stones. By the way, those who purchase items at my treasure pavilion today will receive a regular membership card, which records your consumed spirit stones as points. One low-grade spirit stone represents 1 point. Today marks the first day of my treasure pavilion's operation, and for every 1,000 points you can get a free lottery chance. The lottery prizes include a permanent black iron grade membership card for the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce, a chance to buy an item as a black iron grade member, a yellow grade top tier technique, a top tier weapon of the common grade second grade spirit pills, and some precious spirit fruits. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. To think that the treasure pavilion actually offered black iron grade permanent membership cards worth 1 million low grade spirit stones, as well as yellow grade top tier techniques and common grade top tier weapons. Seeing the eager expressions on the crowd, Zhang Long beamed and officially announced, "The treasure pavilion is..." In an instant, countless people surged toward the treasure pavilion. So grand, so spacious. They gazed at the counters made of glass, glistening and transparent with neatly arranged jade slips inside. Before the counters stood stone pillars crafted from unknown precious materials, each intricately carved with beautiful patterns, shimmering with divine light. Just the sight of it was immensely impressive. "Dear guests, do you need assistance with any purchases?" Dozens of beautiful women approached and inquired. Gulp. Seeing these beautiful women, the crowd's eyes widened, and they swallowed hard. Each of these women had skin as smooth as cream, snow-white complexion, lips that seemed to drip with color, dressed in tight-fitting kipeos that perfectly accentuated their figures with long fair legs exposed to the air, captivating and irresistible. "Does the treasure pavilion have any yellow-grade top-tier water attribute techniques for sale?" At that moment, a rather beautiful woman in the crowd asked excitedly. She was a direct descendant of a small family in Qingyan. The inherited technique in her family was merely a yellow-grade mid-tier technique. Now the manager of the treasure pavilion claimed to have yellow-grade top-tier techniques directly for sale. It should be noted that in the past, yellow-grade techniques could only be obtained at auction houses, and the prices were extremely high. Furthermore, auction items of technique type were incredibly rare, perhaps appearing only once in several years, let alone techniques above the yellow-grade top tier. In response to the woman's inquiry, someone immediately stepped forward with a smile and nodded. "Miss, we indeed have yellow-grade top-tier techniques available for direct sale. Please follow me," the attendant said, and the crowd entering the treasure pavilion displayed excitement. To think the treasure pavilion really had yellow-grade top-tier techniques for sale. Instantly, many people followed the woman toward the yellow-grade top-tier technique area. Seeing someone take the lead, others quickly expressed their desired items and followed the attendants away. Qingxueju yellow-grade top-tier technique suitable for women with water attributes has effects such as delaying aging and whitening skin, with the cultivated spiritual power leaning towards gentleness. Selling price, 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. The woman displayed an incredulous expression as she looked at the introduction on the counter. Not because it was too expensive, but rather because it was too cheap. A yellow-grade top-tier technique would start at 100,000 low-grade spirit stones at an auction. In the treasure pavilion, it only required 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. Moreover, it even came with additional effects. Normally, only mystic-grade techniques had such effects. Although there were limitations, it was only suitable for women to cultivate. By the way, dear guest, all items in the treasure pavilion on its first day of operation are 20 off, so it will only cost 24,000 low-grade spirit stones, the kippa-clad woman added, taking advantage of the customer's interest. "He'll buy it." The woman decisively waved her hand, deciding to purchase it. After paying the 24,000 low-grade spirit stones, she looked at the jade slip in her hand, emanating a soft white light, suppressing her excitement. A yellow-grade top-tier technique obtained for just 24,000 low-grade spirit stones. "Miss, I want a yellow-grade top-tier fire attribute technique. I want a yellow-grade top-tier wood attribute technique. I want a yellow-grade top-tier martial skill." In an instant, everyone expressed their excitement. Facing the crowd's requests, the kippa-clad woman's exquisite face broke into a sincere smile. "It seems the results are quite good." Yang observed the scenes unfolding in the mirror before him, wearing a satisfied smile. A yellow-grade top-tier technique only sells for 200 to 300 low-grade spirit stones in the system. After today, the commercial dominance of Qingyan City would belong solely to his family. To establish such a treasure pavilion, he had spent nearly 100,000 spirit stones. So far, the results appeared promising. Next, as long as he promoted the treasure pavilion, spirit stones would continuously flow towards him. Then he could hold 1 or 2 auctions each year, harvesting the spirit stone reserves of those noble families. The Tianyi Chamber of Commerce would soon thrive. At that point, using spirit stones to cultivate the summoned talents, he would soon have a stage that could reach beyond the Great Zhou and face the entire divine wasteland. At this moment, within the Qingyan City Lord's mansion, the resplendent and lively atmosphere of the mansion felt unusually tense today. The heads of the 4 prominent families of Qingyan City, Lu Xiaolu and the newly ascended Qin family, gathered at the City Lord's mansion. "What do you all think about the treasure pavilion?" Seeing the heavy atmosphere, the head of the Liu family spoke first. According to reports from their spies, there were indeed countless treasures within the treasure pavilion. If they allowed it to develop, it would undoubtedly close off their paths. It should be known that the source of income for noble families comes from selling medicines, weapons, and some inferior techniques. The treasure pavilion was digging at their roots. What else can we do? Are we supposed to take action against the treasure pavilion? The city lord of Qingyan spoke coldly. Just a foundation establishment cultivator was enough to ensure they all had no place to die. Once the words were spoken, the atmosphere instantly became chilly. Only the head of the Shao family's gaze flickered slightly, as if contemplating something. At this moment, Yang and did not care about the opinions of the other families. He was indifferent to their thoughts. If they dared to jump out, he would simply support a puppet like the Wang family and eliminate the rest. What a tremendous profit, Yang exclaimed as he watched the continuous transactions of items. In just 2 hours, the sales had reached 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. And this was just the beginning. The upcoming sales would only increase. At this moment, hundreds of figures were gathered around a white jade counter. Written on the counter were the words Lucky Draw Feedback Zone. Is this the lucky draw area? How exactly does it work? Someone looked at the counter with confusion. Young master, you just need to place your certified ordinary member card on the counter and click the lucky draw button, Zhang Long suddenly appeared to explain. Each lucky draw costs 1,000 points, and today's grand prize is a permanent black iron level membership card distributed by the Tiandi Chamber of Commerce. The second prize is a shopping opportunity for a black iron level member's selected item. The third prize is a yellow grade supreme skill. The fourth prize is a second grade spirit pill. The probability of winning these prizes is as high as 1%. If you don't win, the Tiandi Chamber of Commerce will also give a fresh spirit fruit as consolation. At these words, many people had tears in their eyes, their blood boiling. Although everyone did not quite understand what the membership represented, the second grade spirit pill and yellow grade supreme skill were undeniably real. A yellow grade supreme skill was worth at least 100,000 low grade spirit stones, and you couldn't even buy it with spirit stones. A second grade spirit pill was worth at least 10,000 low grade spirit stones. And now participating in the points lucky draw actually offered a chance to get it for free. In no time, many customers who hadn't spent 1,000 low grade spirit stones gritted their teeth and chose to purchase items worth 1,000 low grade spirit stones to participate in the lucky draw. People inherently had a sense of luck. Although they knew the probability of winning was low, they couldn't help but maintain fantasies in their hearts. Oh, what if they won? Wouldn't that be a fortune? Moreover, this lucky draw was a free bonus for purchasing items worth 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Today was the first day of business at the Treasure Pavilion, and what if the activity ended later? Haha, it really shows 2,000 points. The young master beside him looked at the 2,300 points displayed on the white jade counter, excitedly glancing at the lucky draw button. Let me draw. Then a giant wheel appeared on the white jade counter, divided into 5 segments: first prize, second prize, third prize, fourth prize, and thank you for your patronage. In an instant, the wheel began to spin rapidly. It passed by thank you for your patronage, then fourth prize, then third prize, and gradually slowed down, passing by second prize. Could it be that I am the child of destiny? At this moment, the young master's face was filled with excitement as he stared intently at the wheel, watching it slow down at the first prize position, seemingly about to stop. The pointer unexpectedly stopped just a hair's breadth away from the first prize. Thank you for your patronage. Seeing the 4 characters displayed before him, the young master shouted to the sky. No, it was just a hair's breadth. So close. He decisively clicked on the lucky draw again. Then if nothing unexpected happened, there would be no surprises. The pointer once again stopped at thank you for your patronage. The probability of winning was indeed 1%. However, Yang and did not explain how to trigger that 1%. Watching the crowd lamenting, Yang, and who was observing from behind the scenes, wore a smile on his face. The smile wouldn't disappear, it would only shift. I won. After countless cries of lament, an excited voice echoed throughout the treasure pavilion, drawing countless gazes. A young master was staring intently at the white jade counter where a prompt was displayed. Congratulations, you have won the second prize. It was the second prize. Congratulations to this young master for winning the second prize at our treasure pavilion, worth 1 million low-grade spirit stones for a shopping opportunity for a selected item as a black iron level member. Suna maid beside him with a sweet smile respectfully said, someone really won. And it's the second prize worth 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Don't stop me. I want to buy another item worth 1,000 spirit stones and draw again. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Why wasn't it just a little bit more? It's fake, all of it is fake. The news that someone won the second prize quickly spread throughout the treasure pavilion. Faced with this news, some revealed excitement, imagining themselves as the second child of destiny, while others couldn't believe it, filled with jealousy. I wonder what items can be purchased with a black iron level membership. The young master, who had just won the second prize, hurriedly inquired. Young master, please wait a moment. The maid took out a dark card engraved with intricate patterns exuding a mysterious and noble aura and handed it to the young master. You can check the items through the card. After taking the card, the young master found a line of products projected before him. Not only the young master noticed this, but everyone in the treasure pavilion was also captivated. Gathering Chi Pill 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Ling Yuan Pill 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Everlasting Pill 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Yellow-grade Supreme Skill, Songlong Ju 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Mysterious grade low-level combat technique, Quanglong Blade technique, 600,000 low-grade spirit stones. Low-grade magic weapon Chongfeng, sword 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. Is this real? Except for the mysterious grade skill, everything else can actually be bought. They can even directly buy mysterious grade combat techniques. And there are magic weapons. It's the Ling Yuan Pill. One Ling Yuan Pill only costs 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Seeing the projected items, everyone was incredulous. At the same time, they looked at the dark card in the young master's hand with fiery eyes. 30,000 spirit stones. I am willing to bid 30,000 spirit stones to buy this black iron level membership card, someone shouted. The crowd turned to look. This person was a wealthy merchant from Qingyan City. As soon as the words fell, another impatient voice rang out. 30,000 spirit stones. What a joke. 50,000, I am willing to bid 50,000. 80,000, our Su family is willing to bid 80,000 low-grade spirit stones. 100,000, our Quangsha Mercenary Corps is willing to bid 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, and will owe you a favor. If you need anything, just find our Quangsha Mercenary Corps. These representatives of forces quickly reacted to what this membership card represented. This card could entirely serve as a trump card for a clan. At a critical moment, it could turn the tide. Is this membership card really that valuable? Hearing the bids from the crowd, the young master's expression showed some interest. Although his family was well off, they couldn't even scrape together 100,000 low-grade spirit stones if they sold his father. Subsequently, the young master chose to collaborate with the Quangsha Mercenary Corps, selling the membership card for 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. Witnessing this epic scene, the crowd looked towards the direction of the wheel, their eyes filled with madness. Young master, today's total revenue amounts to 1,370,000 low-grade spirit stones. Zhang Long beamed with delight as he reported excitedly to Yang An. Not bad, quite beyond expectation. Yang An had originally anticipated no more than 500,000 or 600,000 low-grade spirit stones for the day. He was genuinely surprised to discover that the minor and mid-tier sects of Qingyan City were far wealthier than he had imagined. Zhang Long, retain 5% of the spirit stones for your personal use. Remit the remainder immediately. Yang An waved his hand dismissively. As a figure summoned by Yang An himself, and possessing blue-tier potential, he stood an excellent chance of attaining foundation establishment and perhaps even transcending further, provided he avoided premature demise. To loyal subordinates like him, Yang An saw no harm in offering a modest incentive. After all, his resources were not inexhaustible. With only a handful of summons, the strain remained imperceptible. Yet should the number of summoned individuals swell, myriad flaws would inevitably surface. Thus Yang An chose to strangle such complications in their cradle. All under heaven bustle for profit, all under heaven throng for gain. Sustained mutual interest, not mere loyalty, formed the bedrock upon which any stable power could truly endure. Every individual he summoned and dispatched to oversee jewel pavilions and branch auction houses received a 5% commission, spirit stones they could redeem for goods directly from him. The markup was negligible, no more than tenfold, merely covering administrative fees. Next, Songyan sect. Yang An murmured softly, his voice laced with glacial malice. To establish legitimacy in a major city, an exemplary punishment was indispensable. And what sacrificial rooster could possibly be more fitting than that Songyan sect? Ding! A surge of intense murderous intent detected within the host. Quest activated. Avenging one's father. How can patricide go unavenged? Eradicate the entire Songyan sect, and the host shall receive one mid-tier lottery draw. Qingshan City. Wang Family Manor. Elder Patriarch, your sagacity is truly unparalleled. Huh? Did I not say so? Clinging to the mighty leg of Qingyan Auction House guarantees our Wang family an illustrious future. Hurry! Accelerate construction of Qingshan Jewel Pavilion without delay. This is our family's once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to defy fate itself. Within the Wang family's grand hall, elders' faces flushed with fervor, their voices trembling with exhilaration. On its inaugural day, the Jewel Pavilion in Qingyan City generated over 1 million low-grade spirit stones in revenue. Even at a mere 1% share, as stipulated by Qingyan Auction House, that translated to 10,000 low-grade spirit stones earned daily. Moreover, permanent Black Pioneer membership privileges conferred profound advantages. All present understood their significance. Sufficient spirit stones could ensure a sect's prosperity across generations. Listening to the elders' effusive praise, the Wang Patriarch let out a cold, mirthless laugh. What had their expressions been when first learning the price of alliance with Qingyan Auction House? Now having witnessed a single day's staggering returns, they swiftly recast his foolishness as brilliance. Still, this partnership with the Tiandi Mercantile Guild would propel the Wang family to unprecedented heights. What? The Jewel Pavilion's first-day revenue exceeded 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Hurry, dispatch envoys to Qingyan City immediately. The Lin family pledges full cooperation with the Tiandi Mercantile Guild. No, I shall go myself. Attendants, prepare my carriage and set sail at once. Speed, Qinghe City's partnership rights must belong to the Zhang family. What a... My son Zhang Mengmeng exerted undue pressure at Qingyan Auction House. Hurry, bring 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. I shall personally offer apologies, and fetch that wayward boy. I'll flog him until he bleeds. Scouts from numerous sects raced back to report the Jewel Pavilion's opening day triumph. Upon hearing the figures, every sect lost its composure. Inviting wolves into the fold. Nonsense. It was nothing short of welcoming a fortune god. Whether rival sects perished held no relevance to them. Some staked everything, others chose cautious obs. What if this spectacle were merely a stage performance orchestrated by the Tiandi Mercantile Guild? After all, Qingyan Auction House possessed both motive and means to stage such a charade. It is easy to invite a deity, but far harder to bid farewell. Should the Tiandi Mercantile Guild take root within their territory, compelling its departure would be little more than a waking dream. Yang paid no heed to these shifting calculations. He had entrusted the entire operation to Zhang Long without reservation. The scenery here was indeed exquisite. These great sects certainly knew how to select auspicious sites. A youth clad in white brocade, his features refined and aura ethereal, wore a gentle smile that bespoke a peerless noble scion Yang'an. Strolling amid mist-wrapped peaks, listening to birdsong ripple through the valleys, and gazing upon overlapping mountain ridges, Yang'an sighed. Such a celestial vista, yet by days and it would exist no more. Young master, allow this old man to handle this matter. Beside Yang'an stood a mysterious figure wearing a bronze mask, silver hair, cascading like a starry river, his frame slender, yet commanding. Then I entrust it to Elder Lin. Yang'an accepted without hesitation. Name Lin Song. Age 1024. Realm 4th Heaven of Life and Death Realm. Potential rank Violet. Background omitted. Even Yang'an had not foreseen that Lin Song, upon breaking through into the Life and Death Realm, would ascend 4 heavens in a single leap, an utter prodigy. According to Elder Lin, he had endured the 8 heaven tribulation. After some investigation within the system, Yang'an gained preliminary insight into the tribulation hierarchy of the Life and Death Realm. Tribulations comprised 9 heavens in total. The Celestial will apportioned each cultivator's trial according to innate potential. Upon successful transcendence, the heavenly Dao bestowed blessings. Such blessings from the heavenly Dao constituted rare, invaluable opportunities for any cultivator. The higher the tribulation tier surmounted, the richer the blessings bestowed. Lin Song's conquest of the 8th heaven tribulation marked him as a Onsen 10th Ascendier's prodigy, even within the sacred Shenhuan Dao Domain. The blessings he received were beyond imagination. Meanwhile, another figure stood nearby, a serene elder in azure robes exuding the quiet authority of a true master. To witness that Songyan sect's annihilation firsthand, Yang and had brought both masters along. He doubted that Songyan sect harbored a single cultivator surpassing the life and death realm. Meanwhile, at the Tiandi Mercantile Guild, Zhao, who had successfully broken through to Foundation Establishment after exchanging for a Foundation Establishment pill. Halt! A sharp commanding shout echoed, and 2 stern-faced youths appeared, their ki-bloods surging with formidable vigor, rare masters who had attained the Qi condensation realm. Clad in crimson robes embroidered with intricate sect-exclusive insignia, the hallmark emblem of the Songyan sect, they regarded the trio before them with wary vigilance. Before them stood 3 figures, a young nobleman bearing the refined air of a prestigious clan, a middle-aged man in azure robes radiating unmistakable mastery, and a masked enigma whose bronze visage hinted at unfathomable depth. This territory belongs to the Songyan sect. State your name, intruder. A taller man cultivating at the mid-condensation realm barked sharply. The Songyan sect boasted a history spanning thousands of years within the Great Zhou realm, not the strongest sect in the realm, yet undeniably among its elite first-tier powers. Ordinarily, entry into the Songyan sect required an official invitation. Yet these 3 bore no such token, and their demeanor spoke unmistakably of ill intent. Me, merely a merchant, Yang'an replied with a gentle, knowing smile, gazing upon the 2 sects. A merchant? Does a mere merchant dare presume entry into our Songyan sect? Upon hearing his declaration, the 2 youths visibly relaxed. After all, the Tiandu Merchant Guild, the largest in the region, had already been eradicated by the Songyan sect. What merchant could possibly warrant their respect? So this is what passes for a righteous sect. Yang'an murmured, observing their abrupt shift in demeanor. Righteous sect was, after all, but a label, arbitrary and hollow. Yang'an then turned his gaze toward the endless stone staircase ascending into the mist-shrouded heights. where beyond the swirling clouds loomed a colossal steel. Sangyin sect. Yang'an of the Tiandi Merchant Guild, here to pay my respects. That Sangyin sect coveted a supreme treasure and slew my father. Today I reclaim that debt. A talisman flared to life in Yang'an's palm, then erupted into a vast barrier sealing the entire Sangyin mountain. Intruder! Intruder! The two disciples stared in disbelief, snatching the whistles from their belts, and instantly the piercing cry reverberated across the mountain. From its highest peak, a thunderous, ancient voice boomed, resonating through every valley and cliff face. Who dares invade the Sangyin sect? Hearing that commanding voice, the gatekeepers' faces lit with relief. It's the senior elder, the great elder himself, a foundation establishment cultivator at the pinnacle of his realm. You are as good as dead. Anyone who dares defile that Sangyin sect shall be slaughtered without mercy. Yet Yang'an paid them no heed. Today, the Sangyin sect falls. Lin Song stepped forward, opened his mouth, and unleashed a roar like celestial thunder, shaking heaven and earth, peeling back the very earth on both sides. The two disciples, already retreating, were instantly pulverized into crimson mist by the cataclysmic shockwave. The sonic fury coalesced into a maelstrom, hurling shattered trees and pulverized boulders straight toward the sect's towering steel. Boom! The entire Sangyin mountain shuddered violently. A faint barrier shimmered across the steel, yet it held for less than a heartbeat before shattering utterly. The steel, the symbol of the Sangyin sect, splintered into oblivion. Its aftershock surged, unchecked buildings collapsed, and weaker disciples unable to withstand the force suffered ruptured meridians and writhed in agony. Who dares act so brazenly? Dare? For millennia that Sangyin sect has never endured such humiliation. I had not yet come to settle accounts with the Tiandi Merchant Guild, yet you have dared to strike first. Let us see which power dares back you so recklessly. One terrifying aura after another erupted into the sky, streaking toward Yang'an's position. Beyond the mountain, observers sensed the commotion. In moments, countless eyes lifted skyward. Who dares provoke the Sangyin sect so openly? Why has the Sangyin sect mobilized its entire strength? They've even deployed a barrier, one of unimaginable might. The Sangyin sect stands on the precipice of ruin. First the Tiandu auction house fell, now the Sangyin sect trembles. The great Zhou imperial dynasty grows unstable. Return swiftly, alert our sect to prepare. Lin Elder, it is yours. Yang'an stood calmly, hands clasped behind his back, gazing upon the radiant figures streaking like auroral comets across the heavens. As it should be. Beneath his mask, Lin Song's lips curved faintly. Then he raised a hand toward the foremost figure and pressed downward. His palms swelled instantly, obscuring sun and sky, shrouded in dense black mist and bound by chains of terrifying primordial law. The figure, blazing like a comet, recoiled in sheer terror, as if confronting some unspeakable horror, and reversed course in frantic retreat. A divine ability realm cultivator, a true divine ability grandmaster. Mercy, Elder, let us negotiate. A trembling plea echoed from within the light. Yet Lin Song remained unmoved. Once he had treated the world as his chessboard, slaughtering 10,000 souls to fathom a single truth. Compassion had long since ceased to exist within him. The title mortals bestowed upon him was not misplaced. The sovereign of gods. Now he stood as a transcendent deity, aloof, absolute sovereign over life and death. No. Desperate cries pierced the air as the colossal palm descended, enveloping the entire Sangyin sect. 3 radiant auras, blazing like sovereign suns, froze mid-ascent. To their horror, they found themselves paralyzed, frozen in place as if the very space of the Sangyin sect had congealed into ice. Then, the palm fell. Boom. A deafening detonation shook the land itself. A devastating shockwave radiated outward, sweeping across 10,000 li. An attack of incomprehensible power. A divine ability realm master. No less than high divine ability tier. Which sect dares wield such might? Pity that Sangyin sect, having incurred the wrath of a high divine ability master, its annihilation is now inevitable. Observers from rival sects watching from afar felt a chilling premonition of death descend upon them. Yang'an watched unperturbed. Elder Lin, did you leave any survivors? He asked, eyeing the mountain reduced to rubble, his tone laced with quiet concern. If not a single soul remained, where would he find the sect's hidden vaults? Annihilation demanded confiscation. Young Master 3 remain alive, but I have shattered their meridians and dantians utterly. All 3 are divine ability realm masters. Lin Song, ever attuned to his master's needs, added without prompting. To Lin Song, divine ability masters were no more than crawling insects. Yet Yang'an sighed softly at those words. Not long ago, when his true spirit first awakened, even a foundation establishment cultivator had driven him to the brink of death. Now divine ability masters were no more than ants crushed between his fingers. Let us go. Time they understood why they died. The netherworld must now emerge. As dust settled, Yang'an whispered softly. He then strode forward with Lin Song and Li Sun into the heart of the ruins. The Sangyin sect, was no more. At that moment the same thought flashed unbidden across every witness's mind. No. Deep within the ruins of the Tsangyan sect, a lavishly dressed, middle-aged man collapsed helplessly onto his knees, staring blankly at the devastation before him, his eyes brimming with despair and seething resentment. This vast Tsangyan sect, its countless disciples, had been the life's work of him and generations of sect masters over millennia. And now it was all obliterated in an instant. Rage surged through him like an unquenchable inferno, only to be swallowed whole by an abyssal, suffocating despair. One strike. That godlike being had reduced his entire sect to dust with but a single palm strike. And he, now utterly powerless, what could he possibly wield to seek vengeance? His gaze fell upon the rubble-strewn ground. My son Songlin, he must still be alive. Song Qiudao let out a hoarse, twisted laugh as he frantically clawed at the shattered stones. His entire life had been anchored by two solemn vows. The first to elevate the Tsangyan sect to unprecedented glory under his leadership, to raise it higher than ever before. The second to witness his own son's ascension, to see him mature into the next sect master of the Tsangyan sect. Deprived of cultivation, he could only dig with bare hands, sharp shards slicing deep into his palms, blood mingling with mud as crimson droplets fell steadily. Yet he felt no pain, numb to agony itself. Has he truly gone mad? Yang watched Song Qiudao, disheveled blood streaming down his face like a raving lunatic, and a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. Cough, cough. Who are you and why commit such demonic atrocities? The Tsangyan sect is a renowned orthodox sect. Do you truly fear no retribution from the Zhou imperial court? At that moment, from beneath a mound of rubble, a withered hand broke through the surface. Then slowly, painfully emerged an ancient elder, white-haired, frail, trembling on the very edge of death, his voice barely a whisper. Hearing this, Yang turned his gaze toward the elder and spoke coldly. Renowned orthodox sect. How utterly absurd. Yang had never imagined this old man would dare brand him a demonic rogue. His lips curled into a mocking sneer. You claim orthodoxy, yet slaughter entire clans in secret for a single treasure. Is this the conduct of a righteous sect? At those words the elder's heart lurched, a chill dread rising unbidden in his chest. What do you mean by that? In response, Yang threw back his head and laughed, long unrestrained until tears streamed down his cheeks. A nascent soul cultivator, the founding ancestor of the Tsangyan sect, and you ask that? Are you truly naive, or merely feigning ignorance? Qingyan City, Qingyan Auction House, the spirit embryo. Does any of that stir your memory? The elder's face paled in utter disbelief, as if confronting a specter. They had known of the spirit embryo, but had chosen not to intervene. After all, it was merely a minor faction, innocent yet doomed by the treasure it bore. In the cultivation world, survival of the fittest is the immutable law. A single spirit embryo could nurture a peerless genius, perhaps even forge another nascent soul cultivator for the Tsangyan sect. But it was you wretched little vermin. Song Qiudao suddenly lifted his head, his gaze locking onto Yang, and with venom so potent it froze the air. The annihilation of the Tsangyan sect, rooted in this an insignificant speck of dust. Ha ha ha. Fate mocks us, cruelly, relentlessly. Song Qiudao have betrayed the ancestors of the Tsangyan sect. Song Qiudao and the Tsangyan sects. Eternal sinner. Grasping the full chain of cause and effect, Song Qiudao staggered upright, then dropped to his knees, raising his face to the heavens in a long, desolate sigh. Was it remorse? Or was it hatred? He strained every fiber of his being to hurl himself at the architect of his sect's ruin. But after 2 steps, he was hurled backward like a cannonball. In that final fleeting instant, a delicate silhouette flashed across his mind. Zhuang'er, I'm sorry. A whisper, then his breath, his qi, his very presence, vanished entirely. Ha ha ha. My Tsangyan sect, thousands of years of legacy. Karma, inescapable karma. Yesterday's cause, today's consequence. Every sip, every bite, ordained by heaven. In the end, it was our own recklessness that invited this massacre. Understanding the truth behind the calamity, the founding ancestor of the Tsangyan sect could only shake his head in bitter irony, then sink into profound sorrow. Who could have foreseen that one trivial incident would unleash total annihilation upon the entire sect? Hatred, not for the enemy, but for their own obsession with reputation. Had they been just a shade more ruthless, would this catastrophe have befallen them? In the elder's mind, Yang had only recently leveraged the spirit embryo to curry favor with that terrifying force, persuading them to act, thereby sealing the Tsangyan sect's doom. Alas, regret came too late. Beside him, Li Sun activated the soul-grasping art. Within moments, the elder's eyes glazed over, and he divulged every hidden reserve, every scripture, every secret technique of the Tsangyan sect without hesitation. Senior, no need to feign death. Yang glanced lightly toward another direction and smiled. Cough, cough. Elder, I am not of the Tsangyan sect. I serve the Xiongming sect. Please, spare my life. Realizing he'd been discovered, a middle-aged figure stumbled from the rubble, babbling desperately. Terrified Yang might crush him without a second thought. Having arrived in this world nearly a month ago, Yang had diligently gathered intelligence, naturally familiar with the prominent sects surrounding the Zhou imperial court. The Xiongming sect, the paramount sect within the Yuan imperial court's domain, served as its divine guardian sect, and it was undeniably a demonic sect. Its cultivation methods demanded human blood sacrifices, each year claiming millions of lives at the hands of its disciples. Granted, most were enemies of the Yuan court. Yet even within the Zhou imperial court, nearly 1 million perished yearly beneath the Xiongming sect's shadow. Such a sect, wherever it stood, was universally condemned as demonic, its morality utterly bankrupt. But none of this concerned Yang. He harbored no adolescent delusion of purging all demonic paths to restore celestial clarity to the world. That was not his burden to bear, and he lacked the power to bear it. Even the lofty sacred lands turned away of such matters were far beyond his station. Why has a Xiongming sect disciple infiltrated a sect of the Zhou imperial court? What dark plot lies behind this? This, above all, piqued Yang's interest. This was no ordinary cultivator. He was a nascent soul master. A nascent soul master of the Yuan imperial court had secretly embedded himself within a prestigious orthodox sect of the Zhou imperial court. Judging by his status, he had even risen to become a founding ancestor. Elder, I speak only the truth. Fearing disbelief, the middle-aged man hurriedly added more. Why did the Xiongming sect send someone to the Tsangyan sect? And why expose themselves so carelessly? Yang placed no blind faith in the man's words. Perhaps the man was truly of the Xiongming sect, that much might hold. But everything else? Uncle Li, if the man refused to speak truthfully, then Yang would simply read it from his soul. However, just as Li Sun was about to approach for a memory probe, the middle-aged man suddenly appeared, terrified, as if he had seen something horrifying. No! A piercing scream erupted, and then the entire person transformed into a puddle of blood. Young master, someone has placed a restriction in his mind. It was my carelessness, Li Sun explained to the somewhat astonished Yang, and followed by a hint of apology. Clearly he hadn't expected that someone could place a restriction in the mind of a powerful practitioner at the divine ability realm. Sigh, Yang sighed in response. The force capable of setting a restriction in the mind of a powerful practitioner at the divine ability realm must not be weak. It seemed he had stepped into an unknown trap. Aren't these people afraid he might just overturn the chessboard? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of avenging your father. Reward 1 intermediate lottery opportunity. The system's prompt provided Yang, and with some comfort. Then, I wonder how formidable the accumulation of the Tsangyan sect is after thousands of years. To annihilate a sect, one must naturally seize the spoils. Although old Lin shattered the entire Tsangyan mountain with a single palm, he still let the sea go. The treasures, spirit stones, and techniques of the Tsangyan sect are still intact. In a moment, Yang, and along with Li Sun and Lin Tsang, directly excavated the ruins of Tsangyan Mountain. Outside Tsangyan Mountain, several figures stood suspended in midair, gazing at the depths of the barrier, which had already turned the entire Tsangyan Mountain into ruins with grave expressions. The Tsangyan sect has truly been annihilated. What a terrifying aura! Even a trace of its residual power can make this old man feel uneasy. Was it a peak divine ability practitioner, or a transcendent expert, who acted? How could the Tsangyan sect have provoked such a terrifying powerhouse? It remains unknown what this great being's purpose is in the great Zhou territory. If someone were present, they would surely recognize that these figures are all renowned supreme figures of the great Zhou dynasty. Zhenwu Marquis Zhouwu, a powerful practitioner at the 9th level of the divine ability realm, and the leader of the Zhenwu army renowned throughout the world. Lingxin sect's ancestor Elder Lingxin, a powerful practitioner at the 8th level of the divine ability realm, has killed several peers in the divine ability realm. The ancestor of the Qingyun sect Daoist Qingyun, a powerful practitioner at the 9th level of the divine ability realm, renowned for his Qingyun sword technique, which is well known across several surrounding imperial cultivation realms. The Yinri sect's true monarch Yinri, a powerful practitioner at the 7th level of the divine ability realm, once single-handedly wiped out an army of the great Yuan dynasty. These are the closest forces to the Tsangyan sect, who rushed to investigate the situation as soon as they sensed the commotion. After all, they understand the principle of interdependence between allies and enemies. The Tsangyan sect is considered a top-tier force in the Great Zhou dynasty, especially after recently annihilating the Tiandu Chamber of Commerce, showcasing a foundation that is also considered average among top-tier forces. They are coming. The few of them saw the barrier over Tsangyan Mountain gradually dissipating, and they all held their breaths, their expressions solemn. A figure wearing a mysterious bronze mask slowly emerged, followed closely by a young man dressed in luxurious brocade, appearing like a wealthy heir, and another extraordinary young man in a green robe. I am the Zhenwu Marquis of the Great Zhou dynasty, with no intention of offending you, senior. Jinwu Marquis Zhou Wu discovered that the aura he was probing disappeared as soon as it touched the masked mysterious person, causing him to be greatly alarmed, and he immediately spoke respectfully. This is definitely a transcendent expert. Such a vast and unfathomable aura, he had only felt it from that figure who reigns supreme, instilling fear across the realms. Seeing Jinwu Marquis' reaction, the other few also reacted and respectfully said, "We meet the senior." If even the Jinwu Marquis shows such respect, this must undoubtedly be a transcendent expert. A transcendent expert. Such a being could easily crush them. Perhaps before facing such an existence, everyone could still hold their ground. But when confronted with such a being, they realized what the transcendent realm represented. In an instant, everyone's previous bravado was cast aside, as they chose to follow their most genuine inner thoughts. This matter is a private affair of my Di Fu Yangzhen Chuan, not an act of indiscriminate killing. The enmity for my father's murder, the slaughter of the sect, is justified, Lin Tsang said calmly. Faced with this mysterious expert's explanation, everyone was taken aback and decided to return to thoroughly investigate the recent events involving the Tsangyan sect. If they inadvertently provoked such a big shot, they certainly don't believe the monarch of the Great Zhou dynasty would be willing to protect them. Although the name of the Difu force is unfamiliar to them, it clearly does not imply anything good. The divine wilderness realm is vast, and no one knows how many forces are lurking within it. Among them are certainly forces of the sacred land level. Although they are among the top tier in the Great Zhou dynasty in the entirety of the divine wilderness realm, they can only be considered as ants. For instance, the ancestor of the Tiandu auction house, who ventured out for less than a year, encountered disciples of a major sect and was nearly killed with a single blow. Moreover, he was directly found by the Tsangyan sect under the pretext of annihilation, with the hard work of thousands of years and several generations destroyed in an instant, leaving their foundation as a garment for others. Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Yang and knew he had achieved his goal. His Tiandi Chamber of Commerce is a force established under the name of Di Fu Yangzhen Chuan. Disciples of major sects venturing out to start businesses, expand territories for their sects, and earn some cultivation resources for themselves is a normal phenomenon in this world. If there is an investigation, it would be directed at Di Fu. What does it have to do with my Tiandi Chamber of Commerce? In the cultivation world, to make a name for oneself, one must emphasize their background. The background Yang and draped over himself is Di Fu. It also provides a reasonable explanation for the characters and resources appearing around him. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Yang and had no intention of lingering any longer. These people would undoubtedly be able to investigate his identity. Next, holding an auction in the Great Zhou dynasty, these major forces are certainly prime targets. After pillaging the Tsangyan sect's thousands of years of accumulation, Yang and was very much tempted by the spirit stones of these sects. After watching Yang and the others leave, an elder with an ethereal demeanor finally raised his head and asked in confusion, "Have you all heard of this Di Fu force?" Upon hearing, everyone shook their heads. This should not be a force within the Sun and Moon sect's domain. A true disciple actually has a transcendent expert accompanying him. This Di Fu truly is terrifying. Perhaps their power is not much less than that of the Sun and Moon sect. The most urgent task is to clarify the identity of that Yang Jinchuan. He is a true dragon crossing the river, the crowd exclaimed. If there were no absolute necessity, no one would wish to confront such a terrifying force. The terrifying aura over the ruins of the Tsangyan sect has yet to dissipate. A week has passed since the fall of the Tsangyan sect. During this week, Yang and held another auction selling a low-grade profound sword technique and a low-grade profound knife technique. It is uncertain whether it is due to the Qingyan auction house also being under the Tiandi Chamber of Commerce, but the spirit stones spent at the Qingyan auction house are counted towards the Tiandi Chamber of Commerce's points. At this auction, many factions shouted their bids without reserve as if they had been injected with chicken blood. A low-grade profound martial skill astonishingly sold for a staggering 1.2 million low-grade spirit stones. Moreover, during this week, Yang and spent 1 million middle-grade spirit stones to exchange for a Tongxian pill for Li Sun, allowing him to successfully break through to the Tongxian realm. He then spent tens of thousands of middle-grade spirit stones to exchange for various elixirs as rewards for summoned characters, greatly enhancing their strength. At this moment, Zhao, who has reached the Foundation Establishment stage, and another summoned peak Linyuan Realm Guard, has also successfully broken through to the Foundation Establishment stage. The remaining Zhang Long and Wang Dan have reached the peak of the Linyuan Realm, and they only need to consolidate their cultivation before attempting to break through to the Foundation Establishment stage. He also took the opportunity to change their cultivation techniques. Previously, although Zhang Long and Wang Dan cultivation techniques were decent, they were merely upper-grade profound. Yang intends to reuse Zhang Long and Wang Dan. Currently, the deployment of the Tiandi Chamber of Commerce is still under Zhang Long's planning, while the elixirs for the auctions and treasure pavilion are all refined by Wang Dan. However, Yang An's generosity must also be attributed to the selfless contributions of the Tsangyan. Name Yang An. Age 18. Cultivation midstage, Qi condensation. Talent potential blue. Talent how you sacred body as strong as an ox. Summon characters Lin Song, Li Sun, Dugu Jian Wang Dan. Spirit stones 288 middle grade spirit stones. Spirit points 700. Lottery 1 intermediate draw. Character evaluation. You possess the qualifications to stir up a storm in this world. With the How You Sacred Body, you have the qualifications to become a top true disciple even in a major sect. After digging 3 feet into the ruins of the Tsangyan sect, Yang and actually discovered nearly 3 million middle-grade spirit stones. Moreover, there was a low-grade, earth-level technique, several profound techniques, and hundreds of yellow-grade techniques. As for the elixirs, most were smashed to pieces by Lin Song, leaving not many behind. However, there were still plenty of medicinal materials. The low-grade materials were sent to the treasure pavilion, while some mid-grade materials were given to Wang Dan for practice with the rest stored for later use. Yang can only say that these ancient sects with nearly 1,000 years of heritage are indeed quite wealthy. Just the reserves of spirit stones within the sect amount to over 3 million middle-grade spirit stones. Seeing that the system displayed one more lottery opportunity, Yang hesitated. Forget it, let's summon a guard instead. After much thought, Yang ultimately chose to summon a guard. Although he has 2 great experts in Lin Song and Li Sun, the Tiandi Chamber of Commerce, or rather the Underworld, still lacks strong individuals. For Zhao Hu and another Foundation establishment expert, Yang plans to station them in Qingyan City and Qingshan City. He's not afraid of those factions secretly causing small troubles. What he fears is some reckless rogue cultivators. The resources of the treasure pavilion are sufficient to tempt some rogue cultivators in the Lingyuan realm into taking risks. System, let's do a character draw. Congratulations, host. You have summoned a guard at the 7th level of Foundation establishment. You can view their information. The guard will pledge allegiance to you shortly. What? 7th level of Foundation establishment. Yang found it hard to believe upon hearing the system's prompt. Although the Foundation establishment stage is not low, he had drawn 2 intermediate lotteries, before with the lowest being a 9th level great cultivator of the divine ability realm, which made him somewhat arrogant. View information. With a hint of hope in his heart, Yang murmured. Name Dao Yi. Age 23. Realm 7th level of Foundation establishment. Character potential blue. Character background originating from a mid-thousand world, he is a true disciple of a major sect with exceptional talent, revered as the senior brother in his sect. Later he offended the Son of Destiny, due to a secret crush on the saintess of a neighboring sect, ultimately leading to the destruction of his sect and the ruin of his family. Yang looked at the introduction feeling somewhat speechless. Poor kid, you can't grasp the water of the Son of Destiny. Last time he summoned a Dugu Jian with great fortune. Unexpectedly this time, he summoned a character with a villain template who is quite unfortunate. However, his talent is indeed commendable. A blue talent is already worth Yang and investing a typical cost to cultivate. Overall, he is still suitable to be a member of the Underworld. System, let's do another 20 beginner draws. Yang felt it was necessary to elevate the status of the Tiandi Chamber of Commerce. Previously, he was short on resources and couldn't afford to cultivate too many summoned characters. Now, with a little more wealth, he is ready to recruit and make a big move. Congratulations, host. You have summoned a peak guard of the Lingyuan realm. You can view their information. The guard will pledge allegiance to you shortly. Wonderful, a great start. Seeing that the first character was a peak Lingyuan realm, Yang felt delighted. Congratulations, host. You have summoned a guard at the 1st level of body refinement realm. You can view their information. The guard will pledge allegiance to you shortly. A guard at the 1st level of body refinement. Are you sure this isn't just a freebie? Yang felt as if his heart had suddenly experienced a roller coaster of emotions. Congratulations, host. You have summoned a guard at mid-stage chi condensation. You can view their information. The guard will pledge allegiance to you shortly. Congratulations, host. You have summoned a guard at peak chi condensation. You can view their information. The guard will pledge allegiance to you shortly. Congratulations, host. You have summoned a guard at latest stage Lingyuan. You can view their information. The guard will pledge allegiance to you shortly. Congratulations, host. You have summoned a guard at mid-stage Lingyuan. You can view their information. The guard will pledge allegiance to you shortly. In 20 summons, there were 4 Lingyuan realm, 5 chi condensation realm, and 11 body refinement realm. However, unfortunately, only 1 guard with blue potential appeared while the rest were all white potential. Name Huangxia. Age 37. Cultivation peak of Lingyuan realm. Character potential blue. Character background originating from a martial family in a small world, he had lofty ambitions as a youth. He entered the Jianghu with a flute, defeating countless young talents, and spent over a decade to become one of the top figures in that world. This is a middle-aged man similar to Li Sun, wearing a green robe, holding a jade flute, refined and elegant, with an extraordinary demeanor. Young master, the head of the Shao family, requests an audience. Just as Yang finished his draws and was about to attend to business and reward himself properly. The Shao family. The Shao family's big fool. Originally, Yang planned to refuse, but suddenly remembered that big fool from the Shao family and became somewhat interested. What does the family of the Son of Destiny want with him? In the grand hall of the Tiandi Merchant Association, the stairs, paved with countless exquisite jade stones, shimmered brilliantly, and each stone pillar was intricately carved with lifelike insects, birds, and trees. Upon closer inspection, the carvings subtly emanated a divine glow. This was a formation. Each stone pillar was engraved with powerful formations capable of resisting foundation establishment practitioners. Surrounding the hall were hints of incense that filled the air, refreshing one's spirit. The entire hall was suffused with an aura of luxury and opulence. The Tiandi Merchant Association is indeed extravagant. The glimmers of divine light from the stone pillars instilled a sense of deadly crisis within him. Such formations made even the Shao family envious. They did not have any connections with formation masters of this level and had no way to acquire such formations. The existence capable of arranging such formations was beyond the means of low-grade spirit stones. He wondered if the Qingyan auction house would offer one up for auction in the future. Moreover, the wafts of incense could actually stimulate the operation of his techniques, enhancing his cultivation speed by a fraction. This compelled him to once again marvel at the opulence of the Tiandi Merchant Association. May I ask what brings the head of the Shao family to our Tiandi Merchant Association? Upon seeing the visitor, Yang asked with a smile. I have come to meet you, President Yang. Facing this young man who was about the same age as his son, although he might have addressed him as Uncle Shao a few months ago, Shao Xian did not dare show any arrogance and immediately bowed respectfully. He knew that the young man before him had become the leader of a colossal force. The former Qingyan auction house had developed into the Tiandi Merchant Association, covering thousands of miles around. Within the Tiandi Merchant Association, powerful practitioners at the Foundation establishment realm were stationed. In his eyes, the Shao family was merely akin to ants. After a moment's hesitation, Shao Xian took out several land deeds, his eyes flashing with determination, and then respectfully spoke. These are the properties of my Shao family in Tiandu City. Oh, I hope President Yang will accept them. Yang took the land deeds and after a brief glance discovered that they were all properties in Tiandu City. If sold, they would be worth at least 20 to 30,000 middle-grade spirit stones. What does the head of the Shao family mean by this? 20 to 30,000 middle-grade spirit stones would certainly cause the Shao family to bleed heavily. Calculated that amounts to 1 to 2 million low-grade spirit stones. Yang even suspected that these land deeds could completely deplete the Shao family's assets. Although 20 to 30,000 middle-grade spirit stones was not much for Yang, and the Shao family was unaware that Yang had annihilated the Zhongyan sect and seized all its assets. Yang had not made this matter too public, but the top forces within the Great Zhou dynasty were already well aware that the destruction of the Zhongyan sect was the doing of Yang. For those major sects, investigating events that occurred within the Great Zhou dynasty was relatively easy. Thus, the entire Shao family's actions could be seen as a desperate gamble in Yang's eyes. However, for him now it had no real significance. When the Lord of Tiandu Prefecture learned that Yang intended to establish an auction house in Tiandu City, he immediately transferred the original territory of the Tiandu auction house to Yang for free. Thus, for Yang, this parcel of land was like icing on the cake. However, he could not help but acknowledge the boldness. President Yang, may I ask if my Shao family can collaborate with the Tiandi Merchant Association? Seeing Yang glance at the land deeds, Shao Xian thought he had piqued Yang's interest and quickly pressed on. Currently, the three major families in Qingyan City had their operational space nearly squeezed out by the Tiandi Merchant Association. He could not concern himself with how the other two families thought. After all, his Shao family still wanted to survive. Recently, he had heard that Yang planned to move the Tiandi Merchant Association to develop in Tiandu City. Therefore, Shao Xian consulted with the clan elders and ultimately pushed through the descent, spending 70% of the family's assets to acquire several prime plots of land in Tiandu City. Rather than clash head-in with the Tiandi Merchant Association and seek their own destruction, it was better to secure a small piece of land and wait for the Shao family's gradual decline. It was worth a gamble. Collaboration. Yang appeared somewhat puzzled. Yes. Currently, the reputation of the treasure pavilion established by President Yang is indeed great, but it is limited to a radius of several thousand miles around Qingyan City. Outside of Tiandu Prefecture, the treasure pavilion's name has yet to spread. My Shao family is willing to be the sword in the hand of the Tiandi Merchant Association, assisting in spreading its reputation in other prefectures. Shao Xian, the head of the Shao family, slowly began to speak. Upon hearing this, Yang fell into deep thought, seemingly contemplating the feasibility of this matter. He also understood what kind of world this was. Basically, in every city and every prefecture, various powers strictly controlled the flow of information and channels. Although the Treasure Pavilion currently had a good reputation in Tiandu Prefecture, it was built step by step through the promotional efforts leveraging the Qingyan Auction Association. Moreover, the Tiandi Merchant Association was already based in Tiandu Prefecture, belonging to the internal forces of Tiandu Prefecture. If someone were willing to help him with publicity, the future obstacles for the Tian-D Merchant Association's development within the Great Zhou dynasty would surely be minimal. It seemed that granting some benefits would not be out of the question. Furthermore, the Shao family had a fortunate child among them. As long as this fortunate child did not fall, he would undoubtedly become a supreme figure. In terms of potential, he was comparable to the transition from purple to gold within the system. As for Red, that was the fortunate child, aptly called the child of destiny. Oh no, destined for ascension, he could become the very father of heaven. After weighing the pros and cons, Yang realized that regardless of the outcome, he would benefit, and then he slowly spoke. The head of the Shao family is very thoughtful. I shall accept this on behalf of the Tian-D Merchant Association. From now on, you shall be a black iron level member of the Tian-D Merchant Association. I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xian's face flushed, and he spoke with excitement. Thank you, President Yang. At this moment, the heavy stone in his heart finally lifted. This was a gamble. If Xiao Xian said he was not apprehensive, that would be impossible. Fortunately, he won the gamble. From then on, the Shao family would soon shine even brighter. As a black iron level member, as long as they had enough spirit stones, they could exchange for spirit essence pills at the treasure pavilion one after another. One spirit essence pill was sufficient to help a peak chi gathering practitioner break into the spirit essence realm. What does it mean to have a one-seer exchange qualification? However, just as Xiao Xian was envisioning the future, Yang suddenly received a transmission from Li Sun, and then looked at Xiao Xian with a peculiar expression. Isn't the child of fortune from the Shao family a fool who awakened his potential? Yang couldn't help but feel puzzled. A true disciple from the Sun and Moon sect had actually come to Qingyan City. Most importantly, that disciple from the Sun and Moon sect was actually a female disciple. While these details were not crucial, the most significant point was that she was heading directly towards the Shao family. This made Yang recall a classic scene. Could it be that the Shao family is hiding another child of fortune? Yang found himself somewhat puzzled. With such thoughts in mind, Yang decided to visit the Shao family to witness the situation firsthand. The Shao family. As a colossal entity that has rooted itself in Qingyan City for hundreds of years, the premises are naturally grand and imposing. The main hall of the Shao family, usually solemn and dignified, is only convened for important guests or significant events within the clan. A somewhat youthful boy gazed at the entrance of the hall, his expression revealing a complex mix of emotions. I never expected that Xiaohe would have a day like this. Xiaohe, once known as the village fool of the Shao family, had his intelligence restored after being struck by a divine thunderbolt several months ago, becoming a topic of great interest in Qingyan City. However, no one knows that at this moment Xiaohe is not just Xiaohe. He is also a pinnacle 9th grade alchemist of the divine wasteland continent, a powerful figure on the verge of becoming a saint. Known as the Lord of Heavenly Fire Elixirs. Thousands of years ago, the Lord sought the opportunity to break through to sainthood and ventured into forbidden zones to test his luck. But unexpectedly, he stumbled upon an undeveloped seedling of innate divine fire. Innate divine fire. This is a coveted item that countless alchemists dream of. Born from the laws of heaven and earth, it possesses the power to destroy the world. Obtaining even one could significantly enhance the probability of achieving sainthood by 2 or 3 times. Moreover, the innate divine fire also improves one's innate talent and greatly enhances the efficiency of cultivating fire-based techniques. If news of an innate divine fire were to surface in the divine wasteland domain, it would undoubtedly provoke numerous forces to compete for it. Even saints would be stirred. Such a heavenly marvel as innate divine fire might not even be possessed by those ancient saintly sects with legacies spanning millennia. Yet somehow Xiaohe's partner followed him, discovering the trace of such an innate divine fire. Faced with the temptation of innate divine fire, no one can resist. Thus, unguarded against the schemes laid out by his closest kin for hundreds of years, Xiaohe naturally fell into the cycle of reincarnation. Little did anyone expect, not even Xiaohe himself, that a medicine cauldron he casually purchased out of pity for an old man would preserve his true spirit for thousands of years and eventually, under a bolt of unexpected thunder, merge with the soul of the village fool sharing his name. Oh no, he merged with the soul of the village fool who shares his name. The body-enhancing liquid previously auctioned at Qingyan Auction House was indeed crafted by Xiaohe. Looking at the solemn and austere door, Xiaohe, who was well acquainted with the warmth and coldness of human relationships, naturally understood why his fiancée, who had ostensibly vanished for over a decade, had come to the Shao family. Even his partner, who had endured through thick and thin with him for 1,000 years, could unsheath her sword against him without hesitation for the sake of innate divine fire. As a being who had lived for thousands of years, Xiaohe was indifferent to such a trivial marriage. However, as the former Lord of Heavenly Fire, being rejected by a mere inner sect disciple of a small faction would still cause a sense of discomfort within. This damned pride of a strong person. Xiaohe chuckled at himself, then stretched out his hand to gently push the door open. The hall was rather spacious. At the top of the hall sat the 4 great elders of the Shao family, while the seat of the chief was conspicuously empty. Clearly the current head of the Xiao family is not present. On the other side there sat a young man and woman. The young man wore a black and white long robe intricately embroidered and appeared to be about the same age as Xiao Hua, around 17 or 18 years old. He was handsome, tall, with a hint of arrogance in his gaze as he looked around, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. A powerful aura was audaciously emanating from him, characteristic of a latest-stage Lingyuan realm expert. 18 years old and already at the late stage of the Lingyuan realm. Such talent has never been heard of in the Dazhou Empire. Even the Dazhou Emperor only stepped into the Lingyuan realm around the age of 18. Beside the young man sat a stunningly beautiful girl. She wore a black and white robe, her skin like pure snow, her figure graceful, and her gaze indifferent, as if she was above all, a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. In the midst of the Lingyuan realm, such qualifications are rare, even in the Sun and Moon sect. Beside the two, there was also a spirited old man. The old man wore a light purple robe of the Sun and Moon sect, a smile on his face, yet his demeanor was filled with arrogance, looking at the people in the hall as if they were mere ants. The various elders of the Xiao family in the hall looked at the old man with eyes full of respect. Threefold of the divine transformation realm. Xiao was soul sensed the old man's cultivation level and was taken aback, quickly cutting off his thoughts. The old man's brow furrowed slightly. Just now he sensed a prying presence around him. It must be an illusion. If even a small city in the Dazhou Empire had a strong expert in the divine transformation realm, the Sun and Moon sect would have long been destroyed by the Dazhou Emperor. You must be the infamous village fool of the Xiao family. The handsome young man stood up, sneering. At 18, only at the 7th level of the body refinement realm, even some servants of the Sun and Moon sect possess greater talent than him. Seeing the young man acting so arrogantly, Xiao Hua showed no reaction, only regarding him with indifference, as if looking at a dead man. Having lived for thousands of years and gradually climbed to the Quasi-Saint realm, even in this new life the means to eliminate a Lingyuan realm individual are countless. Su Ming. The girl frowned slightly and spoke. Although she wanted to settle this personal matter with the Xiao family, she truly owed them a debt of gratitude for saving her life. 10 years ago there was a force in Qingyan City, merely beneath the three major families, the City Lord's Mansion and the Qingyan Auction House, called the Yun family. Unfortunately, the Yun family touched the interests of the Qingyan Auction House. Business wars are brutal, facing a family guarded by only an old and frail initial stage Lingyuan realm expert. Yang Ding Tian decisively chose to annihilate them. After all, how could someone who built such a foundation in Qingyan City be soft-hearted? The Yun family was also blinded by greed and brought about their own destruction, so the other major families, including the City Lord's Mansion, had no intention of intervening. After all, this could be seen as helping them to set an example. However, the head of the Xiao family, Xiao Xian, remembering the previous commercial ties with the Yun family, took in the Yun family's daughter, Yun Qingxue. The price was to form a contract with his foolish son, establishing a marriage pact. The contract used Yun Qingxue's blood. If breached, she would suffer from inner demons, forever unable to advance in cultivation. Yet, just a month after Xiao Hua and Yun Qingxue established their engagement, Yun Qingxue suddenly went missing, and that disappearance lasted a full decade. This was also when Yun Qingxue revealed her name, that the entire Xiao family remembered this past event. As for Xiao Hua, although he had lived as a fool for over a decade, his memories remained remarkably intact. The young man beside her gazed at Yun Qingxue, his eyes filled with affection, showing no signs of discontent. As the only son of the Sun-Moon sect's leader, he had displayed exceptional talent for cultivation from a young age, and with the sect's abundant resources, he became a practitioner in the spiritual origin realm at merely 15. Becoming a practitioner in the spiritual origin realm at 15 is a rare achievement, even in the history of the Sun-Moon sect. Now, 3 years later, his cultivation had already reached the late stage of the spiritual origin realm. He was hailed as the greatest genius of the Sun-Moon sect. Yun Qingxue, a direct disciple of an elder from the sect, was renowned as the most beautiful woman in the sect, and had even made it onto the Divine Wilderness Rouge list. The number of young talents infatuated with Yun Qingxue was countless, like fish crossing a river. Su Ming was naturally one of them. Upon hearing that Yun Qingxue was already betrothed, he immediately volunteered to accompany her to this shabby place. His intention was to increase his favorability in the goddess' eyes. Qingxue is a direct disciple of our Sun-Moon sect's high elder. Her status is noble. Perhaps you are unaware of our Sun-Moon sect, but you should know that the entire Great Zhou dynasty is an affiliated force of our sect. The elder of the Sun-Moon sect faced the members of the Xiao family with arrogance, his words laced with contempt. He then expressed some emotion, lamenting that if not for Yun Zhenchuan's kindness, the insignificant Xiao family would have been annihilated and the contract could have been taken without hesitation. Faced with such disdainful remarks, the elders of the Xiao family felt anger, but dared not show it. They truly had not heard of the Sun-Moon sect. However, the Great Zhou dynasty was everything to them, and that the Great Zhou dynasty was actually an affiliated force of the Sun-Moon sect. After living for decades, they were not fools. Whoever dared to say such a thing must have some backing. Otherwise, the great Zhou dynasty would never have let this slide. In this world, the law of the jungle is the fundamental principle. Although the Shao family had saved Yun Qing's life, that debt could also bring them unimaginable disaster. I apologize for arriving late, esteemed guests. I had matters to attend to. A deep voice resonated in the hall as Xiao Xian spoke. Behind Xiao Xian stood a young man dressed in luxurious attire, handsome and graceful. It was Yang An. Next to him stood a remarkable young man in a blue robe, Li Sun, who stood respectfully. Could it be that the collaboration between the Shao family master and President Yang has been finalized? Upon seeing Yang An and Xiao Xian appear together, the crowd felt a moment of joy. But immediately after, as if recalling something, their smiles faded, replaced by concern. The Qingyan auction house had a vendetta against Yun Qingxue. Though Yang Dingtian was dead, a debt incurred by a father must be repaid by the son. Now that Yun Qingxue had joined the Sun Moon sect, which was even more powerful than the great Zhou dynasty with the sect's influence, it would be as easy as crushing an ant to destroy the Qingyan auction house. Standing with the current alliances seemed like a very unwise choice. One misstep, and the entire Shao family could be buried alongside it. How is it possible that such a handsome young man exists in this small place? Su Ming looked at Yang, and his gaze filled with a hint of murderous intent, jealousy evident in his eyes. Could this kid possibly be the Rabbit Lord? Yang An felt a chill run down his spine as he noticed someone staring intently at him, confused by the attention. He was quite dedicated to only liking beautiful young ladies. He showed no interest in anyone else. Uncle Xiao, I am Yun Qingxue, she said with a faint smile. Yun Qingxue. Seeing the figure overlapping with his memories, Xiao Xian couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Although his face showed excitement, his heart was already filled with trepidation. He had just reached a cooperation with the Heavenly Commerce, and unexpectedly, the Yun family scion who had disappeared for 10 years had suddenly appeared. However, as the master of the Shao family, he still had some composure. Though his heart was in turmoil, he maintained an appearance of joyful reunion. To everyone, he seemed like a caring uncle who was concerned for his niece. Xiao Xue, you suddenly disappeared 10 years ago, causing Uncle Xiao great worry, he said. Fortunately, Xiao Xian immediately revealed a caring and gentle smile towards the girl. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Xiao. Seeing the genuine and caring smile on Xiao Xian's face, Yun Qingxue replied with a hint of apology, then turned her gaze towards the accompanying elder. Master of the Shao family, Qingxue is now a true disciple of our Sun Moon sect. We are a top sect certified by a supreme elder of the life and death realm, and the great Zhou dynasty is also an affiliated force of our sect. Yun Jinchuan once left an item at your Shao family. May I ask if you could return it? The elder of the Sun Moon sect smiled as he looked at Xiao Xian, a flash of cold light passing through his eyes. Although his words were somewhat polite, Xiao Xian sensed a piercing, killing intent. Xiao Xian's smile slightly froze, then he retracted it. 10 years ago, this Yun family niece had disappeared. What items could possibly remain in the Shao family? Only that marriage contract. Back then, the Shao family risked defending the Qingyan auction house to save Yun Qingxue, even shedding blood to stabilize the situation. 10 years ago, this Yun family niece had mysteriously vanished, almost sparking a war between the Shao family and the Qingyan auction house. Now, 10 years later, she appeared, but it was for that marriage contract. Even a cunning old fox like Xiao Xian couldn't help but twitch his lips, his large palm trembling slightly, clearly harboring a rage that was difficult to express. However, he also knew that the fate of the entire Shao family might now rest in Yun Qingxu's hands. After a moment, Xiao Xian forcibly suppressed his anger, his voice trembling as he said, Yun Jinchuan indeed left an item in my Shao family for 10 years. I will return it to Yun Jinchuan immediately. A jade box appeared in Xiao Xian's palm. The elder of the Sun Moon sect stretched out his hand, and in an instant the jade box was in the elder's grasp. Upon opening it, an ancient contract lay within. Then a vast surge of spiritual power swept through, and the contract turned to dust, vanishing into the void. This 5th grade pill, the bone washing pill, shall serve as a token of gratitude. The elder of the Sun Moon sect produced a jade vial, casually placing it on a nearby table, as if discarding clutter. A 5th grade pill? The numerous elders of the Shao family looked at the jade vial, their eyes flashing with a hint of greed. Even if they sold the entire Shao family, they couldn't afford a scrap of it. However, only Xiao's eyes flashed with mockery and disdain. A 5th grade pill was unworthy of being given to him as a candy decades ago. However, Yang An ultimately did not hear that profound saying. It seems this is not the template of an old man. It's the reincarnation of an old monster. As Yang An looked at the still eerily calm Xiaohua, he began to understand Xiaohua's luck template. Could a normal young protagonist endure this? Even at the risk of annihilating his entire clan, he would still roar in discontent at least a few times. Such temperament undoubtedly belonged to a reincarnated old monster. Unfortunately, he did not know which old monster had been reincarnated. President Yang Yu should leave Qingyan City first. After Yun Qingxue and the others had departed, Xiao Xian spoke to Yang An with a complicated expression. What do you mean by that, Master Xiao? Yang An asked in some confusion after hearing Xiao Xian's words. The Yun clan was destroyed by your father Yang Dingtian. That girl is named Yun Qingxue. Xiao Xian sighed softly. Though he did not say much, Yang An already understood his meaning. It seems his father had a vendetta against this person, and he was merely holding a bystander template. Interesting. Is it the Sun and Moon sect? Yang An chuckled lightly. Thank you for the reminder, Master Xiao. However, the mere Sun and Moon sect cannot threaten my Tian-D Chamber of Commerce. There is no need for you to worry. The cooperation will proceed as usual. Yang An thanked Xiao Xian and slowly spoke, seemingly not placing the Sun and Moon sect in high regard. Though the Sun and Moon sect is strong, it only has a few powerhouses at the life and death realm stationed there. Such beings may be formidable, but to old Lin, they would be merely a trivial matter. He just hoped this Yunjinshuan would be a bit more rational otherwise. However, what intrigued Yang An more was still a child of destiny and a reincarnated great being. His understanding of this world must be far clearer than Yang An's. Unfortunately, until now he had not been able to find out which sacred land the solitary sword had entered. At this moment, Su Ming, who had already left the Shao clan, spoke coldly to an elder of the Sun and Moon sect beside him. Elder Jin, please investigate the location of that Qingyan auction house. I want to leave no trace, not even a chicken or dog, at that Qingyan auction house. Before coming to the Great Zhou dynasty, Su Ming had done ample homework to impress Yun Qingxue. As long as he destroyed that Qingyan auction house, it would be sufficient for him to earn points in front of Yun Qingxue. After that, he could casually inquire about her well-being. Wouldn't that lead directly to winning her affection? For this scene, he had spent a great deal to seal off the news, and the other competitors in the sect were completely unaware. Yes, young sect master. Elder Jin nodded respectfully. Then, after a moment of scanning with his divine sense, young sect master, we found Yun Jinchuan. Upon hearing this, the exquisitely beautiful and cold face of Yun Qingxue showed slight changes, and the resentment in her eyes flickered away, returning to her usual cold demeanor. Who goes there? As the three arrived at the entrance of the Tian-D Chamber of Commerce, the guard at the Qi gathering realm saw them, trying to barge in, and immediately stepped forward, speaking sternly. Trash. Su Ming looked disdainfully at the two guards blocking his way, and unleashed a terrifying spiritual force that directly sent the two blocking him flying away. Who dares to be so arrogant in my Tian-D Chamber of Commerce? An angry voice rang out, and then a handsome middle-aged man holding a green flute exuded peak life element realm aura like a flood, causing the air to resonate with a booming sound. Is this the strongest of the Tian-D Chamber of Commerce? A mere peak life element realm. In this small place he can indeed be considered a master. In my Sun and Moon sect he would only qualify to guard the door. Seeing the newcomer, Su Ming scoffed. As a genius, fighting across realms is a basic skill. As one of the few prodigies in the history of the Sun and Moon sect, he had already killed a latest-stage life element realm loose cultivator when he first stepped into the life element realm. How dare you be so presumptuous in my Tian-D Chamber of Commerce? Huangxia looked at the old man beside Su Ming, his expression slightly serious. He actually could not see through the old man's cultivation level. Are you surnamed Yang? Forget it whether you are surnamed Yang or not. Since you are from the Tian-D Chamber of Commerce, you all must die. Su Ming directly gathered his spiritual energy, and with a palm strike accompanied by a fierce wind, he struck toward Huangxia like a tsunami. Earth-level low-grade palm technique, cloud-pushing palm. I didn't expect the young sect master to have comprehended even Earth-grade martial skills, and to have cultivated them to perfection. Elder Jin expressed his amazement at the palm strike that moved like clouds. Martial skills are not something you can learn just because they are given to you. The higher the grade of martial skills, the higher the requirements for comprehension. To comprehend Earth-grade martial skills at the life element realm is an unprecedented talent in the entire history of the Sun and Moon sect. Seeing the young man in front of him directly make a move, Huangxia slightly furrowed his brows, and the green jade flute in his hand was merely pointed casually. There were no flashy movements. At the moment the cloud-pushing palm touched the green jade flute, that palm which seemed capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks suddenly dissipated. What? Su Ming's face showed an expression of disbelief, and then he felt an incomparable force of energy explode. Bang! A sound of explosion. Su Ming was unexpectedly sent flying like a cannonball. His palm was pierced directly by the green jade flute, and blood gushed like a fountain. Seeing this scene, the elders of the Sun and Moon sect and Yun Qingxue were momentarily stunned, unable to react. Fortunately, a being of the divine sense realm is still a being of the divine sense realm. Even if shocked, he quickly reacted. In an instant, the old man caught the flying Su Ming. Up! Su Ming painfully covered his right hand, letting out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. His formerly handsome face twisted hideously. I want you dead. I want you dead. Elder Jin, I want him to suffer worse than death. When had he ever suffered such humiliation from childhood to adulthood? All along he was the one high above, adored by everyone. Now in this small place, someone had actually injured him, and someone dared to harm him. and in front of his goddess he was left in such a pathetic state. At this moment Su Ming had completely gone insane. Meanwhile, Yun Qingxue looked at the injured Su Ming. A flash of disgust passed through her eyes then vanished. Damn it. Elder Jin's aged face also showed some anger. This is the direct descendant of the sect master. The sect master of the Sun and Moon sect is a formidable being who has survived 3 life and death tribulations and is at the midstage of the life and death realm. Even in Tianjin Prefecture, he is an extremely renowned powerhouse. Moreover, the sect master had a child late in life, and this is his only precious son. He is truly spoiled. If the sect master were to find out that Su Ming had been injured, even Elder Jin would face severe punishment. What a terrifying aura. In the face of Elder Jin's full eruption, Huangxie instantly felt an overwhelming force like a mountain pressing down, pinning him in place and rendering him immobile. Enough, let this farce come to an end. Just as Elder Jin intended to disable Huangxie's limbs and ruin his dantian, a calm voice rang out. Then a young man dressed in luxurious brocade and with a handsome appearance appeared before everyone. Who are you? Elder Jin looked at the newcomer with a serious expression. This person gave him a sense of déjà vu, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Most importantly, he had no idea when this person had appeared. A mere person at the Qi condensation stage could actually evade the perception of a divine transformation expert. This eerie feeling made Elder Jin cautious. If Yang knew what he was thinking, he would have to admire these people. This was beyond mere arrogance. Young master, Huangxie said, cupping his fists and bowing respectfully at the suddenly appearing young man. Well done, go back and receive a foundation establishment pill. Yang praised Huangxie. Huangxie's ability to so easily defeat the most outstanding genius from the Sun and Moon sect surprised him. According to the system's evaluation criteria, that disciple of the Sun and Moon sect also had blue-level potential. Hearing this, Huangxie's heart filled with joy, and he quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you for the reward, young master. With the foundation establishment pill, he could break through to the foundation establishment stage in a very short time. Then he could assist the young master with more tasks. After helping the young master with more tasks, he would receive more rewards. He understood this very well. Only by staying close to the young master could he have infinite possibilities. Elder Jin, kill him. After killing him, I will request master to give Elder Jin a heavenly heart pill. At this moment, Yun Qingxue was no longer her usual aloof self. Her veins bulged and her face was filled with resentment as she looked at Yang and with the gaze of a venomous snake. Killing her father and exterminating her clan was a deep-seated grudge. If it weren't for that night, she wouldn't be living such a precarious life now. No one knew that her physique was not the so-called spiritual body, but rather a cauldron physique known as the heavenly fragrance body. The old man from the Sun and Moon sect accepted her as a disciple not because of her talent. All along, that old man had viewed her as a cauldron, as a tool to break through to the divine sea stage. Once the time was right, she would live a life worse than death. No one would be willing to fight against a peak expert of the mortal realm for her. The heavenly heart pill. Elder Jin's eyes widened and a greedy look appeared on his face. The heavenly heart pill is a 7th grade pill. Not only can it improve one's qualifications, but it also contains terrifying energy. As long as he obtains this heavenly heart pill, he could break through to the peak of the divine transformation stage in a very short time. Even within his lifetime, he could hope to enter the mystical realm and become a top figure in the Sun and Moon sect. At this moment, Elder Jin looked at Yang and with the eyes of a starving tiger, completely crazed. Without hesitation, Elder Jin unleashed his strongest killing move of his life. Sun and Moon Palm. This was one of the 3 supreme techniques of the Sun and Moon sect. A massive hand resonating with myriad stars gathered above Yang'an. The terrifying might enveloped the entire Qingyan city. What is happening? What a terrifying aura could it be that a formidable figure has arrived in my Qingyan city? That direction is the Heavenly Earth Chamber of Commerce. What on earth did the Heavenly Earth Chamber of Commerce do to provoke such a powerful expert? Forget about what the Heavenly Earth Chamber of Commerce did. Oh, we are caught in this as well. My life is done for. Feeling an unspeakable, terrifying aura spreading like a flood towards the center of the Heavenly Earth Chamber of Commerce, many martial artists in Qingyan City felt a sense of despair. With this strike, they would undoubtedly face certain death. However, just as everyone closed their eyes waiting for death, a piercing scream sent chills down everyone's spine. Some curious individuals opened their eyes and saw that the massive hand resembling one that held the Sun and Moon stars had vanished. What just happened? I have so many questions right now. Could it be that a certain powerful figure has had a change of heart? I feel like it was some passing expert that came to vanquish evil and uphold righteousness. That piercing scream just now is the best proof. Is there a possibility that the force behind the Heavenly Earth Chamber of Commerce has intervened? As soon as this was said, everyone was filled with fear, and their gazes towards the Heavenly Earth Chamber of Commerce were filled with awe. In the Shao family, Master, we have placed our bets correctly. In the previously silent hall of the Shao family, someone suddenly spoke up in amazement. They were quite familiar with that miserable voice just now. Who among the many elders of the Shao family did not feel anger at such humiliation? But alas, the Sun and Moon sect was too powerful, and that elder from the Sun and Moon sect could crush the Shao family with a single finger. Therefore the Shao family had to endure. But they did not expect that the seemingly invincible elder from the Sun and Moon sect would emit such a miserable scream. Clearly the people from the Sun and Moon sect had already faced a catastrophe at the Heavenly Earth Chamber of Commerce. This also implied that the force behind the Heavenly Earth Chamber of Commerce was far stronger than they had imagined. They had found a strong ally. The many elders of the Shao family looked at Shao Xian with admiration. The head of the family truly has foresight. What kind of force is laying the groundwork here? Unlike the other members of the Shao family, Xiaohua's expression was somewhat grave. What a joke. In such a small city, there is not only a third-grade alchemist, but also a powerful expert who is at least in the late divine transformation stage lurking. The items in the treasure pavilion opened by the Heavenly Earth Chamber of Commerce, each of their qualities, are actually top-notch. Even a common weapon seems to have been crafted by a master blacksmith. The background of the force behind it is definitely not something the great Zhou dynasty can rival. It seems the plan needs to be expedited, Xiaohua sighed. Originally, he intended to wait until reaching the spiritual origin stage before seeking opportunities outside. But now it seems that wandering outside is more reliable than staying in this strange city. Otherwise, one day, if a powerful being strikes, and with a single slap wipes out the entire Heavenly Capital's territory, it would truly be a case of despair. At this moment at the Heavenly Earth Chamber of Commerce, Yun Qingsu's face was filled with terror, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. No, I am the young master of the Sun and Moon sect, you cannot kill me. Su Ming looked at Elder Jin, whose limbs were disabled, and lying on the ground like a dead dog, forgetting his own pain as he gazed at the calm young man in the blue robe, as if he were a devil. Disable their dantians and imprison them. Yang An paid no attention to the three, and simply said indifferently. The reason he did not kill them was merely to prevent the soul tablets left in the Sun and Moon sect from shattering, which would alarm the snakes. Young master, the auction in Tiandu City has been arranged. Listening to the report from the maid beside him, Yang An swallowed the plump spiritual fruit handed over by Su Fei. He then slowly rose from Su Fei's jade-like pure white legs. After half a month, he had finally completed the construction of the Tiandu City auction house. However, during this half-month, Yang An did not only focus on building the auction house in Tiandu City. During this period, he also constructed several other auction houses in Tiandu Mansion, but given the limited territory of Tiandu Mansion, Yang An didn't build too many. First, there weren't enough strong individuals. Each auction house needed a foundation establishment expert to oversee it. Secondly, Yang An didn't want to exhaust all the resources at once. A steady flow was the way to go. Rare items are what auctions are about. If auctions became a daily occurrence, what would be the point? No one would be foolish enough to think otherwise. Meanwhile, a prompt from the system echoed in Yang An's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task, the Chamber of Commerce plan. Reward 1 intermediate lottery draw. It seems the treasure pavilion in Lake City has already opened for business. System, check the panel. Yang An decided it was time for a new round of lottery draws. After saving up for so long, he was ready to head towards Tiandu City. He had to put on a good show. Name Yang An. Age 18. Cultivation mid-stage, Qi condensation. Talent potential green. Talent bright, moon sacred body strength of a bull. Summon characters Lin Song, Li Sun, Dugu Jian Wang Dan. Spirit stones 2890 middle grade spirit stones. Spirit points 1200. Lottery 1 intermediate draw. Character evaluation, you have the qualification to stir up turmoil in this world. With the bright moon sacred body, even in a great sect you qualify to become a top true disciple. With 100 spirit points, it was the first time Yang An felt this affluent. System 10 consecutive beginner draws. Congratulations to the host for summoning a guard at the initial stage of the spiritual origin realm. You can check its information. The guard will pledge loyalty to the host shortly. Congratulations to the host for summoning a guard in the mid-stage of the spiritual origin realm. You can check its information. The guard will pledge loyalty to the host shortly. Congratulations to the host for summoning a guard at the initial stage of Qi condensation. You can check its information. The guard will pledge loyalty to the host shortly. Congratulations to the host for summoning a guard at the peak of the spiritual origin realm. You can check its information. The guard will pledge loyalty to the host shortly. That's not bad. This time 4 of the guards were from the spiritual origin realm, one of which was at its peak, while the rest included 2 at the Qi condensation realm, and the others were at the body refining realm. However, none of them stood out in terms of potential, all being of plain white talent. Nevertheless, Yang An was already quite satisfied to have summoned 4 spiritual origin realm experts. System, use the intermediate draw for summoning. The mid-tier combat power of the Chamber of Commerce was still quite scarce. There were none at the divine ability realm. Before Yang An's eyes, countless stars shone brightly, and as the pointer slid continuously, it finally stopped on a white-clad girl holding an ancient sword. Then a dazzling golden light soared into the sky, and in Yang An's eyes the entire sky was painted half gold. Golden legend. Seeing the boundless flickering golden light, Yang and could no longer suppress his inner excitement and directly hugged the little demon, Su Fei, kissing her fiercely. This action earned him a charming roll of Su Fei's eyes. Heartless fellow, could you be gentler? With her slightly flushed face complemented by her enchanting figure, Su Fei at this moment resembled a captivating glass of red wine, making one want to indulge in its mild intoxication. However, at this moment Yang and had no mind to care about such things. Congratulations to the host for summoning a guard at the peak of the 9th heaven of the divine ability realm. You can check its information. The guard has arrived by the host's side and will appear upon the host's call. System, check the information. Name Chen Xiao. Age 18. Realm peak 9th heaven of the divine ability realm. Character potential gold. Character background: Chen Xiao hails from a great world where the human race is scarce and all beings regard humans as food. One year a girl named Chen Xiao was born in a small village. At the age of 3, Chen Xiao unexpectedly found a long sword in the wild. That day she grasped the sword, and the fortune of the sword path for all humanity amounted to 10 dough, with 9.5 portions converging on Chen Xiao. Later a powerful human took Chen Xiao as a disciple. Among countless techniques including the sacred law and imperial law, Chen Xiao chose only the most basic sword drawing technique. From that day forward Chen Xiao practiced drawing the sword and cutting with it, as if it were the same day after day. She devoted herself solely to one sword. At 5 she entered the spiritual origin realm. At 8 she comprehended the sword intent. At 10 she entered the foundation establishment realm, forging her innate sword body. At 12 she ventured into the secret realm, slaying over 1,000 alien prodigies, with a single sword gaining fame across the vastness. At 15 she faced a life-and-death pursuit, cutting out a sword that had been nurtured for 10 years, at the critical moment successfully stepping into the divine ability realm. The alien beings perished, but she suffered backlash from the sword path laws, resulting in severing of her meridians. At 18 she observed the sword path ancestral monument, comprehending the ancient sword path, embarking on the ancient sword cultivator's journey, each step resonating with the sword. After 9 steps thousands of sword paths resonated, regaining her cultivation and directly breaking through to the peak of the divine ability realm. A reincarnated sword immortal destined to be born for the sword fated to suppress the sword path as an unparalleled anomaly. After reading the introduction, Yang and stood still speechless for a long time. Detected the emergence of a golden character. Host, do you wish to conceal their heavenly secrets? Conceal. This time Yang and had no intention of letting such an unparalleled anomaly roam free. Such a genius must have a connection to my underworld. At this moment Yang and finally understood what an eternal anomaly was and what a golden legend meant. A divine ability realm expert actually slashed through a life and death realm. Moreover, is this cultivation speed for real? At 18 others are at the peak of the divine ability realm, while he is still at the late stage of chi condensation. This was still the result of consuming rare treasures over the past half-month. The eternal sword path, uniquely revered. If such a person were to arrive in the divine wasteland, the current generation of sword path prodigies would likely suffer greatly. Yang suddenly remembered that the Dugu Jian he had previously summoned also had a sword path physique and couldn't help but mourn for him. System, continue. 1,000 spirit points directly for an intermediate draw. Character summoning, activate. Golden legend, show yourself. Yang decisively initiated the next summoning. He trusted his instincts. Today, he was the embodiment of destiny. Congratulations to the host for summoning a guard at the first level of the profound realm. You can check its information. The guard has arrived by the host's side and will appear upon the host's call. Profound realm. Although it was only the first level, this already counts as the pinnacle of the great Zhou dynasty. Yang was very satisfied with the cultivation levels of the characters summoned in today's 2 intermediate draws. Whether for the development of the underworld or the Chamber of Commerce, talent was essential. System, check the information. Name Chu Shang. Age 50. Realm first level of Tongxian realm. Potential blue. Background: hailing from a vast world, he is a direct descendant of an ancient power, showcasing remarkable cultivation talent from a young age. He was highly valued by his family and took over a portion of the family business upon reaching adulthood, expanding its scale several dozen times within less than a decade. After more than 20 years of continuous development, he transformed a branch industry into an important pillar of the clan. Yang felt quite satisfied with this newly summoned character. Blue potential and a commercial talent. Such a person is also the most scarce talent in his Tian-Di chamber. Currently, there is only one Zhang Long managing the entire Tian-Di Chamber of Commerce, and he is somewhat overburdened as Zhang Long's position is limited, restricting many strategic considerations to a very narrow scope. The appearance of Chu Shang will effectively fill this gap. Looking at the remaining 100 spirit points, Yang fell into deep thought. Beginner talent lottery, 10 consecutive draws. After some contemplation, he chose to draw for a talent. Congratulations to the host for summoning a white talent, strength of a bull. Congratulations to the host for summoning a white talent, countenance like a jade crown. Congratulations to the host for summoning a blue talent mastery of objects. Congratulations to the host for summoning a blue talent swordsman. After a series of 8 white talents, just as Yang intended to block the system, he suddenly saw a glimmer of blue. Mastery of objects using any magical artifact becomes effortless. While wielding a magical artifact in battle, one achieves extraordinary prowess, increasing strength by 30%. Swordsman greatly enhances qualification in sword cultivation, 1 combat-related talent, and 1 cultivation-related talent. Damn. Why are the spirit points insufficient? Yang felt that his luck was just beginning today, even hoping to draw a golden legend. Unfortunately, there were no spirit points left, bringing his endeavors to an end. Ding, detecting hostility from a faction towards the host. Rooting out the problem, the Sun and Moon sect has begun searching for traces of the underworld and suspects that the disappearance of Su Ming and Yun Qingxue is related to the host. Destroying the Sun and Moon sect will grant 3 high-level draws. Yang An's expression did not change at all upon receiving the system's mission. He was not surprised that the Sun and Moon sect was able to detect his existence. However, with the Underworld's presence, even if the Sun and Moon sect had suspicions, they were merely that, suspicions. As long as the soul tablets of Su Ming and Yun Qingxue were not shattered, they wouldn't resort to desperate measures. Moreover, the Sun and Moon sect has Lin Song watching over them. Once a powerful figure from the Sun and Moon sect ventures out, Lin Song will directly strike to eliminate. Let's set off for Tiandu Prefecture. After giving instructions to a maid beside him to spread the news that the Tiandi Chamber of Commerce will hold an auction in Tiandu Prefecture in 7 days, Yang left with Su Fei. It was time to step into the next level. Sun and Moon sect. In the Sun and Moon Hall, a burly middle-aged man stood in the grand hall surrounded by a shimmering aura, his imposing presence akin to an abyss, deep and unfathomable. A chill rose within the grand hall. Have my son Su Ming and Yun Zhensis whereabouts not been uncovered yet? In response to the middle-aged man's inquiry, another figure quickly appeared in the hall. Sect leader. The last known locations of young sect leader Su and Yun Zhenju were in the Great Zhou dynasty. A mysterious faction claiming to be the Underworld has recently emerged in the Great Zhou dynasty, suspected to be a force from outside the Great Zhou dynasty. My subordinate suspects that the disappearance of young sect leaders Su and Yun Zhenju is related to this Underworld. Boom. A fierce killing intent erupted, soaring into the sky and causing the heavens and earth to change, drawing the attention of countless people. What has happened to the sect leader? What is going on that has angered the sect leader so? It seems related to young sect leader Su and Yun Zhenju. I heard they have not returned from the Great Zhou dynasty for half a month and have not contacted the sect. That can't be. How could the Great Zhou dynasty dare to act against our Sun and Moon sect? Don't they fear the might of our life and death realm experts? Who knows? At this moment, the sect leader of the Sun and Moon sect, Su Tianxia, had a cold glint in his eyes. Does the Great Zhou dynasty truly think I am unaware of their small schemes over the years? Since they choose the path of death instead of the path of life, I shall grant them their wish. Send the law protector to the Great Zhou dynasty to search for the whereabouts of the young sect leader and Yun Zhenju and bring back the head of the Great Zhou emperor. I want them to see what true power looks like. All along, he had not taken these subordinate factions seriously. Even when aware of their petty schemes, he did not pursue. As long as their tribute was not reduced in the slightest, it was fine. But now it seemed he had been too lenient, allowing these dynasties to foster an illusion of being able to break free from the control of the Sun and Moon sect. How could a group of ignorant ants comprehend the strength of life and death realm experts? Great Zhou dynasty. Imperial capital. The Great Zhou emperor looked at the invitation card made of dark golden divine material in his hands. As the card touched his skin, a cool sensation spread throughout his body, causing his internal spirit power to circulate slightly faster. This piqued the Great Zhou emperor's interest in the Tiandi Chamber of Commerce. The Tiandi Chamber of Commerce is holding an auction in Tiandu Prefecture. Is it that Chamber of Commerce supported by the Underworld? What is the Underworld planning? But it is indeed. The material used for this invitation card is quite valuable. Even in the Great Zhou dynasty's treasury, there are few items that can match it. Wang Gongong, go to the treasury and fetch 2 million mid-grade spirit stones. Go on my behalf to see what rare treasures the Tiandi Chamber of Commerce has. Furthermore, if any rare treasures appear, we shall compete for them at all costs. In response to the Great Zhou emperor's orders, a figure appeared in the hall, bowing respectfully. Wang Jin obeys the order. After Wang Jin left, the Great Zhou emperor picked up the invitation card again, his expression somewhat complex. I wonder if the appearance of such a force in my Great Zhou territory is good or bad. Lingxin sect. Is this the force supported by the mysterious underworld we encountered last time? Forget it, let's go take a look. The items produced by such a force should not be simple. Shenwu Hofu. Does my son think I should participate in this auction? Father, not only should you go, but you should also bring all the assets from the estate. I have a feeling that there may be rare treasures appearing at this auction. Great Yuan Dynasty. Xiongming sect. I trouble the Great Elder to take a trip to the Great Zhou dynasty. Understood. In Tiandu City, terrifying auras floated through the air, causing countless forces around to tremble in fear. What on earth is happening? That aura belongs to Zhen Wuhou. Not just Zhen Wuhou, but the Tianxin sect, Qingyun sect, Yanji sect, and the Zhang family of Luoshui mansion. These major powers have all sent their experts. That direction seems to be towards the auction house. What's it called? It's the Tiandi auction house, said to be organized by a merchant association from a small town. Is it really organized by a merchant association from a small town? Many major powers of the Great Zhou dynasty have come. People couldn't help but become curious about the origins of this Tiandi auction house. To actually draw half of the Great Zhou dynasty's forces into action. At this moment, many forces that originally did not plan to attend the Tiandi auction house couldn't help but change their minds. This Tiandi auction house must be extraordinary. And at the core of Tiandu Mansion, a magnificent palace stood tall, overlooking the entire Tiandu city. Zhen Wuhou, long time no see. Master Lin, I didn't expect you to personally attend this Tiandi auction house. Haha, after all, the items offered by such forces are certainly extraordinary. I'm here to see if there's anything suitable. Same here. Fellow Daoist, you are near Tiandu Mansion. Could you reveal some information about this Tiandi auction house? Cannot say, but the power behind this auction house is not simple. I see you are not unwilling to speak, but simply have no idea, right? Outside the Tiandi auction house, over 20 mighty cultivators of the divine power realm were gathered and waiting. It was not that they did not want to enter the Tiandi auction house, but that it was surrounded by an incredibly mysterious formation, and no matter how they tried to break in, they would always be expelled. Moreover, within this Tiandi auction house, they sensed several auras that made their hearts tremble, a suffocating feeling unique to death. They were here to attend the auction, not to seek trouble. Although it wasn't entirely out of the question. However, all this was based on the disparity in strength. Otherwise, with so many forces gathered together, even a robbery could be justified as acting for justice. Welcome everyone from afar. The auction is about to begin. Please be prepared. A robust-looking man with a round appearance appeared before the crowd, smiling as he spoke. Seeing the man suddenly appear at the entrance of the Tiandi auction house, the representatives of many forces were taken aback. They had not noticed at all how this person had appeared. Not even a hint of his aura had been detected. Originally somewhat arrogant forces hastily chose to lower their postures and quickly restrained their auras. He is a cultivator of the Tongxian realm. Among the crowd, Wang Jin looked at the man who suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Tiandi auction house, feeling an immense shock. Having frequently accompanied the emperor of the Great Zhou, he was already familiar with the aura of the Tongxian realm. Without a doubt, that man was a true cultivator of the Tongxian realm. Is the senior the master of this Tiandi auction house? A representative of a force respectfully inquired. I am Chu Shang, merely a guard. The true master of the Tiandi auction house is someone else, Chu Shang replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the pupils of many representatives slightly constricted. The depths of this Tiandi auction house were far greater than they had imagined. Only a small number of forces displayed expressions of clarity amidst the haze. However, Chu Shang paid no heed to their thoughts. Creak. As the void trembled slightly, the portal to the Tiandi auction house opened. Inside the auction house, countless rays of dawn light illuminated the space, and dense spiritual energy coalesced into mist, creating a celestial scene. What a grand display! Upon witnessing this scene, everyone couldn't help but exclaim. The richness of this spiritual energy could perhaps rival that of a blessed land. Why have those great sects, major clans, and ancient families thrived for so long? It is because they possess their own blessed lands. The spiritual energy within those blessed lands far exceeds that of the outside world by dozens of times, whether in purity or density. Every breath of spiritual energy absorbed is akin to consuming dozens of spirit stones. In such places, even a pig could evolve into a pig demon. Countless gazes were fervently directed toward the interior of the Tiandi auction house. Fortunately, these individuals still retained some semblance of rationality. Also fortunate was the presence of a seemingly unfathomable Chu Shang in front. Otherwise, the powerful figures of these forces would have undoubtedly rushed in choosing to carve up the auction house. Please everyone, only those with invitations may enter my Tiandi auction house for this auction. Chu Shang observed the greed in the faces of the crowd, but ultimately no one chose to act, and he couldn't help but feel a bit helpless, then spoke slowly. Is this the invitation you speak of, senior? Zhen Wuhou took out the invitation and respectfully asked. Seeing the invitation, made of dark golden material, handed to him, Chu Shang nodded. Seeing Chu Shang nod, Zhen Wuhou stepped forward and entered the auction house. In an instant, the rich spiritual energy enveloped his body. This is definitely spiritual energy of the blessed land level. In just a moment, Zhen Wuhou's expression changed, and his eyes narrowed slightly, filled with astonishment. He even felt that the hidden injuries within him were slowly recovering. It should be noted that he came from the military, rising from obscurity. All his cultivation was fought for step by step. No, not just him. Which cultivator of the divine power realm in the great Zhou hasn't been through countless battles, traversing mountains of corpses and seas of blood, advancing step by step to reach this level? Who among them doesn't carry some hidden ailments and wounds? He is known as Zhen Wuhou, suppressing martial arts across the great Zhou, naturally a prodigy, with hopes of breaking into the Tongxian realm. However, 10 years ago when attacking the great Yuan dynasty, a force attempted to assassinate him. Although he managed to escape by luck, he left behind an indelible hidden injury in his body. It has been a full decade. He has searched the world but found no way to heal his body. Yet in this auction house, he actually felt the hidden injuries within him beginning to recover. In less than a week, the hidden injuries in his body would completely disappear. A glint of greed and desire flashed in Zhen Wuhou's eyes. At this moment, he truly had the thought of wanting to plunder this auction house entirely as his own cultivation ground. Thus, not only would his hidden injuries recover, but he could even advance further. However, he quickly came back to his senses, shivering involuntarily. Just now, a terrifying aura had swept over him. Under that terrifying aura, he felt like an ant. In an instant, it was as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, but he also regained clarity. Soon a maid came to receive Zhen Wuhou and brought him to a private room. Feeling the extremely rich spiritual energy, Zhen Wuhou momentarily forgot the purpose of his visit and directly sat down to begin cultivating. As Lord Zhenwu took his seat, the others also presented their invitations and settled down. In no time, hundreds of people entered. Suddenly, seeing a brocade-clad man attempting to barge into the auction hall with an old servant, Chu Shang could not help but intervene to block him, saying, "You do not have an invitation, and thus do not qualify to enter." The brocade-clad man looked at Chu Shang, puffed up with pride, and disdainfully declared, "Do you know who I am? It is a privilege for your nameless auction house to have this prince attend." He was indeed a prince of the Daiqian dynasty here in the Daizhou dynasty solely to seek a particular item. Unlike the Daizhou dynasty, the Daiqian dynasty possessed its own blessed lands, and its current emperor was a powerful being at the boundary of life and death with unfathomable depth. The person before him was merely at the transcendence realm. Even a powerful being at the boundary of life and death would have to give the Daiqian dynasty some respect. As for whether this auction house had a powerful being to oversee it, if there were a being at the boundary of life and death within the Daizhou dynasty, they wouldn't be oppressed to such an extent by the Sun and Moon sect. It's the 9th prince of Daiqian, Ning Cheng. How could he be here? This will be interesting. I wonder if the force backing this auction house dares to offend the Daiqian dynasty. I bet they do not, as the Daiqian dynasty has several beings at the boundary of life and death overseeing it, and their strength is not inferior to that of the Sun and Moon sect. Not necessarily. The force behind this auction house is extraordinary and may not be weaker than the Sun and Moon sect and other great powers. Let's see how this auction house handles it. The identity of the brocade-clad youth was quickly recognized by the crowd, who could not help but exhibit a look of anticipation. Meanwhile, Yang within the auction house observed this scene through a mirror, his expression somewhat peculiar. The 9th prince of Daiqian, Ning Cheng. Though he was the 9th prince of Daiqian, his talents were the weakest among the princes, the least valued, and the poorest. This left him disinterested in even receiving an invitation. Could this kid have been rendered foolish during his time in the Daizhou dynasty? Although the 9th prince of Daiqian held an ordinary status in the Daiqian dynasty, it was quite different in the Daizhou dynasty. The treatment there was indeed top-notch. However, spending too long in such an environment might have made him forget him. If he wants to force his way in, just eliminate him, Yang said indifferently. He was merely an insignificant prince. Eliminating him to showcase the auction house's strong stance would also be a good choice. Yang had prepared for this auction for a long time. Let alone a mere prince, even if the emperor of the Daiqian dynasty attempted to barge in without an invitation, he would face dire consequences. Now Yang intended to pursue a high-end strategy. Any force that could not meet the base price would only diminish its own prestige by entering the auction house. Prestige is of utmost importance. Once prestige and reputation were established, a single auction invitation could cause a sensation. At that time, who would fear a lack of spirit stones? Only by moving towards the high-end market could the auction house find its true place. At this moment, he had already changed significantly since awakening his true spirit. Both in mindset and perspective, he was gradually elevating himself. This prince insists on entering. As long as I sustain even the slightest injury, this shabby auction house will be leveled to the ground. Ning Cheng gazed at the vast and abundant spiritual energy within the auction house, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. As long as he could acquire this blessed land, he would become the heir apparent, the sole heir. Who would still dare to look down on him? Wang, take action directly. Ning Cheng said disdainfully. How dare a mere transcendence realm cultivator block me? Although he was not valued, he was still a prince of the Daiqian dynasty, and his presence represented the face of the Daiqian. Thus he naturally had his own protector. His protector was a great cultivator at the 4th layer of the transcendence realm. This was already considered mid-level in the transcendence realm, with very few individuals in the Daiqian dynasty reaching this stage. At this moment, the gray-clad old man beside Ning Cheng took a step forward lightly. His originally hunched back was gradually straightening, and his eyes sparkled with greed. This auction house actually has the spiritual energy of a blessed land. Such a force must certainly possess treasures. If he could obtain this treasure, the Daiqian dynasty would surely reward him handsomely. It was possible he might have the chance to advance further and glimpse the supreme grandeur of a being at the boundary of life and death. Thinking of this, the old man's emotions stirred with excitement. A terrifying aura burst forth, causing the world to shift and change. Transcendence realm. I didn't expect the seemingly unremarkable guard beside the 9th Prince of Daiqian to actually be a great cultivator at the Transcendence realm. Does the auction house have a means to retain a Transcendence realm great cultivator? This was not merely a repulsion. It was a slaughter, and it must be executed with thunderous force. Many representatives of hidden forces understood that if the auction house could not eliminate him with a thunderous strike, it was likely that a being at the boundary of life and death would take action next time. An innocent person is not guilty, but possessing a treasure invites trouble. An auction house comparable to the spiritual energy of a blessed land was enough to entice those great beings. Meanwhile, that mysterious underworld would be classified as a fringe force engaging in mysticism. Yang was naturally aware of this. Those who offend my auction house shall be executed. A cold voice emerged from within the auction house, carrying a sharp intent to kill. Subsequently, a dazzling sword aura shot up into the sky, resembling the sun rising in the heavens like thunderous silver strings from the 9th heaven, the intensely brilliant golden sword light instantly enveloping the firmament, an exceedingly terrifying sword intent sweeping across. It seemed as though two suns had appeared in the world. Boom. 9th Prince run. This is definitely the action of a powerful being. Wang, gazing at the sword intent filled with fierce murderous aura, was filled with boundless fear. Within this sword light, he felt an unparalleled suffocating sense of death. Just a moment ago, the 9th Prince of Daiqian had been incredibly arrogant, boldly stating that the auction house would not dare to harm him in the slightest, ready to seize the auction house for himself. At this moment, however, his eyes were filled with panic, frozen in place, unsure of what to do. In the next instant, Wang pulled the trembling and still dazed Ning Cheng away, fleeing thousands of miles. Meanwhile, Yang within the auction house had a slight smile curving at the corner of his mouth. "Want to leave? Can you escape?" This sword strike was more than enough to slay a being at the boundary of life and death. Simply because the one who delivered this sword was named Chen Xiao. Under the gaze of everyone in Tiandu City, accompanied by a cold female voice's low shout, a blazing and resounding sword cry suddenly rang out like thunder from the 9th heaven, piercing into everyone's ears. At this moment, everyone felt a buzzing in their ears. Apart from the sword cry, no other sound could be heard. Before their eyes, one sword strike dimmed the heavens and earth, causing the sun, moon, and stars to fade. No! A roar erupted instantly. Countless people heard terror, regret, disbelief, and other emotions within this voice. However, just as this voice echoed, it was abruptly cut off. What a terrifying aura! Could it be that a powerful being from the realm of life and death has made a move? How dangerous! Fortunately, the old man managed to suppress his greed. At this moment, the crowd, who had eagerly started cultivating as soon as they entered the auction house, also sensed the disturbance and were jolted awake. In the distance outside the city of Tiandu, the world transformed into gold, becoming an ocean of sword energy. This scene instilled an indescribable fear in everyone's hearts. At the same time, they felt immensely relieved. Fortunately, they had not acted recklessly. This heaven and earth chamber of commerce is no ordinary affair. Wang Jin looked into the distance, his expression complex. Clearly, the underworld behind the heaven and earth chamber of commerce does not fear the great Qian dynasty. Otherwise, they wouldn't have acted so decisively, striking with lethal intent. The great Zhou dynasty is about to undergo a change. Another unstable factor has emerged. Outside the auction house, countless people gazed in awe at the grandiose heaven and earth auction house. Gulp. Some who wanted to take advantage of the chaos or had intentions regarding the auction house swallowed hard. In an instant, their slight thoughts were completely dispelled. A being from the realm of life and death was completely beyond their calculations. Inside the auction house, Yang lazily stretched, not taking the death of a profound realm cultivator to heart. He glanced at the crowd, who were fervently cultivating, and spoke up. Everyone has arrived. Now the auction can officially begin. His invitation was to have these people attend the auction, not to invite them to cultivate. Hearing Yang An's words, a maid beside him respectfully stood up and withdrew. Moments later, a deep voice echoed in the auction house like thunderclaps striking the heart. The heaven and earth auction is about to begin. Fighting is prohibited within the auction house, and coercion is not allowed. If there are violations, the consequences will be borne by the violators. Upon hearing this, the crowd, still in the midst of their cultivation, woke up again. In the past, if someone dared to disturb their cultivation multiple times, they would have already exploded in anger. But today, within this heaven and earth auction house, they did not dare to make even the slightest move. What level of items can such an auction house offer? They must be extraordinary. If before the crowd was still skeptical about the heaven and earth auction, now they had determined that the force capable of hosting such an auction was indeed remarkable. Even a glimpse of something would be a rare treasure for them. Welcome everyone to the heaven and earth auction. A charming voice resonated, prompting the crowd to look up at the auction stage. They saw a stunningly beautiful woman in a red qipao appear on the auction stage. In an instant, many were captivated by Su Fei's stunning beauty and exceptional figure, her qipao accentuating her perfect curves, evoking a strong sense of conquest. Every smile and frown exuded a captivating charm akin to a mesmerizing fox spirit. Yet the crowd dared not show any signs of abnormality. They had conducted thorough investigations into the Heaven and Earth Chamber of Commerce. Thus, they were well aware of Su Fei's identity and that of the founder of the Heaven and Earth Chamber of Commerce. This time, the Heaven and Earth auction will feature only 4 items. However, each of these items is a rare treasure that is hard to find in the world. Su Fei smiled softly as she spoke. Only 4. Someone sighed lightly. It was not that they doubted the value of the items the Heaven and Earth auction would present, but rather that the number of items was too few. Although entry to the Heaven and Earth auction requires an invitation, hundreds of forces of all sizes have arrived. And with only 4 items, the competitive pressure can be imagined. If a suitable treasure were to appear, no one would easily give it up. However, the crowd quickly adjusted their mindset. Regardless of how fierce the competition would be, they were determined to fight for it. Standing on the auction stage, Su Fei wore a smile and addressed the crowd. The first item, a mid-grade, earth-level technique, the Tsang Yanju. This technique everyone must be quite familiar with. The Tsang Yin sect has been passing it down for thousands of years, and this technique was indispensable. The Tsang Yanju. They were certainly no strangers to this technique. Mid-grade earth-level techniques are possessed only by a handful of top forces in the Great Zhou dynasty. It is said that mastering the Tsang Yanju to perfection allows one to condense the source spiritual fire, wielding the power to scorch the heavens and boil the seas. The Tsang Yin sect has endured several life-and-death crises. However, the Tsang Yanju has never been leaked, allowing them to rise time and again. Mid-grade earth-level technique Tsang Yanju starting price 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Each bidding increment must not be less than 1000 mid-grade spirit stones. Bidding begins now. Su Fei keenly sensed the crowd's excitement and promptly announced the start of the first round of bidding. 5000 mid-grade spirit stones. 5500 mid-grade spirit stones. 6000 mid-grade spirit stones. 6100 mid-grade spirit stones. Just as the crowd was gradually increasing their bids, a dismissive voice came from a private box. Are you all hoping to pick up a bargain, or are you truly that broke? 200 mid-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this voice, the crowd realized that trying to use little tricks would likely not work. 2500 mid-grade spirit stones. 2800 mid-grade spirit stones. 3000 mid-grade spirit stones. In an instant, the price surged by tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones. 500 mid-grade spirit stones. At the auction stage, even after hosting auctions for over a decade in Qingyan City, Su Fei was taken aback by these figures. This was not about low-grade spirit stones. What these people were calling out were mid-grade spirit stones. 1 mid-grade spirit stone is worth 100 low-grade spirit stones. In other words, the current bidding had already reached 50 million low-grade spirit stones. Isn't that terrifying? Meanwhile, a genuine smile appeared on Yang An's face behind the scenes. 500 mid-grade spirit stones, enough for 5 mid-level lottery draws. However, the price of a mid-grade earth-level technique is far from just 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. The competition did not stop there, the bidding continued. 5500 mid-grade spirit stones. 5600 mid-grade spirit stones. 600 mid-grade spirit stones. 800 mid-grade spirit stones. An increase of 200 mid-grade spirit stones at once left the crowd gasping in shock. The earlier increases were due to the fact that the earth-level technique was indeed worth the bump. However, now, whether it was 600 mid-grade spirit stones or 800 mid-grade spirit stones, it was not a small sum. One could say that as long as they secure the Tsang Yanju, they could basically declare victory. And this was just the first. The forces that could come here, even if they didn't possess mid-grade earth-level techniques, surely had lower-grade earth-level techniques. Although the Tsang Yanju was important, it was not absolutely necessary. The Tsang Yanju must be secured. With the Tsang Yanju, my Qi-Yin sect will surely advance further. Just when the Grand Elder of the Qi-Yin sect thought victory was assured, a voice leisurely echoed. 850,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Hearing this, the Grand Elder's expression darkened. He was all too familiar with that voice. It belonged to his nemesis, the Langtao sect. 900,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Faced with the Langtao sect's bid increase, the Grand Elder of Qi-Yin sect suppressed his anger and continued to speak. The Qi-Yin sect had coveted the Tsang Yin sect's Tsang Yin art for over 1,000 years. However, due to the strength of the Tsangyan sect surpassing theirs, they could only rely on cunning. But after 1,000 years of effort, they hadn't even caught a glimpse of it ultimately receiving the news of the Tsangyan sect's destruction. Because of this, they had been quite disheartened for a long time. Unexpectedly, the Heaven and Earth auction house actually decided to auction the Tsangyan art. How could he possibly remain calm? 950,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The Langtao sect raised their bid without hesitation. 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. At this moment, the Grand Elder of Qiyin sect's eyes widened, his hands clenched tightly, resembling a volcano ready to erupt. Due to the interference from the Langtao sect, the Qiyin sect had to spend an additional 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The Qiyin sect could only accumulate about 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones in a year. 200,000 spirit stones represented 20 years of accumulation for the Qiyin sect. Had it not been for the Langtao sect's obstruction, 80,000 mid-grade spirit stones would have been sufficient to secure the Qiyin art. After a moment of silence, the Langtao sect ultimately chose not to raise their bid further. If they forced the Tsangyan sect into a corner and they refused to continue bidding, it would leave them in tears. As a sect primarily focused on water techniques, having a fire technique was of no use to them. 1 million mid-grade spirit stones for the first time. 1 million mid-grade spirit stones for the second time. 1 million mid-grade spirit stones for the third time. Sophie struck the auction hammer on the table, a cascade of colors glittering, the crisp echo resonating throughout the auction house. With the third strike of the hammer, the first item was declared sold. After collecting the item, Sophie appeared somewhat excited. However, she quickly regained her composure. Compared to the subsequent 3 items, the first item was indeed rather insignificant. Although Sophie had calmed down, the various forces attending the auction felt somewhat anxious. They initially thought that even the most precious items at the Heaven and Earth auction house could be secured with 200,000 to 300,000 mid-grade spirit stones. But now, seeing this, the first appetizer had already fetched over 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. The competitive pressure for the subsequent items was evident. Only the Jinwu Marquis remained indifferent, a confident smile gracing his face. Thanks to my son. Before heading to the Heaven and Earth auction house, he had listened to his Kirin son and brought all the spirit stones from the Marquis residence. He did not believe anyone had such audacity. The second auction item, a 6th grade pill, the Qiankuan pill. Sophie's charming and sweet voice quickly interrupted the crowd's frustration. Upon hearing about the Qiankuan pill, a sense of disbelief erupted in some private rooms, but it quickly dissipated. However, many still looked bewildered. A 6th grade pill was practically a legend to them. Within the dojo, even a 5th grade pill could incite a storm of chaos, let alone a 6th grade pill. Most had never even seen a 6th grade pill. However, Sophie soon began to explain to them. The Qiankuan pill seizes the essence of heaven and earth, reversing the cosmos. To refine it, one must endure a lightning tribulation. Though it is a 6th grade pill, its rarity and difficulty of refinement far exceed that of a typical 7th grade pill. Consuming one Qiankuan pill allows one to instantly recover to their peak, as long as they still have a breath left, even curing lingering ailments within their body. Hearing this, a surge of dormant energy awoke, akin to ancient fierce beasts reviving, as former high-level cultivators gazed intensely at the auction stage, their eyes filled with greed. Noticing the intentions of numerous powerful figures, Sophie's lips curled slightly upwards as she added, "This pill can also improve one's inherent qualities and root bones. Even for high-level cultivators in the Tongxian realm, it holds immense benefits." With her words, the auction house fell into a sudden silence. Only faint tremors of breath could be sensed. This pill could serve as a life-saving remedy and eliminate internal ailments, and most importantly, it could enhance one's innate qualities and root bones. No wonder the rarity of this pill was said to rival that of 7th grade pills, or perhaps even exceed it. I must obtain this pill. I am already at the peak of the divine ability realm. If I can enhance my qualities and root bones, I might have the chance to advance further and break through to become a high-level cultivator in the Tongxian realm. The ancestor will be saved. I never expected a Qiankuan pill would be auctioned here. Ha ha ha. Fate is on my side in the Xiaoming sect. As long as I obtain this Qiankuan pill, I will surely break through to the Tongxian realm. As for strong-arming it, perhaps some entertained such thoughts, but they quickly cast them aside. That would be akin to no one was sure they could withstand a sword that could cleave the heavens like a blazing sun. The 6th grade pill, Qiankuan pill. The starting price is 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and each subsequent bid must exceed 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The auction officially begins. With Sophie's announcement, the previously quiet auction house instantly turned lively. 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 150,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 300,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Many wanted to call out, but their voices were drowned out by the bidding. They could only turn their expressions into bitter smiles. This time they had indeed miscalculated. They thought they had sufficient spirit stone reserves, but here, they couldn't even qualify to bid. 600,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 700,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 750,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 760,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 800,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. In less than a moment, the price of the Qiankuan pill had already soared to 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. What a pity, how frustrating. To cultivate, I fear I will never have the chance to speak again. The forces behind the Heaven and Earth auction house are truly terrifying. They can even put items like the Qiankuan pill up for auction. Some lamented, some upon hearing the price had already skyrocketed to 1 million mid-grade spirit stones decisively chose to give up, while others developed a deep interest in the underworld behind the Heaven and Earth merchants. However, none of this could stop the various forces that had already lost their rationality. 1,500,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 1,600,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 2 million mid-grade spirit stones. As the bidding reached 2 million mid-grade spirit stones, the atmosphere of the entire auction noticeably became heavier. 2 million mid-grade spirit stones may not be the limit for the Qiankuan pill, but this was already the limit of the spirit stones they had brought. 2,100,000 spirit stones. 2,200,000. 2,500,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing this price, the corners of some representatives' mouths twitched. 2,500,000 spirit stones. This was all that most factions could muster. Those still bidding were truly the top-tier powers. 3 million spirit stones. However, Zhen Wuhou did not give others the chance to continue bidding. With an imposing presence and a determination to claim victory, he raised the price by another 500,000 spirit stones in one go. Zhen Wuhou was quite renowned in the Dazhou dynasty. Not only in Dazhou, but his reputation was also exceptionally loud in the surrounding regions. After Zhen Wuhou spoke, some representatives immediately recognized him. Is Zhen Wuhou insane to raise the bid by 500,000 spirit stones in one breath? Did he bring the entire savings of the Zhen Wuhou manor? Some who initially planned to increase their bid slowly could not help but curse under their breath. However, this also left them feeling a bit apprehensive, their faces changing suddenly. The price had already reached 3 million spirit stones for just the second item. What about the subsequent items? At this moment, they could only pray that the other factions did not bring too many spirit stones. However, some factions closer to Tiandu Prefecture discreetly took out their communication jade slips, their minds focused. The Tiandu auction house has a rare treasure available. We urgently need spirit stones. Please send support quickly. Just when everyone thought that auctioning the Qiankuan Dan for 3 million spirit stones was already an extraordinary feat. 3,500,000 spirit stones. A cold voice rang out. Qiankuan Dan, the Xiongming sect must have it. In the private room, the elder of the Xiongming sect looked fervently at the auction stage, silently making up his mind. 4 million spirit stones. Hearing that someone could still raise the bid by 500,000 spirit stones, Zhen Wuhou, unwilling to be outdone, continued to raise the price. Although there were still factions able to continue bidding, which surprised him a bit, he quickly cast aside that surprise. Could it be that the entire wealth of the Zhen Wuhou manor was not enough? 5 million spirit stones. A hint of ferocity flashed in the elder's eyes as he spoke sternly. When the high price of 5 million spirit stones was announced, the people in the private room looked somewhat numb, many of them trembling slightly. What does 5 million spirit stones signify? In previous years, a bidding price of 1 million spirit stones in the Dazhou dynasty was enough to be recorded in history. Auctioning for 5 million spirit stones was an unprecedented scenario. Even Yang, who was enjoying a gentle massage from a docile maid in the back of the auction house, was shocked by this price and quickly opened the system to check the pricing. Qiankuan Dan, 10,000 spirit stones. It must be said that the cost-effectiveness of this comprehensive rare medicinal pill is truly high. And indeed it is expensive. The profit of 500 times left Yang in shock. He had scoured the entire Songyan sect and only collected over 300,000 spirit stones, but one Qiankuan Dan could fetch 5 million spirit stones. Previously he thought that gathering spirit stones from others was quick, but now he realized he had fallen into a cognitive trap. Robbing others or exterminating sects requires crafting excuses and being wary of hidden cards, spending a lot of time gathering information. However, auctioning a single item does not require such trouble. It's a win-win. Meanwhile, Zhen Wuhou began to ponder, seemingly considering whether auctioning this pill was worth it. It is certainly worthwhile to bid on this pill, but after winning it, joining subsequent auctions might prove difficult. He would not believe that these people would remain passively watching the auction. Perhaps batches of spirit stones were quickly being sent to Tiandu Prefecture right now. Seeing that the atmosphere had cooled down a bit, Sophie gently fiddled with the jade box on the stage, and a rich medicinal fragrance began to diffuse. Everyone felt as if their once parched bodies were rejuvenated, a gentle energy continuously nourishing them. 6 million spirit stones. At the moment he smelled the medicinal fragrance, Zhen Wuhou decisively chose to raise the bid. He had a feeling that this pill was his chance to break through to the Xian realm. As long as he broke through to the Xian realm, spirit stones would be mere external commodities. 7 million spirit stones. Facing Zhen Wuhai's bid, the elder of the Xiongming sect also followed suit without hesitation. This pill was crucial for the Xiongming sect as well. They would not let go until the very last moment, if they truly could not win the bid. With that thought, a frenzied look appeared on the elder's face. What if he was at the peak of the Divine Passage realm? There had been those at the peak of the Divine Passage realm who were killed by the Xiongming sect. It seems we're almost there. 8 million spirit stones. Noticing the madness in the elder's tone, Zhen Wuhou felt a sense of relief. He knew that with just 1 or 2 more bids, the mysterious faction competing with him would be unable to hold on. 8,100,000 spirit stones. As Zhen Wuhou spoke again, the entire auction house fell into a dead silence. Could it be that Zhen Wuhou has truly brought all the savings of the Zhen Wuhou manor? Could it be that Zhen Wuhou has received some inside information? Whether he can protect this pill after winning it is still a question. It's possible that this pill is merely a healing pill. I've never heard of any Qian Kuan Dan. Zhen Wuhou. Seeing that no one else started bidding, Sophie declared. Going once at 9 million spirit stones. Going twice at 9 million spirit stones. Going 3 times at 9 million spirit stones. The sound of the gavel echoed throughout the auction house. Each strike felt like a sharp blade piercing into the heart of the elder from the Xiongming sect, twisting his expression into a grimace. Originally, he thought that everyone in the Dao dynasty was meek. How could they possibly bring out such spirit stones for this auction? But he never expected that an unpredictable Zhen Wuhou would emerge from the Dao dynasty. Damn it! If this auction were held in their Dayuan dynasty, how could the Xiongming sect be unable to produce even 9 million spirit stones? But anger aside, he still had his reasoning. It's time to let the Dao dynasty witness the strength of my Xiongming sect. The elder of the Xiongming sect mumbled, his tone filled with killing intent. The emergence of a Zhou emperor from the Dao dynasty had already caused them much headache. If another Zhou emperor-level figure were to appear, it would likely spell the end for the Xiongming sect. Next, we arrive at the third item of this auction. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a look. Sophie waved her delicate arm, and suddenly intricate, mysterious patterns enveloped the entire auction venue. These patterns resembled countless twinkling stars, at times solid as a fortress, at times shifting and changing, creating an ethereal sense of mystery. Is this a formation? Someone spoke up, their tone filled with doubt. They felt a threat emanating from these mysteries. This indicated that once this formation was activated, even they would gain no benefit. Then everyone turned their gaze towards the extraordinarily intricate formation, their eyes filled with fervor. The intricacies of this formation were such that even a powerful expert at the Transcendence realm would find it challenging to decipher. This was truly a foundational item capable of determining the long-lasting prosperity of a faction. I believe everyone has already guessed that this is a formation. This is a 6th grade formation named the 9 Heaven Star Formation. It is said that this formation was created by a formation master who observed the legendary Great Star Formation. And the Great Star Formation is a truly sacred level formation. Although it cannot achieve the terrifying effects of the Great Star Formation, it possesses some characteristics of it. At this point, Sophie paused briefly before waving her delicate hand again. The mysterious patterns that once covered the entire auction venue suddenly vanished, and in Sophie's hand appeared a delicate and compact wheel which spun continuously, reflecting countless tiny stars. What is going on? Why did the formation suddenly disappear? Could it be that the formation has been compressed into that wheel? That small wheel can't be the formation from before. This method is simply unheard of. If that small wheel is indeed that terrifying formation, then this auction will surely be lively. In the entire Great Zhou dynasty, aside from formation masters, no one could carry formations with them so easily. It is still a 6th grade formation. One can imagine if one could carry a 6th grade formation around, it would be equivalent to having a powerful cultivator from the Transcendence realm at their side. And in the Transcendence realm, whether in the Great Zhou dynasty or its surrounding areas, they are absolute overlords. Must acquire it. Must get it at all costs. Must secure it without hesitation. At this moment, everyone harbored such thoughts in their hearts. This was equivalent to having a powerful expert from the Transcendence realm. Moreover, one that had a long lifespan and was absolutely loyal. This represented an extreme temptation for any faction. Noticing that the desires within the crowd had been stirred, Sophie glanced at the wheel in her hand and spoke again. The wheel in my hand is precisely the 6th grade 9 Heaven Star Formation. This formation can be carried around, and it will instantly activate with just a thought. Sophie waved her hand, and the wheel vanished instantly, revealing mysterious patterns as the 9 Heaven Star Formation unfolded once more. This formation also has another advantage. Sophie snapped her fingers, and to everyone's astonishment, endless star power descended from the sky above, landing on the 9 Heaven Star Formation. This is another advantage. This formation does not require the consumption of any spirit stones and can draw upon the star power from the heavens to replenish the formation's core. This means that this formation can be activated at any time. No resource consumption. It only requires sufficient star power. And if this formation has enough star power, even a powerful expert at the life and death realm would need to expend a significant amount of time to decipher it. Upon hearing this, the crowd could no longer remain seated. A powerful, convenient formation that does not consume resources. They had never heard of such a thing. One must know that even a protective formation, which is merely a 5th-grade formation, requires a large amount of spirit stones each time it is activated. Therefore, unless a sect faces a life and death crisis, it would generally not be activated lightly. And this 6th-grade formation, more terrifying than a 5th-grade formation, actually does not require any resources to activate. How could they not go crazy over this? But this was precisely the scene that Sophie and Yang wished to see. The third item, the 6th-grade 9 Heaven Star formation, the auction officially begins. The starting bid is 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones, and each subsequent bid must be no less than 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones. As soon as the words fell, a voice impatiently called out, 11,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Get lost, pauper. 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones. 500,000 middle-grade spirit stones. 700,000 middle-grade spirit stones. 1 million middle-grade spirit stones. The crowd raised their bids without hesitation. In just a few rounds of bidding, the price had already skyrocketed to 1 million middle-grade spirit stones, leaving some smaller factions dumbfounded and secretly alarmed. However, in the eyes of other major forces, such a divine item for 1 million middle-grade spirit stones was an insult, so they did not hesitate. 130,000 middle-grade spirit stones. 150,000 middle-grade spirit stones. 200,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Some even attempted to call out a bid only to be caught off guard by the sudden increase of 50,000 middle-grade spirit stones. They could only awkwardly choose to remain silent. 210,000 middle-grade spirit stones. 220,000 middle-grade spirit stones. 250,000 middle-grade spirit stones. 400,000 middle-grade spirit stones. In an instant, the bidding had reached 400,000. Suddenly, a deep voice came from one of the private booths. I am the Grand Elder of the Yinri sect. If you are willing to lend my Yinri sect some spirit stones, I can promise to owe you all a favor that can be redeemed at any time. The Yinri sect is one of the top sects in the Great Zhou dynasty, with over 10 powerful experts in the divine ability realm residing within. For such a sect to owe a favor is enough to help some smaller sects out of difficulties. At once, many small to medium factions were tempted. Shameless. Voices of scorn erupted from various booths, but they quickly reacted. I am the true Master Haoshuan of the Qingyun sect. If you can lend my Qingyun sect some spirit stones, my Qingyun sect can owe you a favor, and the one who lends the most spirit stones will also have the opportunity to take one of my disciples as a true disciple. The representative of the Qingyun sect was equally straightforward, although he looked down on the behavior of the Yinri sect. But facing the temptation of this 6th-grade formation, he believed that the ancestors in his sect would surely understand. I am the head of the Li family from Yingtian Prefecture. My Li family has a daughter of 18 years, stunningly beautiful, with extraordinary talent, reaching the spirit origin realm at a young age, ranking 10th on the Great Zhou Rouge list. Now we are only waiting for a fated person. My Li family is willing to marry her off, just requiring some betrothal gifts in advance. Upon these words, the entire assembly erupted in an uproar. Even the 2 elders of the Qingyun sect and the Yinri sect had to concede defeat. They had thought their faces were thick enough, yet they never expected to encounter someone so brazen. To speak of selling a daughter in such an elegant and refined manner. However, it must be said that the conditions set by the Li family indeed stirred the hearts of many. Even the town marshal Marquis felt a twinge of desire. The Li family was also a lineage with a heritage spanning thousands of years, and their influence was notable even within the Great Zhou dynasty. Not to mention, the most terrifying aspect of a family is its far-reaching influence. Whether within the Great Zhou dynasty or among the major sects, the presence of powerful families was undeniable. And with his own prodigal son still without a bride, it left him, as a father, quite anxious. He had heard of the celebrated daughter of the Li family, whose character, talent, appearance, and family background were beyond reproach. With this in mind, the town marshal Marquis began to establish contact with the head of the Li family. As for auctioning the next item, perhaps initially the town marshal Marquis had such thoughts, but now that notion was swiftly extinguished. If he were to acquire another item, he feared that stepping out of this auction house would be his death sentence. Neither the families, nor the sects, nor the Great Zhou dynasty would let him off. Even as the crowd engaged in constant exchanges, the bidding never ceased. For 1,100,000 middle-grade spirit stones. For 1,200,000 middle-grade spirit stones. For 1,250,000 middle-grade spirit stones. For 1,500,000 middle-grade spirit stones. It was clear that while the price increases were slow, this was the tacit understanding among the crowd. The elder of the Xiongming sect fixated on the formation with a glimmer of envy, yet chose not to raise the bid. First, the Xiongming sect possessed its own 6th-grade protective formation. Secondly, this was the territory of the Great Zhou dynasty. Previously, when bidding for the Qinquan pill, he was confident he could successfully bring it out of the Great Zhou dynasty, but this formation was beyond his grasp. Although it seemed that only the Great Zhou monarch was a master at the profound realm, he was not naive enough to believe that the Great Zhou dynasty had only this one master. If there were truly only this one master in the Great Zhou dynasty, the dynasty would not have lasted for over 1,000 years. It would have been annihilated long ago by the Xiongming sect. Over the years, the grievances between the Xiongming sect and the Great Zhou dynasty were not insignificant. 5 million middle-grade spirit stones. The elder of the Yinri sect spoke decisively, his tone brimming with confidence. Clearly, he had managed to prepare a substantial sum of spirit stones. 5,500,000 middle-grade spirit stones. 6 million middle-grade spirit stones. 6,300,000 middle-grade spirit stones. 6,500,000 middle-grade spirit stones. 10 million middle-grade spirit stones. Not only the Yinri sect, but many other forces also began to join the new round of bidding after gathering their spirit stones. In less than a moment, the price had already soared to over 10 million middle-grade spirit stones. Over 10 million middle-grade spirit stones. Even though they were among the top forces of the Great Zhou dynasty, which included several sects and families with thousands of years of heritage, the mention of 10 million middle-grade spirit stones left them deeply shaken. At this moment, the head of the Li family snapped his fingers with delight and casually declared 12 million middle-grade spirit stones. At this time, countless gazes in the auction hall turned towards the box where the head of the Li family sat, filled with disbelief. They had barely managed to gather 10 million middle-grade spirit stones, and yet the head of the Li family casually added another 2 million on top of that. This left everyone astounded. However, what intrigued more people was which family had formed a union with the Li family. The alliance of two top forces was no trivial matter. 13 million middle-grade spirit stones. A voice called out, though it sounded rather strained. 15 million middle-grade spirit stones. Hearing that someone dared to counter, the head of the Li family decisively raised the bid by another 2 million middle-grade spirit stones. 15 million middle-grade spirit stones. What a staggering figure. Originally intending to continue bidding, the forces, upon hearing the price of 15 million middle-grade spirit stones, could only take a deep breath, unwillingly conceding. Head of the Li family, I admire your courage. It was unclear whether they genuinely admired the head of the Li family's resolve or were mocking him for sacrificing his daughter's life for such a hefty sum of spirit stones. Yet the head of the Li family remained indifferent. It was merely the nature of winners and losers. 15 million spirit stones once. 15 million spirit stones twice. 15 million spirit stones 3 times. With the strike of the gavel, it also announced the acquisition of the third auction item. I wonder what kind of rare treasure the next item will be. The third item was auctioned for 15 million middle-grade spirit stones. If the final item comes forth, what kind of turmoil will it bring? Is the appearance of such an auction a blessing or a curse for the Great Zhou dynasty? The crowd quickly calmed down under the stimulation of the 15 million middle-grade spirit stones. In the past, whenever rare treasures appeared within the Great Zhou, they would be seized by various forces. How could it be like now, where transactions could be done simply with spirit stones? However, it was precisely because the treasures here were too precious that spirit stones were just enough to purchase rare treasures that were seldom seen in 1,000 years. After this auction concludes, the stagnant waters of the Great Zhou dynasty would likely stir into boundless waves. Even the prestigious sects might resort to any means necessary to acquire spirit stones. However, none of this concerned Yang An. 15 million middle-grade spirit stones. Although Yang An had anticipated that the gains from this auction would be extraordinary, he had not expected these powerful families and sects to be so wealthy. It must be known that this was merely within the Great Zhou dynasty. Within the realm of the Sun and Moon sect, there were several forces comparable to the Great Zhou dynasty. And in this desolate domain of the divine wilderness, there were countless forces like the Sun and Moon sect. In that moment, he realized the true vastness of this world. Equally, he announced the impending demise of the Sun and Moon sect within his heart. If one were to ask how to spread one's fame the quickest, it would be nothing more than stepping on an ancient force to achieve success. To draw the attention of the true great powers of the divine wilderness through the hosting of an auction reputation was indispensable. However, Yang An sighed lightly. Although this auction had yielded enough spirit points for him to conduct hundreds of intermediate, the gap between intermediate and advanced draws was still too great. 1,000 intermediate draws equaled 1 advanced draw. Next comes the finale of this auction. Su Fei's beautiful eyes shimmered with myriad colors as her slender jade-like hand tapped lightly upon the counter. Spiritual energy from the surroundings visibly flowed toward the auction dais. In mere moments, a dense mist composed entirely of spiritual energy enveloped the entire stage. Such rich spiritual energy. I longed to draw a breath of it. Could this item be an array? An array that condenses spiritual energy? I think it might be a heavenly material or treasure. They say some high-grade treasures manifest celestial anomalies when they appear, and the nearby spiritual energy becomes unusually dense. The commotion over the final item, even before it was revealed, quickened many hearts. After a moment, radiant immortal light pierced the layered mists, and a potent aura of the Dao spread throughout the air. All eyes turned to the dais, where only a blurred palm-sized silhouette could be discerned. Is it a fruit? What kind of heavenly treasure is this? If the Tiandi auction house treats it as the finale, it cannot be simple. Curiosity in the crowd was fully aroused. Soon as the mist gradually dispersed, countless gazes fixed tightly upon the auction dais. A vivid crimson fruit appeared on the dais, its surface suffused with an extraordinarily dense Dao aura, a divine object, undoubtedly a celestial treasure. The Daoic aura is so concentrated that merely looking at it inspires the urge to comprehend the Dao. As the crowd beheld the crimson fruit, a sudden clarity flooded their minds, and their thoughts sharpened, as if a powerful presence spread from one of the private boxes sweeping through the hall. Some who glanced upon the red fruit immediately resolved cultivation bottlenecks that had plagued them for decades, breaking through and advancing by leaps. Those who witnessed this turned to the crimson fruit with eyes alight with frenzy. A thunderous roar echoed through the auction hall. Just as people feared some immortal might be unable to resist an attempt to seize it, an overwhelmingly forceful aura instantaneously swept across the entire auction house. A crisp snap sounded, the vast domineering aura vanished without a trace. It was Zhou Huang. Zhou Huang actually sent someone. I did not expect he would be interested in the Tiandi auction house. No, this divine fruit must not fall into Zhou Huang's hands. Countless divine senses brushed against one another in the hall. At that moment, a faint apparition manifested within Wang Jin's private box. Wang Jin, why have you summoned me? The apparition asked slowly, its tone laden with supreme authority, even as its eyes gleamed with vigilant caution. In that instant, Wang Jin had felt an ocean-like presence press down upon him, overwhelming and vast. This was unquestionably a great power. Not weak even among the great powers. Your Majesty, this is the Tiandi auction house, Wang Jin said with a bow. An exceedingly rare divine treasure has appeared this time. Zhou Huang looked in the direction Wang Jin indicated, his soul body trembled, and the normally inscrutable mighty countenance revealed an expression of utter disbelief. Wudao fruit. Even Zhou Huang's deep reserve was shaken upon seeing the fruit. His heart roiled with titanic waves that would not subside. We must obtain that fruit at any cost, Zhou Huang declared with unwavering resolve. If one were to consume this Wudao fruit and perfect that technique, the Ryu sect would cease to be a threat. In the Dezhou realm, he would be as a god. Proceed with the bidding. I will send spirit stones shortly. Secure that Wudao fruit at all costs. Wang Jin opened his mouth to reply, intending to speak further, but in the end his answer was simply a word of command. I can. Hearing Wang Jin's assurance, Zhou Huang nodded in satisfaction and swept his divine sense across the auction hall. Perceiving his gaze, the crowd promptly fell silent and bowed in deference. Zhou Huang paid them no heed. He withdrew his divine sense, and his expression grew deep and inscrutable. As the apparition faded, Wang Jin knelt and paid his respects, chanting blessings for the emperor's long reign. Only when Zhou Huang had vanished did he dare to raise his head, cold sweat beating on his back. Having served beside the emperor for centuries, the grand eunuch could not but know his sovereign's designs. The emperor had likely set his sights on certain forces within the auction house. Once he obtained that crimson fruit, a great reckoning would surely follow. Terrifying Zhou Huang. In one private box, an elder of the Xiongming sect looked stricken, as if he had seen some unspeakable horror. No, I must send word back to my sect at once. The Dazhou Imperial Court's Tiandi auction house was now offering a peerless treasure for sale. Sensing the atmosphere tighten to a razor's edge, Su Fei smiled, like a blossom, pointed delicately at the fruit, and parted her red lips. Have any of you ever heard of the Wudao fruit? At those words, the assembly inhaled sharply, eyes wide with indescribable astonishment. They had thought they had overestimated the fruit's value, but its true worth soared far beyond anything they had imagined. Wudao fruit, a thing of legend. It is said that this fruit can grant a person a singular act of profound enlightenment. On the entire Shenhuang continent, such opportunities are exceedingly rare. Legend tells of one who consumed a Wudao fruit, watched the heaving ocean, and within a great river comprehended a sword. One step that toppled the heavens, one stroke that opened the gates of heaven, entering a supreme saintly realm and being revered as the sword sage. Others who consumed it grasped the core mysteries of their family's legacy technique, elevating their clan's art to unprecedented heights and securing tens of thousands of years of prosperity for their lineage. Tales of the Wudao fruit are countless across the Shenhuang continent, yet very few have ever truly seen it. Even across the continent, it remains a legend, and now this legendary object lay before their very eyes. The scene felt like a dream. With the auction hall hushed, Su Fei smiled and spoke once more. She explained that the Wudao fruit had been obtained by the forces behind her lord within a forbidden zone. At first they had not intended to auction it, but for various reasons her master had reconsidered and chosen to present this rare treasure. If you miss this chance, who knows when you will behold such a thing again. The fourth auction is officially commencing. Dao fruit, starting price 100,000 spirit stones with each bid not less than 10,000 spirit stones. The auction begins now. As Su Fei's voice fell, the previously silent auction hall was instantly broken by a sound that shattered the tranquility. 150,000 spirit stones. 200,000 spirit stones. 220,000 spirit stones. 250,000 spirit stones. At this moment it seemed as if the entire auction hall had unified, with bids rising very slowly, so slowly that Yang An almost thought he had the wrong item. But after a moment's thought he couldn't help but laugh and scold, a bunch of old foxes. He had personally experienced the effects of the Dao fruit. It was simply comparable to a cultivation technique, enlightenment jade slip. A single Dao fruit allowed him to comprehend a top-tier heavenly cultivation technique. Now after half a month Yang An was just one step away from reaching the spirit origin realm. Such speed was something he had never dared to imagine before. A major realm in a month. How astonishing is that? The Dao fruit and the top-tier heavenly cultivation technique played irreplaceable roles in this. However, it must be said that these two items are indeed expensive. Dao fruit 100,000 spirit stones. Top-tier heavenly cultivation technique ancient formula 130,000 spirit stones. Yang An couldn't believe these old fellows wouldn't be tempted by this Dao fruit. Now these people were probably stalling for time. So far those who had spoken were all from small to medium-sized forces, while the top-tier forces remained silent. However, this was the result Yang An was happy to see. He was auctioning items purely for spirit stones and spiritual points. In the end, the more intense the storm, the more favorable it would be for him. At this moment the prices in the auction hall were still slowly rising. 98,000 spirit stones. 99,000 spirit stones. 100,000 spirit stones. Hearing such a slow rise, if it weren't for Yang An arranging for someone to relay the message to her, she would have thought the item in her hand was fake. The speed of this auction was simply too abnormal. Suddenly from a private booth an elder from the Lingxin sect smiled slightly, his face showing unprecedented confidence, and directly spoke. 200,000 spirit stones. Everyone's heart sank. For an elder of the Lingxin sect to bid so confidently, there could only be one possibility. The spirit stone support from the Lingxin sect had arrived. This was not good news for them. 250,000 spirit stones. A moment later another loud voice rang out. It's from the Yinjia of Tiandu Prefecture. Now this batch is probably a battlefield for the Tiandu Prefecture and surrounding forces. Hurry, we must be quick. Everyone silently prayed in their hearts. 400,000 spirit stones. Facing the bid from the Yinjia, the elder of the Lingxin sect unhesitatingly raised the price by a full 150,000 spirit stones. 800,000 spirit stones. Another voice rang out, but this time it was not from the Yinjia. From the Kong family of Hezhong Prefecture. How could this be? Isn't Hezhong Prefecture thousands of miles away from Tiandu Prefecture? How could the Kong family's support arrive so quickly? Hearing the Kong family double the original price of the Dao fruit in one go, everyone could only silently pray that their own forces could deliver the spirit stones before the auction ended. Otherwise they might not even have the qualifications to bid. 1 million spirit stones. Another soft voice. It's Wang Jin, a lackey of the Emperor Zhou. As soon as Wang Jin spoke, he was recognized by everyone, and they understood why the Emperor Zhou's divine sense appeared at this auction. 1,100,000 spirit stones. Facing Wang Jin's bid, the elder of the Lingxin sect was not polite and directly responded, 1,400,000 spirit stones. At this moment Wang Jin had unprecedented confidence. Not only had the spirit stones mobilized by the Emperor Zhou arrived outside the auction hall, but also because some forces planning to ally with the Emperor Zhou were showing their sincerity. 1,500,000 spirit stones. 1,700,000 spirit stones. 1,900,000 spirit stones. 20 million spirit stones. More and more forces began to join the auction. For some small to medium-sized forces that could only watch, this was simply an unattainable number. 20 million spirit stones. Such a distant number was tossed out so lightly. However, this was far from the limit. 25 million spirit stones. Wang Jin once again raised the bid by 5 million spirit stones, feeling as if he could stand up. When was the last time he held such a large sum? Even though he had been in a high position for hundreds of years, received many gifts, and stored a lot of spirit stones. But all the items combined only amounted to about 10 million spirit stones. 30 million spirit stones. This voice came from the direction of the Qingyun sect. As the leading force of the great Zhou dynasty, the head of sects, the foundation of the Qingyun sect, was naturally unfathomably rich. Some forces had no choice but to choose silence, even feeling hopeless. Their own people knew their own affairs. Now that the spirit stone support had not yet arrived, this Dao fruit had already reached a price that could not be afforded even if they sold their entire sect. For them the auction had not even started, and it was already declared over. 35 million. Facing the raised bid from the Qingyun sect, Wang Jin remained unhurried and directly spoke again. 40 million spirit stones. 45 million spirit stones. 50 million spirit stones. At this moment, only two voices were continuously bidding in the auction hall. At this moment, the purpose of this auction was no longer just to acquire the Dao fruit. Everyone knew this represented a contest of resources between the sects and the great Zhou royal family. Regarding this war, without gunpowder, the aristocratic families decisively chose to remain neutral and silent. Helping one side would certainly offend the other. And their aristocratic families were originally rooted in the dynasty and thrived in the sects. Regardless of who wins or loses, it has nothing to do with them. 80 million spirit stones. With Wang Jin's voice once again ringing out, the elder of the Qingyun sect fell silent instantly. Damn it, how could the great Zhou dynasty have such a large reserve of spirit stones? The great Zhou dynasty is not the same as their sect. Every year, the great Zhou dynasty has to supply a large portion of spirit stones to the Sun Moon sect, while their sect does not need to supply spirit stones to the Sun Moon sect. So in his view, it would already be remarkable for the great Zhou dynasty to have a reserve of 50 to 60 million spirit stones. But now it seems that the Emperor Zhou has kept all of them in the dark. 90 million mid-grade spirit stones. The elder of Qingyun's sect spoke with a slight tremor in his voice. Unbeknownst to all, the bidding had already surged perilously close to 100 million mid-grade spirit stones. 100 million mid-grade spirit stones. Even for sects and clans of their stature, assembling such a sum would entail severe long-lasting strain. 100 million mid-grade spirit stones. Yet Wang Jin granted them no respite. Across the entire auction hall, tension hung thick and suffocating. Not a single soul dared draw breath. Whether this enlightenment fruit fell into the hands of Qingyun sect or the imperial Zhou royal family, the moment would be etched indelibly into history. Yet just as the Qingyun elder prepared to raise his bid, once more several divine senses suddenly pierced through. Moments later, the elder's expression grew profoundly complex. Resentment, anguish, fury flickering across his face before dissolving at last into a deep, weary sigh. Qingyun's sect withdraws. The sudden betrayal by several elite sects, whose prior consensus had been firmly established, left him utterly unprepared. Though he seethed inwardly at their short-sighted treachery, he knew the tide had turned irrevocably. To press further would risk alienating every major sect present. Dong. 100 million mid-grade spirit stones. First call. Dong. 100 million mid-grade spirit stones. Second call. Dong. 100 million mid-grade spirit stones. Third and final call. Transaction confirmed. Su Fei's startled exclamation marked the definitive conclusion of the auction. Standing upon the dais, she felt suspended in a dreamlike haze. A transaction worth 100 million mid-grade spirit stones had just been finalized under her stewardship, and even the assembled crowd remained locked in stunned, speechless awe. 100 million mid-grade spirit stones, a figure so staggering it defied comprehension. Should word of this spread, it would undoubtedly ignite a cataclysmic upheaval across the realm. Miss Su, could Master Yang bring forth another item? Yes, please, one more. 4 items are far too Amid the clamor, Su Fei slowly shook her head. The next celestial auction will be held 1 month hence. You are well aware that each artifact presented by our celestial auction hall is an exceedingly rare treasure. None but true treasures ever grace our podium. And you know full well how arduous it is to procure even a single such treasure. Hearing Su Fei's words, the crowd, though disappointed, accepted the explanation with understanding. The next auction. This time many had arrived ill-prepared. Some hadn't even secured the chance to place a bid. Their frustration burned fierce and unrelenting. With the Celestial Auction Hall announcing its next event for next month, they resolved, no matter the cost, to marshal every resource and strive with absolute determination. Name: Yang, an age 18, cultivation, realm peak, chi condensation, innate potential, azure, innate talents, radiant moon, saint body, divine object, manipulation, swordmaster, immense strength, refined and handsome countenance, summoned figures, Lin Song, Li Sun, Chu Shang, Chun, Xiao Dugujian. Spirit stones 116530, mid-grade spirit points 116530, lottery 1, advanced lottery draw, character assessment. You now possess the capacity to stir tempests across this world. With the radiant moon saint body, even within a great orthodox sect, you hold the potential to ascend among its supreme cultivators. Ding. System has detected completion of the initial trial. Saint tier character lottery now unlocked. Saints are divided into 3 tiers: Saint, Saint King, and Great Saint, corresponding respectively to basic, intermediate, and advanced saint tier lottery draws. 1 basic saint tier draw requires 1,000 saint points plus 1,000 heavenly Dao fortune. 1 intermediate draw requires 1,000 saint points plus 1,000 heavenly Dao fortune. 1 advanced draw requires 1,000 saint points plus 1,000 heavenly Dao fortune. 1 saint point equals 100 million spirit points. Saint tier talent lottery now activated, 1,000 saint points per draw. Note auctioned items may. That, however, was not the most astonishing part. What truly left Yang and reeling was the sight of his own spirit points, displayed on his system interface, as if gazing upon a mirage. 10 billion spirit points. And yet a single advanced summon required only 1 million spirit points, meaning 10,000 advanced summons were now within reach. Still a pressing question loomed before him. How precisely should he deploy 10,000 summoned figures, all summoned in a single, overwhelming wave? Headache. Instantly Yang snapped out of his euphoric daze over the unprecedented surge in spirit points. System initiate 100 talent lotteries, just to steady my nerves. He still harbored quiet dissatisfaction with his original talent assessment. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the talent Sword Master. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the talent Battle Maniac. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the talent Banished Immortal Aura. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the talent Sword Heart Clarity. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the talent Flesh Furnace Body. The synergistic convergence of 100 talents flooded Yang and with an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. Among them shone a saint-tier talent Sword Heart Clarity. Sword Heart Clarity profoundly deepens your comprehension of the Sword Dao. You were born to master the way of the sword. Your sword heart illuminates mountains and rivers alike, piercing through 10,000 zhang of darkness. Flesh Furnace Body. Your body becomes a sacred furnace. Innate vital energy surges with extraordinary abundance, granting explosive power far beyond mortal limits. Banished Immortal Aura. An ethereal celestial grace surrounds you, like a fallen immortal from the ninth heaven, ensuring you stand perpetually at the center of attention, effortlessly inspiring trust and affection in others. Of these three, Yang deemed them the most immediately practical. Especially the Banished Immortal Aura. It arrived at the perfect moment. System, if I draw duplicate talents, what happens? Yang asked, puzzled. Each duplicate reinforces the original talent by 10%. 10%, fuse them all. Boundless divine radiance enveloped Yang, and within him profound, ineffable transformations began unfolding in relentless succession. Chaos swirled around his form. Primordial Dao sigils interwove in luminous patterns. His very flesh bore imprints of countless cosmic laws. Boom. A crisp, resonant sound erupted. Terrifying spiritual energy surged outward like a boundless ocean. Yang had broken through, directly from peak chi condensation to spirit origin realm. And his ascension did not halt there. Even after attaining the spirit origin realm, his aura continued soaring relentlessly upward. Our young master is truly terrifying. Sensing the disturbance, Li Sun instantly appeared outside the chamber, eyes sharp and vigilant as he scanned the surroundings. Yet inwardly he trembled with awe. This time the young master had surely obtained an unfathomable heaven bestowed. Name Yang. Age 18. Cultivation realm, midstage Lingyuan realm. Innate potential violet. Innate talents radiant moon, saintly body, sword heart clarity, flesh forging furnace, exiled immortal aura, divine artifact, mastery, sword master, Herculean strength, face like carved jade. Summoned figures: Lin Song, Li Sun, Chu Shang Chun, Xiao Dugu Jian. Spirit stones 11653000, medium grade spirit stones. Spirit points 1155300000. Lottery draws none. Character evaluation: with violet tier potential, your innate aptitude rivals that of any sacred heir from the greatest sex. Even in this resplendent, unparalleled era, you shall surely stir ripples. Modest yet undeniable. Yang gazed upon his own potential, now shifted from azure to violet, and a quiet surge of delight rose within him. System, what level of talent is required to attain golden tier potential? At least 3 emperor tier talents and 10 saint tier talents, plus numerous others. And crimson tier. A singular supreme tier fate glyph, plus no fewer than 3 supreme tier talents. Hearing the system's explanation, Yang finally grasped the full hierarchy of its classification. He also realized his violet tier potential was in truth somewhat inflated. System, initiate 100 advanced character summons. Such extravagance was simply who he was. For him now, advanced summons were truly trivial. Congratulations, host. You have summoned a guardian at sea of spirit realm 3rd layer. Their profile is viewable. They have already arrived at your side and remain concealed. Call their name and they shall appear. Congratulations, host. You have summoned a guardian at life and death realm 5th layer. Their profile is viewable. They have already arrived at your side and remain concealed. Call their name and they shall appear. Congratulations, host. You have summoned a guardian at celestial palace realm 4th layer. Their profile is viewable. They have already arrived at your side and remain concealed. Call their name and they shall appear. Congratulations, host. You have summoned a guardian at sea of spirit realm 9th layer, peak. Their profile is viewable. They have already arrived at your side and remain concealed. Call their name and they shall appear. As Yang remained immersed in summoning. So this is the so-called Heaven and Earth Trading Guild. Truly impressive. High above Tiandu Prefecture, a middle-aged man wreathed in golden radiance gazed toward the distant Heaven and Earth auction hall, and nodded with evident satisfaction. What realm of cultivator is this? An utterly terrifying pressure. Under the golden-robed man's oppressive aura, every soul in Tiandu City felt a chilling dread, as though life and death hung suspended upon a single arbitrary thought. Though not the imperial capital of the great Zhou heavenly dynasty, Tiandu City remained one of its core metropolises, home to several grand masters of the divine ability realm. Its prefect himself was a peerless powerhouse, divine ability realm 5th layer. Yet this man showed no regard whatsoever for the dynasty's dignity. Either he was a fool, or his strength, and the power behind him, far surpassed the great Zhou heavenly dynasty's wildest imaginings, rendering it utterly irrelevant in his eyes. The golden-robed man blazing like a sovereign sun was indeed precisely as they surmised. He did not deign to acknowledge Tiandu City, or even the great Zhou heavenly dynasty, for he hailed from the Sun Moon sect. As the sect's sun-ranked guardian, he was a true sovereign of the life and death realm 7th layer. To obliterate the great Zhou heavenly dynasty would require no more than a flick of his wrist. Yet, his gaze lingered upon the distant towering structure, its silhouette shimmering with faint Dao resonance and radiant spiritual light. The Sun Guardian sighed softly. Never imagined such a minor land could harbor a blessed land of this caliber. To use it merely as an auction hall is sheer waste. Having beheld such a treasure, he would never let it slip away. The Sun Guardian sighed softly. Never imagined such a minor land could harbor a blessed land of this caliber. To use it merely as an auction hall is sheer waste. How audacious! Today we may witness the fall of a supreme sovereign. Who knows what madness has seized him to dare strike at the heaven and earth auction hall. May your journey be peaceful. As the godlike figure soared unimpeded toward the auction hall, onlookers silently mourned his fate. Meanwhile, the prefect of Tiandu City, who had just returned home after attending the heaven and earth auction, hoping to calm his turbulent heart through cultivation, abruptly snapped his eyes open, gripped by a sudden visceral dread. It's the Sun Guardian of the Sun Moon sect. As one of the great Zhou heavenly dynasty's foremost figures, he naturally recognized the Sun Moon sect's guardians, a genuine sovereign of the life and death realm. The realization sent shockwaves through his spirit. Sun Moon sect guardians oversaw all subordinate sects and territories, rarely ever leaving the sect's sacred mountains. Then why had one appeared today, in the heartland of the great Zhou heavenly dynasty? When he sensed the Sun Guardian's aura hurtling directly toward the heaven and earth auction hall, the prefect fell silent. Then with remarkable pragmatism immediately fled Tiandu City. Clash between two titanic powers. Even a mere ripple of their conflict might reduce Tiandu City before the heaven and earth auction hall. Master of this auction hall stepped forth immediately to greet this sovereign. His voice, cold and indifferent, roared like a typhoon, unleashing a cataclysmic wave that instantly enshrouded the entire hall in suffocating pressure. Yang, who had been reviewing the profiles of his summoned figures, suddenly heard a barking noise and instinctively turned toward a nearby mirror where the Sun Guardian's image shimmered in reflection. Life and death realm 7th layer. Half a day earlier, resisting such a sovereign would have demanded Lin Song's intervention. But now, though 1,000 summons had yielded no golden tier legends, and only 2 violet tier potentials, the lowest among them were all sovereigns of the life and death realm. The strongest stood at Celestial Palace realm 9th layer, the apex of existence, a sovereign emperor within the divine wasteland domain. Here emperor denoted no mere monarch, but an honorific reserved for peerless masters whose might commanded universal reverence across all domains. Su Feng, you have the duty. Yang spoke calmly into the void. By the young master's decree. Name Su Feng. Age 35. Realm Celestial Palace realm 9th layer. Peak. Innate potential violet. Background hailing from a greater world, he was one of the sacred heirs of a supreme holy land, renowned among his peers for unmatched combat prowess and limitless ascension potential. At that very moment, the Sun Guardian standing outside the heaven and earth auction hall felt a sudden paralyzing dread, as if an omnipotent being had fixed its gaze upon him. His mind slipped beyond his control, his body turned numb, lifeless, like a hollow puppet. Terror flooded the Sun Guardian's eyes, boundless, absolute. He tried to speak, but heaven and earth convulsed. Die. Before countless stunned eyes across Tiandu Prefecture, a colossal hand, vaster than mountains, descended, engulfing the Sun Guardian whole. Then, gently, irrevocably, closed. In an instant, crimson rain drenched the entire city of Tiandu. Several days have passed since the fall of the law protector of the Sun and Moon sect in Tiandu City. That enormous hand, seemingly capable of destroying heaven and earth, is etched deep within the souls of every individual. Countless people passing by the auction house gazed with awe and a barely detectable hint of fear. This was a truly colossal entity. The mighty beings of the life and death realm were like ants, obliterated in an instant. Moreover, a power was quietly developing in the entire divine wasteland. Beneath the calm water's surface lay a behemoth that ordinary people could hardly fathom. This behemoth is known as the Underworld. No one knows the origins of the Underworld nor how it arose. No one even knows how many powerful beings inhabit it. All that is known is the saying the King of Hell lets you die at the third watch. Who dares to keep you until the fifth? In the South Wilderness outside the Sun and Moon sect, this task is truly rewarding. Destroying the Sun and Moon sect earns a reward of 10,000 merit points. Lord Tianzi has decreed that 1 merit point is equivalent to 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, and merit points can be exchanged for any cultivation resources in the Underworld. Even those rare treasures of heaven and earth can be obtained in the Underworld. Although I am merely a ghost messenger of the Underworld under the command of Lord Bai, I can still acquire cultivation materials below the Sage level. As for those above the Sage level, if I work hard to accumulate 1 million merit points and break through to the Divine Sea realm, I can enter the 3 departments and become a core member of the Underworld. By that time, perhaps I can catch a glimpse of the supreme grandeur of the Sage realm. With this thought in mind, a mysterious figure wearing a bronze mask gazed reverently at another mysterious figure before him who exuded a powerful aura that seemed to suppress heaven and earth, adorned with a noble silver mask. Even if the Sun and Moon sect possesses a deep heritage, it cannot escape death. This is solely because that mysterious figure wearing a silver mask is a member of the 3 departments of the Underworld. He is a genuine supreme powerhouse, a being at the very least of the Divine Sea realm. This time, the Underworld's extermination of the Sun and Moon sect is of great importance to the supreme ruler of the Underworld, Lord Tianzi. They dispatched 2 lords from the 3 departments and over 100 ghost messengers like him, all to eradicate the Sun and Moon sect and spread the name of the Underworld across Qingzhou. Indeed, Yang and has thoroughly grasped the structure of the Divine Wasteland. The Divine Wasteland is governed by 3 great holy places and 10 ancient families. In addition, there is 1 imperial dynasty, 1 academy, and 28 palaces standing tall above. In the Divine Wasteland, the current trend suppresses the great roads, and with no sages emerging, the monarchs of the Heavenly Palace realm are considered the pinnacle. Between the Heavenly Palace realm and the Sage realm lies a unique boundary known as the Quasi-Sage. However, quasi-sages are also sages similarly constrained by the laws of the Divine Wasteland, requiring immense cost to take action. Thus, the phenomenon where the Heavenly Palace realm represents the apex of power in the Divine Wasteland is established. After activating 10,000 summons, Yang and discovered that there are dozens of such existences. One of them is an unparalleled talent with golden potential. Currently, Yang and is situated in the Great Zhou dynasty within Qingzhou. Qingzhou is one of the 24 states governed by the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, each state boasting vast territories. The Great Zhou dynasty and the Sun and Moon sect are merely insignificant corners of Qingzhou. Inside the Sun and Moon sect, why hasn't Law Protector Ri returned with news yet? Why do I always feel a sense of unease? At this moment, the sect master of the Sun and Moon sect, Su Tianxiao, paced restlessly in the great hall, lost in thought, as an ominous premonition loomed over him. However, he quickly dispelled this premonition from his mind. Although the Sun and Moon sect is not the top sect in Qingzhou, it still holds a notable reputation. Not to mention that they have an ancestor in seclusion. Once the ancestor emerges, the Sun and Moon sect can advance further. Perhaps I am just overly missing Minger. He shook his head, casting aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Law Protector Ri is a powerful being of the 7th level of the life and death realm. Even if that Zhou Emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty has his trump cards, so what? Can he possibly break through from the life and death realm to the Divine Sea realm right under his nose? Moreover, today is the 7th day of the 7th month, the Sun and Moon sect's decade-long disciple recruitment ceremony. As the sect master of the Sun and Moon sect, he must be present. I hope this year we can recruit a group of talents. Last year, the Starry Sky sect actually recruited a prodigy with a starry spirit body. If that prodigy does not perish, they will have a significant chance to become a king in the future. At that time, our situation in the Sun and Moon sect will become difficult. Not to mention, the On-Sin 1,000 Years talent battle is about to begin, which concerns the distribution of fortune for the entire South Wilderness. Su Tianxia sighed deeply. If they could obtain more fortune, the Sun and Moon sect would undoubtedly rise continuously, perhaps even dominate Qingzhou. Outside the Sun and Moon sect, a youthful figure dressed in black robes with a handsome face navigated the bustling mountain paths. Teacher, do I really have to join the Sun and Moon sect? The youth asked with some doubt in his mind. Why did he always feel that great terror would descend upon this sect? However, before he could ponder further, an ancient voice responded confidently in his mind, of course. Currently, the resource monopoly in the cultivation world is severe. To obtain more precious resources, one must join more powerful forces. The On-Sin 1,000 Years South Wilderness talent battle is about to commence, and many other sects have spirit body prodigies. If you join those sects, you might be suppressed. But the Sun and Moon sect lacks spirit body prodigies to cultivate. A timely aid is better than an extra layer of icing on the cake. The resources of the Sun and Moon sect combined with my teachings will be enough for you to grow in the shortest time and then return to the Gu family to take revenge. Upon hearing the elder's words, the youth clenched his fists, a surge of intense anger washing over his face. Gu Jingfeng, Guhan, I will make you pay in blood for what you have done. The youth's name is Gu Lingtian, the legitimate eldest son of the prominent Gu family in Fengzhou, considered a prodigy with immense potential. However, fate had other plans. Gu Lingxian's father, the head of the Gu family, was ambushed by the Celestial Demon clan during an outing and perished. Gu Jingfeng is Gu Lingxian's uncle and the current head of the Gu family. Gu Han is Gu Lingxian's cousin, the son of Gu Jingfeng. He is also a top prodigy rarely seen in the Gu family for millennia, whose talents are even comparable to those of the true disciples of the Holy Lands with an immeasurable future. Gu Jingfeng has long coveted the position of head of the Gu family, and Gu Lingtian is certain that his father's death is undoubtedly connected to Gu Jingfeng. Otherwise, how could the Celestial Demon clan have learned of his father's whereabouts? Yet in the face of all this, the entire Gu family turned a blind eye. Yuan Jiqi, bone age 18 at the mid-condensation stage, talent deemed inadequate. Fang Daniu, bone age 18 at the early condensation stage, talent deemed inadequate. Wu Manman, bone age 17 at the late condensation stage, talent ranked above average, affinity leaning toward fire, qualified. As these words fell, numerous elders of the Sun Moon sect turned their burning gazes toward a graceful young woman beside them. Her features delicate, her bearing exquisite. Young maiden, I am the elder of the Pill Refining Hall, a 6th-rank pill refiner. Would you consent to become my disciple? From the crowd emerged an elderly man with the rosy cheeks of youth and snow-white hair, his expression benevolent and serene. Disciple Wu Manman pays homage to master. At once the maiden knelt, without hesitation, bowing deeply in reverence. A 6th-rank pill refiner was among the most revered figures in any realm. To be accepted as the disciple of such a master was nothing short of a celestial opportunity. Below the dais, several youths and maidens gazed upon Wu Manman with undisguised envy. Why does this sense of unease grow ever stronger? Amidst the throng, Gu Lingtian felt his inner calm, fraying, his spirit churning with mounting agitation. At last, uncertainty compelled him to address the master residing within his mind. Master, why do I feel this vague, creeping dread? It is as though a great calamity looms over the Sun Moon sect. That disquiet had now swelled into an overwhelming tide. Yet the mysterious cultivator dwelling in Gu Lingtian's consciousness remained utterly silent. No response came, no voice answered his frantic calls, as if he had vanished entirely from existence. Just as Gu Lingtian stood paralyzed by indecision, the heavens shattered, the skies convulsed. From rifts in space strode over 100 enigmatic figures clad in black robes, their faces etched with sacred luminous runes denoting divine authority. At their vanguard stood a figure masked in gleaming silver, his aura so overwhelming it seemed to freeze time itself, like a sovereign deity descended from the highest heavens. Intruders. Instantly, the entire Sun Moon sect was enveloped in a radiant dome, the sect's supreme protective formation. From the summit of its tallest peak boomed a thunderous voice echoing across 10,000 li. What is your purpose in coming to the Sun Moon sect? Yet the silver-masked leader merely let out a soft chill. We here today marks your decennial disciple acceptance ceremony. The Netherworld extends its congratulations. And we bring 3 ceremonial gifts. Hearing this, the sect's elders collectively exhaled in relief. So long as this was not an outright assault, all would be well. Yet only Su Tianxia, sect master of the Sun Moon sect, furrowed his brow in quiet suspicion. The Netherworld. What business could they possibly have at his sect? His son's disappearance, and that of Yin Qingxua, seemed entangled with this very Netherworld. A foreboding chill slithered up his spine. Then the silver-masked sovereign's next words froze his blood solid. First gift, we present you with a bell. Snap! At the sharp crack of his fingers, a colossal golden bell materialized above the sect, radiating boundless divine brilliance, its weight pressing down upon the void itself. A Dao artifact. Undoubtedly a Dao artifact. And not just any. It is a supreme-rank Dao artifact. Flee. Run for your lives. The Sun Moon sect shall fall this very day. Within Gu Lingtian's mind, the mysterious master trembled violently, urgently urging him to escape. In his prime, even a supreme-rank Dao artifact would have posed little threat. But now, he existed only as a wisp of fractured soul. A fully unleashed Dao artifact, even its residual aura, would reduce his spirit to absolute oblivion. Born into a great clan, Gu Lingtian well understood the terror of Dao artifacts. Upon hearing his master declare the hovering bell a supreme-rank Dao artifact, he wasted no breath. He turned and fled backward without hesitation. All those within the Sun Moon sect stood transfixed, gazing upward in awe at the immense bell suspended in the heavens, its radiance blinding, its presence apocalyptic. This is far too grand a gift. What virtue has the Sun Moon sect possessed to merit such an offering? One elder stammered, his voice trembling with dread. Even the dullest among them now sensed something deeply amiss. yet some clung stubbornly to hope. The oppressive weight emanating from that bell was simply unbearable. The sky dimmed, light itself receded. Suspended in midair floated an ancient ink-black wooden coffin. At that instant, every face in the Sun Moon sect paled with horror. Su Tianxia drew a slow, deep breath, then turned to several elders whose faces had gone deathly white, speaking with solemn intensity. Immediately awakened the senior elders, those in seclusion, those in deep meditation, and even the ancestor. But master, the ancestor's lifespan nears its end. Only perpetual slumber sustains him now. If awakened, he may perish instantly. A muscle twitched across Su Tianxia's face, his hand trembled, not with fear, but with fury. He nearly struck the elder down on the spot. Did the fool truly believe the ancestor could survive the sect's annihilation? His gaze hardened, locking onto the elder with glacial severity. This is a moment that will decide the Sun Moon sect's survival or extinction. Do you understand? Feeling the lethal intent thickening in his master's tone, the elder sighed faintly and departed without another. The silver-masked sovereign of the Netherworld watched the sect's frantic preparations with detached amusement, making no move to interfere. To obliterate a mere sect like the Sun Moon sect was child's play for the Netherworld. But Lord Yin Tianzi's orders extended far beyond simple destruction. To destroy was to send shockwaves across Qingzhou, to instill universal dread. Only thus could the Netherworld's name echo through heaven and earth. Su Tianxia stared at the terrifying figures before him, forcing a brittle smile as he bowed with practiced deference. Might I humbly inquire, how has the Sun Moon sect offended your excellencies? Su Tianxia knew precisely what he must do. Stall. Stall until the ancestor emerged. Stall until the disturbance reached the attention of true immortals. Of course, it was nothing more than wishful thinking. And swiftly that illusion shattered beneath the silver-masked sovereign's next words. Third and final gift. Two figures shimmered into being midair. Father, save me. I don't want to die. Su Ming stood there tattered and tear-streaked, his face contorted in raw terror. Ming'er, my son. At the sight of his son's broken form, Su Tianxia's eyes bled crimson with rage. His heart shattered like glass. All reverence vanished, his gaze burned with a single feral desire, to rip the Netherworld's sovereign limb from limb. It seems Sect Master Su finds our gifts most pleasing. Ha ha ha. The silver-masked sovereign threw back his head and laughed, a cruel, unrestrained roar of triumph. He wore the visage of a villain, yet played no role. For he was a villain, a tyrant who had slaughtered countless beings across a vast sovereign world. Cease your arrogance. A thunderous roar erupted as golden light surged skyward from the depths of the Ryu sect. Three venerable elders, youthful in countenance, yet crowned with snow-white hair, radiating an aura of overwhelming dread. The Supreme Elders, disciples of the Ryu sect, cried out in elation. To them, any matter was assured of resolution once the Supreme Elders intervened. Does the Ryu sect truly possess such profound reserves? The Yama realm cultivator, his face concealed behind a silver mask, spoke with faint surprise. All three elders had reached the pinnacle of the life and death realm's ninth heaven. Add to them Su Tianxia, the sect's current patriarch, and the Ryu sect commanded no fewer than 4 life and death realm ninth heaven masters. Yet he remained unperturbed. To enter the Yama realm, one must possess at least Azure tier potential. Such talent across the divine wasteland Dao Domain invariably heralded a sacred physique, and the innate capacity to slay foes beyond one's cultivation rank. Swiftly, a Yama realm cultivator wearing a bronze mask stepped forward from the ranks. My lord, allow this humble servant to deal with these 3 decrepit elders. The silver-masked cultivator gave a slight nod. Wretched scum. The 3 supreme elders of the Ryu sect watched the scene unfold, fury blazing in their eyes. They conceded. The mysterious force opposing them might indeed be formidable. Yet for a mere black-robed underling, only at the 7th heaven of the life and death realm, to presume he could stand alone against all 3 of them. Preposterous. Coldly, the 3 supreme elders fixed their gaze upon the black-robed figure surging toward them. At that instant, the sovereign aura of life and death realm apex masters erupted, causing the entire Tinthu Sanli mountain range housing the Ryu sect to tremble faintly. A coward who hides his face and shuns the light. Does he truly believe mastery of the 7th heaven renders him invincible? When we first carved our names across the heavens, you were likely still playing in the mud. So they spoke, but their hands betrayed no hesitation. A colossal palm print coalesced into sun and moon, boundless divine radiance flooded the firmament, bathing heaven and earth in blinding daylight. Its annihilating power eclipsed all else, shattering reality itself. This was the combined absolute strike of 3 life and death realm apex masters. With utter certainty, they believed no cultivator below the divine sea realm could survive it. Even Su Tianxia shared that conviction. Yet the Yama realm cultivator did not retreat, not even a step. In his eyes flickered nothing but disdain. Mere frogs confined to a well. His true name was Lin Qianan, scion of a great thousand-world heir to imperial blood, a warrior whose prowess shook the heavens, and a direct disciple of a sacred land. Though Yang and system rated his potential only as Azure, he ranked among its absolute zenith, peerless within that echelon. Though merely at the seventh heaven of the life and death realm, he had already slain countless apex masters of that same realm, and even dispatched several sovereign-level divine, sea-realm grandmasters. That was the unshakable foundation of his audacity, to challenge 3 supreme elders of the Ryu sect alone. Suddenly Lin Qianan's form began to swell, his vital energy roaring like a primordial tempest. 2 meters, 10-20. By the time he towered 100 meters tall, terrifying divine runes blazed across his brow, and slowly a third eye opened. From that third eye burst an infinite torrent of divine light, piercing void itself, and in an instant obliterating the 3 elders' joint assault utterly. By the time the elders sensed peril, it was already too late. The foremost elder did not even cry out. His entire body dissolved beneath that beam of light, vanishing entirely from existence, erased from heaven and earth alike. Yet his sacrifice granted the remaining 2 elders the narrowest sliver of time. One lost half his body, the other a single arm, both barely clinging to life. How is this possible? Gu Lingtian crouched furtively in a hidden corner, nearly leapt at the voice echoing in his mind, and urgently asked, "Master, what is it?" Now enveloped by the sect's grand formation, Gu Lingtian realized, too late, that escape was impossible. He could only dart through the Ryu sect, relying solely on his innate danger sense to seek sanctuary in some forgotten cranny. That man bears the bloodline of an emperor. The ancient master dwelling within Gu Lingtian's consciousness trembled with awe, his tone both shaken and utterly certain. What? Emperor's bloodline? Gu Lingtian reeled inwardly at his master's words. Born of the Gu clan, he understood precisely what such a lineage signified. Supreme above, all sovereign across the cosmos. Could it be? The Yama realm is a Dao lineage founded by an emperor himself. Gu Lingtian whispered, awestruck. His gaze then burned with fervent intensity toward the Yama realm cultivators. If he could join that enigmatic Dao lineage, what then was the Gu clan? The silver-masked cultivator sensed a searing, covetous stare, and turned following the thread of perception. Beneath his mask a faint, knowing smile curved his lips. An unexpected boon. Should he survive, he possesses extraordinary fortune, worthy of recruitment by the Yama realm. Provided, of course, he lived. Boom. A cataclysmic detonation shook the entire Ryu mountain range. Countless peaks collapsed. It was Su Tianxiao, patriarch of the Ryu sect, who had activated the sect's guardian formation just in time, intercepting Lin Qianan's killing blow and sparing the 2 surviving elders' lives. Bell of Doom. At the silver mask cultivator's command, the golden bell hovering above the Ryu sect, brilliant as a sovereign sun, suddenly tolled. In that instant, golden light flared. Boom. Its chime, a sound steeped in merciless, soul-rending slaughter, resounded as the most terrifying death knell in creation. Wu Manman watched in horror as her kindly master, the 6th-rank pill refiner who had intended to take her as his disciple, began to fade, his form dissolving into translucence. She tried to speak, but no sound emerged. Only then did she grasp the truth. I am already dead. Not only Wu Manman. Every living being within the Ryu sect, from patriarch and elders down to disciples, spirit beasts, and even the lowliest insect, was reduced to utter oblivion in that single apocalyptic strike. How dare the Yama realm defy me so brazenly, daring to wreak havoc upon my domain? Do you truly hold me in such contempt? Purple chi billowed across 30,000 li. A resonant, commanding voice echoed across the entire Qing province, 10 million li of sacred land. It is the patrol envoy of the Heaven Sword's sacred land. What cataclysm could possibly stir the Heaven Sword's sacred land? Did the envoy just name the Yama realm? That mysterious power which has only recently emerged. They are doomed. Every patrol envoy of the Heaven Sword's sacred land is an incomparable sovereign of the Celestial Palace realm. Why should I explain my actions in the Netherworld to you? The void trembled, and a celestial phenomenon arose. A figure dressed in white wearing a golden mask materialized. A mighty aura surged forth, filling the surroundings with an overwhelming holy presence. With his arrival, the surrounding space instantly fractured, the sun and moon, mountains and rivers collapsing, accompanied by an indescribable aura that intertwined, terrifying to the utmost. This is a saint. But isn't it said that a saint cannot long endure under the suppression of the imperial Dao? This is not a true saint, this is a quasi-saint. True. Prodigy. Upon seeing the white-clad powerhouse appear, he instantly attracted the attention of countless mighty beings. Feeling the divine light intertwining on the white-clad powerhouse akin to a great sun, endless Dao rhythms spread between heaven and earth, causing many mighty beings to experience a suffocating sensation. The powerful beings in the Netherworld bowed, showing their respect. We have seen the Wheel King. Name Jiang Taishu. Age 35. Realm, early quasi-saint. Potential golden. Experience born in a vast world, a scion of the imperial Jiang family, possessing a divine king body by nature with ancestral blood of a great emperor, unparalleled talent, pushing through his peers, without a rival, known as the white-clad divine king. Who else in the world can wear white but I, Jiang Taishu? This is the second golden legend in Yang An's possession. When the system summoned it, it was merely at the peak of the ninth heaven of the heavenly palace realm, but Yang An directly invested nearly 100 million middle-grade spirit stones worth of resources, exchanging for numerous genius treasures, and even some divine objects that could accelerate time, which allowed Jiang Taishu to successfully break through to the quasi-saint realm. Though he has just entered the quasi-saint realm, as long as saints do not appear, Jiang Taishu is among the top tier of powerhouses in the world. Regarding whether a saint would emerge, Yang An was quite certain. No way. In this era, the cost of a saint taking action is far too great. This is also the reason why Yang An confidently develops the Netherworld. As long as he does not target the Holy Lands with saints stationed, nor provoke the major clans into desperation, there is no idle saint willing to risk the backlash of the Great Dao by taking action. Jiang Taishu nodded slightly to the people of the Netherworld, then directed his gaze towards the far-off direction where the Celestial Sword's Sacred Lands, Celestial Envoy, was located. At this moment, the Celestial Envoy felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were being targeted by a ferocious beast from the primordial wilderness. A quasi-saint. The Netherworld actually has a quasi-saint powerhouse stationed. At this moment, he vaguely regretted it, wishing he could slap himself in the face. Wasn't it better to honestly carry out his duties as a Celestial Envoy and gather resources? Why did he let his mind wander and entertain such dubious ideas? Just thinking about it made him want to slap himself even harder. If time could be rewound, he would definitely choose to hide in a corner and honestly play the role of a light bulb. He, a cultivator at the third heaven of the heavenly palace, provoking a power with a quasi-saint stationed, isn't that courting death? Even if he were to be killed with a single slap, the Celestial Sword's Sacred Land would not stand up for him. After all his potential had already been exhausted, he wasn't worth offending a colossal entity with a quasi-saint stationed. Senior, I was just passing by. How about you continue, Senior? The middle-aged man wore an awkward expression, forcing a smile on his face, and spoke respectfully. However, Jiang Taishu paid him no mind, gazing into the distance with profound eyes seemingly traversing through an infinite universe. That was indeed the direction of the Celestial Sword's Sacred Land. Friend, what brings you to the territory of my Celestial Sword's Sacred Land? From the distant horizon, a refined and handsome middle-aged man stepped out from the void. It's the Confucian Sword Sovereign. With the Confucian Dao walking the Sword Dao, all things in the world captured in a single stroke by the Confucian Sword Sovereign. The Celestial Sword's Sacred Land actually sent him out. Could it be that the figure from the Netherworld is truly that terrifying? You must know the Confucian Sword Sovereign is a ancient millennium prodigy of the Celestial Sword's Sacred Land. If not for the suppression of the Imperial Dao, he would have likely already broken through to become a saint. But even so, he is renowned across the 3,000 Dao Domains, ranking among the top 10 in the quasi-saint realm. Now that the Confucian Sword Sovereign has made an appearance, doesn't that imply that this figure from the Netherworld stands on the same level as the Confucian Sword Sovereign? Thinking of this, many looked at the silhouette of the white-clad divine king with trepidation. In this era where saints do not appear, a quasi-saint represents the highest combat power. A top-tier quasi-saint's deterrent power far exceeds that of a saint. I didn't expect such a talent to exist in this world. Feeling the supreme, boundless aura emanating from the Confucian Sword Sovereign, Jiang Taishu's eyes flashed with intense battle intent. Such a being is worthy of him taking action. Friend, how about we discuss the Tao of the stars together after a bout? Jiang Taishu did not directly answer the Confucian Sword Sovereign's words. Instead, he proposed a duel. In this world where strength reigns supreme, only by defeating one's opponent in a fair battle can one negotiate better terms. Good. The Confucian Sword Sovereign nodded, not refusing. He could sense Jiang Taishu's burning, indomitable belief in victory. This is a prodigy who has embarked on the path of invincibility through the ages. Engaging with such a being, whether winning or losing, would greatly benefit his own Dao. At their level, the number of people truly capable of taking action is actually very few. Moreover, this is an excellent opportunity to probe the Netherworld strategies. With such a colossal force suddenly appearing on their sacred land's territory, no one could sleep peacefully. In an instant, two overwhelming auras soared into the sky, attracting the attention of countless powerhouses throughout the divine wilderness Dao Domain. It's the Confucian Sword Sovereign. He has grown stronger again. Who is the one fighting with the Confucian Sword Sovereign? What a terrifying aura. It's the Netherworld. That was close. Thankfully, I restrained myself and didn't take action against the merchant association set up by the Netherworld. The Netherworld? Why have I never heard of it? It's a long story. Waves of ancient divine consciousness, like a vast ocean, stretched from various major powers, constantly exchanging information. These are the ancient existences of the divine wilderness Dao Domain. Upon learning about the existence of the Netherworld, many became deeply intrigued by this newly emerged mysterious entity. The Great Zhou Dynasty, Heavenly Capital City. It seems the goal has been achieved. Yang observed the image projected in the mirror before him. In the skies above, billions of golden rays enveloped the starry sky, and waves of explosive sounds echoed through the air as stars were shattered by the aftermath of the clash between the Confucian sword sovereign and Jiang Taishu. Gazing at the scene that resembled the end of the world, Yang couldn't help but feel emotional. The martial prowess of this world is truly extraordinary. The clash of quasi-saints is enough to shatter an entire star domain. If a saint were to take action, the entire southern wilderness would likely be annihilated. No wonder the existence of saints is forcibly sealed. However, at the same time, Yang An's desire to summon saint-level figures has only intensified. Although saints cannot take action, this thing is akin to nuclear weapons. You can display it, but you cannot do without it. After a moment, the golden light capable of annihilating everything in the sky finally dissipated. Yet the terrifying residual power lingered in the starry realm, preventing everyone from discerning the true outcome of the battle. The Heavenly Sword Sacred Land have accepted the terms of your underworld. However, the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land also has its own rules, which I hope your underworld will not violate. The voice of the Confucian sword master echoed from the depths of the starry realm, startling everyone. Could it be that the Confucian sword master has been defeated? However, they were unaware that although the Confucian sword master had not lost, the situation was even more disheartening. As a dignified Confucian sword master, a peerless powerhouse at the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm, he had combined Confucianism and swordsmanship, forging an unprecedented path. Yet today, faced with a junior who had merely stepped into the quasi-saint realm, he had nearly been defeated. He even began to doubt his very existence. Nevertheless, this battle had also brought him significant gains. Upon his next emergence, he might even reach a higher level, attempting to defy the heavens and attain enlightenment. Soon Jiang Taix's voice resonated as well. This is only natural. Mixing in someone else's territory requires adherence to their rules. Both Jiang Taishu and Yang could understand this. As a businessman, achieving the goal of deterring others was sufficient. Offending a sacred land for no reason would bring no benefits. Though the cost of a saint intervening is high, if a sacred land were to go mad and force a nearly exhausted saint to act in exchange for one another, Yang would be left in tears. Upon seeing Jiang Taishu agree to his terms, the Confucian sword master said no more, glanced at the Celestial Patrol, and directly withdrew. It seems the Celestial Patrol is due for reform. Otherwise, the fortune of our Heavenly Sword's sacred land will gradually erode under these parasites. For a long time, the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land had turned a blind eye to the petty actions of the Celestial Patrol, provided they did not betray the interests of the sacred land. After all, the power of the Celestial Patrol was not weak. However, it now appeared that these individuals had long since lost their ambition. Those who lose their way forward, even if they reach the Heavenly Palace realm, are still useless. The Heavenly Sword Sacred Land has a legacy spanning millions of years, and it was not sustained merely by a handful of Heavenly Palace beings. It was upheld by those saints standing at the pinnacle of the 3,000 realms, contending for supremacy, quasi-emperors, and even great emperors. With this in mind, the Confucian sword master resolutely decided to reform the Celestial Patrol from top to bottom. Watching the Celestial Patrol leave after merely glancing at his strong warriors, he felt a sense of helplessness. Though he did not know the thoughts swirling in the Confucian sword master's mind, seeing the profound expression in his eyes made it clear that it was not a good sign. It seemed trouble was brewing. After the Confucian sword master departed, Jiang Taishu did not linger, directly tearing through the fabric of space and vanishing from the spot. The laws of heaven and earth exert immense suppression on quasi-saint beings, and under normal circumstances they would not stay in the external realm for long. As Jiang Taishu departed, the divine senses of numerous powerful beings from all directions gradually faded. He is actually still alive. The underworld powerhouse, wearing a silver mask, was taken aback upon sensing the sun and moon peak, which had collapsed into ruins. Very well, it seems you share a connection with my underworld. With a casual wave, 2 orbs of light shot from his hand, flashing past and quickly disappearing. Cough, cough, master, are you alright? From the rubble, a bloodied and mangled arm reached out from the ground. Following that, Gu Lingtian struggled to crawl out from beneath the earth. At this moment, he was almost unrecognizable, his body battered and broken. The fact that he was still alive was nothing short of a miracle. What do you think? The voice in Gu Lingtian's mind was filled with helplessness. Had it not been for the bell's final contraction, he would have likely scattered his soul. What is this? Gu Lingtian gazed curiously at the 2 orbs of light before him. He could sense that these 2 orbs were of great significance to him. This was an extraordinary opportunity. Bringing his hand closer to the orb, he extracted a delicate jade vial and an ancient, noble-looking token. The token was engraved with mysterious patterns coalescing into 2 large characters. Underworld. Gu Lingtian held the token in his palm, blood dripped onto the token, and suddenly golden light erupted, enveloping Gu Lingtian. Congratulations, host, for receiving a golden potential luck child, gaining 1,000 points of heavenly luck. Clutching a stunning beauty in his arms and watching the unparalleled beauty dance gracefully, Yang and suddenly heard the voice of the system in his mind. He is actually a golden potential luck child. Yang was somewhat astonished. However, what excited him even more was the 1,000 points of heavenly luck, which was truly a valuable asset. Summoning saints and beings above the saint level would rely on it. Merely recruiting this one was enough to gain 1,000 points of heavenly luck. If he were to exploit the situation, acquiring 10,000 points would surely not be difficult. Since recruiting the fated child is enough to yield such generous rewards, I recall that the Great Zhou dynasty has a wild fated child as well. I should bring him into the underworld too, Yang thought to himself. However, I must also earn divine source and find a way to fully exchange for the true underworld. Currently, what Yang had exchanged for was merely a projection of the underworld, an insignificant fragment. The true fragments of the underworld must be exchanged for divine source within the system. Holding a jade tablet that flickered with a faint glow, Yang looked again at the enchanting beauties dancing gracefully. Life is as lonely as snow. Wow, how did this newcomer end up in such a miserable state? Though he looks pitiful, he is someone the high-ranking figures within the 3 departments have specifically named to be taken care of. Indeed, someone who has survived this far without dying is exactly the talent my underworld needs. The sounds of chatter reached Gu Lingxian's ears. Gu Lingtian looked up, realizing he had unknowingly arrived in another realm. Before him was a blood-red scene, the atmosphere appearing rather oppressive. However, this feels so good. After taking a deep breath, Gu Lingtian felt completely at ease as waves of rich, spiritual energy continuously washed over his body. Without hesitation, Gu Lingtian directly opened the jade vial in his hand and swallowed a pill radiating vibrant life force. Interesting. This kid is truly interesting. I find myself somewhat favoring him. 2 underworld ghost messengers wearing bronze masks appeared in the void, discussing Gu Lingtian, who was meditating with his eyes closed. After a moment, Gu Lingtian slowly opened his eyes only to discover that all his injuries had been healed. Seniors, where is this? Congratulations, fortunate one. You have become a member of my underworld. The area you are currently in is the domain of the Lord of the Wheel of Reincarnation, specifically the South Wilderness Branch's preparatory Ghostly Envoy Inspection Department. By passing the inspection and completing certain tasks, you will be able to officially become a glorious Ghostly Envoy of the Underworld. One of the Underworld Ghostly Envoys smiled at Gu Lingtian. Initially, Gu Lingtian felt a bit excited, but the next words from the Ghostly Envoy made his heart leap into his throat. Moreover, there is no need for the old senior in your mind to hide. A remnant soul of a Quasi-Saint realm able to linger until now indeed holds some significance. Upon this remark, Gu Lingtian's expression changed drastically. As expected, it cannot be concealed. The foundation within the underworld is truly terrifying. It is the old man who has attached himself to my disciple, inadvertently entering the underworld. I hope you gentlemen do not take offense. Teacher. Gu Lingtian intended to say something, but was interrupted by the old man waving his hand. This is the calamity destined for me. My disciple needs not say much. I fear that the path ahead must be walked by yourself. The old man's face revealed a hint of nonchalance as he spoke generously. Yet before he could finish, a helpless voice supplement a piece of underworld decree. Old senior, are you willing to join my underworld? The 2 ghostly envoys looked at Gu Lingtian, who was teary-eyed, and then at the old man, who seemed resolute in his fate, shaking their heads. If the underworld harbored intentions to kill the old man, he would not be able to enter the underworld. A mere Quasi-Saint realm soul, one that is broken and on the verge of collapse, seeking to enter the underworld without anyone noticing, is akin to a dreamer. Since the old man's soul can enter the underworld, it indicates that those important figures do not oppose him. Upon hearing this, both the old man and Gu Lingtian had expressions of astonishment, and the sorrow that had previously appeared on their faces vanished instantly. I am willing, the old man said decisively. This is a great support. In the past, he roamed freely as a loose cultivator, offending too many forces, which led to his bumpy journey to the Quasi-Saint realm, where he encountered the Emperor's ruins attacked, without hesitation, by numerous forces. Had he had a powerful force backing him at that time, he would certainly not have fallen to such a miserable fate. In this world, there exists an invisible rule binding the major powers. Moreover, if he wished for revenge, relying solely on his own strength would be absolutely insufficient. This point the old man was well aware of. Seeing the 2 calm down, the 2 ghostly envoys of the underworld began to explain the positions within the underworld. Let us start by discussing the preparatory ghostly envoy. Preparatory ghostly envoys are recruited from the 3,000 domains, completing the evaluations to become official ghostly envoys. There are 3 tasks to transition into an official ghostly envoy. First, reach the realm of life and death. Second, pay 1,000 merit points. Merit points serve as the currency of the underworld, where 1,000 low-grade spirit stones equal 1 merit point. In the Underworld, as long as you have enough merit points, you can exchange for any items you need, including extraordinary treasures and powerful arts. You can obtain merit points either by exchanging spirit stones or by completing tasks. Third, complete the evaluation tasks of our Underworld. The Underworld does not support mediocrity. Every member possesses extraordinary talents and is a standout among their peers. Hearing the requirements to transition into an official ghostly envoy, both Gu Ling Tian and his master were left dumbfounded. To become even the lowest level ghostly envoy in the Underworld, one must at least possess the cultivation of the realm of life and death. The realm of life and death is not something to be taken lightly. A powerful being at the realm of life and death can be regarded as a great figure in any domain. Yet in this Underworld, they are merely the most basic ghostly envoys. What kind of force is this Underworld? Could it be the legendary immortal level force that spans 3,000? What a great opportunity. Regardless of what this previously unheard of Underworld is, just the fact that its lowest level ghostly envoys are at the realm of life and death suggests that this force is certainly not simple. Moreover, within this Underworld, it is claimed that as long as one has merit points, anything can be exchanged. Even with the old man's 1,000 years of experience, he had never seen a force bold enough to make such a claim. Before Gu Ling Tian and the old man could collect their thoughts, the ghostly envoy of the Underworld spoke again. Our ghostly envoys are subordinate to the Tenin commanders under the 3 divisions. The Tenin commanders are all-powerful beings who have one foot in the realm of the Heavenly Palace. The 3 divisions consist of the Judge Division, the Nether Division, and the Reincarnation Division. Those who enter the 3 divisions are all prodigies. The lowest cultivation level among them is a powerful being at the God Sea King level. Hearing this, both Gu Ling Tian and the old man couldn't help but draw a cold breath. To enter the 3 divisions, one must at least be a king-level powerful being in the God Sea realm. A king-level being can gain immense fame even in the realm of the God of Desolation, establishing a sect that can command vast territories. Above the 3 divisions lies the mysterious 10 Halls of Yama and the 6 Offices of Merit. The 10 Halls of Yama consist of King Qin Guang, King Chu Jiang, King Song, Di King, Wu Guan King, Yen Luo King Bian, Chung King Taishan King, Du Shi King Ping Deng, and the Lord of the Wheel of Reincarnation. Each of the 10 Halls of Yama is a supreme powerhouse at the Quasi-Saint level. Even among Quasi-Saints, they are considered monstrous figures. At this point, the ghostly envoy of the Underworld paused for a moment before speaking with admiration. This area belongs to the Lord of the Wheel of Reincarnation. He then shook his head and continued. However, the 6 Offices of Merit are too mysterious. I only know that they are divided into 6 parts: Heaven Office, Earth Office, Nether Office, God Office, Human Office, and Ghost Office. Beyond this, I know nothing else. Above the 10 Halls of Yama and the 6 Offices of Merit is our Underworld's 5 Ghost Emperors. As far as I know, the Ghost Emperors are not the rulers of our Underworld. Above the Ghost Emperors exists an even more ancient presence, but these are not within my reach to comprehend. The ruler of our Underworld is the Een Sun. At this point, the words of the ghostly envoy of the Underworld were filled with fervor. The Een Sun is a supreme existence for every person within the Underworld. Upon hearing this, both Gu Ling Tian and the old man were left speechless in shock. Especially the old man. He had once explored an ancient secret realm and had come to understand some deeper truths. The Holy Land is not the pinnacle of the 3,000 Dao Domains. The true pinnacle lies in those immortal Dao lineages and eternal families, which are entities that have once birthed emperors. And now it seems, this Underworld is likely an ancient immortal Dao lineage. With this thought, all doubts regarding the Underworld can be easily resolved. At this moment, both Gu Ling Tian and the old man felt a firm belief rise in their hearts. They must become official messengers of the Underworld. The Underworld, the immortal Dao lineage, is merely a layer of packaging that Yang En has placed upon himself. To explain the sudden emergence of so many unknown powerhouses in the 3,000 Dao domains, and immortal Dao lineage serves as the best facade. Throughout the endless flow of time, there have been instances where immortal Dao lineages have perished only to rise again. Alright, now that you have a general understanding of our Underworld, you should also realize what an incredible opportunity it is for you to be here. You must seize this opportunity well. You will infuse your divine sense into the token, and it will display the tasks and rewards issued by the Underworld. To accept the task, simply recite it silently in your mind. The token also indicates the pricing of the resources you can exchange. There are many items in the Underworld that can help people mend their souls, or even reconstruct their bodies. All you need is enough merit points. The Underworld messenger cast a glance at the old man, his meaning as, "Really? Is that true?" The old man said somewhat emotionally. Items capable of reconstructing a body are rare treasures that are hard to find in the world. Even the Holy Land cannot possess them. He had originally thought he would never have hope for body reconstruction in this life, but unexpectedly there were treasures in the Underworld that could assist him. The Underworld messenger nodded slightly. It's just a single item capable of reconstructing a body in the Underworld. As long as you have enough merit points, nothing is impossible. After giving the old man and Guling Tian some guidance on how to use the token, he turned to leave. Disciple, we might have struck gold here, the old man remarked to Guling Tian. Today, upon entering the underworld, he felt as if his worldview was about to shatter. Who would have thought that beneath the calm surface of the 3,000 Dao Domains, such a colossal entity was hidden? If it weren't for Guling Tian, the old man might have gone to his grave without ever encountering such an immortal Dao lineage. Just now, from the two messengers, the old man sensed an overwhelming aura like an ocean of vitality. To possess such strength in the realm of life and death, only the true disciples of the major holy lands could achieve that. In other words, even the lowest-ranking messenger in the underworld possesses the potential to become a saint. Teacher, our revenge is just around the corner. Guling Tian clenched his fist, excited. As long as he could become an official messenger, what was the Gu family? What is the Gu family? Then Guling Tian and the old man began to check the items that could be exchanged in the underworld using the method taught by the underworld messengers. Seeing is believing, hearing is deceiving. Pill and treasure category: Ling Yuan pill 1 merit point. Everlasting pill 5 merit points. Tian Xian pill 1000 merit points. Tong Xian pill 1000 merit points. Dao Enlightenment T 5000 merit points. Dao Enlightenment Fruit 1000 merit points. Qian Kuan Creation Pill 1 million merit points. Yin Yang Dragon Mystic Pill 1 million merit points. Heavenly Creation Fruit 40 million merit points. Insufficient permissions. Weapon category: low grade magic tool Qiao Shui sword 20 merit points. Medium grade magic tool Li Hua Spear 40 merit points. Low grade spirit tool Tualong sword 100 merit points. Medium grade spirit tool Jiufeng Zhao Yang Black Gold Saber 500 merit points. Low grade Dao tool Changsheng sword 1 million merit points. Medium grade Dao tool Lian Yao Pot 7 million merit points. Insufficient permissions. Cultivation method category: Xian level low grade cultivation method Chang Chun Ju 15 merit points. Earth level low grade battle technique Li Hua sword technique 100 merit points. Heaven level low grade cultivation method Chang Sheng Ju 5 million merit points. Heaven level top grade cultivation method Tian Hun Ju 50 million merit points. Note: all prohibitions of the underworld must not be leaked, or you will be hunted by the underworld. From spiritual pills and miraculous medicines to rare weapons and top-grade cultivation methods, everything is laid out before Guling Tian and the old man. This treatment, is it a bit too good? The old man sighed. The same items obtained in the underworld would cost at least half of that in the outside world. The old man could understand the last point. If these items were to leak out at the prices of the underworld, it would surely offend numerous powerful factions. Teacher, why is this marked as insufficient permissions? Guling Tian asked in confusion. He glanced at his foolish disciple. I suspect that to acquire higher grade items, one must attain a higher position within the underworld. Upon hearing this, Guling Tian finally understood. Then both the man and the spirit looked towards the task area with excitement. Assist the Heavenly Trade Association in establishing a heavenly auction house in the Daqian Empire Yan'an Prefecture, 100 merit points. Required cultivation, minimum foundation establishment realm. Slay the Black Wind Bandit who robs the Heavenly Trade Association's Black Iron level member Lin family's possessions, 15 merit points. Required cultivation, minimum Ling Yuan realm. Guard the treasure pavilion of the Heavenly Trade Association in the Dayuan Empire merit points, paid monthly 10,100 merit points. Required cultivation above Ling Yuan realm. Guling Tian looked at the tasks displayed before him, drooling a little. 1 merit point equals 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. At present, he was merely at the peak of the Ling Yuan realm and had not brought many spirit stones when he left the Gu family. Now he could be said to be financially strapped. After careful selection, Guling Tian ultimately chose the task of slaying the Black Wind Bandit. Killing was the simplest and fastest task. Moreover, there would be loot. However, when Guling Tian clicked to accept the task, he received a prompt. Sorry, the task you selected has already been accepted by someone else. What? Guling Tian was somewhat bewildered by the prompt that had popped up. Forget it, since someone has accepted it, let's choose another one. But after selecting for a while, when Guling Tian clicked on another task. Sorry, the task you selected has already been accepted by someone else. Guling Tian was filled with question marks. Next one. Guling Tian stubbornly continued to click on the next task, until after much effort. Congratulations, task accepted successfully. At that moment he realized that this was not about accepting a task. Deep within the underworld, various celestial treasures emanating brilliant divine light floated in the air, enveloped by rich Taoist essence. Immensely pure innate spiritual energy converged like a tide pouring into the body of a handsome man, resembling an otherworldly immortal. He sat cross-legged on a mysterious jade mat which was adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to naturally embody the Tao, as if each design was expounding some profound truth of the universe. The closer one got to the jade mat, the clearer their mind became, and thoughts flowed faster than ever before. Sitting at the center of the mat, one could even feel as if they were in a state of enlightenment at every moment. One can only imagine what kind of supreme treasure this jade mat is. If it were to appear in the outside world, it would likely provoke an unimaginable catastrophic battle. Surrounding the handsome man, countless sparkling light points enveloped him. Waves of auspicious radiance surged, intertwining with resplendent celestial light, as the sound of the Tao resonated throughout the heavens and earth. An endless sea of chaos floated behind the man as a bright moon illuminating the four seas and 8 wastelands slowly rose. This was the innate phenomenon of the bright moon's sacred body, as well as an extremely terrifying divine killing technique. That handsome man was young and currently at a critical moment of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. To break through to the foundation establishment stage as quickly as possible, he had spent a total of tens of millions of top-grade spirit stones, and his accumulation over the past half-month was nearly exhausted. That jade mat was a rare treasure crafted from the heavenly and earthly precious Bodhi seeds, and if it were to appear in the outside world, even the great powers of the Holy Lands would be tempted. As long as one sits on this jade mat, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth would surge like tides, and the speed of cultivation would increase tenfold. Moreover, one could remain in a tenfold state of enlightenment at all times, greatly enhancing their understanding of techniques and the Tao. Any cultivator would be irresistibly drawn to it. The sparkling points of light flowing into Yang An's body contained the profound truths of heaven and earth, being precious innate treasures, specifically the innate primordial Tao embryo. In the Lingyuan realm, stepping into the foundation establishment stage would present an opportunity to overturn one's fate. If one were to use a heavenly treasure for foundation establishment, there would be a chance to revert from postnatal to innate, forging a spiritual body, or even a divine body as sacred body. Heavenly treasures of the foundation establishment level are further classified into Tao embryo, primordial Tao embryo. The one Yang An was using was the top-tier innate treasure valued at 20 million top-grade spirit stones, the innate primordial Tao embryo. Under normal circumstances, treasures of this level in the system require divine sources to obtain. However, these heavenly treasures, while precious, can only be used during foundation establishment, so their evaluation in the system is significantly reduced. That is why Yang An was able to exchange for them with top-grade spirit stones. As for where he got so many top-grade spirit stones, it was partly due to the emergence of a few special talents. Spiritual vein seekers. Spiritual vein seekers can detect the spiritual veins of heaven and earth. Coupled with Yang An's imitation of the heaven-covering mirror, they found a top-grade spiritual vein and several middle and lower-grade spiritual veins. On the other hand, it was thanks to the members of the Underworld. Whether it was spirit stones exchanged for merit points or merit points needed for promotions, they all contributed to Yang An's extra income of spirit stones. As for how the members of the Underworld earned spirit stones, if they chose to oversee the treasure pavilions or auction houses in various regions, they would receive shares from those establishments. The tasks issued within the Underworld also granted substantial merit points. Additionally, without compromising the interests of the Underworld, some strong individuals would choose to act as emotionless assassins to earn extra income. Thus, a special Hall of Yama was established. The saying, "The King of Hell commands you to die at the 3rd watch, who dares to let you live until the 5th watch," actually refers to these assassins of the Hall of Yama. In just 1 month with outstanding performance, their reputation was nearly on par with the leading assassin organization in the Southern Wilds, the Shadow Temple. Boom. With a sudden roar, Yang An abruptly opened his eyes. His eyes sparkled and shone brightly, containing boundless Taoist essence, as if an ancient and supreme deity had descended. Around him, the Taoist essence, intertwined celestial sounds filled the air, and the traces of supreme laws were imprinted within his body, with his tendons, bones, and blood, all exhibiting a faint golden hue. His entire being radiated an exceedingly rich and overwhelming life force that made one's heart race. So comfortable. Yang An couldn't help but moan. Under the influence of numerous rare heavenly treasures, and after spending nearly half a month, he finally broke through to the foundation establishment stage. In less than 3 months, he successfully advanced from the body refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage using the innate primordial Tao embryo valued at 20 million top-grade spirit stones, establishing an unparalleled foundation that even among purple potentials, he would not be at the bottom. Every movement resonated perfectly with the true principles of the Tao in heaven and earth, as if a true immortal had descended. I emerged from seclusion. Spread the news. 3 days from now, the Heavenly Merchant Association will hold its 2nd auction in the capital of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Any forces that receive an invitation letter from my Heavenly Merchant Association can enter with it. Yang and commanded into the void. As you command. Immediately, a respectful voice echoed from the void. Following this, Yang and exited the cultivation space of the Underworld. In the Great Qian Dynasty, the Great Qian Emperor looked at the invitation letter placed before him. Convey my orders. I must personally visit the great Zhou dynasty. I want to see what kind of treasures the Heavenly Merchant Association can offer. As the great Qian Emperor's words fell, the ministers in the court exchanged glances. Finally, a minister under the gaze of the others nervously spoke up. Your Majesty, the 9th prince was killed in the capital. Although the 9th prince was not valued by the great Qian Emperor and had no supporters in the great Qian dynasty, he was still a royal member representing the dignity of the great Qian dynasty. Otherwise, the great Qian dynasty would not have dispatched a profound realm cultivator to protect him. In the great Qian dynasty, profound realm cultivators were not common. With the death of the 9th prince, it could be said that the great Qian dynasty and the Heavenly Merchant Association had already become enemies. Now their great Qian emperor wants to personally go to the heavenly auction house to participate in the heavenly auction. Isn't this akin to a sheep entering the tiger's den? The great Qian emperor scanned the ministers around him with indifference. Did he not understand this reasoning? But the power behind the Heavenly Merchant Association is the Underworld. The Underworld is a colossal entity that even the Holy Land of the Sword must yield to. The items presented by such a colossal force cannot possibly be simple. If they do not compete now, once other forces seize this unimaginable opportunity, their great Qian dynasty will inevitably be swallowed by other powers. Moreover, who said their great Qian dynasty had a 9th prince? Wasn't that just a pretender? In response, the great Qian dynasty felt deeply sorry and offered a tribute. In the imperial city of the great Zhou dynasty, the emperor laughed heartily. Finally, I have successfully comprehended this secret technique. Unfortunately, it is only a fragment. However, this is enough. At this moment, a joyful expression appeared on the emperor's face. It had been over 100 years. If it weren't for the legendary enlightenment fruit aiding him, he would have had no hope of comprehending this method to achieve sanctity in this lifetime. No one knew that 100 years ago he had obtained a fragment of a holy method in an ancient secret realm. To cultivate this holy method he had endured for over 100 years. Stepping forward, the emperor appeared in the sky above the dynasty. Gazing at the splendid mountains and rivers belonging to the great Zhou, he clasped his hands behind his back, looking around as he spoke. Today my great Zhou dynasty stands independent from the sun and moon sect. Within the great Zhou in all directions, I alone am supreme. As the emperor's domineering words fell, dark clouds gathered in the heavens, and terrifying divine thunder brewed continuously. Above the great Zhou, a phantom dragon appeared, transforming into golden light that was absorbed into the emperor's body. It is the emperor. What does he intend to do? Is he about to transcend the life and death tribulation? Damn it, the sun and moon sect has just been destroyed. We cannot allow the emperor to successfully transcend the life and death tribulation. If the emperor succeeds in transcending the life and death tribulation, it will be the second sun and moon sect. No, with the emperor's ambition, it will certainly be more than just a second sun and moon sect. If the emperor enters the life and death realm, it will surely be a path toward prosperity for him and destruction for us. Our millennia of lineage may very well decline because of this. We absolutely cannot let the emperor succeed in transcending the tribulation. At this moment, whether it was the forces within the great Zhou dynasty or those surrounding it, they all reached a consensus. The emperor's intentions were known to all. Do you all intend to obstruct me? Then let me see if you have the qualification. Stepping forward, the emperor's figure appeared thousands of miles away from the imperial capital of the great Zhou. Suddenly, several beams of divine light struck towards the emperor. Elder Ghost, I can understand if the Heavenly Heart Elder attacks me, but why do you from the North Star Peak attack me when the former emperor treated you so well? Facing the terrifying beams of divine light, the emperor spoke with calm confidence. He then raised his hand slightly, causing the beams of divine light to explode in the void. Emperor, you will undoubtedly die today. No one will allow you to become the second sun and moon sect. Your Majesty, give up on transcending the tribulation, or the great Zhou will be dragged into an abyss by you. 3 voices echoed from afar, some filled with disdain, some with murderous intent, and some with resignation. Clearly, the owners of these 3 voices did not wish for the emperor to step into the life and death realm. In the past, if the emperor entered the life and death realm, people might not have cared, as there was still the sun and moon sect above him, and one in the life and death realm would not stir much upheaval. However, half a month ago, the sun and moon sect was destroyed. If anyone in the dynasty were to break through to the life and death realm, it would be the end for their sects and families. Just relying on the 3 of you cannot do anything to me, the emperor said dismissively, looking at the 3. Elder Ghost, whose real name was Yuan Wu, was an ancestor of the great Yuan dynasty, possessing the cultivation of the 7th level of the profound realm. The Heavenly Heart Elder was a genius from the Heavenly Heart sect hundreds of years ago, now possessing the cultivation of the 4th level of the profound realm. The North Star Peak was the ancestor of the North Star family, who was also a courtier greatly valued by the former emperor, now quietly reaching the 6th level of the profound realm. Though the 3 teamed up, it was still insufficient in the eyes of the emperor. What if we joined forces with others? A series of terrifying auras emerged. I didn't expect that to block me all of you would come out in full force, the emperor remarked, looking at the 17 figures appearing before him. 17 mighty cultivators in the profound realm. This should be the limit of profound realm cultivators that could be deployed. Now what comes next? In the great Yuan imperial capital, what does your ghostly death sect want? Do you intend to rebel? If it weren't for my great Yuan dynasty treating you as a national religion, you would probably still be the remnants of the demonic path everyone despises. The great Yuan emperor's face was extremely grim at this moment. In the lower hall, corpses lay strewn about. Among them were many great cultivators at the divine power realm, and even one at the profound realm. But at this moment, they had all been slaughtered by the ghostly death sect. If today's events were to spread, the fortunes of the great Yuan dynasty would surely come to an end. No dynasty would be willing to give up such an opportunity. Your Majesty, submit to the great Zhou dynasty, an elderly voice came from outside the hall. As an old minister, I can plead on your behalf in light of past friendships with your Majesty. Following this, an elderly man, frail and near death, slowly walked into the hall. His face was lined with wrinkles, and he seemed as if he could collapse at any moment. However, at this moment, the great Yuan emperor's pupils constricted, filled with an indescribable sorrow. I didn't expect. You are still alive. You are actually a spy for the great Zhou dynasty. My great Yuan dynasty has lost unfairly. The great Yuan emperor forced a tragic smile. Then, displaying a mad expression, he charged directly at the old man. Your Majesty, why must you? The old man looked at the approaching emperor, raising his withered palm to strike down. The great Yuan dynasty changed hands. Within the great Zhou, Jinwu Marquis, the destiny of the great Zhou has run its course. As a great cultivator in the profound realm, why not establish a sect and prosper for 1,000 years? It is better than dying like a cunning rabbit only to be cooked by a hunting dog. The master of the Lingxin sect looked at the Jinwu army surrounding the entire Lingxin sect and couldn't help but swallow hard, cautiously speaking. However, Jinwu Marquis showed no signs of being tempted by the Lingxin sect master's words, only coldly stating, your Lingxin sect colludes with foreign enemies plotting against my great Zhou dynasty. Execute them. The moment the Lingxin sect attacked the emperor, the outcome had long been determined. They could never imagine how much foundation the emperor had concealed. With Jinwu Marquis' command, in an instant blood soaked every corner of the Lingxin sect. In the great Song dynasty, why has your Qingyun sect allied with the great Zhou, becoming the hound of the emperor possesses great talent and strategy? How could you possibly understand? A cultivator from the Qingyun sect wielding a spirit sword radiating terrifying power coldly replied. When the enlightenment fruit was seized by the emperor, he knew the tide had become unstoppable. To prevent the Qingyun sect from being held accountable, they decisively chose to abandon the darkness and embrace the light. Indeed, their choice proved to be correct. At this moment, such scenes were countless. The three neighboring dynasties of the great Zhou were annihilated one after another, and the families and sects daring to interfere were completely wiped out, with endless imperial fortunes flowing into the emperor's body. At this moment, the emperor's aura gradually surged. The method of borrowing luck to attain sainthood is certainly not simple for the Emperor Zhou. However, can he maintain his true self in the face of suddenly increased power? Yang An looked at the Emperor Zhou, whose aura was rapidly rising inside. Borrowing luck to attain sainthood is a rather obscure method of the dynasty. The miraculous aspect of this technique is that as long as one possesses sufficient comprehension, even an ordinary person can harness the luck of the dynasty to achieve meteoric rise. As long as the territory is vast enough and the luck sufficient, a leader of a force can soar to great heights, even stepping directly into the realm of the supreme sage. However, this astonishing technique has 3 taboos and is widely regarded as a devilish art, with numerous instances in history resulting in great calamities. Firstly, although this technique is powerful, its limit is only the sage level, which is merely a false sage easily defeated in the presence of a true sage. Secondly, while this technique allows rapid acquisition of formidable strength, it does not cultivate a corresponding mindset. Upon breaking through realms, the sudden influx of power can give rise to a series of negative inner demons, leading to reckless actions that bring catastrophic consequences to one's own force. Thirdly, this is the greatest flaw of the technique. It cannot operate outside the realm of its host force. In other words, within the force's territory, one can be a mighty being, even a sage. But once one leaves the territory, their true form is revealed, becoming useless. Therefore, those who acquire this technique typically resort to widespread slaughter to expand their territory. And the final outcome: walking by the river, who can avoid wet shoes? The next development may not be very pleasant. Yang An had also learned about this kind of technique and was even tempted by it. However, in the end, he chose to abandon the thought of meteoric rise. As the prince of the underworld and the master of the heavenly commerce, he does not need to make a public appearance or take the stage personally. To give up a bright future for short-term power is pure folly. Moreover, as a big boss, taking the field personally is too demeaning. With you lot, you dare to oppose me? Facing the endless falling tribulations, Emperor Zhou showed no fear, throwing a punch that sent a vast aura spreading. The terrifying blood energy pierced the sky, scattering the countless tribulations that came attacking. Then looking at the many cultivators expressing fear, he pointed with a finger, unleashing billions of divine lights, the overwhelming killing intent, making the void tremble. No, this absolutely does not resemble the power of the transcendent realm. Facing this terrifying strike, many transcendent realm cultivators tried to escape, but found themselves ensnared by an ethereal formation. It's the 9 Heaven Star Array from the Heavenly Auction House. When did the Li family collude with Emperor Zhou? Damn it, we must join forces to break the array. Although the 9 Heaven Star Array is formidable, it is ultimately just a 6th grade formation. As they looked at the array rising brilliantly like the sun and moon, the crowd cursed angrily. But Emperor Zhou would not give them the opportunity. Terrifying divine lights cascaded down. The blood rain stained the earth. Only after half a day did the commotion gradually subside. First level of the life and death realm, second level of the life and death realm, up to the peak of the 9th level of the life and death realm. After crossing the tribulation, Emperor Zhou's aura surged continuously, rising to the peak of the life and death realm before slowly coming to a stop. Is this the limit? I need more luck. However, with such a commotion, why hasn't a powerful figure from the sun and moon sect appeared? Thinking of this, Emperor Zhou frowned. Now with his peak strength in the life and death realm, he was completely unconcerned about the sun and moon sect. Yet at this moment, creating such a disturbance beneath the eyes of the sun and moon sect, they had yet to send a strong figure over. Could it be that they are afraid? For a moment, Emperor Zhou felt a surge of arrogance, then directed his gaze toward the heavenly capital. This heavenly auction house is indeed extraordinary. It even has treasures like the Dao fruit. If I could obtain a few more Dao fruits, it might be enough to take me a step further. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He flew directly toward the direction of the heavenly capital. This action of Emperor Zhou instantly attracted the attention of countless people. What does Emperor Zhou want to do? The direction Emperor Zhou is heading is toward the heavenly capital. Could it be that Emperor Zhou intends to go to the heavenly auction house? Your Majesty, don't. Seeing this scene, those in the know couldn't help but feel glee. Only Wang Jin beside him turned pale, hurriedly chasing after the direction Emperor Zhou left. Unfortunately, how could the speed of a peak life and death realm expert be something he could catch up to? Your Majesty, how foolish. Wang Jin let out a miserable smile, originally believing that with Emperor Zhou sweeping away the major forces, the great Zhou dynasty would rise peacefully. However, he had not accounted for everything. Now Emperor Zhou had just emerged from seclusion and had no concept of the changes in the outside world. The force behind the heavenly commerce is the Underworld. And the Underworld is a colossal entity that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the sacred land of the heavenly sword. Great Zhou is in peril. At this moment, young and standing atop a tall building of the heavenly commerce branch in the heavenly capital, looked out into the distance, feeling somewhat speechless. Truly, what one fears most will come to pass. Is there no one to inform Emperor Zhou of the recent major events? A peak life and death realm cultivator dares to provoke the heavenly commerce. But Yang did not know that it was not that others did not want to speak, but that Emperor Zhou, having just emerged from seclusion, was too eager to begin transcending the tribulation. Others had not even had the time to inform him. Meanwhile, Emperor Zhou, in a state of inflated confidence due to his surging strength, did not pay attention to these small details. When others finally reacted, how could they catch up to Emperor Zhou, who was at the peak of the life and death realm? Is this the heavenly auction house? It truly is extraordinary. In a moment, Emperor Zhou stood in the sky above the heavenly capital, gazing at the auction house before him, exuding a rich aura of Dao with indescribable delight in his eyes. Previously, his split soul had caught a glimpse of the auction house and found its spiritual energy to be extremely rich with a pervasive aura of Dao. Internally, it formed a small space, a rare land of opportunities. Your Majesty, what brings you to the heavenly capital? Is it to thank the heavenly auction house for the Dao fruit that was auctioned? The city lord of the heavenly capital sensed Emperor Zhou's aura and immediately approached to pay his respects. Noticing that Emperor Zhou was headed toward the heavenly auction house, he couldn't help but speculate in his heart. In his view, Emperor Zhou had benefited from the auction house, thus enabling his breakthrough. Now coming to the heavenly auction house to express his gratitude is also normal. However, Emperor Zhou's next words nearly scared the soul out of the city lord. Is this emperor not welcomed by the host? Upon hearing these words, not only did the lord of Tiandu City find himself at a loss, but so did the crowd around him. This phrase, this tone, feels somewhat familiar. The previous two who spoke in such a manner are no longer around. How dare Emperor Zhou do this? Insanity. Truly insane. The lord of Tiandu City felt his mind falter, completely stunned and lost in thought. After a moment, with a mournful face and dry lips, he spoke. Your Majesty, do you know the origins of this Tiandu? Upon hearing the lord of Tiandu City, Emperor Zhou waved his hand confidently and proclaimed, my loyal minister, I have already attained the pinnacle of the realm of life and death. I fear not even the Sun and Moon sect. However, upon hearing this, the Lord of Tiandu City wore an even more bitter expression. But your majesty, he said, the Sun and Moon sect has already perished, destroyed effortlessly by the Netherworld. Even the celestial envoy was powerless against the Netherworld. The might of the heavenly sword's sacred land was also repelled by them. The voice of the Lord of Tiandu City trembled as he spoke. A force that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the sacred land is not something that the great Zhou dynasty can provoke. Hearing this, Emperor Zhou's previously proud smile suddenly froze. What? The Sun and Moon sect has been destroyed. When did this happen? Panic set into the joy of having broken through to the pinnacle of the life and death realm vanished without a trace. The Sun and Moon sect is gone. The Netherworld has annihilated it. What exactly is the Netherworld? This much Emperor Zhou understood. What did he just say? But it was already too late for him to take back his words. It was as if the void had been frozen. Emperor Zhou was horrified to find that he could not sense any spiritual energy. What kind of expert is this? He is after all a powerful being at the pinnacle of the life and death realm. The aura that could instill such despair in him is something even a typical divine, C-realm, king-level expert would struggle to achieve. Senior, he said, I am here to thank Master Yang for giving me a chance to advance further. This is the method I obtained to borrow fortune and achieve sainthood. I wish to offer it to Master Yang. At this moment, Emperor Zhou unleashed an unprecedented desire to survive. He even offered to share the methods of borrowing fortune for sainthood. After a moment of silence, Emperor Zhou felt that he had not been crushed, but the feeling of freezing in the void had not dissipated. I also plan to offer 1 million high-grade spirit stones to Master Yang. I hope Master Yang will show mercy. As he spoke, Emperor Zhou wore a bitter expression. Last time he auctioned items, he spent 100 million mid-grade spirit stones equivalent to 1 million high-grade spirit stones, which had nearly depleted his entire fortune. Now, even having destroyed 3 great dynasties and several sects, the spirit stones he managed to gather barely amounted to this sum. At this moment, Emperor Zhou regretted it deeply, but it was of no use. At this moment, he had lost all semblance of the aura of a ruler. This is the impact of mismatched mindset and strength. Yet Yang An's voice came from afar. Emperor Zhou finally breathed a sigh of relief, then cupped his hands and respectfully said, Thank you, Master Yang. In the auction house, Yang looked at Emperor Zhou thoughtfully, then turned to the side to ask Jiang Taishu, who wore a golden mask. God King, are you sure? Jiang Taishu nodded solemnly, saying, I am certain. That is the aura unique to the sacred realm. I cannot be mistaken. I fear that this Emperor Zhou has already become a puppet. His fortune has been transferred by someone through some means. Upon hearing Jiang Taix's explanation, Yang felt a bit helpless. A novice village actually attracted the attention of a being at the saint level. The reason he altered his strategy and did not simply crush Emperor Zhou was not out of pity. Rather, Jiang Taishu informed him that there seemed to be a saint scheme surrounding Emperor Zhou. To crush Emperor Zhou would attract the attention of the saints, exposing himself prematurely to their gaze. Without several powerful beings overseeing him on the path of contention, he did not want to expose himself. After all, he was merely facing a being at the pinnacle of the life and death realm. What truly moved Yang was that 1 million high-grade spirit stones. He was currently in his most impoverished state. 1 million high-grade spirit stones could accomplish many things. Next, he only needed to wait for the auction to commence again 3 days later. Heavenly Sword Sacred Land, Sacred Sun Peak. The Heavenly Sword Sacred Land has dominated the southern wasteland of the Divine Wasteland for countless years and has even birthed several emperors. Such a colossal entity naturally has extremely stringent conditions for accepting disciples. Even ordinary inner disciples are considered rare prodigies in the outside world, appearing only once every century or millennium. Let alone those above who are genuine heirs destined to reach the peak. Individuals at the saint level from various forces become the backbone of their sects as long as they do not fall. Even the more exceptional ones have a chance to oversee an ancient sacred ground overlooking the world for millennia. Generally speaking, sacred land saints are selected from among the true heirs. But what virtue or capability does this kid possess to be named the sacred son of our heavenly sword sacred land? How much have our true heirs contributed for the position of sacred son? Indeed, I believe the sacred son should be selected from among the ancient true heirs, the Feng true heir and Lin true heir. The strength of these 3 true heirs is evident. Even the elder of the Confucian sword was conferred the title of sacred son from among the inner disciples. Numerous disciples looked at sacred son, some indignantly voicing their dissatisfaction. The 12 true heirs of the heavenly sword sacred land all possess the potential of a saint. Each true heir has their own followers. Now a powerless and insignificant commoner suddenly ascends to the position of sacred son, provoking the discontent of many. However, just as the crowd was still discussing, in the heavens above, an overwhelming sword intent that was beyond description surged forth. What happened? This scene instantly attracted countless gazes watching sacred son peak in astonishment. On Sacred Sun Peak, it was unknown when it had already been surrounded by an endless stream of sword energy. With a clang, the sound of swords ringing out startled many disciples as they discovered that the swords at their waists had unknowingly drawn themselves heading straight towards Sacred Sun Peak. The Sacred Sun is a great talent. Our heavenly sword sacred land shall flourish. They did not expect the inheritance of the heavenly sword founder to truly be grasped by the Sacred Sun. At this moment, several minds focused on Sacred Sun Peak said excitedly. As the words fell, a golden giant, sword seemingly capable of obliterating all realms, appeared above the heavenly sword sacred land. It is the imperial artifact, the sky-cutting sword. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, they realized why Duga Jian was named the Sacred Sun. Such qualifications the heavenly sword sacred land has never seen. Even the Confucian sword sovereign is inferior by comparison. I have emerged from seclusion. The great Zhou dynasty. In the city of Tiandu, the lord of the city looked on anxiously at the streaks of light that swept through the air. Each streak shimmered with an unsettling aura. Once unattainable, the realm of divine abilities was now common in the city of Tiandu, with many profound practitioners of the Tongxian realm. What was even more unbelievable was that these once exalted great practitioners appeared as ordinary mortals within Tiandu city, showing no signs of arrogance. This heavenly merchant association is truly terrifying. A mysterious figure in a black robe couldn't help but exclaim upon witnessing the multitude of great practitioners in Tiandu city. Beneath the black robe, a familiar face slowly emerged. It was Xiaohua, who had not been seen for a long time. At this moment, Xiaohua was surprisingly already in the Lingyuan realm. Then Xiaohua gazed at the auction house wreathed in celestial charm nearby and murmured, I hope they have the items I need. As a former expert who had reached the Croissant realm, he understood well what a good foundation establishment item represented. In his past life, he had chosen to directly break through in the foundation establishment realm. Though he encountered many fortuitous events, he ultimately stumbled his way to the Croissant realm. However, only he knew the hardships he had endured. His status as a 9th-grade alchemist granted him some respect, but otherwise he might have become a stepping stone for others daily. Now, having returned to this life, he was determined to lay a solid foundation in the foundation establishment realm. Foundation establishment spiritual items were rare treasures of heaven and earth. Only in a few circumstances would they appear at auction houses. It was said that this time the heavenly auction house in Tiandu city might present foundation establishment spiritual items, prompting him to rush here without delay. Coincidentally, he had recently encountered spatial turbulence and fell into a mysterious space. There he obtained quite a few spirit stones and even divine essence. Thus, if there truly were foundation establishment spiritual items, acquiring them should not pose a problem. However, just as Xiaohua was lost in thought, the winds of heaven and earth swirled, and within the void divine light flickered. Then a luxurious dragon carriage radiating golden light and exuding majesty emerged from the void. The three-headed dragon in the front appeared extremely fierce, its terrifying aura causing thunder and lightning to erupt in the heavens. What level of beast is this? Such a terrifying aura. To have 3 dragon-blooded life and death realm beasts pull the carriage, who is this esteemed figure? The crowd gazed at the extraordinarily noble dragon carriage bewildered. From the great Qian dynasty, Qian Yuan comes to visit the heavenly auction house. A voice of immense solemnity reverberated throughout Tiandu city like thunder, shaking the hearts of everyone. Qian Yuan, the sovereign of the great Qian dynasty, was a pinnacle figure at the life and death realm. Such a personage had actually come to Tiandu city in person. However, just as Qian Yuan's voice fell, another radiant divine light flickered in the sky. From the Xianin Palace, Xian Qingshui comes to visit the heavenly auction house. A divine bird exuding a chilling aura hovered in the air as if to freeze time and space. Seated atop the divine bird was a stunningly beautiful woman in white, radiating a cool demeanor. Yet the crowd dared not gaze upon her for long. The Xianin Palace was a faction composed entirely of women. The founder of the Xianin Palace, Xian Bing, was a true royal-level expert revered in the southern wilderness. The current palace master was also a king of the divine sea realm. However, the Xianin Palace was not very friendly towards men. If they angered the palace master, the entire populace of Tiandu city would likely face calamity. Even Qian Yuan, standing beside, discreetly shifted to make way for the palace master of Xianin Palace. From the Baihe Mountain, Baihe Daoren comes to visit the heavenly auction house. Just as the crowd was still in shock over the appearance of the palace master from Xianin Palace, a celestial crane with wings that seemed to touch the heavens floated gracefully into view. Upon the celestial crane stood an old Taoist with an ethereal presence, as if he had merged with heaven and earth. Bai Huang, a royal-level figure, has actually appeared. What is happening? This is madness, truly madness. Could it be that the items presented at this auction have even caught the attention of the royal figures? Though Baihe Mountain was established for merely 1,000 years, its founder Baihe Daoren was an exceptionally remarkable individual, standing out among peers, having defeated numerous prominent sects. In fact, there was even a true disciple of the heavenly sword Holy Land who had been defeated by him. Of course, that was not the sole reason for his renown. What truly elevated his status was that he managed to withstand 3 moves from the Confucian sword sovereign without dying. It was after that battle that Bai Huang's fame skyrocketed. Such a person should not be attending an auction in a small, even if this auction was supported by the underworld. However, just as the crowd's astonishment had yet to dissipate, from Liangzhou Liang Tianxing comes to visit the heavenly auction house. From Wenzhou Wenrun comes to visit the heavenly auction house. From Ziyun Sword Palace, Zi Feng comes to visit the heavenly auction house. Waves of dazzling divine light soared, and an overwhelming aura swept across the entire great Zhou dynasty, reaching hundreds of thousands of miles away. These were figures of terrifying might. The true top forces of the southern wilderness. There were even several heads of major sects among them. Before such forces, both the great Zhou dynasty and the great Qin dynasty felt like mere ants. When this power gathered, even the heavenly sword Holy Land would have to treat them with caution. Yet just when everyone thought that the arrival of so many prominent figures was the limit, a thunderous sound echoed throughout the realm. A brilliant divine light formed a void passage that appeared suddenly, resembling a rainbow woven from celestial mist spanning the sky. A massive battleship slowly emerged from the void, and on the battleship stood several figures of terrifying might. On this gigantic ship, a massive brocade banner fluttered, adorned with magnificent golden divine patterns. Heavenly sword. Instantly all eyes turned toward it. Gazing at this colossal vessel, the crowd displayed reverence. The heavenly sword Holy Land. The true overlord of the southern wilderness. There is no other. From the heavenly sword Holy Land, Saint Sun Dugu Jian comes to visit the heavenly auction house. This statement struck like deep thunder, exploding in the hearts of all. The Saint Son of the heavenly sword Holy Land. What a prestigious identity. Such a presence had actually come to this remote corner. Everyone was dazed, even numb. An auction had drawn in nearly half of the major forces in the southern wilderness. Even the heavenly sword Holy Land had appeared. Could the heavenly auction house truly present items that would attract the interest of these forces? The last insight fruit was fine, but in the eyes of these powers it might be somewhat lacking. So how would the heavenly auction house respond? With this thought, some people cast their gaze toward the direction of the heavenly auction house, their eyes filled with curiosity. What is going on here? Yang, who was closely monitoring the movements of the outside world, suddenly felt puzzled. Name Dugu Jian. Age 14. Realm, early stage of Lingyuan realm. Potential gold. Evaluation, hailing from a realm of celestial heroes, he took a liking to swords in his childhood, began training with them at 3, comprehended the essence of sword intent at 10 by observing the falling leaves of the phoenix tree, and at 14 unexpectedly acquired a rare treasure of heaven and earth, forging the Tsang Tian sword body, breaking through the limits of body refining. This event triggered the 9 mornings of the heavenly sword, leading him to join the Holy Land of the heavenly sword as its holy son, where he comprehended supreme sword intent, mastered the heavenly sword's techniques, and gained recognition from generations of ancestors, inheriting the fortune of the heavenly sword for hundreds of thousands of years, marking him as an unparalleled prodigy with limitless potential. Yang fell into deep thought as he glanced at Dugu Jian's experiences and potential. If the Holy Land of the heavenly sword were to discover that Dugu Jian was actually a member of the Heavenly Merchants Association, one wonders how the powerful beings of the Holy Land would react. Perhaps they would be so furious that they would spit blood. Despite such thoughts, Yang still did not intend to expose him. The profound foundation of the Holy Land of the heavenly sword left Yang somewhat astounded. In fact, Yang even suspected that the Holy Land of the heavenly sword might have an existence akin to an emperor. If provoked, one could not rule out the possibility that these old-timers would shamelessly take action against him. Moreover, if Dugu Jian were to become the holy master of the Holy Land of the heavenly sword, wouldn't that indirectly mean that the Holy Land had become a subordinate of his Tiandu auction house? I wonder who is stronger between Dugu Jian and Chen Xiao in terms of talent. One is endowed with the sacred body of the sword path, the Tsang Tian sword body, bearing the fortune of a holy land for hundreds of thousands of years, and has acquired supreme scriptures and comprehended the supreme sword intent. The other carries 99% of the sword path fortune of the human race from a vast world, having comprehended the ancient path of sword cultivation and being hailed by the system as a reincarnated sword immortal destined to dominate the sword path for ages. Of course, it is impossible to compare them now. Chen Xiao is on the verge of breaking into the realm of life and death. It is worth mentioning that under Yang An's resource allocation, the old acquaintances of the Tianzi auction house have seen a significant rise in their cultivation levels. Li Sun currently holds the position of the chief among the 6 cases managing the treasure pavilion, with his cultivation reaching the pinnacle of the Tongxian realm. Lin Song is the chief of the divine case, known as the Divine Master. To some extent, the mastermind behind the Underworld is Lin Song, who oversees the bounty operations of the Heavenly Merchants Association, with his cultivation having reached the 8th stage of the realm of life and death. Sophie, after exchanging a batch of pills to improve her qualifications and rare treasures from Yang, and has reached the mid-stage of the Lingyuan realm with potential comparable to that of blue-grade talent. Others, such as Wang Dan, Chushang Zhonglong, and Zhao, who have all been assigned to relatively profitable tasks. As for Yang and himself, after merging with the innate chaos Dao fetus, his cultivation has skyrocketed, as if on a rocket now, just a step away from the realm of divine powers. If it weren't for the need to hold an auction right now, Yang and would probably have already become a great cultivator of the realm of divine powers. It's all top-notch material. Yang and looked at the powerful beings arriving one after another, among them a familiar face he hadn't seen in a long. He could already foresee that after this auction, he might even have the opportunity to summon beings of the saint level. Almost everyone has arrived at the auction can begin. I hope this time it won't disappoint me. With Yang An's words, an endless divine light suddenly rose within the Tianzi auction house. The auction is about to begin. In that moment, everyone had this thought in their hearts. Looking at the endless celestial glow and Dao rhythm emanating from the auction house, the crowd seemed awed by the scene. The spiritual energy and Dao rhythm here can be considered top-notch even among the cave heavens and blessed lands. I didn't expect it to be used as the foundation of an auction house. The Underworld is indeed wealthy. A top-tier cave heaven and blessed land is extremely rare. Perhaps the Holy Land of the Heavenly Sword possesses one, but it is also exceedingly precious and generally serves as a place for the ancestors of the Holy Lands. Using a top-tier cave heaven and blessed land as the foundation of an auction house, what a luxurious display. Those holding the entry pass for my Tianzi auction house may enter. A figure suddenly appeared before everyone, speaking to them with indifference. When did this person appear? What terrifying cultivation. Even among those of the Tian Palace realm, this person is a standout. The foundations of the Underworld are truly profound. A peak powerhouse of the Tian Palace realm actually appears in such an auction house. It seems the Underworld is taking this auction very seriously. Since such a great cost has been spent to establish this auction house, it is clear how much the Underworld values. Soon everyone began to take out their so-called auction invitation letters, entering the auction house in an orderly manner one by one. As soon as they entered, beautiful maidens came to lead them to their private boxes. Why does it feel like the spiritual energy has become even richer? Let's sit down and cultivate for now. This auction is beyond my participation. Being able to cultivate in the auction house is already a tremendous opportunity. Many cultivators from the great Zhou dynasty who had attended the Tianzi auction house previously felt a sense of admiration. They knew that this auction was far beyond their reach. Perhaps last time they could still place some bids, but this time just by thinking the final competition price would surely skyrocket. Rather than clinging to an improbable hope, it is better to cultivate more here. Meanwhile, the powerful beings of the great forces looked curiously at the auction stage, more concerned about what kind of items the Underworld was auctioning that warranted such grandiose preparations. Before long, the private boxes of the entire auction house were filled with people. At this moment, a alluring and graceful woman appeared on the auction stage. Welcome everyone to the Tianzi auction held by my Heavenly Merchants Association. This auction will be hosted by me, the little girl. I believe this time's auction items will surely not disappoint you. Sophie looked at the many prominent figures who had come without the slightest nervousness, wearing a calm, yet charming smile. In an instant, some young talents accompanying their elders to broaden their horizons cast fiery glances at the auction, but soon they were scolded by their elders. This woman was far from someone they could offend. This auction is to express gratitude for your support. The Tianzi auction house has prepared a total of 10 items for everyone. The last of these 10 items will hold a special auction open to all. The other 9 items will also not disappoint everyone. Hearing Sophie's words, the crowd couldn't help but feel in. What kind of items will the Tianzi auction house or the Underworld present that would entice them? The first item. This item is prepared for the young talents within various forces. A rare treasure of heaven and earth. As this phrase echoed through the auction house, gasps of astonishment filled the air. The reason this is called a rare treasure of heaven and earth is that each one is exceedingly difficult to find, scarce in the world. Moreover, it is related to the younger generation. The younger generation always represents the future of a force, and thus everyone cannot afford to ignore it. Could it be that the first auction item is a foundation establishment spiritual object? In a private box, Xiaohua thought to himself, feeling somewhat astonished. He immediately straightened his back. Sophie lifted the gauze covering the counter, revealing a treasure about the size of a fist, radiating brilliant light, floating above the counter, with rich, Dao rhythm permeating the air. It is a spiritual fetus. A foundation establishment spiritual object. If one uses a spiritual fetus for foundation establishment, both talent and root can advance to a higher level, and there is even a chance to condense a spiritual body. Ha ha ha, I was worried about my son's foundation establishment items, yet unexpectedly the first auction at the Heaven and Earth auction house offers precisely what I need. An unexpected fortune from the heavens. My beloved disciple has just reached the peak of the spiritual origin realm, and I was troubled over how to establish his foundation. I must obtain this spiritual fetus. Faced with the temptation of a spiritual fetus, many forces were quite moved. After all, who does not want their descendants to thrive? Who does not wish for their force to ascend to greater heights and prosper? A spiritual fetus is indeed not bad. This is only the first item. I hope there are more items later that will intrigue me. Is it really just a spiritual fetus? Could it be that this place is too small? Although the appearance of the spiritual fetus caused a stir, an ordinary rare treasure of heaven and earth still failed to catch the attention of the major top-tier forces. Originally, their presence here was merely out of a slight interest in this mysterious underworld that repelled the sacred land of Heavenly Sword. It is said that the Heaven and Earth Chamber of Commerce is supported by a young prodigy from the underworld. Its status in the underworld is not low. Soon Sophie's charming voice interrupted everyone's thoughts. The first auction item, a spiritual fetus, is something that can alter a person's fate or even the fate of a force. The auction officially begins. The starting price is 10,000 high-quality spirit stones. Each bid must not be less than 1,000 high-quality spirit stones. Upon hearing the starting price of 10,000 high-quality spirit stones, many who had received invitations from surrounding forces immediately felt their excitement fade, decisively choosing to close their eyes and continue immersing themselves in cultivation. 20,000 high-quality spirit stones. 25,000 high-quality spirit stones. 30,000 high-quality spirit stones. 31,000 high-quality spirit stones. Soon the price of this spiritual fetus began to rise continuously. 100,000 high-quality spirit stones. Xiaohua spoke decisively. He had no intention of waiting for others to continue bidding, so he chose to raise the price directly to 100,000 high-quality spirit stones. In that mysterious space, he had accumulated nearly 1,000,000 high-quality spirit stones along with tens of thousands of divine sources. 110,000 high-quality spirit stones. After Xiaohua's bid, there was a moment of silence in the auction house, but eventually someone chose to compete. 200,000 high-quality spirit stones. Facing the competition from others, Xiaohua did not hesitate and blurted it out. Which force is this? How generous? 25,000 high-quality spirit stones. In the face of a rare treasure of heaven and earth, no one chose to give up. Theoretically speaking, 25,000 high-quality spirit stones is already a high price for a basic. However, this is the case for those major forces. They do not lack such basic rare treasures of heaven and earth. Over countless years, even powerful beings can cultivate rare treasures of heaven and earth by reversing the natural order. For ordinary forces, even the most common rare treasure of heaven and earth is enough to ignite fierce battles among them, resulting in rivers of blood. 400,000 high-quality spirit stones. Xiaohua still spoke calmly. Spirit stones are indeed valuable, but for someone at his level, having too many high-quality spirit stones is of little use. Only the spirit stones that can be spent and converted into something useful are truly good spirit stones. 500,000 high-quality spirit stones. After a while, some forces began to deliberate and speak up. Although the forces behind the 50,000 high-quality spirit stones can indeed provide them, they would not carry all the spirit stones with them. Now it is too late to return and apply for spirit stones. 800,000 high-quality spirit stones. This time, Xiaohua decisively raised the bid by 30,000 high-quality spirit stones. Although Xiaohua had lived for thousands of years and had been schemed against by those around him, this does not mean he is foolish. After thousands of years, even a pig can become a pig spirit, let alone a person. At the very least, Xiaohua was able to stand out among countless prodigies and even made a name for himself as the alchemist of heavenly fire. He has a certain understanding of human nature. Upon hearing Xiaohua raise the bid by 30,000 high-quality spirit stones, in one go the crowd fell into silence. Originally, some forces were prepared to bid again, but chose to remain silent. It is evident that this individual is not short on spirit stones and is determined to obtain the spiritual fetus. Who can match such a sudden increase of 30,000 high-quality spirit stones? Moreover, this is only the first auction. There are still 9 more to come. However, no one expected that Xiaohua was actually extremely anxious inside. If someone were to raise the bid by 30,000 high-quality spirit stones, Xiaohua would not be able to keep up. Unfortunately, no one dared to take the gamble. 800,000 high-quality spirit stones once. 800,000 high-quality spirit stones twice. 800,000 high-quality spirit stones 3 times. The auction is concluded. Congratulations to the distinguished guest from Box 88 for successfully acquiring the first item. Soon Sophie determined the ownership of the first auction item. After sending someone to retrieve the first item, Sophie took out a piece of golden parchment. Though it was a fragment, everyone sensed an ancient aura emanating from it. A manual. But this manual seems somewhat incomplete. How could the Heaven and Earth auction house present a flaw? A fragment of a manual signifies there is no continuation. Whether it is a technique or a divine ability, it is ultimately incomplete and carries significant risks. unless it is some special type of divine ability. However, soon Sophie's words caused everyone's expressions to change. Have you all heard of the method of achieving sanctity through borrowing luck? How could the method of achieving sanctity through borrowing luck not be known? Could it be? This item is a fragment of the method of achieving sanctity through borrowing luck. Although the method of borrowing luck to become a saint has many drawbacks, it is undeniable that this technique can indeed allow one to ascend to great heights in a single step. It can even serve as a trump card for a faction capable of creating a powerful being in a very short time during a critical moment, turning the tide. If other factions were to use it, they would undoubtedly be accused of spreading evil techniques and disturbing the world. However, the power behind the heavenly auction house is the Underworld. Not to mention anything else, the newly appeared Wheel King alone is enough to suppress all major factions. Moreover, with the spread of Yama's name and the appearance of many powerful beings from the Underworld, no one can gauge its true depth. Therefore, this method of borrowing luck to become a saint. I didn't expect the evil method of borrowing luck to become a saint to appear once again. I, as a compassionate elder, find this evil method perfectly suited to my hands. A voice of compassion emanated from a private room, as if it belonged to a wise sage who cares for the world. Bah, shameless old man. Caring for the world. You just want to obtain this method of borrowing luck to become a saint for your own advancement. This method is mine for the taking. The others in the private rooms looked disdainfully at the words of the elder. This is indeed the method of luck to become a saint, though it is missing a part, so one can only cultivate to the Celestial Palace realm at most. Su Fei's slightly regretful voice struck the hearts of the crowd like thunder. What does it mean to only cultivate to the Celestial Palace realm at most? Why the tone of regret? In this era where saints are scarce and quasi-saints are hard to find, what does it mean for a Celestial Palace ruler? Even though it is a flawed Celestial Palace realm, a bottom-tier Celestial Palace ruler. But still it is a sovereign. The crowd gazed fervently at the golden fragment in Su Fei's hand, as if it were a rare treasure. The method of borrowing luck to become a saint does have some merit, but it's a shame it's incomplete. An elder exuded a terrifying aura, said regretfully from the private room of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. If it were a complete method for borrowing luck to become a saint, the Heavenly Sword Holy Land would indeed consider intervening. But an incomplete method is not worth their effort. Meanwhile, the silent figure of Dugu Jin merely observed the auction stage, as if waiting for some item. Next up, the second item of this auction, the method of borrowing luck to become a saint. The starting bid is 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid not less than 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. The auction officially begins. Su Fei surveyed the room with her beautiful eyes and spoke calmly. I wonder what kind of price this method can fetch. With the saint's schemes, does this count as snatching food from the jaws of a saint? Yang secretly felt a tinge of anticipation from the back of the auction hall. Upon learning that this method had a saint's layout, he made slight modifications to it. Using a divine object, he altered the causal connections. 99% of the luck belongs to him, while the remaining 1% belongs to that unknown saint. After all, he couldn't let someone work for nothing. Oh wait, he couldn't let someone take the blame for nothing either. Yang also used the sky-covering mirror to erase the traces he left behind, concealing the causal connections. Even if the matter gets exposed, it would be that unknown saint who would be investigated. It has nothing to do with him. Yang and 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, 200,000 high-grade spirit stones, 500,000 high-grade spirit stones, 700,000 high-grade spirit stones, 1 million high-grade spirit stones. Soon the bid had already soared to 1 million high-grade spirit stones. This method that could directly lead to the Celestial Palace realm was enough to drive anyone mad. 5 million high-grade spirit stones. A cold female voice resounded, causing everyone to shiver. It's the aura of the Xianbing Palace. These women are ruthless, directly raising the bid by 4 million high-grade spirit stones. This unique chill was quickly recognized by everyone, but no one chose to give in. Once they obtained the method of luck to become a saint and broke through to the Celestial Palace realm, would they still fear the Xianbing Palace? Though they might not be able to defeat them, the Xianbing Palace shouldn't think they could look down on them. 6 million high-grade spirit stones. 650,000 high-grade spirit stones. 8 million high-grade spirit stones. 10 million high-grade spirit stones. With the entry of the Xianbing Palace, the Daqian Dynasty Liang clan, Wen clan, and other factions also began to bid, with the minimum bid being 50,000 high-grade spirit stones, astonishing everyone. 10 million high-grade spirit stones. The first auction item had only reached a bid of 800,000 high-grade spirit stones. Are these people mad? How can an incomplete method be worth this much? 30 million high-grade spirit stones. Suddenly a deep and resonant voice echoed, startling everyone. It's the White Emperor. This White Crane Mountain figure is actually interested in the method of borrowing luck to become a saint. This method shouldn't be worth the White Emperor's intervention, right? Though the crowd was puzzled, no one chose to speak up. I didn't expect to encounter the first half of the method of borrowing luck to become a saint here. Heaven is assisting me. Ha ha ha. A look of indescribable joy appeared on the face of the white crane Taoist, his gaze fixed firmly on the golden fragment in Su Fei's hand. If not for the presence of a powerful being in the heavenly auction house who could easily crush him, he would have rushed down to snatch it directly. He had obtained the second half of the method of luck to become a saint by chance 100 years ago, but without the first half of the luck-gathering method, the second half was of no use. He couldn't cultivate it. Even though he had managed to hold out against the Confucian sword sovereign for a few moves, that was hundreds of years ago. At that time, the Confucian sword sovereign was several realms below him. Being challenged beyond his rank was a lifelong shame, but with the reputation of the Confucian sword sovereign ringing out, it had inexplicably turned into a kind of glory. Only those close to him knew his situation. He had reached his limit at this stage. There was absolutely no possibility of further advancement. Let alone the lofty saints, even a quasi-saint, he could never hope to reach in this lifetime. Thus the method of luck to become a saint was his only choice to climb to the peak. A pseudo-saint is still a saint. No matter what, he had to obtain the method of luck to become a saint. Just as the white crane Taoist thought this method of luck to become a saint would definitely fall into his hands, a cold voice shattered his delusions. 40 million high-grade spirit stones. This was the Xianbing Palace master speaking again. Now that the Xianbing Emperor's lifespan was nearing its end, her palace had no new sovereign. Over the years, the Xianbing Palace had offended many factions. If the Xianbing Emperor were to fall and no new sovereign appeared, they would be easily divided by numerous factions. Therefore, this method of luck to become a saint was extremely important for her Xianbing Palace. 50 million high-grade spirit stones. After the master of the Xianbing Palace spoke, another person joined the auction. Damn it. A trace of anger flashed in the eyes of Xianqing Shui, the master of the Xianbing Palace. The person who just placed the bid was known to her. He was her nemesis from the Xuanhua sect. For thousands of years, the two factions had been embroiled in countless skirmishes, harboring a deep-seated enmity. With the Xuanhua sect making things difficult today, it seemed her Xianbing Palace would have to spend a fortune to bid for this method of fortune transformation. However, just as she was contemplating this and preparing to speak again, an astonishing figure abruptly disrupted all her thoughts. 100 million high-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this figure, not only the master of the Xianbing Palace, but everyone fell silent. Is this serious? This is high-grade spirit stones, not medium or low-grade spirit stones. Is it really okay to double the bid like this in one go? I was wrong. I shouldn't have come to this auction. I should reflect on why I am so poor. 100 million high-grade spirit stones. This was not merely 100 million medium-grade spirit stones. For various factions, while they could produce 100 million high-grade spirit stones, actually presenting this sum all at once was no easy feat. After all, this did not belong to their sphere of influence. For some smaller factions invited from nearby, facing the price of 100 million high-grade spirit stones, they could only sigh in despair, feeling the oppressive weight of wealth. After a moment, Sophie looked at the auction hall, which resembled a silent grave, and gently struck the small hammer in her hand. 100 million high-grade spirit stones going once. 100 million high-grade spirit stones going twice. 100 million high-grade spirit stones going thrice. Transaction successful. It was only when the transaction was confirmed that some people slowly regained their senses. 100 million high-grade spirit stones. Would the subsequent items in the auction reach such heights? However, some factions watching from their boxes fell into deep thought, quietly crushing the jade slips in their hand. The items showcased in the two previous auctions were not too shabby, so the items that followed could hardly be worse. If they were to encounter some rare treasure and not participate in the bidding, it would be a lifelong regret. Next up is the third item for this auction. Sophie clapped her hands, and a beam of light rose slowly from the auction platform. Suspended within the beam of light was an object resembling a token. Intricate divine patterns were embroidered on it, yet it appeared somewhat weathered, as if it had experienced countless ages, exuding an ancient aura. A token? What script is that? Why have I never seen it before? Could this token contain some ancient heritage? I think it's a key. Possessing it would allow one to unlock an ancient relic. There must be a great secret within. After seeing the token, the crowd speculated quietly. This token looks somewhat familiar. In the private box, Xiaohua raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself. Then he produced an identical token from his hand. It was a family heirloom he had received from an old man he had helped, said to possess great significance. However, after exploring it until now, this token seemed just like an ordinary token. Aside from being a bit hard, it had no remarkable features. Perhaps this token truly has great significance. Xiaohua felt fortunate. Luckily, he had taken the token, otherwise he might have missed an unimaginable opportunity. The appearance of one token was an accident. But two tokens? That was no coincidence. There must be secrets concealed that he did not know. This token was discovered by a powerful being from the Underworld while exploring an ancient relic. Yet 1,000 years have passed, and the mysteries hidden within remain unfathomed. Thus it was brought forth for auction. This ancient token likely conceals the heritage of a powerful ancient being, Sophie introduced with a smile. Though she said this, her confidence was somewhat lacking. Placing such an unknown item on the auction block, she was uncertain if it would fetch a high price. However, Yong'an had said that this item would definitely be bid on, which gave her some assurance. Upon hearing Sophie's introduction, the crowd fell into silence. An item that the Underworld had studied for 1,000 years, yet still could not comprehend. Could they really be that lucky? If there were any valuable heritage, the Underworld would not auction it off. As for whether one might be that fated person, what nonsense. Why would they believe that person could be themselves? The third item is a token of extremely ancient and mysterious origins, and the auction officially begins. The starting bid is 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, and each increment must not be less than 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. As Sophie's words fell in the box of the Tianjin sacred land, Dugu Jian stared at the token on the auction platform and slowly spoke. 100 million high-grade spirit stones. At this declaration, all factions fell silent. Even those curious about the token who wished to speak had to swallow their words back. Even Sophie was stunned. This was an unprecedented event in auction history, and it would certainly have a tremendous impact in the annals of the auction world. Raising the price by 1,000 times in one breath. That's just outrageous. Which faction is this so wealthy? Could it be that this mysterious token truly contains unimaginable heritage? Such a young voice. Could it be that the Holy Son of the Tianjin sacred land has spoken? The crowd speculated, but no one chose to continue bidding. Holy Son, why auction this token? Could it be that the Holy Son has a sense of its significance? Is this item fated for the Holy Son? An elder nearby hesitated for a moment before respectfully inquiring. The 100 million high-grade spirit stones was not much for the Tianjin sacred land. However, Dugu Jian had just become the Holy Son, and his backing was still shallow. To bid 100 million high-grade spirit stones for such an unknown item could lead to significant criticism from many elders back at the sect, causing a great blow to Dugu Jian's reputation. Although Dugu Jian had exceptional talent, being the Holy Son of a faction required more than just talent. High standards were also demanded in temperament. If the token turned out to be ordinary, Dugu Jian would undoubtedly be labeled as arrogant and extravagant by other factions with a very poor temperament. I have a sense of connection. This token is fated for me. There is an opportunity here that belongs to me. Dugu Jian nodded and responded. This token was indeed prepared for him, so it was no problem to say that there was an opportunity belonging to him.